The Golden Knights will take a one-game-to-none lead in the Stanley Cup playoffs. One last shot handled by Aiden Hill, and the horn sounds. This one is over. Vegas 5, Florida 2.
Now Bautista on top. The 3-2 pitch to Conforto. Here it is. Swing and a miss. He struck it out. 3 strikeouts in the inning for Bautista for his 15th save. Baltimore takes game 1 for the Giants. Bouncer back past Oval near second. Fielded there by Schmidt. He spins and throws him out at first. The ball game is over. And that finishes the shutout. Swing and a pop up. The first baseman is under it. And he's got it. And that is the game. Mountcastle securing the final out. And the final score was the Orioles 8, the Giants 3.
Denver does have a timeout, but they're not using it. 4 seconds. Murray, step back, 3-pointer. Won't go. Fight for the rebound, Martin, and it's over. The Miami Heat have tied the NBA Finals. What a comeback here on the road for the Heat, and it's one apiece.
And that should do it.
Miami makes a comeback and wins Game 2 of the NBA Finals. And the San Francisco Giants lose 2 out of 3 to the Baltimore Orioles this weekend. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the leadoff spot on a Monday morning. It's Marquise Boucher, a.k.a. the Waterboy from the Murphy Mac Show, taking you up to 6 a.m. this morning with my guy, Overnight Dave, behind the glass as always, who always does a great job, especially on a Monday morning, wrapping up the sports weekend. You heard all the final calls. The Las Vegas Golden Knights going up 1-0 in the Stanley Cup playoffs. The final calls of the Giants losing 2 out of 3 to the Baltimore Orioles. I actually would have liked a little bit of Yankee baseball sprinkled in there, Dave, as they took 2 out of 3 against the Dodgers this weekend. Hell, I would have took some Stanford baseball highlights as they're hosting the regional down in Palo Alto right now. Back in action, Sunken Diamond, Texas A&M championship game tonight. Might have to get back down to the ballpark. But here's the thing about the Waterboy. Last 4 out of the last 5 days, I've been at the ballpark. Going back to last Wednesday for the Giants Day game. Thursday, I went to a San Jose Giants game. Saw Reggie Crawford make his home pitching debut. Shout out to Reggie Crawford. I know he was DHing this Sunday also. And shout out to everybody who showed up in San Jose to go watch Jock Peterson have his rehab assignment in front of a sold-out crowd at San Jose Muni. He's expected to be back with the San Francisco Giants as soon as Tuesday. And I think that's kind of the message for Giants fans I have for you this morning. After, of course, being back under 500 for what seems like the millionth time this season, sitting with a 29-30 record. And I know there's some fans out there who aren't very happy about losing back-to-back series against the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Baltimore Orioles. But I will remind you, if you have not been paying attention to around the league and what's been going on in the MLB this year, these two teams have been 2 of the best stories. The Pittsburgh Pirates, nobody picked for them to even have a winning record. They started off the year on fire, have kind of cooled off a bit. But the Baltimore Orioles, 37-22. Playing in a stacked AL East that has the Tampa Bay Rays, the best team in baseball in it. We just mentioned the Yankees and Aaron Judge crashing through outfield walls down at Dodger Stadium. I mean, this is an absolutely loaded division. So when the Baltimore Orioles come to town and they take 2 out of 3, it's not what you're looking for, especially on Friday night when Logan Webb goes out there, gives you another strong performance. But surprise, surprise, Logan Webb did not get the run support.
Giants.
Something that we've seen multiple times, but it was good to see a guy like Alex Cobb bounce back on Saturday. Go 7 2/3 innings pitch. Scott Alexander comes in. The reliever of the month, Camilo Duvall, closes it out, and the Giants end up winning that game in a shutout. And then we get to Sunday, where we saw the Giants get lit up for really one inning. I think it was the third when Anthony DeSclafani got hit around, had a couple walks, got charged for 5 earned runs. So not the best pitching performance and not the best offensive performance overall. But we can point out the fact that Lamont Wade Jr. hit splash hit number 100 on Friday. But there wasn't too much any other offense after that. So we can get into some splash hit discussion this morning. How big of a deal is it that they finally got to number 100? Of course, I love the ballpark down at 3rd and King. I've always thought it was awesome having McCovey Cove in right field. It's one of the most unique ballparks in all of baseball. But I've also thought it was extremely weird how the Giants only keep track of their home runs and not the total number of splash hits. Because here's the thing. I was at a game earlier this year where Brandon Crawford actually hit number 99 on a Friday, but because it was a Fox Sports game, they didn't have the camera angles to see it go into the Cove. So it wasn't really counted towards number 99 until Saturday. So it was a day later. And since then, we've seen guys come into Oracle Park and launch him into the bay from the other team. Who was it? Tyler Sawunski from the Pirates last week hit 2 of them into the bay in the same game. And I get it. The Giants are only going to count their home runs in the water. But when you're talking about a team that hasn't had a guy hit 30 home runs since Barry Bonds was in the lineup, the guy that I feel like is responsible for the majority of those splash hits, it had me question myself. Have there been more opposing splash hits at Oracle Park than home splash hits? I probably should have done some research and found out these numbers before diving into this discussion. But you think about guys like Max Muncy. You think of all the guys who come in here and hit home runs into the water, and whether or not they should count opposing home runs or if we should just count the Giants ones. And number 100 was hit on Friday by Lamont Wade Jr. So there's plenty of Giants baseball to talk about today. Also, some big sad news that we got to talk about this morning with the passing of a legendary icon here in the Bay Area, Roger Craig, former manager of the San Francisco Giants, the original home baby. I'm sure we'll probably get a tribute to him during Homes and Bums with Murphy Mac later today. And we could talk to Mike Krukow about that at 7:35, wrapping up your Giants weekend of baseball. Like I said, though, there was plenty of weekend baseball, whether you were watching the Yankees and Dodgers on Sunday night, Aaron Judge running through fences, hitting home runs, Bobby Miller, the Dodgers' top prospect, pitching a pretty damn good game Sunday night. But there's also the prospects like Gunnar Henderson from the Baltimore Orioles, who went deep. Whatever. Giants baseball, like I said, we'll talk about it this morning with Mike Krukow, and our guy Will Clark is joining the program at 8 a.m. today also. So plenty of Giants baseball in your life, but we also got to get into the NBA Finals. And the Miami Heat shocking the world and stealing Game 2 up in Denver. Because it seemed like the last time we talked, post Game 1, everybody had just written off the Miami Heat, Jimmy Butler, Eric Spoelstra, Gabe Vincent, all of these guys. And people were out here calling for the sweep, calling for this, calling for that. And I said, whoa. Let's not start blanking each other's you-know-what's quite yet. Because it seems like this happens all the time in the NBA playoffs, and especially the NBA Finals, when there is a 48-hour gap between each game. Everybody's going to overreact to Game 1 and what they saw. But when we came on the show after Game 1, we broke down more of that fourth quarter, when Michael Malone was out here yelling at his guys for not putting in the effort in the fourth quarter and almost allowing the Miami Heat to creep back into Game 1. Well, guess what? Michael Malone was also complaining about the team effort yesterday after Miami came out in the first quarter and really put the pressure on the Nuggets early. It's something that I think was a big theme for the Nuggets locker room postgame, talking about effort, talking about the Miami Heat coming out and just out hustling them. Something that should not happen, especially up in Denver, where the Nuggets have, in my opinion, maybe the biggest home court advantage in the entire NBA. And you look at other teams going up there and gassing out because of the elevation, the altitude. The Denver Nuggets should never be the team lacking energy, and they should never be the ones backpedaling. But it seemed like they were backpedaling after that first quarter, after Miami came out, started shooting the lights out, made an adjustment to put Kevin Love into the starting lineup. That kind of spaced out the floor a little bit, made it easier for a guy like Jimmy Butler to be aggressive and to drive all the way to the basket. Then you had Max Strus out here hitting three-pointers after going 0 for 10 in Game 1. Well, guess what? Miami shot the ball a hell of a lot better in Game 2, and it's probably one of the biggest reasons why they did win last night, because of the three-point shooting, because of how much they struggled in Game 1 after having the highest shooting percentage in the entire postseason. Yes, even higher than our own Golden State Warriors. Well, after shooting 30-something% in Game 1, which technically was higher than the Denver Nuggets, they came out last night, shot 39%, 11 from 28 from deep,
And I got to give credit to him because this was a Heat team that didn't just go into cruise control after the first quarter. It was actually the Denver Nuggets who made a big comeback. Jamal Murray was out here. Nikola Jokic was doing little spinning hook shot alley-oops to Aaron Gordon. I mean, there was a point in that second quarter where the Nuggets went on a 23-5 run with Jokic on the bench. And they actually took a lead up 6 points, 57-51 at halftime. And then in third quarter, it looked like Jokic was having another MVP-type performance as he drops 18 points in the third quarter alone. Through 3 quarters, he had 31 points. And I said, okay, here comes a big night for the Joker. Of course, he ends the game with 41 points, but he did only have 4 assists, something that people were talking about a lot in the postgame, about turning the Joker into a scorer instead of a passer. I don't know what the hell game they were watching. I mean, I saw Jokic made plenty of nice passes. I know the numbers aren't there, 4 assists. But even guys like Eric Spoelstra was like, no, that's a bad take. Watch the game. We know how good of a passer he is. You can't force a guy like that just to be a scorer. But the problem was there was nobody else really scoring for the Nuggets in that second half. Get this. Nikola Jokic had 28 points in the second half yesterday. Overall, the Denver Nuggets, the remaining cast, had 24 points. That's not getting help from guys like Jamal Murray, who has been playing fantastic this postseason, and then it actually came down to Jamal Murray having a chance to tie the game in the final seconds after Jimmy Butler misses the opportunity to put the dagger in him. Jimmy Butler goes one-on-one with Jamal Murray. Some controversy after the game about whether or not the Nuggets should have called a timeout, maybe draw up a play, whether or not they gave the Miami Heat an opportunity to foul them on an inbound play. All questions that we can discuss coming up on the other side. But, yeah, that's the final. That's what happens. The Miami Heat are out here not giving a damn about the odds makers, the national narrative. I mean, check this out. The Miami Heat were an 8.5-point underdog yesterday heading up to Denver. The Nuggets had not lost a single game at home this entire postseason. Hell, you got to go all the way back to the month of March. We're in June, folks. March 30th was the last time the Denver Nuggets won at home. Lost at home. And last night, with the Miami Heat getting that win, it evens up the series 1-1. And now Miami has home court advantage. Game 3 will be on Wednesday. We'll see if the Denver Nuggets do steal it back. And we'll see what some of those guys like Jokic, Jimmy Butler, and the entire cast of characters had to say after last night's game. But I did want to make sure to put a stamp on this first segment by giving a shout out to everybody who came out to the Giants games this past weekend, whether it was for Logan Webb bobblehead on Saturday, the Gigantes giveaway on Sunday, or if you went to go see my boy Paulie Mack in the Freestone Peaches at the Union Street Festival. I made sure to go stop by to go watch my guy Paulie Mack rock out on stage before the Giants game on Saturday. Ran into a bunch of P1s, Murph and Mack fans. Shout out to my guy Michael, who played travel ball with Jock Peterson growing up. And he told me there's 2 things I love in life, the Allman Brothers and the Murph and Mack show. So he made sure to show up and give some support for Paulie Mack. And then I even ran into a bunch of fans at the Giants game on Saturday. Shout out to Jill and her husband Steve, big listeners of the Murph and Mack show. They go to Giants games every year. My guy Hector, I was out here taking selfies, drinking beers, and enjoying a great night on Saturday as the Giants got the win. But they lost 2 out of 3 this weekend. So we'll get into some Giants discussion also. But let's wrap up Game 2 of the NBA Finals. On the other side, it's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Denver ball. They got 2 timeouts. They're down 3. They're not going to use the timeout. Here's Murray at the top. Butler defending with 4. Murray step back for the tie at 3. No good. Rebound Miami. The Heat have won it. 111 to 108. Miami with the win. And the series is tied at 1.
Checking in on Jimmy Butler and the Miami Heat, who got the win last night up in Denver to tie up the NBA Finals 1-1. And now they'll head back to South Beach on Miami with home court advantage, with a chance to maybe pull off one of the biggest upsets in NBA history. After being a 4-1 underdog before the series even started, and after game 1, it seemed like people were giving them even a smaller chance than that, as they go into Denver last night as an 8.5-point underdog, not only cover the spread, but get the upset victory also. I believe it's the 3rd or 4th biggest underdog money line winner since the 1976-77 NBA merger. So shout out to the Miami Heat for making a little bit of history and looking to be a number 8 seed, upsetting a number 1 seed in the Denver Nuggets. But it's funny when you look at both of these teams, when you listen to the narrative surrounding them both, it's that they're both underdogs. We played the sound last week from Jokic saying, who made us the favorites? Vegas, the media, who are these guys? There is no favorite in this series. Because if you go back to the conference finals, again, everybody was talking about Lakers, Celtics, Lakers, blah, blah, blah. Well, these two teams didn't give a damn. And that's kind of been the motto for the Miami Heat. Everybody at the post-game press conference yesterday had the same thing to say. We don't give a damn about the narrative. We don't give a damn about the spread. We don't give a damn about game 1, to be honest with you. It's not the first to 1, it's the first to 4. You can throw every cliche in the book out there. A series doesn't start until the road team wins. Well, guess what? The road team won yesterday. And these NBA finals have officially started. Miami Heat holding on last night after Jimmy Butler had a chance to put the dagger in him. Comes back, plays one-on-one defense against Jamal Murray.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah, Jimmy played good enough defense on that final series. Some questions this morning about whether or not Michael Malone and the Nuggets should have called a timeout, should have got the ball to the Joker, who had 41 points on the night. But I think Jamal Murray and the entire Nuggets organization can live with that shot. And it's a make or miss league, kids. They missed it. Miami made it. They win. And now the series is tied at 1-1. But I do think one of the interesting perspectives, storylines, angles in this series is Michael Malone kind of being grumpy as hell in both of his post-game press conferences. Even in game 1, where they had a double-digit lead for majority of the game, the Miami Heat crept into that game late in that fourth quarter, which a lot of people just kind of overlooked. But I pointed out, actually, it might be a bad thing for the Heat because it could wake up the Denver Nuggets a little bit. Well, somebody didn't set off the alarm yesterday.
Put that in your pipe, you smoke it.
Because the Denver Nuggets came out maybe after putting something in their pipe and smoking it, Dave. Maybe that's why they came out a little slow. Because the Miami Heat came out with Kevin Love in their starting lineup, spacing the floor out a little bit, and just started hitting three-pointers left and right. Max Strus, after going 0 for 10 in game 1, had 3 or 4 in the first quarter alone. You want to look at the total numbers for the entire night. They shot 48% from three-point range, almost 49, 50%. Made 17 of them after struggling from the field in game 1.
When's the last time you heard of a grown-ass man have an ear infection?
Yeah, maybe the ear infection was affecting Jamal Murray on that final shot last night. Or maybe it's affecting the entire team because, again, there shouldn't be any questions, especially at this point in the season when you're playing in the NBA Finals, about effort. Like, come on. This is do or die. There's no load management here. We're not taking any days off. But here was Michael Malone post-game yesterday, kind of bitching and complaining about his team and the lack of the effort they showed, which led to them losing their first game on their home court this postseason.
Well, I don't think that's the biggest question. Now, let's talk about effort. I mean, this is the NBA Finals, and we're talking about effort. That's a huge concern of mine. You know, and you guys probably thought I was just making up some storyline after game 1 when I said we didn't play well. We didn't play well. And tonight, you know, that the starting lineup to start the game is 10-2 Miami. Start the third quarter. They scored 11 points in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And we just got, you know, we had guys out there that were just, whether feeling sorry for themselves for not making shots or thinking they can just turn it on or off. This is not the preseason. This is not the regular season. It's not round. This is the NBA Finals. And that to me is really, really perplexing, disappointing. And I asked the team, I asked our player, you guys tell me why we lost. And they knew the answer. Miami came in here and outworked us. And we were by far our least disciplined game of these 16 or 17 playoff games, whatever it is now. So many breakdowns. And they exploited every one of those breakdowns and scored. So if we're going to try to go down there and regain control of this series and get home court advantage back, we're going to have to outwork Miami, which we didn't do tonight, and our discipline's going to have to be off the charts.
I mean, that's putting it pretty damn blunt. Michael Malone not pulling any strings, not sending any coded messages to his team. Straight up saying we got outworked by the Miami Heat. We got out-hustled. Again, especially when you're playing up in Denver and you have that advantage of playing up in elevation, that kind of stuff can't happen. And it's a big reason why they haven't lost at home going all the way back to March 30th. But last night, they took an L, which means Miami now steals back home court advantage, or hell, for the first time in this series with the next 2 games in Miami. But I don't think Denver's going to really go down like that. I wouldn't be surprised to see him steal a game, maybe as soon as this Wednesday. But maybe the Miami Heat found a strategy that will work for them, whether it was late in the fourth quarter in game 1 or some of the success they had yesterday. And it's pretty funny. We're talking about a strategy to how to slow down the Joker, Nikola Jokic. He had 41 points last night. But it was kind of a big talking point, especially on the ESPN panel with Michael Wilbon and Stephen A. Smith and those guys, talking about how the Miami Heat strategy was to force Nikola Jokic to be a scorer instead of a passer. But just using my untrained eye, I watched him make some pretty nice damn passes yesterday. The hook shot alley-oop to Aaron Gordon. The water polo touch passes, misdirection the ball all over the place. But he only had 4 assists in the box score, which everybody pays so much attention to. So apparently this is the strategy that the Miami Heat are going to force the Denver Nuggets to turn to. Well, don't tell it to Eric Spoelstra, who heard this comment and responded to the question in his post-game presser, pretty much shutting down all the talking media and the narratives about Jokic being a scorer instead of a passer.
That's ridiculous. It's just, that's the untrained eye that says something like that. This guy's an incredible player. Twice in 2 seasons, he's been the best player on this planet. You can't just say, oh, make him a scorer. That's not how they play. They have so many different actions that just get you compromised. We have to focus on what we do. We try to do things the hard way, and he requires you to do many things the hard way. He has our full respect, okay?
I love it. The untrained eye. We're talking about a guy that's back-to-back MVPs. You really can't force the Joker to do anything. I mean, look at the way he plays the game. He plays at his own pace. The whole game slows down because of him. This is a guy that is controlling everything as the quarterback on the floor. How many times in game 1 did we see, the double teams came for the Miami Heat? He made them pay, found the mismatch, and always fed the ball to the right guy. Well, credit to Eric Spoelstra, who does have a trained eye, who decided maybe we shouldn't double team the Joker too much because of those easy opportunities that come off of him distributing the ball. Again, I don't know. I just love the response. That's ridiculous. The untrained eye. Eric Spoelstra not pulling any strings, but again, this was the narrative going around the game last night when it ended, and Nikola himself was asked about it. Here he is kind of chuckling about the answer of what didn't work for the Nuggets in the fourth quarter and how in the second half he actually put up more points than the rest of his entire team.
Nikola, you had a playoff low 4 assists tonight. Was that because of something Miami was doing defensively, or were your teammates just missing shots?
So I don't know. I don't think about assist or whatever. To be honest, I don't know the answer. I was just playing, and I don't think when I'm playing about the stats or whatever.
Well, here's something I was thinking about. I just told you before we played that cut. The Joker had 28 points in the second half. The rest of his team had 23. So if they're not making shots, wow, spoiler alert, Jokic is not going to have the high assist numbers. I mean, it's common sense, Dave, but sometimes common sense ain't too common. What is common knowledge, though, is that Jimmy Butler is going to show up in the playoffs and put on those type of performances that the Heat need from him.
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
After only scoring, 13 in game 1? He needed to step up in game 2. He had 21 points, 9 assists last night, and actually got a lot of help from the Miami Heat bench. But here is Jimmy asked, what was the secret sauce? What was the secret recipe for the Miami Heat success last night?
I don't think there's a secret sauce to it. I think we just move the ball, pass the ball to the open guy, and play some simple basketball, a lot like they do as well. and we made shots. That's what this league is. That's what this game is. Make or miss game, make or miss league. We made some shots. They didn't.
There it is. It's a make or miss league, kids, again.
We made some shots. They didn't.
It came down to Jamal Murray not making the shot at the end. Hell, Jimmy Butler missed one too, but got the defensive stop, and they held on for the win. But if you're asking me, I think the secret sauce might be shipped out of the 209 with Gabe Blanken-Vincent, who has been one of the best stories of this NBA postseason. A guy that played up at St. Mary's High School up in Stockton, played then at UC Santa Barbara, was undrafted, and now has become one of the best players in these NBA Finals. Yesterday, he led the team with a game-high 23 points, 8 for 12 from the field, knocked down 4 3-pointers, and truly has been an X factor for this Miami Heat team the entire postseason run. Here was Jimmy Butler breaking down the game of Gabe Vincent, and when he realized that he can be a contributing factor in their starting lineup.
How do you know when a guy can handle that kind of pressure when it's a teammate? Is it something you can see in practice? You have to see it in big games?
I see it every day. We talk about it, so I know how comfortable he is. I know the level of confidence that we have in him, that he has in himself, to go out there and run the offense at any point in time, first through fourth quarter, maybe even overtime. And we live with the decisions and the shots that he makes and takes. And he's our starting PG for a reason.
And yeah, he's been playing phenomenal. And everybody really from this Miami Heat team. You want to talk about strength in numbers. The undrafted guys. In comparison to a Denver Nuggets team that's rolling out here, Aaron Gordon, top 5 draft pick. Bobby Porter Jr., top 15 draft pick. Jamal Murray, what was he, number 7 draft pick by the Nuggets? That's a team full of first-rounders. When you look at Miami, you look at the undrafted players. You look at Gabe Vincent. You look at Max Strus. You look at Duncan Robinson, who had 10 points in the fourth quarter last night. All these guys are contributing to the team. And last night, Bam Adebayo was asked about the message that it sends around the league when you see guys like Gabe Vincent and the surrounding pieces that are all undrafted players contributing in the NBA Finals.
Undrafted players can start in the finals, be productive, and it doesn't mean anything that he's undrafted. He's giving guys who are going through his path or down that road of, you're not this, you're not that, you're not this, and he's carving a space for himself. And I feel like a lot of people gonna know who Gabe Vincent is.
Yeah, and they know who he is now. After again scoring a team high 23 points last night, and hell, people should know who he is going back to when he was playing in the Olympics for Nigeria, when they got the upset win over Team USA. Bam Adebayo did a great job talking about that performance last night, and when they saw the dog in Gabe Vincent. And I wish we had some Gabe Vincent sound to play for you this morning. I actually did see him stop by the NBA postgame show with Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley and Grant Hill last night, and he kind of had this same message that Jimmy Butler's going to tell you right now. The reason why the Miami Heat are in the NBA Finals as a number 8 seed is because they don't give a damn. And I do think that it comes from the top down, whether it is Pat Riley, Eric Spoelstra, or the perfect guy to play in this Miami Heat culture, Jimmy Butler. Here was Jimmy getting buckets last night at the post-game podium, talking about how this team has been so successful and their mindset throughout the entire playoff run.
I just think nobody cares on our team. We're not worried about what anybody thinks. We're so focused in on what we do well and who we are as a group that at the end of the day, that's what we fall back on. Make or miss shots, we're going to be who we are because we're not worried about anybody else. It's how it's been all year long, and that's not going to change. So that's what I think it is. I think it's the I don't give a damn factor.
The I don't give a damn factor. Well, the Miami Heat got it.
I don't give a damn factor.
They lost their playing game to the Atlanta Hawks. They don't give a damn. Came back and beat the Chicago Bulls. Had to go up against the number 1 team, the Milwaukee Bucks. Guess what? They didn't give a damn. Had to beat the Boston Celtics. Almost blew a 3-0 lead. They don't give a damn. Showed up Game 7, and now they showed up in Game 2 up in Denver. Kind of putting the first real damaging shot to the Nuggets, their first home loss in this entire playoff run. Again, you got to go back 3 months to the end of March, the last time they lost at home, And now they'll have to go and steal one on the road in Miami. Game 3, Wednesday night. Going to have to check out the spread and see what that is. But again, I told you on Friday, anytime you get Jimmy Butler in the Miami Heat plus 7, 8, 9 points, I'll lay down a couple of those Bobby Boucher's best bets, and we'll continue to try to cash in throughout the NBA Finals. But on the other side, let's cash in on splash hit number 100. Lamont Wade Jr. made history on Friday night. We'll talk about that and more, wrapping up your Giants weekend on the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
And Wade swings, and he hammers one deep to right field, down the line. Adios, pelota! That one is wet. into San Francisco Bay, and that is the 100th splash hit by a Giants player in the history of this ballpark. Lamont Wade Jr. against his old hometown team, and in the first pitch that he sees against the Orioles, he launches one into San Francisco Bay. Congratulations, Mark the Shark. You got it, baby.
That ball is wet. Lamont Wade Jr. sends one into the Cove for splash hit number 100. And Mark the Shark beats out McCovey Cove Dave, rows his canoe over, and then almost started making love to the ball out in the Cove. I mean, hell, enjoy your moment in the sun, Mark the Shark. And hey, to all the San Francisco Giants fans who made it out to the ballpark on Friday night, they got to witness a little bit of history. Lamont Wade Jr. hitting his 5th splash hit of his career, and the Giants number 100 overall. A number that I feel like we've been paying attention to for quite some while now. Ever since the ballpark opened up back in 2000. It's been 23 years now. And after watching Barry Bonds christen the park with 35 of his own splash hits, I think we all thought, yeah, they're going to get to 100 by maybe 2010, 2015, 2020. We got to wait all the way till 2023. Well, maybe because one of those reasons is that the splash home run counter only counts Giants home runs and not total home runs, which is something I've always thought was kind of weird, kind of confusing. Like Jason Kidd will tell you on the Murphy Mac Morning Show, it was confusion. And that's how I felt watching a guy like Tyler Swansky come into the ballpark last week with the Pittsburgh Pirates launch 2 into the Bay, and the tracker's just sitting there on number 99, which had me thinking this morning, and me and Overnight Dave were talking about it, and we were discussing whether or not there have been more splash hits by opposing teams versus the San Francisco Giants. Because obviously the Giants have the advantage playing 162 games a year at home. Not all at home, 81 of them at home. But that still means there's 81 games from opposing teams. So if we pulled all those numbers together, what do you think is higher? The 100 total from the Giants, who haven't had a guy hit 30 home runs in a season since Barry Bonds was in the lineup, or the opposing teams and guys like Max Muncy launching him into the Bay and telling Madison Bumgarner to go fish it out of the ocean? Well, we could put that speculation to rest. As we got some information this morning, got to give a shout out to the 916 who sent us a screenshot from Wikipedia. Now, Dave, as my high school and college professors always told me, Wikipedia is not the most credible source. And from what he sent in, it says that 45 non-Giants players have hit the Cove 61 times. So that would mean a total of 161. But because I am a good student, Dave, I doubled down and did my own research. And I found this article from Cron 4 that came out this weekend who says there have been 55 home runs hit from opposing teams. Now, who knows what the real number is? Somewhere between 55 and 61 apparently. But the bottom line is, you don't got to be a mathematician to figure it out. 100 is more than both of those numbers. So the Giants still do have the most home runs hit into the Cove at Oracle Park. And like we said, Lamont Wade Jr. did it on Friday night. And then post-game, of course, was the man that everybody wanted to interview. Here was Lamont Wade Jr. talking about the occasion and how he's going to go down in Giants history for putting that ball in the Bay.
Yeah, I mean, they showed a video out there of all the splash hits that happened over the course of Oracle Park. That was really cool to see that, starting off with Barry and then, Crawl and Belt and all those guys he has hitting balls into the water. I think I saw Pablo hit one in there and Dickerson and all those guys. Just to be a part of in that group, it means a lot. And to get the 100th one is definitely special. So.
And it's cool. It's a cool accomplishment. And he's right. He's going to go down in history now. Whenever they show the highlight package of people launching him into the Bay, Lamont Wade Jr. is going to be included in that package. But it's also a package that only consists of left-handed batters from the San Francisco Giants. No right-handed hitter has ever hit a home run into the Cove. And it almost happened in 2021 when Buster Posey went oppo taco against the Dodgers in Game 1 of the LLDS. hit off the water cannon, or I do think that would have been the first home run by a right-handed hitter. But we're still in search of who that man might be. And hell, who knows? With this Giants home run hitting roster this year, they could be adding a few more tallies to that marker, especially if they get a guy like Jock Peterson back in the lineup, who is rumored to potentially be making his return as soon as this Tuesday. And I got to give a shout-out to Jock. He's a South Bay kid. I told you I played against him in high school, him and Devontae Adams at Palo Alto. But this weekend, he got to play back in the South Bay, down in San Jose with the San Jose Giants. Sold-out game Saturday. Had a big giveaway, I think it was. They had to put out an announcement because the people wanted to show up and see Jock Peterson. Hell, I told you guys I went last Thursday night to go watch Reggie Crawford make his home pitching debut. Give you a little bit of update on that. Also, Reggie Crawford was DHing on Sunday. We've talked a lot about Shohei Ohtani and how he's a great two-way player. Not sure if Reggie Crawford is going to be on that level, but it is cool to see a guy going both ways and hitting and pitching. He's doing them both down in San Jose right now. And there's a few other minor league updates that we should give you with guys like Joey Bart making his return to the Sacramento Rivercats lineup. He caught Kyle Harrison on Sunday. Giants are going to have to make a decision soon on how long they keep him down there recovering from that groin injury. And you know, if Joey Bart's going to get back behind home plate with Patrick Bailey playing so well, it does seem like Patrick Bailey has stolen the job, but it's something that we've talked about with Murph and Mack. This is a good problem to have, especially since we've been looking for a catcher to fill in the shoes since Buster Posey was hitting balls off the water cannon in right field. I compared it to the 49er quarterback situation and all the injuries that they've had with Jimmy Garoppolo, Trey Lance, Brock Purdy, Josh Johnson. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. Look at the Giants' backstop. Look at guys like Kirk Casale, Austin Wynns, Roberto Perez got hurt on opening day. Blake Sable has turned into one of your catchers. I think having depth behind home plate is a good problem ahead. So I'm actually looking forward to Joey Bart going back into this Giants lineup, whether it is at a platoon system with Patrick Bailey or coming in as a backup. And it's something I thought was actually really cool, and I want to give a shout-out to the San Francisco Giants, and I believe it was NBC Sports Bay Area, or it might have just been the Giants YouTube page. They put together kind of a whole entire hype video for Patrick Bailey making his debut. One of my favorite parts was watching Patrick Bailey walk into the stadium for the first time, get hugged by Craig Albernaz, their catching coach, and right behind him was Joey Bart, spreading his arm and saying, "Hey, bro, welcome to the bigs. Congratulations. I know we're both first-round draft picks, but we're both here to play." So it is cool seeing those two guys get along. But you know what else was pretty damn cool about that video? The whole entire thing is narrated by Mike Krukow, Dwayne Kuiper, and yours truly, the water boy, Marcus Boucher. So shout out to everybody working for the Giants. Somebody out there is listening to the leadoff spot, clipping up some of that audio and using it in the Patrick Bailey home debut weekend. But Dave, we shouldn't be surprised. The Murph and Mack Show, the leadoff spot, the sports leader, 50,000 watts.
I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
Well, I'm not surprised when I go out to the Giants games this weekend and when I go hit up a couple fairs out in the city. Shout out the Union Street Festival. Shout out to my guy Paulie Mack and the Freestone Peaches. Ran into a kid named Michael who played baseball with Jock Peterson. I'm calling him a kid. He's the same age as me, but he told me he's a big fan of the Allman Brothers and a big fan of the Murph and Mack Show. So the two worlds collided on Saturday as Paulie Mack was rocking it out in the city, gigging out at the Union Street Festival. And again, shout out to everybody, whether it's Jill and Steve, Hector, the people I ran into at the ballpark. Fun weekend in San Francisco. Probably would have been a little bit more fun if they didn't lose 2 out of 3 games and Logan Webb got a little bit more run support outside of the Lamont Wade splash hit on Friday night. But again, the Baltimore Orioles are a good team. Giants have an off day today, and then they'll be back in action tomorrow in Colorado, where maybe we'll see a Kyle Harrison debut this week with Alex Wood going to the IL. Giants have an opening in their rotation. Hey, I'm just saying. I'm throwing out there, maybe Kyle Harrison can get into the rotation. I don't know if the Giants would want him to make his debut up at Coors Field, but something to think about and something that we can definitely talk about this week, not only here on the leadoff spot, but I guess I should announce to everybody who is going to be asking, hey, Waterboy,
Where are you at tomorrow morning? Or maybe they'll cue up Zaza.
Where is he?
Where is he? Tomorrow morning, I will not be doing the leadoff spot.
Cross him off then.
Wednesday morning, I will not be doing the leadoff spot because the next 2 days, yours truly is filling in for John Lund with Greg Papa on the Papa and Lund Show, a show that, to be honest with you, started my radio career about 10 years ago when I was an intern for The Wheelhouse with John Lund and Greg Papa. Tomorrow, I'm filling in for Lund. I'll even be doing some Diamond Notes and Giants pregame on Thursday. Hell, I'll be back on the leadoff spot Thursday going 7 hours wire to wire. But hey, for the next 4 hours, you got Murph and Mac. We'll make the connection. Talk about Paulie and Mac gigging out with the Freestone Peaches on Saturday. Talk a little Giants baseball and talk about the Miami Heat stealing Game 2 in Denver and taking home court advantage away from the Joker and Mike Malone, who was pretty pissed off about the team's effort. On the other side, let's make that connection. Get you ready for the Murph and Mac Morning Show. It's the Waterboy Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM 680 AM, the sports leader.
Roger, you went about yours differently. You kept the Giants here, played a few practice games, but then you stopped that.
Well, we worked out the first 2 days after the earthquake, Joe. Then I didn't see the intensity, the desire. The players were not having any fun hitting off the guys, throwing 95 miles an hour. So I just called a day off and let them come back and just take batting practice, kind of do what they wanted to put the fun back in the game. I think the psychological effect had more to do with it than the physical effect, and I think we're as ready as we can be.
The intensity going to be there tonight?
I think so. I think you can see now, as you look around, the stands are filling up. It's going to be a great night for baseball, and I think once they throw out the first pitch, it's going to be just like it was. I don't think you'll even know what happened.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to the leadoff spot on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Nicely done overnight, Dave. Wrapping up the leadoff spot this morning with some sound of the original hum baby, Roger Craig. And of course, we got this news this weekend that he has passed away at the age of 93. That sound you heard on the rejoin was Roger Craig talking about the Giants and A's rescheduling a game in the World Series after the big earthquake. I got to say, hand up, I wasn't even alive in 1989, but I've heard about the legend, Roger Craig, and that's why I'm excited to talk to Mike Krukow this morning about him, Will Clark coming on the show, and of course, talk to my boys, Paulie Mack and Brian Murphy on a Monday morning. Murph, the new coach of the Hum Babies, not quite Roger Craig.
Roger Craig, a little better Hum Baby. Yeah, man. First of all, good morning, brother. And yeah, dude, it'll be a pleasure to go down those memory lanes. First of all, 93. Beautiful, long, impactful life, man. 4 kids, 7 grandkids, 14 great-grandkids, and legacies of love from all the Giants, from Jeffrey Leonard to Will Clark on down. But, dude, it's hard to describe how he revitalized or changed a generation of baseball at Kansas. That I almost want to say kind of lasts until today because – there was sort of a downtime. Well, actually, no, because Craig to Dusty to Bochy, I mean, and you're seeing the generation of fans that are out there now are like Paulie's age, my age, our guy Mikey Verdue and all that. We're the children of the Hum Baby. Yeah. So we're all in our late 40s, early 50s, whatever. And it's like we grew up on the Will Clark, Robbie Thompson, Roger Craig Hum Babies. And so it's a day to tip the cap.
Yeah, definitely. And that's
salute.
And to be honest with you, like as a fan on the outside looking in, one of my favorite things is going out to the ballpark and seeing those old Giants jerseys with the black and orange around the sleeves. Everybody's got 22 on their back, Will Clark, but those are the days you're talking about.
So you're thinking, Waterboy, I know you got to get out here, get Dave out here, but so from 71 to 87, they didn't do jack. All right? 71 to 87, they didn't do jack. Now, Paulie and I will dispute you. 78, even though they finished third, was a great year. 82, they finished made it to the final weekend. But Waterboy, that's a 16-year gap with no postseason. So that's a big deal for an entire generation. And he defined kind of Candlestick Park. So all that plus what? Plus you at Sunken Diamond, you on Union Street.
Dude,
Paulie Mack singing.
I think I've gone to 4 or 5 baseball games in the last like 5 or 6 days, Murph, and I might go to another one tonight. Stanford, Texas A&M regional final tonight.
In my next life, I'm coming back as the Waterboy.
That's it, man.
That's my deal.
It's a pretty damn good life. I got to go out and watch my guy Paulie Mack gig at the Union Street Festival on Saturday. Great show. I'm sure we'll talk about it today on the Murph and Mack Show, and we will pay more tribute to Roger Craig with your hums and bums coming up later this morning on the Murph and Mag Show. But I should tell you that you are listening to KNBR, AM and FM in San Francisco, a Cumulus Media Station, the sports leader, and the Murph and Mag Show on a Monday morning starts right now.
Tremendous seeing you, bro. Tremendous seeing you. Dude, Murph. Tons of listeners. Tons of listeners. Tons. All right. Happy Monday morning, everybody. And man, oh man, what a weekend it was, whether it was the Giants stumbling and bumbling or the Miami Heat culture soaring right in your face or Paulie Mack rocking Union Street in front of Waterboy. I need to hear all about that, by the way.
What a weekend, dude. Murph, good morning. Shout out to the Miami Heat.
Before we get any further, Paulie Mack, the kind of guy who will lend you a power cord when you're down to 9%. That's
but
the
not
kind of
for
guy
long.
he is right now.
But not for long, because I'm in the same. Because So you know what I did is I had my computer sitting on my dresser, so I kind of drained the battery over the weekend. So I'm revving it. I'll tell you right now. Hold on, stand by.
And by the way, is this a metaphor for what we're revving on our own personal batteries?
I'm revving at 46. But this thing goes fast. So you charge, then I'll charge.
I dream about 46%.
Dream. Okay, so you get up to 46. We're doing our own version of puff, puff, give, but it's like charge, give.
Dude, you have a magic chord because I've gone from 9 to 13 in just this segment alone.
Wow.
So there you go,
I got that kind of pump up ability.
You got that kind of juice, baby. So, hey, man, fun weekend. It really felt like summer, although, boy, the fog came in Southern Marin last night. Woo, baby, pouring in last night. But so much stuff to catch up on. I want to start personal. Because Waterboy posted on Instagram you rocking out with your sock out, and then Liz sent me a text.
With the sock.
Liz sent me a text.
Oh, good. Okay.
And she said, "Look at Paulie's doing pretty good," and it sounded great. So,
well, we just had a great time. Shout out to the Freestone Peaches. Shout out to the Union Street Fair. Murph, it was like old school San Francisco. Just music in the streets. Great turnout. I want to thank all the listeners. So many great listeners coming over.
Listeners?
Oh, dude, you guys, all of you guys who came over and said hello, thanks so much for coming out. We had a really good time. And then by the end of we did 2 sets, a little quick break in the middle. And then by the end,
we got a calzone during the break?
No calzones. But we had, I can't slow myself down when I'm doing leaping splits. But the Freestone Peaches were great. We had a great time. And especially thanks to all the listeners. You guys were awesome. Thanks for coming out. Marcus, I walk out there. You know, my nerves are going a little bit because these guys are really good. Yeah. This is a good band. So I don't want to make them look bad. I'm just trying to, deliver the tune. And I walk out there, and there's Marcus right there. And it kind of, calmed my blood pressure down. He came back to our little tent area. Felt all important back in the VIP. Marcus
came
over.
the VIP?
Yeah. Marcus just came prancing
the
right
green
over.
room, as it were.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. So anyway, we had a
Was
blast.
there beer in the green room? Is the question.
There was tons of beer, actually, among other things.
Okay.
Yeah, well, listen, it's rock and roll.
Well, the clips I saw, it sounded like you were. I got a little growling blues, which I don't usually get from a Paul. I enjoyed it.
Well, if you're going to do
something about a little woman, she's going to be mine. Something like that.
Probably Statesboro Blues you're talking about. Yeah, probably Statesboro.
That's the closest I can get there.
Yeah.
Well, that's awesome. Great job, and that's a very San Francisco thing.
Tremendous.
You're better than the ball club down there.
Well, it was, it was touch and go with the Giants. A little touch and go.
Are we back to, just this same old?
It's tough. You feel good about a nice stretch, and then suddenly they come right back to,
Are they what they are? Is this a 500 thing now?
Could be.
Is this 500 all over again? Gabe's career's been 500.
Yeah.
Farhan's been 500. They're back to 500. Come on, Giants. You had a week-long homestand. I understand the Pirates and Orioles are good teams. I get it. But so what? You're supposed to be a good team, too. And you're at home. They're on the road. So if you missed it, Giants lost yesterday 8-3 to the Orioles after getting the one game Saturday night 4-0 behind your boy Alex Cobb, and they lost Friday night 3-2, even though Logan Webb pitched. So a little disappointing. We'll roll up our sleeves on that. But, dude, I know for you, man, there's no better weekend climax than
oh my God,
Freestone Peaches rocking Union Street with Paulie Mack on the mic, and then Eric Spoelstra and Pat Riley rocking Denver.
I got to tell you, dude, I was watching the pregame with Stephen A. and all his dudes up there. Bro, they're all just essentially making out with the Denver Nuggets, saying, oh, they're going to win much easier. This is going to be an easier game than game 2. The Nuggets are going to roll right. Not so fast. Not so blanket fast. I don't know if everybody got the memo in the NBA. Pat Riley, Spoelstra, those guys, they don't care. They don't care what your view is. They don't care how this thing is supposed to go. They have their own agenda. It's not pretty. But next thing you know, it's late in the fourth quarter, and the Heat have a lead. It's like, how did this even happen? Because Joker was completely unstoppable. But the fact that the Heat went in there, bro, and they did what they had to do. They got a game.
So here's the stat, and this is the big deal. Joker unstoppable, 41. 5 turnovers.
Unstoppable.
But no,
wow,
5 turnovers and 4 assists.
This is what the Heat do, man.
The raging controversy after the game is, did turning Jokic into a scorer, not a passer, allow the Heat to win that game? And then how about Spoelstra lashing out at that suggestion from Ramona Shelburne?
That's the untrained eye talking.
To me, when he says that, that's him. I think he's making a smokescreen. I think he's trying to get them off the scent, because it is indeed what worked to get. Here's a couple stats for you. One, when Jokic scores 40 or more, the Nuggets are 0-3. When Jokic scores 40 or more, the Nuggets are 0-3. And when Jokic has 6 or fewer assists, the Nuggets are 3-7. So there's something to it, man. And Spoelstra, of course, he's going to get you off the scent. That's the untrained eye speaking.
Yeah, totally.
The best.
The best.
Because he's like, he doesn't want you to be on the hunt that they're going to, or on the trail that they're turning Jokic into.
One of my favorite
yeah.
little Spoelstra mannerisms I'm picking up watching these guys in the postseason enough times is that watch Spoelstra when the Heat call a timeout. You'll see like the ref point to the bench, and then you look over, dude, Spoelstra's walking around on the court. He just comes walking right out. Have you noticed that yet? He doesn't stay on the sideline. When they call timeout, he just starts walking right out into the middle of the game.
Well,
I love
they usually do there. If you watch NBA timeouts, it has been one of the more curious things of the last 10, 15, 20 years in the NBA.
The coaches talking to the players have like their own thing going on. Yeah.
And the coaches talk for almost 80% of the timeout, and then at the final 20 seconds, they break and they go in and give like a quick diagram, and it's out. I was thinking, man, this is a very strange usage of time, you know? Like, sort of like, shouldn't you guys all be communicating right now? I get that you want to draw something up, but still, everything about Miami. Now, part of it was they were unconscious in the fourth quarter. They shot 68%. They made every shot.
That's the whole thing.
I saw some stat that said it was like the most efficient fourth quarter in like the almost like playoff history or something like that. Here, let me find this one for you, buddy. I saved it for. I'm not diminishing what the Heat did, but I am saying it did require an extraordinary
they hit their
shooting
shots.
instance. Yeah, it says it's a guy named John Schumann who does advanced stats for NBA.com. He said, I had the Heat with 36 points on 19 possessions. So in terms of like efficiency rating, it was a 189, which is like astronomical. He says that would be the 10th most efficient quarter overall in any game this season. The most efficient fourth quarter for any team in any game this season.
Very nice.
So there you go.
Yeah. Shout out Duncan Robinson. I mean, guys like dude's just making contributions, coming in and getting hot and making a couple of shots. I mean, they were shooting great from three last night, man. It was all they needed.
And flexing too. So and snorting and flexing.
Love it. Love it.
All right. Well, we lost the hum baby. We mentioned that with listen, I mean 93. First of all, was not a life tragically cut short. Let's salute a long, beautiful, impactful life, right? But definitely the end of an era. And a guy that I think as recently as within the last couple of years was coming to reunion events in San Francisco.
Yeah.
I'm going to say he was at one within maybe pre-COVID, maybe 2019, something like that. But we'll obviously dive in because probably, I mean, we heard from Mikey
changed
B
the whole culture. He changed the entire culture, man.
Changed everything. And it was Al Rosen. And it was Will Clark, and it was Robbie Thompson, but
Split Finger
changed the whole culture.
Shout out to Split Finger, man.
Came at the end of 85. And that was a team that for 16 years did jack. And he all of a sudden made the Giants winners and turned Candlestick into a vibrant, hopping place, man. And really, honestly, but Dusty took over there with Bonds, and then they had their run, and then a little bit of a lull with Bochy, 06, 07, 08.
And we know the rest.
Yeah, and then really the only other lull since then has been 2017, 18, 19. And, well.
What about,
currently?
Is this, I don't know.
Is this a lull?
I mean.
By the way, Schmidt and Bailey cooling off, huh? Schmidt and Bailey cooling
they're
off.
young, yeah.
To be expected, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's a good thing they made those big first impressions, too. So, anyway, it was a great weekend. We're into June now.
Let's go.
We're into June. So
let's go.
Is this the damn June swoon? Is that what this is? And by the way, Paulie, I'm up to 26 now.
Oh, good. Okay, keep firing up because I'm going down. You're going up, I'm going down.
If I get up to 40, I'll hand it over.
I tell you what, this is how the Murph and Mac show works. One elevates, one deflates. I would be the deflator right now. I'm down to 44.
Paulie with a little charge pass.
Yeah, charge pass.
There you go.
Charge it up quick.
All right. We'll say good morning to Waterboy on the other side, get a guest list, remembering the hum baby, figuring out the Giants, and admiring the Heat on a Monday morning on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
That's the untrained eye that says something like that.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Late night Lamont made some history on Friday night as he launched a ball into McCovey Cove for the Giants' 100th splash hit. To read all the highlights and reaction from Lamont Wade's big hit, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
And Wade swings and he hammers one. Deep to right field, down the line. Adios, pelota! That one is wet into San Francisco Bay, and that is the 100th splash hit by a Giants player in the history of this ballpark. Lamont Wade Jr. against his old hometown team, and the first pitch that he sees against the Orioles, he launches one into San Francisco Bay. Congratulations, Mark the Shark. You got it, baby.
Well, that was maybe one of the highlights of the weekend, right? Lamont Wade Jr. who's having quite a year. Heard Marty Lurie stumping for him to make the All-Star team over the weekend, which I thought was a little brash, but hey.
A little brash. Good word, brash.
Top 5 on base percentage, something like that. But that was him hitting it. And I got to tell you, Paulie, for just the focus group of an 11-year-old and a 15-year-old, they were very excited. in the Murphy household to see number 11. There's number 100. There's number 100. There's number 100.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, all right. They enjoy it, and that's good for them, too. I mean, it was cool and all, but Waterboy brought up a really good point going in. How do we figure out how many the opponents have hit?
I've always wondered that, actually. I've always wondered that. Like, what is the actual total?
I just tried to do a little bit of a search here, but I can't really find it here.
You know, they could have like a home and an away, like a reading for each. You know what I mean? And then you just know, I'll stand by.
I did the research this morning, boys.
Okay. Good man.
And good morning, by the way.
Good morning,
What's
Waterboy.
up, boys?
Yes.
So I looked it up because I was talking about it in segment 1. Shout out to our listener up in the 916 who sent me a screenshot from Wikipedia that said there's been 61 hit by opposing teams. But Murph, as I told you before, Wikipedia is not always the most trustworthy source. I looked at an article from Cron 4 this weekend. They put out there that 55 home runs have been hit by opposing teams.
Right as soon as you say that, I have the official MLB.com. 55.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do we figure that the Giants have hit 100 and the opponents have hit 55? Is it Barry Bonds?
Barry Bonds has 35 of them, Murph.
So there you go. If you take away 35, it's 65,
You got a
55.
closer race,
Oh, that's good. You know who was second on that list? Brandon Belt with 10 of them.
Nice.
Way to go. He homered yesterday for Toronto. And he's actually hitting well. I think after a really slow start, he's hitting better.
Is he at the one bag or is he DHing?
I think he's mostly DHing.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, 65. So, without non-Bonds, 65-55. With Bonds, 100 to 55. Once again, had to have the steroid chat with the kids again. They're like, but he was on steroids. I'm like, I know. He was still the best hitter ever. I'm like, but he was on steroids. I know. He was still the best hitter ever. There were other guys on steroids, weren't even in this guy's galaxy, all right? So, the last splash hit by an opponent, and there's an MLB.com list. It was your guy, Jack Sawinski of Pittsburgh. Bryson Stott of Philly hit one last year. Jock Peterson hit one as a Cub in 2021. But if you want to go all the way back to the very first one.
Hold on, let me guess. I want to guess. Is it hit by an opposing player?
Yeah. You're not going to get it.
Todd Hundley?
What?
Yeah, I remember.
Whoa!
I remember.
Whoa! Can I get thunderous applause
I
for
remember
this
that
guy?
one. Yeah. Don't mess with me and Todd Hundley. I got Hundley.
What the hell? How'd that happen?
Yeah. I just remember it. I just remember Todd Hundley. Yeah. Well, he was a Met. Like, I remember.
Polymath photographic mind.
Right before I moved back to San Francisco, if I'm not mistaken, the timeline here, Todd Hundley was a catcher for the Mets, and he was hitting bombs all over the place. Like, he was a home run hitting catcher. And then I just remember that. I just remember Hundley coming in and being the first guy.
He did it as a Dodger.
Yes,
off of Rob Nen.
Right.
In 2000. Yeah. And the only other one hitting the very first year was Luis Gonzalez off of Sean
That's
Estes.
my boy Todd Hundley.
Yeah.
I got that one.
And then I had little Rory asking, well, how come a right-hander hasn't done it? I'm like, well, it's a long way. Can they do it? Probably not. Who could do it? I said, maybe Aaron Judge. Yeah?
Whoa. Remember 2021, Buster Posey, NLDS, game 1 against the Dodgers, hit one off the water cannon.
Yeah.
If those cannons weren't there, that ball is wet.
Okay. Questionable. I mean, it might have landed on the cove, but
maybe.
Hey, let's pretend and say it would have gone on the water.
I'm going to go with that,
Because it is Buster.
Yes.
Let's go with that, too. So, anyway, and obviously, too, a big moment in Giants history with the passing of Roger Craig. So, to explain to the Waterboy generation, the Triple E generation, what it was like to be a Giants fan in the 70s and 80s and what Roger Craig meant. Okay, so you're me. You're born in 67. Or you're anybody else born in 62, 63, 64, 65, whatever. So you grow up, you turn 8, 9, 10 years old. Let's say you turn 8, 9, 10 in 1971, 72, 73, or 74, 75, 76. The Giants are nothing. And they are, I mean, they're irrelevant, Waterboy. They really... They had faded. The Mays, McCovey, Marichal, Cepeda, Perry run was over. And it ended when Willie Mays goes to the Mets in 1972, and Willie McCovey goes to the Padres in 1973, and Juan Marichal goes to, I believe, the Red Sox, I want to say.
Ooh.
And then he wound up with the Dodgers for a minute there at the end. We don't talk about that. But anyway, so the owner is this guy named Horace Stoneham who came from New York, and he's not a good businessman. He's not good. He's running the place into the ground. He can't afford the salaries of these guys anymore, and so he just trades them off, and now he's running a cut rate ball club.
See,
and they're just trying to kind of every now and then a prospect comes up, a John Montefiusco,
hey, to count. That's a rookie of the year you're talking about.
A Gary Matthews,
yeah nice.
A Gary Maddox.
Gary Matthews will go deep if you need him to. He'll hit some bombs for you.
A Dave Kingman.
Yeah, Kong. Yeah, great. Well, maybe the best sports nickname of all time. That's my boy over here. Just call him Kong.
A Jack Clark.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
A Chili Davis.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys were just kind of one-offs, and they were sort of good players on lousy teams. They just could not build I'm going to say the scouting fell off. I mean, really, Horace Stoneham was kind of just running the ship into the ground, and so the Giants were kind of nothing. Bob Lurie winds up saving them in 1976. They're going to get sold to, ready for this? Toronto.
Yeah.
Giants are on their way to Toronto.
Yeah.
All right. At one point, they was briefly going to go to Denver, too. How about that? The Denver
Either way,
Gigantes.
yeah.
Well, Bob Lurie, a local businessman, buys them, and now his whole mission was to try to build a new park. And he tries, and he tries, and he tries, and it's not working. And the team continues to stink. And then Mike Krukow and Dwayne Kuiper come in 82, 83, and the team still stinks. And in 84, they're really bad. And then in 85, they try to hire Jim Davenport, a homegrown kid, 1958 Giant, rest in peace, Davy, much beloved, one of the most beloved Giants of all time. But his team is crap. His team is absolute crap. And Waterboy, for the first time in the history of the Giants franchise, and the only time in the history, they lose a hundy. They lose a hundy.
Murphy using the word crap.
That's a lot of crap.
Yeah.
So here comes the key moment. Bob Lurie hires Al Rosen as his general manager.
Yeah.
You got to bone up on your Al Rosen, kids. This guy was a stud, former American League MVP in Cleveland in the 1950s. One of the great athletes. Now, I want to say gets hit by a pitch that derails his career. Now, I probably should have boned up on that before I said it. But the guy was a young, muscular, athletic, strong stud. Also went to the Navy, too. 4 years the Navy derailed him, too. Maybe he didn't get hit by a pitch. But anyway, guy was phenomenal. MVP, blah, blah, blah. Winner. Total frickin' winner. Bob Lurie hires him to be the GM of the Giants. His first move is to call Roger Craig. Brings him in September of 85 at the end of the season when the Giants are going to lose a hundy and says, hey, man, what are we going to do? And Roger Craig says, what we're going to do is, we're ready for this, Waterboy, Paulie Mac? Don't get your dauber down. Don't get your dauber down. You down with a dauber, Waterboy?
I'll show you my dauber during the break, yeah. I got my dauber.
Tommy Lee's talking daubers, too. No,
we're going to have a dauber off.
It's an old-fashioned phrase, meaning no frown, turn that frown upside down. It's an old-fashioned phrase.
By the way, if you don't
sunshine and rainbows, baby.
If you don't give me my power cord back pretty soon, my dauber's going to stay down.
My dauber's 53.
Okay. Let me come see me when you're revving about 70. No, take a little more. Get up to around 70.
Is enough.
And keep going. Take a little more.
I think 53 is enough.
No, because I got some life. I want you to pump yourself up even more.
Okay.
Keep going.
I'll keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
So anyway, he comes in and says, don't get your dauber down. And he says, after all, because you're a hum baby. Hum baby, Waterboy. The two greatest words in baseball. Hum baby. So what does a hum baby mean?
Break it all down.
To you, Paulie Mac, what does a hum baby mean?
Well, it's like
Socratic dialogue here.
Totally. I love this deep philosophical breakdowns of hum baby. Well, it's a philosophy. It's an attitude.
Anything you want.
Yeah, it's an attitude. It's like it's an overall. Yeah, I feel it's like an attitude. It's the way the game is played. It's hustle baseball. It's buying in. It's funny because just the other day, I want to say, was this Friday? You were talking about the Hackman story with Roger Craig. Was that on the air or was that during a break?
Because Murph was on the air.
So that to me, that's like the Hackman buying into the hum baby philosophy. But you should. I don't remember if we did this on the air, and it's wild that you were talking about this. I want to say on Friday about that big moment between Craig and Hackman, and then Hackman bought in.
Waterboy, was that on the air or off the air Friday?
I think it was during a break. But it's really weird that was that on the air?
Anyway, the hum baby arrives, and he says, we're going to play hum baby baseball. I actually have a clip, and I'll find it. I'm trying to find it for Triple E for the cooler of content and everything, where there's a point where the 86 Giants all define what they say a hum baby means.
Nice. Oh, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, and Bob Brenly goes, well, it could be a pretty girl or a really nice car. And Mike Krukow says, it could just mean, he goes, to me, it's basically the same as have a bitch in summer. That's what he says. Kelly Downs says, well, there's two people on your shoulder at all times. There's the bad guy on your shoulder, and there's the good guy on your shoulder. And the good guy on your shoulder, that's the hum baby. That's what he said. So, and Roger Craig said it all the time. I'm going to find it for you here. Yeah. I got it for you guys. Anyway.
By the way, 209 saying we did say that on the air.
Okay.
That you did tell the Leonard story. Okay.
So Jeffrey Leonard was a bad man. He didn't mess around.
Yeah.
And he wore his hat backwards to batting practice. And Roger Craig called him in and said, hey, man, I need you to wear your hat forward. He's like, well, that's not how I do it. And he said, well, I'd like you to do it. And Leonard apparently just kind of walked out, and there was tension in the air, and everybody was kind of wondering what's going to happen, who's going to break first. It's batting practice time. And Leonard came out to batting practice with his hat backwards. Everybody's like, oh, man, he's already taken out the manager right now. And he looked at hum baby, turned his hat forward, and got in the cage.
See what I mean?
Everybody said, what? And Leonard said later in the 50-year book, he said, The man was trying to build something, and I was going to give him a chance. And guess what? Next thing you know, Hackman's the MVP of the 1987 NLCS.
There you go, man.
In a losing effort.
Well, it starts with buying in, too. It starts with buying into what he was trying to sell.
It is he immediately, and then, of course, players. It's not the Jimmys and X's and O's, it's the Jimmys and Joes, right? Here comes Will Clark. Here comes Robbie Thompson. And that changes everything. You got to like these kids. And then Al Rosen starts making trades like you read about, including in 1987 at the 4th of July, trades for Dave Dravecki and Kevin Mitchell. Let me say that again. Trades for Dave Dravecki and Kevin Mitchell. All right, dude. Mitchell winds up being 1989 National League MVP. And between Al Rosen's moves in 89, he trades for Bedrosian, the best closer in the game. Between Al Rosen's moves and Candlestick Waterboy becomes alive. It goes from dead to alive. All the shirtless guys we're talking about on sunny days, losing their minds, going crazy. The Giants make up the song Hum Baby. It's going to be good.
We've talked about this before, man. When Candlestick was happening, when Candlestick had a big crowd, 40,000 plus, maybe 50, when people would be out in the upper level of the center field seats just sprinkled, that place could make some noise. There was a volume that would come out of Candlestick that's unlike the volume you hear now at this yard.
They seated 56,
and it was enclosed. I mean, like, I get it acoustically and all that, but there was a certain roar that the stick could produce that comes to mind when you start talking about, like, that revival of Giants baseball and when that place started rocking again. Pretty special.
I'm going to go ahead and say change the franchise to this day is still sort of drafting off that attitude. You know, did they lose the 89 series of the A's? Sure. Didn't matter. They were in it.
You know, the other thing, too, is a split finger. So it's funny.
Well,
I talk about the 30 for 30 with the 86 Mets a lot. And you got to remember, they played the Astros in a great NLCS that year. And if you remember that pitcher, Mike Scott, he won the Cy Young in 86. Yeah. Mets could not touch him. The 2 wins that Houston got in that series were Mike Scott games. And he, like, one-hit him, shut him out, stuff like that. And in the 30 for 30, they talk to Mike Scott. They're like, well, what happened between 85 and 86? And he goes in the piece, I met Roger Craig in the offseason, taught me how to throw a split finger.
You asked Waterboy about your experience as a college pitcher, split finger fastball.
I started dabble. I was actually more of a split changeup kind of guy.
But for you, is the split finger, I mean, still you don't hear it much anymore.
No.
Now, it's supposedly, talk to Mike about this, but supposedly it had great strain on the elbow. But
get some fools out, though.
Mike Scott, Jack Morris.
Yeah.
So another thing, Roger Craig, prior to becoming the Hum Baby here, was a decorated 12-year Major League Baseball pitcher. How about the fact that he started a game for the Brooklyn Dodgers in the 1955 World Series?
That's cool as hell, man. Yeah.
1955 World Series with Jackie Robinson and the Brooklyn Dodgers winning their first ever World Series. Then he goes to L.A., unfortunately wins the 59 World Series with them. Winds up being with the 64 Cardinals, too. Goes with the expansion Mets in 62, 63, and then begins a rich coaching career that involved becoming the pitching coach of the 84 Detroit Tigers, who were an iconic team. Shout out Overnight Dave and that whole crew. And he taught Jack Morris the split finger. Jack Morris is in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
And then he takes over actually for the Padres, and Tim Flannery responded on Twitter, actually. He actually took over as the Padre manager and turned them into a winner for a year, and then things got a little sideways down there after another year. But anyway, the point is he had a long, decorated baseball career that climax. He's the third winningest manager in San Francisco Giants history.
That was so great seeing that stat. That's a great spot for him to be.
Bochy 1.
Yeah.
And then it goes Dusty 2.
Yeah.
And then the Hum Baby.
It's a hell of a list right there.
Yeah. And he lived we've had him on. We had him on the show years ago. And say, man, listen, I've told you guys this a million times. I'm the Giants in Little League, and I call the kids exclusively the Hum Babies. We had our year-end party yesterday. We made shirts for them that said, orange shirts, and in black cursive said, Hum Baby on me, Hum Baby on 3. And on the back it says, Hum Baby. And so literally, I got a crew of 11 and 12-year-old kids who are walking around wearing Hum Baby shirts. So that's Roger Craig. So God bless him. Rest easy, Hum Baby.
Yeah, man.
Anyway, we'll have a lot of tributes today, Waterboy, right? So on the guest list.
Oh, look at the Hornets. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, man. 93 years old. Long, beautiful life. What do we got, Waterboy?
All right. Well, you know how we start every Monday morning. It's Hums and Bums.
Well, there it is right there.
In tribute to Roger Craig, of course.
Boom, right there. You want the influence? We start you right out of the gate with the Roger Craig influence. Hums and Bums.
the damn thing was named after.
That ain't no coincidence. Yeah.
There it is.
Yep.
This ain't no more.
Right there.
That's
More
it.
fingerprints, there it is.
Yep, that's your total weekend recall. Your hums and bums kicking off the show at 6:50 today. Then we'll talk plenty of Roger Craig and Giants baseball. 7:35. Your Monday Power Hour is, of course, Mike Krukow.
Well,
a lot of Kruk today, man.
I mean, I already saw a quote from Kruk in the Chronicle saying he was the greatest manager and man he's ever been around in baseball.
Changed the culture.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's cool. We'll talk to Mike, and then we'll go back-to-back, doubling down. Our big hit today is Will Clark, number 22, talking Roger Craig.
Well, this is awesome. He is the big hit.
Yeah.
He's always the big hit.
He got a few of those things, Murph. He had a few big hits. So we'll talk to Will Clark, long overdue check-in with our guy, Dub C, this morning at 8 a.m. Then we'll do a little cooler of content, and then check in with Brent Jones, 9:15 this morning. Little off-season hit with Brent Jones.
Hey, today, this is the week they start.
Never a bad day to talk to Brent.
And they're doing their thing. I was speaking to a guy yesterday at a baseball practice, a dad who was saying, he was telling me he was advocating for Trey Lance. There's a Trey Lance army out there.
Well, that's interesting. Is there a Sam Darnold army yet?
Yes.
That's my question. He's got some foot soldiers? Okay.
When I my very kind of not very successful opening line about the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame saying, I'm glad we could all gather here to decide once and for all who should be the Niners starting quarterback. And I said, I want the Brock Purdy people over here. I want the Sam Darnold people over here.
I want the shiny people over here.
I carved out a little spot in the room.
Shout out Dennis Leary. Yeah.
All right, the hums and bums are coming up in honor of the man himself on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's phenomenal, and I think it's wonderful. Awesome. Everybody is trying to win for the Giants this year, and they're doing it. They're winning. That's baby.
Woo, man. I need your musicianship review there, Paulie Mack.
80s in all its
I need to know
glory.
what you're hearing there.
First thing that jumped out
As a
at me-
man who was just on stage Saturday, and by the way, 415 saying Paulie rocked on Saturday.
We had a
too.
blast. We had such a good time, man. It was such a great crowd and such a great vibe. And thank you for that note right there, and for everybody else that came over and said hello, because we had some M&M heads out there.
Were the Freestone Peaches making music like that? Is my question.
Not quite.
All
No,
right.
it wasn't quite that kind
What
of
are you
polished.
hearing in there? Like some
well, you know what I'm
synth or
hearing?
some,
Big time synth, and I'm hearing the telltale of the 80s, like the signature 80s sound is that electronic drum. Boof, boof, like it's so unnatural sounding, the fake drum sound. Do you remember the electronic drum? That was a big, big sound of the 80s, so that's what jumped out at me.
Yeah, we don't need a natural drum. We need a synthesized,
Give me something synthesized.
electronic drum.
Forget about those real drums. Give me something electronic.
Yeah. 415 says, hey, in honor of the Ted Lasso finale, if you want to know what a hum baby is, it's Ted Lasso's AFC Richmond. That's basically a hum baby, right? You know what I mean? Where you're going. It's funny because I tried to define hum baby to the kids, and I told you I found that video, which I'm having trouble finding right now, by the way. Darn search engines, where a bunch of giants just define it, and Bob Brenly says it's a pretty girl or a really nice car, or Mike Kruko says it's a bitch in summer, and Kelly Down says it's the good guy on your shoulder and all that stuff. But I tell the kids it's a positive, optimistic, upbeat teammate who never gives in and is always wanting to get dirty.
Could I say the Freestone Peaches had some hum baby in them?
Yeah.
On Saturday? I think they might have had that hum baby kind of sheen to them.
Waterboy,
Yeah.
I mean, don't you, just from what you know, you endorse the hum baby lifestyle.
Oh, dude, 100%. Like, it was a
Marcus
common,
was a hum baby.
It was a common phrase when I was just growing up playing baseball. Hum baby, get it here. Here we go, kid. Hum baby.
Well, I mean, that's where Roger Craig says it came from when he was a kid. Like, he was growing up, they would just say, come on, hum baby. He'd be in the infield saying hum baby, and that's it. And then it just becomes a way of life.
Yeah.
The hum baby.
It's a way of life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it didn't really work for this year's Majors Giants, who finished 8-8. So not really a.
You know, I mean,
we're
shout
more-
out
we're
to
more like
the
the
Jim
91
Harbaugh of 2014 49ers, another 8-8 squad. Yeah.
Very good,
Yeah.
man.
That's when the wheels came off, by the way. The guys were like, yeah, I think we're done with Harbaugh.
Murph, you know what I'd tell your hum babies this year?
Yeah.
This is what I'd tell them.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
So that would have been 83 or 84, one of those
Hang
two.
in there, boy. That's how about
Roger-
that message?
That campaign is
Hang in
why
there.
we needed
Yeah.
Roger Craig. All
Yeah,
right?
that's
Why
like
we needed
somebody
him.
spent money on that, like developing that campaign, which was hang in there.
Hey, I want to proudly tell you that we are sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments,
man.
and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And, of course, more Giants talk with Papa and Lund today. Susan Slusser at 11:30. She's Tripoli writes these little slogans for me here on the sponsor sheet. He says, to discuss the Giants falling back down to earth. Now, that's kind of a dramatic statement for just a little 2-4 homestand, but did they fall back to earth? The man who fell to earth?
You
Paulie?
got me before I did. You got to shout out David Bowie,
I
falling
know.
to earth. A little bit, though, they fell to earth. Yes, I would say they did. Especially, I thought yesterday was especially kind of disappointing.
Yeah.
You thought you maybe kind of try to salvage one on a Sunday afternoon. You got DeSclafani and not quite happening right
two
now.
straight days,
Yeah.
two straight,
A little shaky starts.
2 straight homestands or 2 straight series where they lost the rubber game to Pittsburgh and to Baltimore. Now the Orioles team's nice club. Nice club that
It
rolled
is a
in
nice
here.
club. Yeah.
But, I'm having trouble getting a charge here now, Paulie.
What are you
Sorry
talking
this-
about?
with
Where
this,
are you numbers wise?
47.
That's it?
Yeah.
No, you got to boost those numbers up. You got to pump that ass up.
What are you at? Over
I
there,
am
buddy?
at right now. I'm at 37.
I got to get you here.
No. Keep going. I don't like you at 47. I need more than that.
Well, for some reason, it's not taken right now. I don't know
What is going on with this guy?
What's going on?
Oh, don't tell me my cord's not working. If that cord's not working, I got big problems.
Your cord's working.
Oh, hold on. Let me come. Are you sure you're done?
Your cord's working. Here, take it. I want you to take it.
All right.
I want you to take it. Please.
Take the pen. Shout out Jack Klompus.
There you go, buddy. Thank you very much. 510 says, I thought hum baby. Well, yeah, that's salt. Come on. Don't be silly there. Mavo checks in, says, a rough few weeks for Giants fans with Vita Blue and the hum baby going down. Yeah, so Vita Blue would have preceded the hum baby, too. So the 86 Giants finished 83-79, I believe, but it was enough to just charge up the fan base. And that all led to 1987 when the Giants won the West with Don Robinson down in San Diego and then lose to the Cardinals in 7, which set up the 89 series, which set up the Mitch Williams single, the Will Clark single off of Mitch Williams, which got him to the National League. But now A's fans will be quick to remind you they came in and swept. But that was, of course, the Earthquake series. And that A's team was something ridiculous. It was redonkulous, dude. What do you want? What do we go? We're going to go leading off Ricky Henderson, closing is Dennis Eckersley. Uh-oh. Oh, by the way, who's hitting 3-4? McGuire and Canseco? Uh-oh. Is Tony Phillips out there somewhere? Uh-oh. So, yeah, it was a pretty ridiculous team. So, I sometimes you just got to tip your cap, you know? So,
You do.
All right. What we'll do is we'll dive into the hum babies and the bum babies on the other side. We got to recall the weekend and bring you the winners and the losers, Paul.
It's going to be a good hum baby today.
Maybe the Freestone Peaches should be on the hum babies.
Could be. They should be. Yeah, the twin guitar attack.
We will do it on the other side. Monday morning tradition next on The Sports Leader.
I understand.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Indeed. We do it every Monday, and it's kind of poignant for all you kids out there. First of all, thanks for figuring out what terrestrial radio is.
Thank you.
Second of all, you're like, wait, hum babies and bum babies, what does that all mean? Well, it means...
See, isn't this ironic? I know.
That it all started with Roger Craig. Who
Eminem show taking their cues from the hum baby.
I think, like, has a Bay Area coach ever instituted a slogan or phrase that's so swept through generations? I mean, who's got it better than us?
Oh, dude, you beat me to it again.
Well, but that didn't really. We're not doing the "Who's got it better than us" weekend recap. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I mean, so strength in numbers. I mean, that's a little cliche-ish, but
I gotta say though, real quick, just
commitment to excellence.
Well,
I don't know.
Just win, baby.
Yeah,
that's a big one. Just win, baby.
That's pretty darn good.
Yeah. What about the Well, I guess swinging A's is not really a phrase. That was like their...
Yeah.
What was that? Swinging
A's. Their little logo with
like
the cleats and everything.
Yeah. Nice. It's the cleats.
It's a nice logo. It is
swinging
a good logo.
A's, it was a swinging 70s.
But I don't know, man. Hum Baby might be number one ahead of...
What do you mean number one?
There's no... I don't see very much pride or poise in saying something as childish.
There's 3 now he got
as
for the
a
Raiders.
hum baby.
Yeah.
No, Al Davis would like to be a hum. And Al Davis being from Brooklyn probably saw Roger Craig throw that 1955 World Series.
No question.
So anyway, if you're just tuning in, obviously we are mourning the passing of the hum baby himself, Roger Craig. A listener points out he came to the Will Clark retirement, or he did a video at the Will Clark retirement jersey ceremony.
Very nice.
You want to tell Triple E to find that? Because we're looking for, different little interesting, fun Craig sound.
Still the greatest retirement speech I've seen, where a jersey retirement ceremony. The Will Clark speech was just, I am Will the Thrill Clark. I am part of San Francisco. That whole thing, what a rousing speech that was. Just like the way he played the game. That was a hum baby speech is what that was.
Yeah. And it was awesome. You're absolutely right. A hum baby speech. Perfectly said. All right, Paul, here's the deal. In honor of Roger Craig, we do the hum babies from the weekend. You wrap up a Friday night, a Saturday, a Sunday. You come in on a Monday morning. What you got?
Well, I got to just say, just real quick, 209, you made me laugh, bro. I made the mistake of just glancing over at the text line before I start the hum babies. No explanation, nothing deeper. One quick sentence. This bridge is epic. That's all it says. I know what you're saying, 209. I feel you loud and clear.
Okay.
Let's get into the hum babies for the days. We do pay tribute to Roger Craig and other great hum babies in sports. Murph, I think if you looked all over the Bay Area, high and low, you just like scoured the earth, you wouldn't find two bigger supportive of Heat culture than Paulie Mack and Brian Murphy. We're fans of Pat Riley. We're fans of Eric Spoelstra. We're fans of Jimmy Butler. What, did you guys write them off? Mistake. It's another. They've been doing this the entire postseason. It doesn't matter if they're going to Boston. They don't care.
I kept saying when the odds came out, I'm like,
no respect.
The Nuggets are like minus 400 favorites. I'm like, wait. Don't the Heat count for anything?
Now, granted, they had a hard time in game one, but you have to know that Spoelstra and Riley they're gonna come up with adjustments. They're gonna work, and it was a totally different. I mean, they came out of the gate last night. They were shot out of a cannon.
Started Kevin Love.
There you go. They made some tweaks, and it all worked. So, despite the odds makers essentially giving the Larry O'Brien Trophy to Denver after game one, just one game played, and people are just writing off the Heat, as Marcus said during his show today. And despite the belief that the Joker and Jamal Murray and the elevation was all going to be too much for the 8-seeded Heat, let me just tell you what. There they were at the close of Game 2, Sunday night, walking off the court, getting on their plane, flying back to Miami. Murph, the final score is in. It's a 111-108 win over the Nuggets, spurred by an amazing fourth-quarter surge where they were just hitting everything they threw up. It was beautiful. They turned an 8-point deficit into a 36-25 final frame. The Heat were just raining in threes. That was the difference. They were making all their threes. They went 17-35. Murph shooting 48.6% on the night. They never stopped believing. I haven't stopped believing. This team is fun to watch because they are just so underwhelming in terms of their talent, but they just go toe-to-toe with you.
They're missing Tyler Hero and Victor Oladipo. Okay,
you just kind of forget that after a while, don't you? You do.
Insane.
Tyler Hero, you just kind of forget all about that because they're still out here competing. So a couple days off. Game 3 is Wednesday. If you missed Game 2 last night, I feel bad for you. It was a thing to behold. Shout out, hum babies, the Miami Heat.
Butler, corner three. It's good. Jimmy Butler, his second three-pointer of the game. The lead back up to 6. Will Pope chasing with 5 fouls. Inside, Adebayo, and a foul. What a pass and finish. The lead is 10 and a chance for a three-point play. Denver does have a timeout, but they're not using it. 4 seconds. Murray, step back, three-pointer. One goal. Fight for the rebound, Martin, and it's over. The Miami Heat have tied the NBA Finals.
I just think nobody cares on our team. We're not worried about what anybody thinks. We're going to be who we are because we're not worried about anybody else. It's how it's been all year long, and that's not going to change. So that's what I think it is. I think it's the I don't give a damn factor.
That's ridiculous. It's just, that's the untrained eye that says something like that. This guy's an incredible player. Twice in 2 seasons, he's been the best player on this planet. You can't just say, oh, make him a scorer. That's not how they play. They have so many different actions that just get you compromised. We have to focus on what we do. We try to do things the hard way, and he requires you to do many things the hard way. He has our full respect.
Well, I'm sorry, there you go. There's some Spoelstra sound. Jimmy Butler before that. And they really don't. Jimmy Butler said it. They don't give a damn. They don't care what the narrative is. They don't care what the pundits are saying. They don't care what, Stephen A. said before the game. The Miami Heat are going to show up, and they're going to throw blows with you, and they will go toe-to-toe. They're not backing down. It's going to be very interesting to watch this. And Game 3 suddenly has a great deal of importance on it. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
A couple things of note here. They were trailing by 8 at the start of the fourth quarter. They win. That's the 4th time.
Look at you.
This postseason, they've won trailing by 8 points entering the fourth quarter, which has never happened in NBA postseason.
Oh, you see, great stat.
That's what I heard this morning. Yes.
All right. But they just have a knack, too, for making other teams make mistakes. Now, you can question that and say, did the Heat just play kind of absent-minded ball, or are the Heat provoking those turnovers? I mean, it's a great discussion, but all I know is you see it time and time again. Boston was doing it, turning the ball over, and last night you saw it with Denver.
And also the stat on how efficient they were in the fourth quarter, according to John Schumann at ESPN, 36 points on 19 possessions. That's insane. That is a efficiency rate of 189.5, which is the most efficient fourth quarter for any team in any game this season.
Again,
as John Woodman would say, be at your best when your best is needed. That is being at your best when your best is needed, my man.
This is a scrappy bunch, man, and they're hum babies. Go Heat, I'm telling you.
And, of course, on top of that, they'd tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a cumulus media station. So would Kevin Harlan.
And final thing on this, too, don't forget, the PCS already told you what was going to go down, so don't come over here and start acting surprised. We already laid it out for you.
Well, it wasn't Ty. Just want to make sure we know that.
Well, again, Triple E was involved.
Got to keep your options open.
We got to keep up appearances as well.
Keep your options open.
And again, I feel like if anything goes askew here, I point a finger directly at Triple E. And I said, because his vote determined some stuff at the end, and it was a little sketchy.
I also want to step in right now on a hum baby issue that I want to just get out in front of. Paulie, they say you got to get out in front of crisis management.
Yeah, like in politics, before, you got to get out in front.
Got to get out in front of this. I know, and I'm already hearing on the text line. They're saying that Rose Zhang better be a hum baby. Now, I say that.
Is that what they're saying? Okay.
And I looked at both of your faces, and I think neither of you knew who Rose Zhang was, right? There you go. Now, I'm just reading the room here. I understand golf community and golf nuts. It's a big deal. But we gotta be realistic now, all right? We're just being realistic, okay? So, is Rose Zhang going to crack the top 3 hum babies today? She's not. But I got nothing but respect and love for the young lady, and congratulations to her.
I understand.
Right?
So we've addressed that as well. We're checking all the boxes.
I just want to get out in front.
No.
I just, you hear the chatter, you want to get out in front, Paul.
We're not going to we're going to make sure that we acknowledge all the important stuff. Hey, Murph, on to other hum baby concerns. You guys cool if I shout out Alex Cobb as a hum baby today?
Ahead of Rose Zhang? Are you crazy?
That's how I'm doing it.
Wow.
I know, giant baseballs, things like that. Only bright spot probably for the Giants on the weekend was the 35-year-old right-hander. He carved up the Orioles, went 7 2/3. That was Saturday night. Giants get that nice 4-0 win. Big outing for Cobb, too, Murph. He was rolling into mid-May, had that 1.70 ERA. Then he hit some turbulence in the last 3 starts. His ERA kind of puffed up a little to 3.05. Said he was lost with his delivery, but then he found something Saturday night. Once again, in the black jersey, could I just get a white, a cream, whatever you want to call it? Could I get the traditional Giants home jersey at some point? Orange Friday, Black Saturday, Black Sunday, Gigantes. I get it. You guys it's all these nights, and it's great heritage acknowledgments. At the same time, I like a good home Giant jersey.
I do too.
It's a great look. Just don't be afraid to wear it once in a while.
In fact, I would shout out that the Yankee-Dodger series was incredibly
That's a good-looking game right there.
The Yankees weren't wearing any nonsense.
No,
they were wearing their gray.
Nonsense.
All of a sudden, there was Mickey Rivers and Bucky Dent.
It's same uniform Roy White wore.
Yeah. It looked great, by the way.
It did.
Yeah.
That's a damn good looking ball game.
Anyways,
You took care of your business. Well done over there.
Running through walls.
Running through blanket
and
walls.
injuring his toe, by the way.
Yeah, did not play Sunday, but they still took out their top prospect, Bobby Miller, from the Dodgers.
Yeah, and I gave you the nasty Nestor team. Now he's going on the IL, I saw, huh?
Yeah, no
hey,
good.
Question about, I heard John and Dave riffing. I got some radio this weekend. It was great to hear those guys. And they were talking about the Yankee-Dodger series and Volpe hitting the home run. Although he's on the interstate now, the young shortstop, but he has 9 bombs. And they were talking about John Sterling, this and that. And then Dave said, I will just say I love John and this and that. Although Sterling's been out for about a month, they say. He's nursing a cold and some young kid's doing the games instead. But anyway, Dave Fleming said, I want him to change his Volpe home run call. And he said, that's my unsolicited advice. Now, I don't know, what is it? Do you know it? Something Italian? Have you heard the Volpe home run call?
I have, but off the top of my head, it didn't stick, so I can't remember it.
See if you can find
I'll find it for you.
Because Flem, with a rare bit of checking in on the 84-year-old John Sterling, saying, well, I think he should maybe bone up on his Volpe call.
You see?
What he said.
You see? Well, boys, I want to get back to Alex Cobb for a second.
Sorry for that
no,
detour,
buddy. This is what we do. We swerve around.
It had to do with the jerseys is what it all started.
And I started that, too. I opened that door. But I feel I'm speaking from the heart. I'd like to see the Giants home jerseys once in a while. It's a great look. Murph, anyway, the Giants, and back to Alex Cobb. So Cobb improves to 5-2, lowered his ERA back down to 2 point. I love any ERA that's got a 2 point anything, and I'm on board. He's at 2.7 right now. So let's hear some highlights. Alex Cobb going to work over the weekend.
2-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball to second, could be 2. The feed to second for 1. Crawford over to first. 2, a double play.
3-2 is hit to left. Not that deep. Going back a few steps, Sable. Now he comes in, makes the catch. He didn't walk him. He got him out, and it's another 1-2-3 inning for the former Oriole, Alex Cobb, who is having a night tonight.
So now runners at second and third, and here is Mateo, the right-handed batter. And a little bouncer back to the mound. The runners will hold. Cobb looks at third to freeze the runner and throws over to Wade at first for the out. Huge out there. Cobb leaves the mound to a standing ovation from the appreciative fans here at Oracle Park. Outstanding performance by Alex Cobb against his old team.
He had a really good split. He was all over the zone, obviously, totally in control of his pace and his rhythm and throwing a lot of strikes, getting ahead, staying ahead, efficient, really good outing.
Well, there's the big guy, Gabe Kapler, talking about his stud pitcher on Saturday night. Looking awfully good out there. Alex Cobb, welcome to the Murph and Mac Hum Baby list.
All right.
And again, it's funny because, we started talking about the Hum Babies and the Bum Babies today, and where do you guys think we got the name from after all, right? It all came from one man who is our final Hum Baby of this day. He's the ultimate Hum Baby, let's be honest. It's the Murph and Mac tribute to Roger Craig. He belongs on the Hum Baby list. That's why we call the greatest athletes of any given weekend Hum Babies.
I'm down with this.
And today it's for the man himself. It's all about Roger Craig today. So we lost him on Sunday. He's a Titan. This is the man, again, as I say, we've named this entire segment after Roger Craig, the Hum Baby himself. Let's go through it a little bit. Giant manager from 85 to 92. He passed away, sadly, at the age of 93. Had a really nice life, nice long life. A great 12-year career as a pitcher with the Brooklyn and L.A. Dodgers and the New York Mets, among others. Then the Hum Baby comes to San Francisco in late 1985. Murph kind of walked through this earlier, and I'm sure we'll do it again. We got Mike Krukow coming up. We have Will Clark coming up on the show. So we'll get through all of this again, but we're just kind of taking you through it now. So when he came in 85, he really needed to rescue a 100-loss team. His whole Hum Baby attitude, he embraced the split-finger fastball, really changed everything. Not only in San Francisco, I would venture to say changed the game. Because like I said, with Mike Scott winning the Cy Young,
Morris,
guys were throwing split fingers, man. That was like a thing.
Scotty Garrelts, I believe, was doing that too, yeah.
So the split finger comes in. Everything starts to change for the better. Then come the arrival of Will Clark, Robbie Thompson, Matt Williams. Total culture change. The Giants win the NL West in 87, which was just unbelievable.
16-year drought.
You got to understand like how unthinkable that was when Murph and I were kids.
They
Like
were
the Giants,
the Kings and the Mariners. Like the Kings and the Mariners ending those droughts.
Giants did not win division titles when we were growing up. So to see that happen in 87 was...
I mean, really, talk about the Kings was 15 years, wasn't it? It was 2003 to 17 years. It was 17 years.
Yeah.
Giants was 16.
Yeah.
Same thing.
So 87, they get
we
the
were
NL...
the Kings, Waterboy. We were the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah.
Light the beam, Murph.
Where's Gary Gerald? We need him. Yeah,
we were
Craig was out here lighting the beam.
We were the Kings without Sabonis because we didn't have a guy like that.
Like the Hum Baby.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, totally. So then comes 89 and NL pennants. What are you kidding me? Now it was incredible. That lit up a whole generation at Candlestick Park. And again, thanks to the Hum Baby and his GM, Al Rosen. They rebuild the team, Murph. Roger Craig, the third winningest manager in San Francisco Giant history. He's behind only Bruce Bochy and Dusty Baker. So that's the list of 3 Titans right there. Boch, Baker, Roger Craig. All I can say from the heart, from the Murph and Mac show, is rest well, hum baby.
Roger, you went about yours differently. You kept the Giants here, played a few practice games, but then you stopped that.
Well, we worked out the first 2 days after the earthquake, Joe. Then I didn't see the intensity, the desire. The players were not having any fun hitting off the guys, throwing 95 miles an hour. So I just called a day off and let them come back and just take batting practice, kind of do what they wanted to put the fun back in the game. I think the psychological effect had more to do with it than the physical effect, and I think we're as ready as we can be.
The intensity going to be there tonight?
I think so. I think you can see now, as you look around, the stands are filling up. It's going to be a great night for baseball, and I think once they throw out the first pitch, it's going to be just like it was. I don't think you'll even know what happened.
From the very first day of spring training, Roger Craig, hum baby.
I waited a long time for this. 2 years ago, when Roger Craig stepped into spring training in '86, I said, fellas, we're going to be world champs someday. And I believe it. We're going to be world champs. I'm so happy, San Francisco. Enjoy it, because it's only going to get better.
I don't want to keep everybody happy. I want the guys sitting on the bench. I want them to want to play.
What will it take for you to beat St. Louis?
A lot of runs. It's been a hum baby season.
We're more relaxed, and Roger Craig has been a big help for me, and Jose Morales. They're giving me a lot of confidence here, so I feel good every time I go out there.
From the hum baby himself, on the video board, Roger Craig.
Will, this is a hum baby. Remember me? Yeah, I got on your butt a lot of times. I want to congratulate you. You were a great ball player. But you'd have been a lot better if you'd have listened to me.
Nice. Yeah, see, that's the hum baby himself, Roger Craig. He is our final and most important hum baby today, Murph. And again, just standing ovation from the Murph and Mac show, from all of us at KNBR, for the legend, the man who changed Giant culture.
Don't get your dauber down. That's what he said. And by the way, if you look up the origin of that phrase, you can't find it. There's like no agreed definition of where that comes from.
Right.
Nobody knows what that means, but it means basically
stay positive.
Chin up.
Stay positive.
Chin up. Stay positive.
Don't give me this mopey S.
He used to say, don't get your dauber down.
It's true. Trying to get a job, trying to win some ball games over here. Yeah.
You're doing morning radio. Don't get your dauber down.
Aren't we metaphorically all of us trying to win some ball games in our own way? And you can't do that when your dauber is down.
By the way, Roger Craig, that was so long ago, he didn't know they have pills for that now.
You do. You can elevate to great new places. Yeah. Pump it right up for you.
We'll continue to remember him with Mike Krukow. And then the big hit today is Will Clark.
That's awesome. Nice.
The ultimate marriage of hum baby and player was Will Clark and Roger Craig. It really, although Kruk is not far behind. I mean, Kruk was a hum baby too.
How about that clip in there from Mike? That was pretty awesome, man.
Yeah, it was so good.
Yeah, you can hear like the just the joy,
the youth, and the vitality, and so it just changed it. Like I said,
Roger Craig, man.
Yeah,
come on,
hum baby.
Yeah,
and again, I can't say this enough. And I actually said this to my parents yesterday at the Little League team party. We had our thanks to the Holbrooks for hosting, by the way, beautiful picnic we had. And I said to the parents, I said, I want to thank you guys for putting up with me calling you all hum babies the entire season. You must have thought I was an absolute freaking lunatic. I was an evangelist about it. I never addressed the kid as anything but hum babies. I would say, hum baby this, hum babies, get over here, hum babies this. And I would always address hum baby parents. I think they were like, this guy's half cracked.
Well,
this guy's half cracked.
We could use some more hum baby parents, let's be honest, just in general.
They bought in. They bought into the culture.
That's the thing. You got to buy in.
And we got them hum baby shirts. So there are 11-year-old and 12-year-old kids walking around town wearing hum baby shirts.
Yeah.
So that's in honor of you, Roger. You're the guy.
That's your legacy, Roger Craig.
Man.
We thank you.
And Paulie and I, just to say, we were going over some highlights during the break. Let me tell you, the sight of a Sunday at Candlestick in the sunshine.
Come on, man.
A home run going into right field where they were still filmed. When it was a big crowd, the right field bleachers were filled.
Still wearing those old gym shorts, showing a lot of leg with no shirt on.
Where they were all shirtless.
Yeah, and skinny, just undernourished.
And they weren't shirtless to show off their guns.
They had no physique. These are out-of-shape dudes.
They were shirtless because they were just bagging some rays.
These are out-of-shape dudes who were just simply got warm at the yard, so they peeled off their shirt. That was how simple things were back then.
Honest to goodness, if you do it now, the usher might come down. The usher might come down.
You're traumatizing my kid. You got to have him put your shirt back on. Yeah.
All right, well, I'm glad we did that. With apologies to Rose Zhang. She had to step aside there. So, Bum Baby's next on the other side. Hey, for every winner, there's a loser. You got to hear it next on the Sports Leader.
It's been a hum baby season.
Yeah, let's talk about Provident Credit Union. And Provident Credit Union out here saving money for you, okay? Provident Credit Union wants to help you invest on your own terms. This is where you enjoy the flexibility to choose your own investment terms with Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate. Yeah, for a limited time only, you can pick a 3, 6, 9, or 12-month term share certificate. And you earn a high rate, 4.5% annual percentage yield. One of the most competitive rates on the market. With Provident Credit Union's new Pick a Term certificate, you can invest on your own terms, whether you're saving for a short-term goal or looking for a longer-term investments. Their certificate offers the flexibility you need to take control of your savings. That raise effective May 30, 2023. Limited time offer. Minimum balance requirement of $10,000. Early withdrawal penalty may apply. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit providencecu.org for terms and conditions.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Yeah, where's my applause? There we go. I need the thunderous applause of a live audience to tell me that the hum babies and bum babies are real. And good job, Paulie, highlighting the hums, heat culture. Your boy Alex Cobb, and of course the ultimate hum baby. We honor the life of Roger Craig, and we'll continue to with Mike Krukow at 7:35, and then the big hit today is Will Clark.
Oh yeah,
who's maybe the ultimate hum baby?
That's going to be awesome.
Might have been the ultimate hum baby. There's a lot of Bob Bradley might have been the ultimate hum baby.
That's a great back-to-back.
Jeffrey Leonard might have been the ultimate hum baby.
Yeah.
I have these stories of the 50. I'm getting off topic here, but I remember when I did that 50-year book, and Roger Craig, Jeffrey Leonard told me that at the reunion of the 87 team, they had a 20-year reunion in 07, and they took a team picture. He said, and they stood in the back, and Roger Craig reached out and held Jeffrey Leonard's hand. He held his hand, and Jeffrey said it was a very powerful, just a little gesture.
Yeah,
and he actually referenced. He said that's a white man who was born in 1930 in the Deep South.
Yeah. There's some significance there. Yeah,
he said it shows you just we're a family.
Yeah,
and there's nobody. Hum babies don't do religion, race, creed, or color. So it was awesome. Hackman told that story. So God bless. We should chase down the Hackman. Anyway, back to the bum babies, Paulie, and I go right from that to the Denver Nuggets, who are a bum baby who blew Game 2 at home. You blew it, Paulie, as your soundboy once said.
Oh yeah,
they had a 15-point lead. And they're at home. They had an 8-point lead entering the fourth quarter, and they're at home. And they're supposed to be the team whose elevation makes other teams wither and die.
You blew it!
They're the team with Nikola Jokic. They're the team with Jamal Murray.
You blew it!
And they stood there in the fourth quarter and sort of watched Miami take it from them. Denver coach Mike Malone flat out pissed after the game.
Listen.
Calling out his team.
This is what the Heat do. They make you turn on your own.
I can't really remember.
That's what they got some in-house fighting now thanks to the Heat.
NBA team coach lashing out.
That's what they do
after the game.
They make people crazy.
I'm wondering if the flight from Denver to Miami is now going to be just sort of a nest of vipers lashing out at each other.
They're all there's backstabbing, there's accusations.
But you're right. This is what
they do
to you. Yep. So even though Jokic scored 41 points, that's the good news. The bad news is they're 0-3 when Jokic scores 40 or more points.
See, that's a very interesting stat, isn't it? Think about that.
And he had 5 turnovers and 4 assists.
Here we go, man.
And when he has fewer than 6 assists, the Nuggets are 3-7. So even though Eric Spoelstra tried to say, "Oh no, that's an uninformed take," I think he's giving you a smokescreen.
He knows what he's doing.
I think he's trying to tell you.
He's got ulterior kind of intentions
here. He's going Lou Holtz on you here now.
Yes.
No, Jokic is incredible.
This guy's the best scorer. He's the best player on the planet. 2 years running.
Yeah. So I got to tell you, the odds makers didn't think it was going to happen. The pundits didn't think it was going to happen. But somebody forgot to tell the Miami Heat because the Nuggets are now turning on themselves, eating their own. Bum baby number 1, Denver Nuggets.
Well, I don't think that's the biggest question. Now, let's talk about effort. I mean, this is the NBA Finals, and we're talking about effort. That's a huge concern of mine. And you guys probably thought I was just making up some storyline after Game 1 when I said we didn't play well. We didn't play well. And tonight, that the starting lineup to start the game is 10-2 Miami. Start the third quarter, they scored 11 points in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And we just got, we had guys out there that were just, whether feeling sorry for themselves for not making shots or thinking they can just turn it on or off. This is not the preseason. This is not the regular season. It's not round. This is the NBA Finals. And that to me is really, really perplexing, disappointing. And I asked the team, I asked our players, you guys tell me why we lost. And they knew the answer. Miami came in here and outworked us, and we were by far our least disciplined game of these 16 or 17 playoff games, whatever it is now. So many breakdowns. And they exploited every one of those breakdowns and scored. So if we're going to try to go down there and regain control of this series and get home court advantage back, we're going to have to outwork Miami, which we didn't do tonight, and our discipline is going to have to be off the charts.
Coach talked about effort, and then Jamal said it was more discipline. How do you get that corrected, I guess, in short order before Wednesday?
I mean, just you need to know what to do, and we had a lot of miscommunication and misunderstanding. They were getting open looks, especially in the beginning of the game. We have couple on the end of the game too. So you just need to know where to be or what to do, what's the coverage or whatever.
Kind of amazing. You're right, Paulie. They're turning on their own.
Oh,
man.
they make people
really
crazy.
are.
Yeah.
God bless them. But, man, the Nuggets, that's their first home loss of the postseason, guys.
That's another great stat. And Mike Malone, by the way, sounding extremely strained right there.
Very much so. If you want to look at some of the things that happened for the Nuggets, you had Jamal Murray, 18 points.
Yep.
That's not gonna cut it, bro. 7 of 15 from the field, 3 of 8 from three-point land.
That doesn't cut it,
How crazy is it, too? In the three-point shots, they only made 11 out of 28, whereas Miami made 17.
That was probably the final nail right there, the fact that the Heat were hitting their threes. But how wild is it, Murph, that the more the Joker scores, it almost seems like the less likely they are to win if he's not facilitating.
It's confounding, Paulie Mack. Yes.
And that was a great stat of you explaining how they're 0-3 when he scores more than 40 this postseason. Yeah. But I think a big problem was yesterday in that second half, Nikola had 28 points. The remainder of the team had 23. Yeah. So they just weren't making buckets, which is a big reason why I think his assist totals were pretty low.
Yeah, interesting stuff, man. Hey, listen, if you had the Nuggets in 4, you're out.
Listen.
If you had the Nuggets in 5, it's going to be a challenge because they're going to have to go down to Miami and win 2.
This thing's going more than 5. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this thing ain't over in 5.
I like that.
Yeah.
We going 7?
I mean, it went 7 with, it wouldn't shock me.
Oh, man. Bum baby number 1. The Nuggets blow game 2. You got Malone lashing out.
Yeah.
You got Malone lashing out.
That's what happened.
But maybe number 2, I hate to do this on the week we lost Roger Craig, but I got to put the Giants losing another home series as bum baby number 2. Come on, man. Just when we all clambered aboard the Farhan train, I wrote the Jock blog 10 days ago. I said, what's Farhan trying to do, win us over? They come home, they lose 2 out of 3 of the Pirates. I get it. The Pirates are decent. You're supposed to be decent too. And you're supposed to be at home.
And you're at home. There you go. Yeah.
And here come the Orioles. I get it. The Orioles 20-10 on the road, tied for the best road record in baseball. I don't care. You're supposed to be you're the legacies of the hum babies. Come on, man. And the Giants go out there and lose yesterday 8-3. A real stinker yesterday, too. 6-run third inning. You had walks from DeSclafani.
Very disappointing day,
You had an error from Wisely or Slater, whoever you want. And the Giants lose back-to-back series at home. They're back under 500 after a 2-4 homestand against the Pirates and the O's. They're 29-30. Guys, is this what they are? We got so excited, and I got a little news for you. Casey Schmidt, 2 for his last 19.
He's cooling off, yeah.
Pat Bailey, 1 for his last 11 with 6 strikeouts.
Yeah.
Listen, it's baseball. I get it.
They're young guys. People.
Mitch Haniger, Mike Conforto, those guys had slow starts too, but, everything's kind of, It was good that they gave us those first impressions, though, to excite the crowd a little bit. Did you also feel like Saturday's crowd was a little light? It looked like Saturday's crowd was like...
Marcus, you were out there. You tell us.
Were you at the Saturday game?
Yeah, I went to the Saturday game after watching Paulie Mack.
How was the crowd?
It seemed like it was a good crowd because I know a lot of people showed up for the Logan Webb bobblehead.
All right, maybe I got a bad angle or something. Seemed like it was maybe it was the Friday night game.
Friday night was a little light, especially when Logan Webb is actually pitching Friday night.
Was that because people were getting their rest before seeing Paulie Mack at the Union Street Fair? With the Freestone Peaches.
All I got to tell you is Marcus came out and repped strong, dude. It was just great to see you smiling. And by the way, thank you to all the listeners, all you guys who came over and said hello. You guys were awesome. And the band, shout out to the Peaches. Those guys were fantastic. We had a great time out there, man.
It sounded good, too. Anyway, here it is, man. Bum Baby number 2. Here's what it sounded like.
Okay. 2-1 to Henderson, who's got big power, and he drives this one to deep right field. On its way, it is gone. Up onto the arcade, Henderson.
To Conforto. Here it is. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. So Baltimore takes game 1 for the Giants, and for the Giants, it's another losing streak facing James McCann, who hits a high drive in the deep left center field. Man, did he crush this one way back there and high up into the bleachers, almost halfway up in left center. Tape measure home run. Here's Voth to the plate. Swing and a pop up. The first baseman is under it, and he's got it. And that is the game. Mountcastle securing the final out, and the final score was the Orioles 8, the Giants 3.
Yeah, just fell behind counts and wasn't able to get back into them. Obviously I always like attacking the zone, and some of those just didn't go my way today. So, they took advantage of it and they all scored. So.
That is DeSclafani, who did not have a great... And that leads to bum baby number 3, guys, because the Giants have more woes, and in the middle of all this weekend, when everything was happening, Alex Wood went to the IL. Yeah, that's right. They lose a starting pitcher to the IL as they're going to Colorado, too, by the way. So, my kid walking around, he goes, well, they'll beat the Rockies. I said, really? You so sure about that?
Do I dare?
He goes, yeah, the Rockies. I'm like, well, really? I said, have you lived long enough to know about Coors Field?
Oh, buddy? You don't assume anything. You could be up 12-3 in the 8th, and I'm not comfortable. Let me ask you this, Murph, real quick. I don't want to say the wrong thing at the wrong time on the wrong station, but am I allowed to, kind of openly fantasize about, the kid who's got the arm, and there's all this hype, and we don't want to say his name, but maybe? Does the door open? I don't know. Why not
I
now?
think the thought would be that Wood says he's going to come back within 10 days, so you don't want to have
start him in that. Okay.
You want to save him for a full call up. But right now you're down to 3 starting pitchers.
Well, this is the thing.
You're down to Logan Webb, Alex Cobb, and Tony D, and then that's it. Then they called up Tristan Beck. Maybe he starts. I don't know. And then you got Sean Manaea, looks like and then you got the openers, and then you got Jacob Junis.
Throwing it out there. I don't know.
I know. We'll talk to Mike.
That's a great question.
Shout out Gabe Kapler. Okay.
Guys, it was a bummer, and the word is that Wood goes to the IL, and the Giants, he had back tightness. So now you got Webb, Cobb, Tony D, and after that, you got issues. Okay, and I don't believe we have any sound for this one, too. Oh, we do. Oh, he found some sound. Look at the kid.
Nice.
What is this, Wood? Is this Wood or his last start? Let's just take a listen.
Okay.
We'll hear ourselves.
Here we go.
Yeah, a lot of balls went through the holes. Obviously, it wasn't the best luck, and missed with locations a couple of times. I think he fell behind a few hitters, and overall, I think Alex is at his best when he's really attacking the strike zone. And fell behind a couple of times, and it wasn't his best outing.
So that was after his last outing in Wednesday. He has the back tightness too. So, guys, dare we even say the words June swoon?
I don't like saying it. I hate to put it out there.
All right, so we won't do it anyway.
Because June just started. We're just getting going.
Anyway, there it is. There's your bum babies for today. Man. You're going Denver Nuggets blow game 1 at home.
It's a well-rounded list.
Wrap up a losing homestand, and Alex Wood goes to the IL. What a total bummer, man. All right, they're chiming in on the text line is turning on the Giants as fast as
it happens. No, it happens fast. Yeah.
Here's 949. What rhymes with swoon?
Oh, boy.
All right. Well, I guess Boone here.
Nice.
707 says, in my Gabe voice, quote, 500 is the yin and the yang of the world. We want to make sure every team has a chance to win.
I just like that you acknowledged in my Gabe voice. I like that. let me adopt my Gabe voice.
This bridge is epic.
No, it's just...
There you go. That's what they're all saying out there. They're not happy.
All right.
Okay, guys, here's the deal. We will take a quick break. We will get you ready for Mike Krukow and Will Clark, our hum baby tribute, as we lose Roger Craig at the age of 93. But Roger would tell you, don't get your dauber down, because he had a great, long life, 93 years old, 4 children, 7 grandchildren, and 14 great-grandchildren.
Beautiful life.
He paid tribute to Will Clark just as recently as last year at the park.
See what I mean? His fingerprints will be on Giant baseball for generations, man. They already have been.
Yeah, without question.
Yeah.
And even, like I said, I got 11 and 12-year-old kids walking around wearing hum baby shirts.
Yeah.
So it lives on. Always be a hum baby. Always. Maybe the Giants need a little more hum baby going into Colorado this week. I was looking up Colorado this year is typically bad. They're 26 and 35, but I don't have their home record. You guys have their
Colorado?
Yeah, if you have that in their home record, Paulie.
The Chronicle version. Let's see what they're
the Chronicle version here, because do they always have the hot home record here? What do you got?
Let me see. Colorado at home. Murph, stand by. They are 15 and 14 at home.
Okay,
as opposed to 11 and 21 on the road. So they're barely above 500 at home.
Yeah, but they're above 500 at home.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
This is true.
My kid's walking around like, oh, they got the Rockies. I'm like, no, they don't.
You don't assume. Yeah, that's just probably, you got to see a few more games at Coors. You won't be saying that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right. The two hum babies back to back, Mike Krukow and Will Clark. How good is this? No better people to talk about a great era in San Francisco Giants history. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
The case of the Monday is I'm trying to flip around. I'm trying to make it a good thing.
Take on the Padres Tuesday. Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Yeah, let's talk about Marin Health in the North Bay. World-class beauty up there in the North Bay. You know that. And now we're going to brag about our world-class secret, Marin Health. It's not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average. A world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7. An accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail. And a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer at being your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
Morning Bay Area.
Good morning. Good morning.
Brace yourselves for KNBR's Power Surge. The sports leader welcomes you to Murph and Max Power Hour. Giants fans, there's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Mac catch up with Kruk right now.
He hits it high. He hits it deep. It's out of here. Adios, pelota. Good.
Sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. NorCal Honda dealers, Race to Save is on. Race in now for winning deals on every model.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Well, obviously, we talked to Mike about Giants baseball every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We love to do it, but today something bigger than that happens, and that is the passing of Roger Craig and all that means to the history of San Francisco baseball and Northern California baseball and Bay Area baseball and Major League Baseball. It goes back to the 1955 Brooklyn Dodgers. So, Mike, before we get into all the nitty-gritty of the Giants weekend, first of all, good morning to you. And second of all, I would say condolences on the passing of your friend and your manager. The hum baby.
Yes.
It's a great loss, and I know he meant a lot to you. So our condolences, Mike, and I'd love to hear any and all memories and thoughts you have.
Well, he was a gift. He was a gift to all of us. My feelings for him are, beyond the field. I mean, he taught me so much about life. I mean, he was just, I think he was the original Ted Lasso. I swear to God.
Nice.
I mean, he could put a positive spin on anything. I mean, he really could. But it was sincere. He wasn't blowing smoke. It's actually how he saw things. And when we first got him in 1985, that was the 100 loss year, right? He came in September, replaced Jim Davenport, and took over. And I'll never forget. I mean, he and Al Rosen just kind of sized us up the last month as to what was going on. And at the end of the month, he got us all together and basically said, you cannot live in a world of negativity. You cannot be in a clubhouse where it's negative. And, it's funny because when I used to come in to play the Giants as a Cub, I used to listen to my teammates. They used to bitch and moan about Candlestick, and they did. And then with the Phillies, same thing. Guys just didn't want to play. I mean, it was a tough environment. But when I got traded to the Giants in '82 and I got to spring training, I started hearing the Giants players talk about it. And then when we got to San Francisco, I mean, the Giants players bitched more about it than anybody. And when Roger took over in '85, it was obvious as to what he observed in the month of September. He observed a lot of negativity. There was a lot of excuse making because of the environment. And at the end of the month of September, he got us all together and he goes, well, I'm going to tell you how it is. He says, this is the greatest home field advantage in the history of the game, and you guys are all missing the point. By the way, any of you guys want out of here, let us know. We'll get you out of here because we don't want anybody here that doesn't want to be here. And then we came back to camp in 1986. They didn't make any really big, shocking trades or free agent acquisitions, but there were a lot of guys gone. There were like 13 guys gone off the team the previous year. And that was it. I mean, and nobody complained about it, and everybody talked about it as our advantage. And, it was kind of tongue-in-cheek at first, but then we all kind of bought into it. And nobody in the world expected us to do anything. That entire 86 season, the whole time in spring training, we had Will Clark. They were talking to Will. They didn't want to talk about us because, we'd lost 100 games. And I thank God for Will, and I thank God for Roger Craig. But when we left camp, we were going on a road trip. We were going to play in Houston, which, they were a really good team. And then we were going into L.A., and they were a really good team. So we had every chance to go 1-5 or 0-6 and pee the bed right off the get-go. But we believed. By the time we left spring training, we believed. We caught the ball. We had a defense. We could see the improvement. And we go into Houston and win 2 out of 3. Then we go into L.A. and win 2 out of 3. And we were off and running. And never really looked back. And what Roger Craig did for all of us was the one thing that it was so incredibly special because he took the stank off the fishing trip. He removed the negative in the clubhouse, and he taught us all to win. And I'm getting a little long-winded on this whole thing, but I do have to tell you that the one thing that he stressed and he believed in and he preached was every day. And this is, I talk about it on the air all the time. From a pitcher's perspective, you had 3 modes when you're pitching. You're pitching for a strikeout, given the situation, or you're pitching for a ground ball, given the situation, or you're picking to pick up your teammate that made an error behind you. And that was it. No longer would you show emotion if there was a sun-aided double or a booted ball or a bad call by an umpire. You just looked right past it, and you got back in the mode to pick up your teammate. And it just carried us. It just carried us through his whole tenure because we trusted each other. There were no heroes. He didn't want baseball heroes going up and down that lineup trying to absorb all the responsibility. He wanted guys that believed in each other. That if the at bat got past the guy, the next guy would pick him up, and that was the mode that we played in, and that was the difference. It was a winning attitude, and it was something that we all took with us as we all left that clubhouse and wherever we went, whether it be to another team or onto a different business and vocation in life, we took that whole attitude, and that was Roger Craig. That was the original Ted Lasso. And he was our home baby, and by God, we believed in him.
Nice, Mike.
I love the Lasso call.
Yeah.
It's so good, and it's so true. I mean, this relentless positive. People can learn about this in all walks of life. If you have somebody out there who's lifting people up instead of knocking them down, and man, oh man, it's hard. Man, did you ever see it try his patience? Like, hard to be the hum baby when was there a time when he had to not be the hum baby? I don't know. How would he?
Oh, he had fire in his belly, no doubt. We go into New York, and he played for the Mets when they were horrible.
Yeah.
And if you look at Roger's lifetime stats, I mean, he had a losing record, and that really gnawed on him. He didn't like that. And the 2 years that he pitched for the Mets, he lost, I think, like 45, 46 games.
Yeah,
and he was a 20-game loser twice.
Yeah.
And it bothered him being labeled a loser. And we go into New York, and they had some, usually, all the riders. And when you are in a clubhouse, I mean, the riders there, that is 4 times as many riders as you get normally. And you knew just about everybody, but there was some one guy, and he was asked Roger sitting on in the dugout before the game. Oh, Roger, you were the Mets. You were a 20-game loser twice. And he looked at him, and he had complete severe stank eye for the guy. And all he said was, you had to be pretty damn good to keep getting the ball when you lost 20 twice.
Nice.
Which was really a pretty good point.
Yeah.
And you take a look at the numbers inside the numbers, and he was an innings eater. He had I want to say, I know he was over like 220, maybe even 230 innings twice for the Mets. He was their guy. And but being labeled with a losing record, he didn't like that. So anyway, he now becomes the manager with the Padres, there for a couple of years. Then he winds up with as a pitching coach with the Tigers, and they win the World Series in '84. And he got a lot of the credit, which he should. Roger was an unbelievable contributor to that championship, and then we get him. So he has his career as the Giants, and he was there almost 8 years, right? And then so now he retires, and then 10 years later, now I'm a broadcaster. He comes back in, and he's there, and we're honoring him, and I looked at him and I said, Roger, I was checking out your numbers, and he goes, yeah. I go, as a manager, you won more than you lost. He won one more game as a manager than he lost in his career. And he looked at me and he goes, I guess I'm not a loser. And we both laughed.
Yeah.
But I mean, I just love the guy because, he did so much for me. He did so much for me as a pitcher and for a man. I mean, and he did that for all of us. He made you better. He made you responsible. You accepted the challenge of life when you were under his tutelage and he was your mentor. That's what you did. You took it on, and he made us all better.
Well, it's beautiful stuff, Mike. And, talking more about Roger Craig and his legacy, Murph and I talked about just the impact he had on the game around baseball, beyond San Francisco, specifically, Mike, the split finger. And maybe you could talk about that a little bit and what it meant and why guys had such a hard time throwing it. Because Murph and I mentioned Mike Scott, pitcher for the Astros in '86. He won that Cy Young that year, and he credited Roger Craig. He goes, he taught me how to throw a split finger in the offseason, and then suddenly nobody could hit him. So, I don't know, I just wanted to acknowledge that as well, Mike, his impact on the game and the split finger fastball.
Well, Roger was a sinker baller. I mean, he was a two-pitch guy, basically, a sinker-slider guy. And in my career, when I was with the Cubs organization, the very first time I heard that pitch was like the very first day I was in the organization, a rookie league down in Bradenton, Florida, Gulf Coast League. And we had an old pitching coach by the name of Fred Martin, who was very much like Roger. I mean, he was a positive guy, and he didn't have the career Roger had. But he was the first guy that I ever heard the split finger, and everybody was throwing split finger. And he was the guy that taught to Bruce Sutter, who really was the most famous split finger fastball pitcher, and put him in the Hall of Fame. But when I got to Roger in '85, I was throwing it, and we would talk about it. But he could take however you were throwing it, and he could enhance it. I mean, he was really a good teacher. about grips, about changing grips and changing movement and utilizing the pitch in a lot of different ways. And he enhanced the pitch for me. But it's funny, if you looked at his hands, they were long and slender fingers, and you looked at Fred Martin, they were built the same way. I mean, they're almost the same guy, same hands, and they were longer fingered than me. And Roger said, well, he goes, you're throwing that pitch now. I go, yeah, well, I don't have long fingers like you. He goes, you don't need them. You just need to put the finger points with your grip. You set that pitch and you can throw it any way you want. And you know what? He was right. And everybody in our organization, that's what they used for the changeup. I mean, with Roger's instruction, he'd go down to the minor leagues and he taught everybody that pitch. And and it just really made it was a big part of what the Giants were all about. And we did well with it.
Do I associate Scotty Geraltz with that? Was he the guy?
Yeah, he had Scott Geraltz, that's one of the nastiest stuff I ever saw. And then his split was just filthy dirty. Only he threw it 90 miles an hour. It didn't, it didn't have the same rotation as Suter's. It had a little more tumble to it, but man, it was unhittable. When he get that thing over, and oh my God, it was see you later. And but you know what? I mean, I'll give you a case. Now here's a guy, Scott Geraltz, who was, he was shy, and he needed that screw you attitude, and Roger helped him with that. I mean, Roger could take a guy who had maybe a little bit of shyness in his game, and maybe didn't perceive himself as a big league pitcher, and he could take you to the next level. I mean, he did that better than anybody.
It is so much meaning. And Mike, I mean, I know you didn't come till 83, right? So you didn't do 71 to 82. But what Roger Craig did was he ended, like, I kind of analogize it to the Sacramento Kings a little bit. I mean, baseball and basketball are two different sports in terms of fan bases and stuff. But Mike, 71 to 87, that's a generation, and there was no postseason baseball. And not only that, the Giants were, except for brief flare-ups in 78 and 82, they were afterthoughts. They were doormats, and the Dodgers were ruling the roost. So for you guys in 87 to do that, I mean, it meant so much to an entire generation. That's why this guy, Dusty got him to the World Series and won all those games and Bonds and 103 and everything. And Bochy had 3 parades. That ain't ever going to be beaten. But, man, it almost feels like there's none of that without the Humbe. Like, he kind of, I don't want to say he, like, saved the franchise because they almost got sold in 92, but he certainly lit up a fan base and lit up that park. You know what I mean? It's hard to, I just want to thank him as that part of that generation. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I wasn't with the Giants from 71 to, 82, but I was with the Giants because I grew up with the rivalry, and the rivalry had gone stale. It's not a rivalry when one team completely dominates the other team. And in 83, 4, and 5, my first 3 years with the Giants, they were hard years. And each year got worse until we lost 100 games in 85. It was horrible. And then to be part of the resurgence in 86 with all the young players and just the free spirit that we had and the confidence that we started to build as an organization and resurrecting our image in the eyes of the Giants fans and the way that we were received from the Giants fans, that's the greatest thing I ever went through. That's the greatest thing I ever was part of. And that was 100% Roger. And just to see the resurgence in the stands and the pride come back to the Bay Area about their Giants that was there, from 58 all the way through the 60s, and it just kind of went a different direction in the 70s. And for Roger to bring all that back, that was unbelievable. Just the strength of all that. They honored the 1986 team a few years ago. I guess it was the 30th reunion, right? We finished in third place.
Yeah.
Who honors a third place team? Our fans did.
Yeah.
And that's what that season meant to our fans. And then we rolled it into 87 and went into the playoffs. And for all of us, it was the first time for a bunch of us. And it was just the most magnificent thing. And there at the helm, riding the horse, leading the charge, was the hum baby. And he loved it. He knew exactly what it was because he was part of the the rivalry when he pitched for the Dodgers. I think his best year was 59 when the Giants won the Dodgers won the World Series. He started the year. He said he started the year out in AAA, and then when he got called up, I mean, he was a big part of that team. He got put right in the rotation. He had 4 shutouts that year, and his ERA was barely over 2. I mean, he was really a good contributor to that championship, but he knew the rivalry. He was aware of it, and he was part of it, and he knew what it meant for the Giants fans to get back some pride in the organization, and he was really proud of that. You know, getting to the playoffs in '87, and then of course going to the World Series in '89. I mean, that was his contribution to our history, and it was a lot of people thought it was impossible, but he did it.
Yeah,
and I got to be part of it, and I got to see it every day, and it was magnificent.
Super magnificent. By the way, we got a text from somebody early this morning, Mike, to your point. He said, for all the kids out there who need to know, AFC Richmond is what a hum baby team is. And that's Ted Lasso's team. So you're right on it, man. The Lasso, and they play like hum babies. That's so great. I want to ask about the 2023 Giants in just a sec, but last one on Roger, because Will Clark's coming up at 8, the big hit. Did he ever tell you, don't get your dauber down? Or is that just pure mythology?
No, he absolutely did, you know, and I'll tell you one story. 1986 was my best year ever. And we go into the last week, and I had a chance to win 20. And I could do it if I came back with 3 days rest on the last day of the year in Los Angeles. And Earl Hershiser's pitching, and we're in L.A. And so I'm there, and I'm gassed. I'm tired. And before the game, I'm sitting in my locker, and Roger comes up to me. He goes, "You're one win away from a great season." And I looked at him. I said, "I've had a great season." He goes, "You need one more to have a great season." And he just looked at me and winked. Mm-hmm. And it pissed me off. And I went out there, and it was like I was no longer sitting there feeling sorry for myself because I was tired. I was on a mission from God.
Nice.
And I went out there and dug deep, and you know, and we wound up winning that ball game. And when the game was over, I was a 20-game winner. And Roger came up to me, and he shook my hand, and he said, "You've had a great season." And, man, I tell you what, it just meant the world to me to have his hand in my hand and to have him look me in the eye and to have him say something that meant the world to both of us. Because not only was I labeled a 20-game winner the rest of my life, he was the manager that helped me win 20 games. And he took as much pride in that as I did. And that was Roger Craig.
So great. What a life. And he was even on the scoreboard saluting Will Clark last year during the retirement ceremony. So much to get to. I guess we can't go without a word on the Giants. It almost seems kind of weird after talking Roger Craig all this time. But, hey, I mean, we're baseball fans. We're 2023 Giants fans. So you're the Giants, and you're flying to Colorado. What are you thinking after losing 2 series to the Pirates and Orioles and falling back under 5? You know, not the week you wanted. You lose Alex Wood to the IL. Schmidt and Bailey cooling off a little bit. What are you thinking, Mike?
Well, I mean, you go back to the road trip before. You go 5-2, right? Well, that's big time steam. Then you come in and you blow out the Pirates. You lose a close game, and then you play poorly. All right, day off. Going into the Orioles, you play a really good game. You lose a tough game. Then you win a game, and then you play poorly. You know what you're thinking going into Colorado? Not a damn thing.
Yeah.
Other than you're getting people back. You're getting back Jock Peterson. In all likelihood, Tyro Estrada is going to be back. Conforto should be able to play. Yastrzemski should be able to play. You have held the fort. Yeah, you went 2-4 in a 6-game homestand, but you played your tail off. Could have won 2 of those games, and you don't read much into it. You held the fort. You didn't have a wreck, and now the boys are coming back. That's what you think about. And you know what? You go out and win for Roger Craig. That's what you do.
Yeah, we should. Well, they should. I hope there's going to be a Hum Baby patch on the sleeves, right?
There has to be.
Now you're shocking.
Yes. If not, I'm going to make my own.
That's Mike. Yeah, me too. Totally. Yeah.
All right, Mike. So day off today. They go to Colorado where anything can happen, and we sure do appreciate the memories of the Hum Baby. You were
thanks,
how lucky
Mike.
you were, right, Mike, to call him your manager, huh?
Oh, he turned me around. I mean, he gave me that edge. He gave me that edge, and and he made us all believe in each other, and that was so powerful. So, I toasted him last night. I loved him, and I always will love him.
I love it. Great memories, Mike.
Thanks, Krug.
Thanks a million, Mike.
Baby.
Yeah, that's awesome. There it is. I was about to stop the show. I was going to end the show right now.
Just like a little moment there, yeah.
Oh, man. We're doing live radio. I got to have a little moment.
How do you follow up Mike Krukow doing 30 minutes on Roger Craig?
And then ending with a hum baby.
Well, I mean, I think I have the answer.
Well, what's the answer?
I can answer my own question.
What's the answer?
You bring in Will Clark. Woo! You let him take it from there.
Waterboy's flashing deuces.
Yeah, no, this is going to be totally.
Oh,
and
man.
great call on the hum baby patch. Yes, I think the patch should just say hum baby.
That's it.
You could have RC or something like that, but I think it should say hum baby.
I agree.
Great call.
And I think it should say hum baby on the sleeve.
Right on the sleeve now. Yep.
Yeah. Damn. So good. All right. Hey, more Giants talk with Andy Baggerly joining Tolbert and Copes today at 4:50. 4:50 Baggerly talking about it. But as you said, how are you going to follow that? You bring in 22. Will Clark is our big hit today, remembering the hum baby. Next on the Sports Leader.
Hum baby.
Mike Krukow with Murph and Mac has been sponsored by
your Northern California Honda dealers at NorCalHondaDealers.com.
The Murph and Mac Power Hour surges on. Next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
The original hum baby, Roger Craig, has sadly passed away this past weekend at 93 years old. So to read more about the life and career of Roger Craig, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT.
Hold it now.
This is Murph and Max. Big Hit.
I'll take a hit. Hit me. Hit me.
A hit is a hit, you pathetic schlepper.
Drive ball into left field. Nice hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
From the hum baby himself, on the video board, Roger Craig.
Will, this is a hum baby. Remember me? Yeah, I got on your butt a lot of times. I want to congratulate you. You were a great ball player. But you'd have been a lot better if you'd have listened to me.
All right, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader at Cumulus Media Station. We do the big hit every day. It's our big story, and nothing bigger than having Will Clark on to talk about the passing of his first big league manager, Roger Craig, a.k.a. the hum baby, who left us at the age of 93. Can't wait to hear Will's thoughts. First of all, Will, always welcome on the Murph and Max show. And we said it to Mike, we'll say it to you. Condolences on the loss of your mentor and your friend and your hum baby.
Good morning, buddy.
Our hearts go out to you, man. How are you, Will?
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank y'all so much for the condolences. Really appreciate it. I said it in my speech last year, but he was my first manager. He was my dad away from home. He was my mentor, and he meant a lot to me.
I mean, hum baby. It's like you try to explain to the kids, what does hum baby mean? When did you first kind of hear it and know it, and what did it mean to you?
Yeah. The first time was in spring training in, '86. And, he started saying it, and I had to, go to Kruko and Burnley and those guys and go, what's he talking about? And he goes, they went, hey, look, that's just a saying that it was back in the day. It was like, hey, go get him, hum baby, let's get after it. And, for me personally, it was a big deal. It was one of those things where I won't forget it. And, he was a big part of my life. So, I really appreciate, him being around for the 8 or 9 years that I was around him and teaching me the game of baseball.
So, Will, if I'm getting my time right, when you got drafted, he wasn't yet the manager, right? It was summer of '85, and you were drafted by the Jim Davenport Giants, right?
Yeah, it was Jim Davenport Giants, but then Roger Craig and Al Rosen took over later that year. I don't know exactly when they took over, but they took over and it became their team. And, the one thing that, will stick out with me forever was, in spring training of '86, after I won the job, the first thing that they told not only myself, but they told all the rest of the guys, hey, look, Candlestick is kind of miserable. We're going to use it to our advantage.
Nice.
We're gonna play night games, so you might as well suck it up and go get them because we're going to use this baseball park to our advantage. And that was one of the first things that I remember that they really, beat on the guys, and we went out there and we used that ballpark to our advantage.
For sure. And so, he was a pitcher, Roger Craig was. And we're talking to Will Clark, of course, here on The Big Hit. So, and he was about the split finger and all that. I wonder what he could do for a position player like you. Because, he was obviously a guy who was he was a pitching coach with the 84 Tigers and all that. So what kind of relationship did you guys have about baseball, given that he was primarily a pitching coach?
He was primarily, the founder of the split finger. But, as far as a position player goes, he wanted you to pay attention to the game. So we had a lot of stuff going on the field. We had a lot of signals happening, especially when runners were on base. And then also on top of that, he wanted to make sure that, everybody was positioned correctly. So, you would go down for a play, you'd come up, you'd have to look in the dugout. You go down for a play, you'd come up, you have to look in the dugout because you never knew, if you needed to be moved or whatever.
Well, it's really good, too. And then there's the attitude, just attitude. Baseball is mechanics, man. You got to worry. Nobody talks mechanics like you. You can take us through the how to hit a baseball like Ted Williams. But he also believed that there was the attitude part of it. Can you speak to that? Is that somebody might say, it's BS, man. You got to have mechanics, otherwise you can't play the game. Whereas the other part would say, no, you got to have the attitude, otherwise you can't win at this game. Would you explain that to everybody out there? How he brought maybe setting aside the analytics and getting more into the heart and emotion?
He gave myself and Robbie Thompson, a shot in '86. Matt Williams came up a little bit in '87 and then wound up making the team in '88. Kurt Manwaring followed. Then you got all these guys. You got Dave Burba, Jeff Brantley, Rod Beck. You just name names down the line who came up through our system. And every one of them, he called in the office and he said, look, you have been successful, in the minor leagues doing what you do, being, Will Clark, being Rod Beck, being Jeff Brantley, being Robbie Thompson. Bring that attitude to this team and we will make it work. And so that right there let all of the guys really relax. They became themselves. They got on the big league level and they were like, okay, I'm going to do what I've been doing, for the last few years in the minor leagues, and we were successful that way.
Will Clark is our guest here during the big hit, which is, of course, our 8 o'clock big story of the day, and it's the passing of Roger Craig at the age of 93. He was the hum baby himself. And, by the way, you ever use hum baby in your life in 2023?
Good question.
Oh God, that is a good question. I actually try to use it quite a bit. The only problem is people look at me like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Hey, man. Yeah.
So, but other than that, I mean, as far as hum baby goes, for me personally, it's an attitude, and especially, when I go work with the minor league guys. I basically translate what hum baby means to those guys. It's like, hey, I need to see this out of you. I need to see, you bringing the A game every day. I need to see you, shrugging off a tough game and bouncing back the next day. So I try to bring that to these guys in a different way.
I'm almost thinking when you bag a deer, you might want to say hum baby.
I don't know about all of that. I don't know about it. That's a little different right there.
That's pretty funny. We're talking to Will Clark on the big hit here, and he's doing his thing. By the way, I've been dummy for asking this question. I should get it. Who was the Giants? Was the hitting coach Dusty under Roger? Or no, am I wrong?
So it started out to be Jose Morales.
Okay.
He was the pinch hitting guru from the Dodgers back in the day. And then Jose got let go, and it became Dusty. So Dusty was my hitting instructor for 5 years before he became my manager in '93.
Yeah.
So I had a chance to work with Dusty extensively, and that's kind of where he and I hit it off, and we became like two peas in a pod. And for me personally, it was a great relationship. Dusty was excellent as far as mechanics went, but he was the bomb as far as what to look for, why to look for it, what to look for in this situation, why we look in this direction, and those things combined with making a few adjustments in the swing made Dusty like my best friend forever.
So people don't know. I mean, so Al Rosen and Roger Craig are the ones who brought Dusty in. So
they brought Dusty in. Yeah. Dusty had just got through being a player. I think he retired when he was with the A's.
Yeah, 86 A's, 86.
Yeah, I want to say with the A's, and for me personally, like I said, it was just a match made in heaven. I mean, he and I hit it off from the get-go. We got even tighter, as our relationship developed. And, he was the guy that basically, changed my whole swing around, made me a better ball player.
So there it is. So if Roger Craig was teaching the split finger to Scotty Garrelts and that whole crew, he was smart enough, he and Al Rosen, to hire a guy like Dusty Baker, who would help.
That's huge. Look at his. Clark. Yeah, right.
You got to have an eye for talent, for coaching talent.
Totally.
And that's exactly correct. I mean, the Roger Craig, Al Rosen era was definitely a stepping stone for the Giants, but not only from the standpoint of wins, but also from the standpoint of, hey, look, we got these freaking excellent ball players in our organization. Let's promote them, and let's make major leaguers out of them. And we go back. Jeff Brantley, Rod Beck, Dave Burba, Kevin Rogers. I mean, we can go down through the line as to guys that came up, through our system, and they became major leaguers. And so now you translate that into the Giants. Now you see a Casey Schmidt, and you see a Patrick Bailey and a Ryan Walker, all come through our system. This system right here that we have with the Giants modern day mimics what we had back in the 80s and 90s. we have a ton of talent in our minor league system, and they need to be promoted.
You talking about now?
Now.
Ooh. So you're jumping.
Well, I just went and saw Richmond, Virginia, which is our AA team, and I mean, I got at least 3 or 4 guys right now.
Yeah.
In Richmond that I can project on the major league roster, no problems.
Okay.
Tell us who we got.
Yeah, give me some names.
Well, I know. All right. So Vaughn Brown, he's an outfielder. You and I talked about him last year.
Yes, that's right.
Unbelievable. I mean, great power. Can run like a deer, and good outfielder, team leader. I mean, everybody hovers around him. So that's Vaughn Brown. He will be in the major leagues without a shadow of a doubt. Second, I just saw this guy for the first time. I've been hearing about him for a while, but every time I show up, I miss him. Is a right-handed starter by the name of Landon Roop. A 94, 95 mile an hour power sinker with a breaking ball. And when I was there, he made guys look stupid. I mean, it was fun to watch. And then we had a little a vision of this guy in spring training this year. His name is Randy Rodriguez. He's a reliever, right-handed reliever, and just an electric fastball, 96, 97, and the ball just jumps out of his hand. So, those 3 guys right there, I'm without a shadow of a doubt, I'm projecting them as major leaguers.
Man, I'm excited. I mean, that's what we got going here. Yeah, I mean, I love you going. I love you telling us about these guys. And you would have said Matos, but he's up in Sacramento along with Kyle Harrison and those guys. So,
yeah, and that's the thing. I missed Matos. Matos for me personally, he's there. I mean, without a shadow of a doubt. But these other guys, like I said, this is the first time I've seen Roop in person. I've heard a lot about him, and when I saw him, I'm like, oh, Jesus, who's this guy, And, then on top of that, like we talked about, Vaughn Brown, he was a 10th round draft pick, and he's just absolutely gone through the roof. And then you start looking at some of our other, minor leaguers that we have right now. I mean, kid, even though he's hurt right now, but he has made the jump from low A all the way to double A, is a kid by the name of Wade Meckler. He started hitting 400 in San Jose. They bumped him up to Eugene. He hit 370, 380 in Eugene, and they bumped him up to double A. So, I mean, he's on a meteoric rise as well.
I think everybody will want to know your take on Marco Luciano. He's in Richmond, right?
Yeah, Marco's in Richmond. They've kind of, taken their time with Marco. I like his talent. He just needs to, believe it or not, play a little bit more baseball and grow up. To be totally honest, I mean, I love him to death, but he makes some stupid mistakes. And that comes with, being a younger ball player. And you need to iron that out in the minor leagues, and that's what he's doing right now.
And I see I'm on the Richmond Squirrels page, leading home run guy, Carter Aldretti, nephew of a hum baby, Mike Aldretti.
Nice.
Bring it all full circle, right?
It's in the family, Will. I love it.
You're right. And that's one of the great things is, Carter is the nephew of Mike Aldretti, and Mike was a teammate, and Mike's a big leaguer. He's been a big league coach for years and years and years. And so Carter comes from a great background, baseball background, and he has switched his swing around and done a fabulous job. And I'm really pulling for Carter because he's a great kid.
Man, we could go on and on and on, but we were talking to Will Clark here. We booked him to talk about the life of Roger Craig. And before we let you go, Will, I need a final story on the St. Louis Brawl and Roger's role in it, the hum baby. Because in my memory, when you guys were going at it with the Cardinals on the AstroTurf at Busch, in my memory, he and Whitey...
They maybe mixed it up a little, yeah.
They mixed it up a little bit.
They paired off, just in case.
He and Whitey didn't have any love lost. He didn't care for Whitey, and Whitey didn't care for him. And so you guys are talking about mixing it up. Yeah, probably happened, you want to know the truth. But, the one thing about the hum baby was, he wanted to battle every day.
Yeah.
he came from, the Dodger organization, and, he wanted us to carry ourselves, with pride like winners. When we went on road trips, we were dressed in coat and tie. So, we were real, formal about those kind of things. And, the way that he carried us on the field, the way that he managed baseball games was the bottom line to win. And for me personally, it installed even more of the winning attitude that I already had. And he told me to carry myself, with pride.
Did he ever comment on you having that dust up with Ozzie in the crowd? Did he ever have his own take on that?
Not one bit. Matter of fact, believe it or not, he was the guy. All right, all of that stuff happened from the day before. Vince Coleman stole second and stole third with a huge lead, and we said we're going to drill Vince Coleman. We didn't drill him the next day, and so that's why I went in the second base to break up the double play. Yeah. And Roger never once did not back me up. He had my side the whole time. So he knew what the deal was. He knew we needed to drill Vince Coleman, and we didn't. And when I went in the second base, he was the guy that was backing me up the most.
Say no more, man.
Thanks, Will.
Hum Baby doing his thing in St. Louis. We think, and we're telling the Giants, there should be a Hum Baby patch the rest of the year.
Got to do it. Got to acknowledge
I'll take a
him.
little Hum Baby attitude on the 2023 Giants.
Today, Will, we need to.
I would love it. Not only on the Hum Baby, San Francisco Giants, but on all of our minor league teams.
Yeah. Yep.
Look, this is how we bring it. This is how we have that winning attitude every day. This is how we step on the field. We want to kick everybody's ass. Let's go.
Oh, man.
He's got to do it. It's part of the legacy because he brought in Dusty, and Dusty built the legacy through, obviously, and then on to Bochy, and now we're trying to recreate it here. So
thanks so much, Will.
It's great to hear your voice, man. And he was your mentor. He was your manager, and you guys won a lot of games. You guys brought a Candlestick generation to life, and there's a whole generation or two of Bay Area, Northern California Giants fans who are forever grateful. So thanks to you and the Hum Baby.
I greatly appreciate y'all saying that because, we showed up and the fans started coming out. We started winning. And, to cap off the 89 season and see 60,000, people in the stands at Candlestick. Thank you to not only for you guys bringing it up, but thank you to all the fans for being there and supporting us for the years. And we're trying to get that going, with the modern day club right now.
And did he ever say anything about the Mitch Williams at bat to you when the dust settled? Like, thank you, Will. Thank you.
When the dust settled, he gave me a big hug and said, "Thank you." And I said, "It was my pleasure, big boy."
That was a Hum Baby at bat, Will. Oh, man, awesome. Great talking to you.
Thanks so much, Will.
Thanks for sharing your memories.
Man.
No, my pleasure, guys. Y'all have a good one, and thank y'all for remembering Roger. I appreciate it.
There it is.
God bless,
Say
man.
no more right there, huh?
That's all in the family right there. You know how much of a treat that is right there, hearing Will Clark and Mike Krukow talk about, just firsthand accounts of the impact that Roger Craig had. Because, the more you say this, you got to realize and try to remember, what it meant for us just to, Murph, to see a playoff game at Candlestick Park was like, oh, my God. It was, unthinkable. It's like, I can't even.
Again, the modern analogy for the current young kid, it would be the Kings. Like the Kings, how excited the Kings fans were.
Yeah.
17 years. I mean, it was 16 for the Giants.
Down for a long time.
It's basically the same thing. So if you want to put your mind how crazy Sacramento was, that's what Candlestick was.
Yeah.
And if you go back and just YouTube some of those 87 highlights.
Well, by the way, shout out Will Clark. Well, we decided we needed to drill Vince Coleman. Drill him. No, we didn't drill him. Yeah. So we didn't drill him. He stole two bats.
That as easy as one.
No, we drilled him.
I hope Gabe Kapler, teaches a little Hum Baby.
I would like to see Gabe with the Hum Baby patch. I'm not even kidding. Not a riff.
What is this raw BS?
I'm not sure I can relate to the philosophy. Hum
much
Baby.
More analytical now.
Or if I prefer Hum Person, if I could. Yeah. No, I don't. I'm just riffing. I'm riffing. Got a riff.
Oh, very good. Okay. Cooler content coming up right now.
Hum Baby.
Crank up Murph and Max Power Hour.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler.
Of content.
Murphy Max Cooler of Content is sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Yeah, the Cooler of Content. Wow, we just gave you 50 minutes of Kruko and Will Clark on the Hum Baby, Roger Craig. First of all, is there a better nickname in the world than the Hum Baby?
No. No, there really isn't. No.
And I'll just keep telling you guys this as many times.
Baby.
Like, I'm doing my part to keep it alive, man. And yesterday, I did not know this. Hum Baby, the news of the Hum Baby's passing came in the evening, and we had our year-end picnic, our Majors Giants picnic at noon, and we had shirts made for Hum Baby. They say Hum Baby on me, Hum Baby on 3, and on the back says Hum Baby. And so I gave those shirts out around 1 or 2, probably particles, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
You know
I
what
think
else is really
Roger
weird?
said, now that the kids have their shirt, I'll leave them to wear it.
This kind of thing happens in life sometimes. Like maybe, I don't know, on some level, like we felt something somewhere in the universe. But how about this on Friday? Kind of unprovoked, Murph started talking about Hackman and the Hum Baby and how those kind of guys
Why did that come up?
I don't know, but it's so crazy that was actually discussed on Friday.
We talked about Jeffrey Leonard, the Hack Man.
Because Jeff Leonard had to buy into it, and with
it was
the hat,
the big showdown with the hat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for people who didn't hear that story, so Hackman was a very strong personality, and Roger took over this sinking ship in '85 that was losing 100, and they were all fractured. And part of the deal was Jeffrey Leonard just wore his hat backwards, which whatever. It's not. Is that a big deal? I mean, Ken Griffey did it all the way to the Hall of Fame. You know what I mean? So, but for whatever reason, Roger wanted everybody sort of like, to be on the same page. He said, I'd like it. And he said they had a big showdown. He said, come see me in my office. It was like, oh, you know what I mean? Can you imagine right now KG calling Paulie into the office?
That happens all the time. That's like me at work. Yeah, come see me in my office.
When Holler says, hey, hey, Paulie, come see me in my office.
All the time. That's my natural domain, getting called into someone's office.
But apparently he told me, he said, I'd rather you wore your hat forward like everyone else, be part of this team. Hackman's like, this is what I do. He goes, yeah, well, this is what I'm doing. I'm trying to build a team here. And
trying to build a team here.
So anyway, they come out for batting practice, and Leonard comes out with the hat backwards. Everybody's like, oh. And then Leonard got in the cage, looked at the Hum Baby, and turned the hat forward.
So you know how cool that is, man? That's like Hollywood stuff that actually happened.
And he said he respected that he talked to him like a man, asked him that he was trying to build something. He had a goal in mind, like we're trying to do something here. He wasn't just chastising the Hack Man. He said, we're trying to do something here, trying to get people to buy in.
Yeah.
And Hackman said, okay. Next thing you know, he's a 1987 NLCS MVP.
That's what I'm talking about,
One flap
man.
down, Waterboy. Are you familiar with the one flap down? All right, yeah, you are. So he would take a home run trot, and just for style and swag, just put one arm by his side. That was it. It was no reason. It was just for swag.
Yeah, that's all.
And it pissed off Cardinal fans like you read about.
Well, listen.
They asked him, they said, what was that? He goes, that was one flap down.
What is the state of the giant Cardinal thing? Because that was at its most heated, the Roger Craig years. I mean, that thing was boiling.
Well, Mike Kruk will tell you that it's as ferocious as ever, but I don't know if it is.
No, I think
we really don't see rivalries are really a relic of the past.
We're more interested in peaceful resolution. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. That kind of conflict. Yeah. I don't know. I'm just, kind of conflict isn't good for the club.
Well, it's not good for society.
No, I said, why are we doing this? I don't know. Lashing out. Yeah. Well,
because it's different than the Hum Baby.
It's well, you know what? To be kidding aside, we are riffing and trying to have some, laughs with this. But truth of the matter is, Murph, have you seen how many texts have come in and saying, because Murph asked earlier in the show, he goes, what is Hum Baby? What does it mean to you? Will Clark says it's like an attitude. It's like an approach, a philosophy. But I'm saying like a dozen texts have come in today and said, Hum Baby is the exact opposite of the analytics era. Like I've seen that text, that idea over and over today.
That's
a lot of people are saying that.
Very well said.
It's the exact opposite of data and analytics.
Now, I've got a question for our Little League manager over here, Brian Murphy, who is the manager of the Hum Babies.
Yes.
Of course, you like to teach your kids all the thoughts and lessons of a Roger Craig.
Yes.
But with your 8-8 record this year, aren't you more like Gabe Kapler than Roger Craig?
I got to take that. I got to take that arrow right to the heart and just go down. I got nothing to say.
Yeah.
I just got to wear it. All right, here's the deal. For cooler content. All right, we'll jump from that to cooler content. So what do we got? Kendrick Perkins and J.J. Redick? Something happening this morning?
So this was fresh from this morning. They were talking about the narrative of forcing Jokic to be a shooter over a scorer.
I love this, by the way.
But you can hear Kendrick Perkins kind of busting in the background. I don't know if that's the right word to use,
what's
Paul.
going on here?
Okay.
But go ahead and listen.
This is not the first time a team has tried to make Nikola Jokic score. This is not the first time a team has been more physical with Jamal Murray and tried to disrupt their two-man action. For as well as the Nuggets have played at times, Perk, is that you moaning in my ear over and over again?
Yeah, I know. I was getting ready to answer. You sound like you got sleep apnea,
Are you
Perk.
okay?
Was you all right?
Are you okay?
Yeah, that's me. It's
Okay.
all right.
It's not. Are you
moaning.
intentionally?
It's
Are you
not
intentionally
moaning.
trying
It's
to?
being disgusted.
Oh
yes,
my
I am.
God. It's a gross
intentional.
noise, man. It's a gross noise.
Keep going. That's all right.
I'm just saying that's very disrespectful. You don't have to sound like you got sleep apnea on live television. You could disguise it a little
that's
bit.
fine.
I mean, that's very disrespectful.
That's fine.
That's very disrespectful.
That's fine.
Okay.
Hey, look, I came on here. I already knew that the peanut gallery was gonna be against Big Perk anyway. I came on here ready for the smoke. So that's fine. You and JJ could team up. I'm ready. I'm sitting right here. I'm not going nowhere. I came into this world one deep and I'm gonna come on first.
All right, well then let him finish. Just let him finish that. Just let it. You the one with one foot in the grave and another foot on a banana peel. So let him finish.
So
go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right, it's a little goofy, a little kooky. By the way, moaning off air.
Oh, I like a good moan.
Do we dare tell the story, or should we leave
I don't know
names
where you're
out
going.
of it?
But no, I'm not sure where you're
we
going.
had a situation here I might have been on the Ticket 1050 way back when. Well, we're not going. I'm not saying names.
Oh, I think I know. I was involved in this. Oh, you're talking about the.
Yeah.
Oh,
there was a
thing.
player. There was a player. I'm going to leave.
Wow. Okay, you know about that. Yeah. This is a true story now.
The player did a weekly show, and then was it before the show?
Yes. So there was like an ISDN line, right, Marcus? So Will Clark just called in on the phone. When you have a weekly guy, you can have an ISDN, so they just flip a switch and boom, they're on the air. So. Listen, I'm just telling you what happened. We were in a break, and we're getting ready to bring this player in, this unnamed player, and the guy was in queue, and there was some romance going on, and you could hear it in queue coming through the thing. I'm like, oh, they're having there's some intimacy going on here. We're about to go live on the air. It didn't get broadcast on the air, but we heard it in the studio. It was plain as day.
Oh, there it is.
Well, a little bit.
It was a very relaxed interview, shall we say.
Yeah. Very stress-free.
All right, on to the next entry. Aaron Judge. Mookie Betts has a podcast?
Does he?
Since when?
Saw him strike out last night, as a matter of fact.
He had Aaron Judge on it. How about that? Aaron Judge and Mookie Betts just hanging out on a
nice
couch
little lineup,
talking.
yeah.
And they're talking about the Arson Judge tweet.
Oh, boy. See?
Here we go.
There was a tweet.
Yeah, I think my name changed a little bit.
Arson?
Arson Judge. I haven't seen his stats yet with the Giants.
Me neither. It's got to be pretty good, though. What was that?
I was on a flight. My agent texted me, said, stuff's going down in San Diego right now. And I'm like, what are you talking
San
about?
Diego?
Yeah. So I guess this happened kind of at the winter meetings. But it was funny. That kind of blew up a little bit. And I started getting a couple text messages from family and friends, people with the Yankees, kind of what's going on.
Did you get excited about that? We're going to the Giants? I didn't even get to choose?
Yeah, the one time I get to choose, I didn't get to choose.
You didn't get to choose.
Damn it. He chose the Yankees.
Shout out Aaron
He's out there
Judge.
having a huge year, too, by the way.
No, I was watching your ball game a little bit last night between Heat timeouts and stuff like that. Good, very, like Murph said, great looking ball game. Yankees at Dodgers on a Sunday night with the sun going down. That's about as good as baseball looks right there.
Let me give you Aaron Judge's numbers right now.
Go ahead.
Waterboy. He's because the pressure was on that he had to follow up last year's season. Mm-hmm. And he seems to be doing it.
Well, you were saying, get ready, it's going to happen. You've been very confident.
He's
I got no problem with that.
with 19 bombs and 40 ribs.
Yeah,
What are we talking?
I remember before the season started, Murph asked me, is he going to hit 60 again? Which is pretty unlikely, but I said I wouldn't put it past him to hit 50 again.
Yes, that's right.
And now he's got 19 so far this year, and he missed 2 weeks of the season on the IL.
Can we talk about his defense, too? He's out there robbing home runs, and then he caught a ball and ran through the fence at Dodger Stadium.
Where's my Aaron
Ran
Judge,
through
by the
a
way?
wall, Murph.
Did they forget to latch it?
No, that's not even a door. It was part of the wall that he just busted through again.
So like Grant McRae's dad famously in the Louisville or the minor league highlights. So there you go. All right. It's hard to relive that. Could use him in the lineup, by the way. Meanwhile, Nicky Turturro's very excited because the Yankees are playing the Dodgers. He's our favorite.
It's about time.
He's our favorite baseball fan on social media.
I've been waiting for some new Nicky sound for some time now. I'm looking forward to
this. So
this.
he lives in L.A., but he's always repping New York.
Oh,
now his Yankees are at Dodger Stadium.
Got to assume he was at the Yard, yeah.
So he's doing an MLB on Fox hype video for Yankees Dodgers.
Nice.
Here it is.
Hey, Al, you ready? Let's do it.
Everything in New York is better than LA, and I know firsthand because that's where I'm from. But now I live in LA. Do not listen to LA foodies. They're a bunch of gabones. What is that? Who taught you how to eat pizza? That's how you eat a pizza. What's the matter with you? Dodger dog. That's horrible. Look at the color of that thing. What is that, bologna? Eat it. Is that a cold cut or is that a cold cut? You know where New York is really better than LA? In the World Series, my friend. We met him 11 times and we won 8. We gave him 55. We felt bad. 63. All right, they had Koufax. 81. It's a half a year. Bugats, what do I care about that?
That's really good. Hey, by the way, I love his 81 dismissal.
We gave him 55. We felt bad.
Shout out Roger Craig. He was part of that. The Hum Baby was part of that 55 Dodger team.
We felt bad.
Dude, I love 81. It's a half a year.
Yeah.
That's what we've been saying forever.
Yeah.
81. It's a half a year.
I'm with
Bugats, what do I care about that?
He's right. No, he ain't wrong about that.
By the way, is everything in New York better than L.A.? Everything? I mean, the obvious weather, right? I mean, but maybe some people prefer the seasons.
No Sunset Strip in New York City, though. I'll tell you that. I mean, they got their own thing going on, but you can't go to the Rainbow.
He said everything in New York is better.
Yeah.
Everything.
Sunsets are better in Los Angeles, I would say.
Okay.
Got to give them the sunsets.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's a good one. Yeah.
You know what I mean? They have Magic Johnson.
Less humidity.
Yeah.
Less humidity.
They were winning titles when Marcus's dad was watching the Knicks just get looking in the playoffs every year. The Knicks wouldn't even get in there. So they got better basketball, better sunsets. I'm just trying to stick up for L.A. in some fashion.
Well done.
Yeah,
Good job.
well, you got UCLA down there.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying?
Better than St. John's?
Better than, hey, listen.
Meanwhile, the Yankees took 2 out of 3. Nicky T, hype.
Okay.
2 out of 3, baby. I never fail in LA. I did it 2019. I did it again.
He's back. This energized him.
By the way, Nicky Turturro counting up Los Angeles Dodger World Series. Totally agree with his 81 take. How do you feel? You got to go ahead and apply the same thing to 20.
Yeah.
That thing shouldn't count it. That thing
wasn't against the Yankees.
That should count. Well, that's true.
Yeah, that was his
but
thing.
That should count less than the 81. He should have just thrown
that in there.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
How about this one, Paulie? This one is staying on the Yankee tip. Anthony Rizzo was in the on-deck circle, and some fan, some jabro, some guy was getting loose, trying to get Italian on him. So it's like very New York Italian guy.
Okay.
Just having some fun with Rizzo here in the on-deck circle.
Cool.
Here, listen.
Hey, Tony, real talk. How's your mother's cutlets? The Sunday sauce? Come on, we gotta know. What's the Rizzo household look like on a Sunday? Rajol? We're not around anymore. We're not around.
You know what, though? I got to give a little love right there. How are the cutlets? Respect.
The guy was saying, how's the Rizzo household? How are your mom's cutlets?
Yeah.
And he goes,
how's your mother's cutlets?
How about the Sunday sauce? Is that what he says? Give me that again.
That was very good.
The Sunday sauce?
Yeah.
Come on, we gotta know.
We got to know.
And does he say brajol?
Yeah, brajol.
What's that?
The brajol. It's like a big thing. It's like a meat, a brajol, yeah.
Give me that, too.
Rajol?
Brajol is actually slang, too. You hear that used as slang a lot, like for Tommy Lee. You would say,
really?
oh, look at the brajol. Yeah.
Brajol?
That's only in New York Italian do you get this.
Brajol.
I mean, that rap doesn't work anywhere. It doesn't work in Atlanta or Houston or Phoenix.
Shout out Tommy Lee's brajol.
Oh!
Yeah, you guys know what I mean.
Give me that Give me the whole thing again. This is him just yelling through the net.
How are the cutlets?
Here it is.
Hey, Tony, real talk. How's your mother's cutlets? The Sunday sauce? Come on, we gotta know.
We gotta know.
What's the Rizzo household look like on a Sunday?
Probably good.
Rajol? We're not around anymore. We're not around.
I bet you they throw it down at the Rizzo household. By the way, I've never come farther all the way around on loving a dude like Rizzo as I used to hate him so much when he was a Cub based on that whole thing in 16. But now I like Rizzo a lot, dude. He was the only guy that had a pulse for you last year in the postseason.
How's it looking on a Sunday?
Yeah. How's the sauce?
Only New York.
Yeah.
Maybe Boston. Maybe.
That's how they evaluate you, though. Like, I don't care how nice you are. How are the cutlets?
And we end it with a tribute to Roger Craig, the baseball manager who left us at age 93. He was simply known by 2 words, the Hum Baby. Hum Baby.
Okay.
We play him out.
Gotta say, baby, when you see these Giants film, baby, when you watch them play, baby, it's gonna be fun. Yeah. Hum baby, hum baby, hum baby, hum baby, hum baby. We got
I think it's phenomenal, and I think it's wonderful. Awesome.
Everybody is trying to win for the Giants this year, and they're doing it. They're winning. That's Hum Baby.
Hum baby, it's gonna
Boom. Mic drop. 1987, like you read about.
Yeah, brings it back,
with
man.
the synthesized drums.
Totally. Exactly.
We're past the drum here. We want to do an electronic sound for a drum. All right, there you go. There's your Power Hour.
All right,
Mike
man.
Krukow, Will Clark.
Very hard. A lot of heart in this Power Hour today. A lot of heart.
The way Mike signed off at
Yeah.
the home, baby, man. So, all right. Hey, we got some fun talk coming up at 9 o'clock with Brent Jones at 9:15, talking 49er football. Stick with us. The Murphy Mac Show on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Baby.
All righty, Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. It's time to talk about those weeknight specials. Yes, we do pickup and delivery. Yes, we have well-spaced tables. Let's talk weeknight specials. Each weeknight, Monday through Thursday, Amici's offers a different dine-in special for the indoor and outdoor dining guests from 5 until closing. So, Monday, today, it's not just an evening offer, it's all-day happy hour from open to close. So all kinds of great menu deals. Tuesdays, kids eat free night. That's significant. One entree from the kids menu free per paid adult meal. That's nice. So take the family for dinner and take the night off from doing the dishes. Wednesday, half-price pasta night. 50% off any pasta, any size. And then for Thursdays, it's $10 draft beer pitchers and 30% off all bottles of wine. So you can get an early start on that weekend vibe. So that's pretty good, too, on Thursday. It's really good on Thursday. So when you're looking for a fun night out and a good value weeknight meal with family and friends, Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Curveball, he'll throw anything at you.
High drive. Right field. Out of here. One pitch, and it's 1-0. Did that go in the water?
Yes, it did. That's the one we've all been waiting for. And my partner Smoothie picked Lamont Wade Jr. and he delivered for him. He wins a pile of money. The amount of cash, unbelievable.
There it was, Lamont Wade, Friday night. Pretty much the best thing that happened all weekend, other than Alex Cobb, maybe. My kids were surprisingly into it, Paulie. This is a 15-year-old and 11-year-old. Oh, number 100, number 100. I was like, okay.
Oh, to splash it? Yeah.
I was surprised, but the marketing thing worked. They got very excited.
Yeah.
So
it's been a long time coming.
For all you kids out there.
Triple digits, man.
So fun details on this include, the question was brought up, even in my own house. So wait a minute. Does that mean 100 by both teams? Dad, no. Only 100 by the Giants. So you're like, well, what about the other teams?
There's a good question, too.
Count those.
See, I think they should have a home. They should have like a home and visitors. They have like a giant splash hit count, and they should have like a visitors.
Why would you want to remind your pitchers of the times they've given up water
Well, then
shots?
you know then at least we know like because nobody knows the totals.
I get why they're doing it, and I think it's probably the smart move marketing wise and team. But it should say, I think it just says splash hits. It should probably say giant splash hits. So, for example, this is the interesting little detail, Paulie. That's 100 for the Giants. Opposing teams who have had as many at bats as Giants have, only 55.
Well, I think we figured out why earlier in the show.
We figured out the math problem early in the show.
And Murph,
one person's
the
responsible.
math problem is Barry Bonds.
Yeah, Barry Bonds.
He hit 35 of them, so if you take away his 35,
it's pretty even.
65, 55.
It's a lot closer,
And Murph, there's actually a good chance that opposing teams have taken more at-bats than the Giants because the bottom of the ninth.
Look at you. Look at you.
You know what?
See, this is the young generation coming up with ideas now.
I'm trying to figure out who has the most of visitors. I'm going on the list here. It looks like...
You mean what team or what player?
No, what player. It looks like Carlos Delgado had a couple for the Mets.
Well, you don't want to talk Todd Hundley anymore? I got Murph for Todd Hundley.
Adam LaRoche knocked a couple.
Yeah.
Okay. What do we got here? Carlos Gonzalez. Remember when Carlos Gonzalez was a thing?
He was a problem.
Colorado?
Yep.
Cargo.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
There was a time when he was like, you didn't want to see him up.
Nope.
There was a time you did not want to see him. I got, you know who's got a couple is Jock as a visitor. Jock has a couple as a visitor. So I'm trying to find if somebody has Max Muncy.
Yeah. Well, talking mess too. That was uncool. Yeah.
Go get it out of the way.
I know.
He has two. Luis Gonzalez, who was, Luis Gonzalez. Well, I mean, what are you going to say?
Listen.
Listen, did you guys see KNBR's Instagram post of all 100? Oh, it's really cool. Check it out. KNBR strung together all 100.
Nice.
First of all, nice dig to get all 100.
Yeah.
And
now they can set us up on YouTube, hopefully, as well, with the trends and whatnot, the algorithms. You guys know what I'm talking about. So when I search something, we come up. That'd be nice.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Just for a goof. I don't know.
So
home of Giants ball.
When
stuff
you
like
see
that.
Bonds hit 35 of them over and over and over again, it is mind blowing.
Yeah.
And again, they say, well, steroids. I'm like, yeah, but still. I mean, it's like. Steroids were around and a lot of people were using them.
A lot of the guys throwing to Bonds were on steroids.
But he was doing And the other thing my kids noticed, they said, he hit his so deep in the water. I was like, yeah, he did. And Barry liked to say, Paulie, this water's cold and deep, too. Remember that, those days? Anyway, salute to Lamont Wade Jr. It was a fun thing to see, and number 100 for the Giants. And you see the guy who got it, it wasn't McCovey Code.
No, it was what was the guy's name?
Mark the Shark.
That's right. They shouted him out. It was John Miller shouted him out. Yeah, Mark the Shark.
Looked like he was a little overwhelmed by the moment.
Well, it's a big moment now.
What was he doing, Waterboy?
He was making out with the baseball on top of his canoe. Yeah.
You equated it to lovemaking almost.
It was getting a little intimate.
It was very romantic.
I thought he was like passing out or something. No.
No, it almost sounded like our guy
Kendrick
off
Perkins?
air.
But the phone call before the segment. Yeah, right.
Mark the Shark was getting intimate with that ball.
He was feeling it, man. Literally.
The other question that was raised by the youngsters was, has a right-hander ever done it? And the answer is no.
Somebody's going to do it. Mike used to say Buster could do it. Like at some point, Buster Posey could go oppo out there.
Well, I think if the guy we just heard in Cooler Content, if he was here, he might have done it.
Yeah.
Arson Judge.
Yeah.
How about that, Waterboy? No righty ever going oppo taco in the water.
Somebody will do it.
It's a Titanic blast to go oppo.
Yeah, someone will do it at some point.
It's tough, but like we were talking about earlier, I mean, Buster almost did it in NLDS Game 1 against the Dodgers.
Someone will do
Those damn water cannons.
I'm going to go, listen, I love the romance of that story and everything, but I'm going to go ahead and say there was not going to be a water shot.
All right, Murph, don't let your analytics and statistics
don't
get in the way of a good time, all right?
I am violating my number one rule in life, which is never let the truth get in the way of a good story.
We're just trying to hype something up.
Murph.
I got to go do 20 push-ups during the break.
Or 25.
Ooh, I don't think I have 25 in me. In fact, I don't think I have 20 in me.
20 is a big ask.
10?
It really is.
Can I get
15 maybe is where I start to get the arms start shaking.
I'll be shaking around 10.
Yeah, the arms get this whole thing going.
So anyway,
not a good look.
Other opponents who have done it.
Dude, once you see that, it's like, you know what? Do me a favor, just stop doing push. Just stop. Yeah. You don't need to impress me.
Looks like Delgado has 3. Yeah. If I'm doing my counts right, Delgado may be the guy. Don't forget his role in Paulie. One of your favorite stories is when I was covering the A's for the Examiner, and I used to have to look for a different angle because we were the afternoon paper. Paulie, shout out afternoon newspapers.
I missed the afternoon Examiner. What, I don't want to come home and have the afternoon Examiner sitting there? I used to read that all the time.
So I couldn't write the game, so I had to let Susan Slusser and Howard Bryant duke it out for the game story angle. I would always try to do And it frequently led me to the opponent's locker room, where once Sandy Alomar Jr. mother-fathered me like you read about. And also once I got Carlos Delgado alone in his Blue Jays locker, and he was very kind. And I remember the whole time he was rubbing a lotion on his head.
Nice.
Because he had a shaved head.
Nice. He'll lotion up a little.
Moisturizing his skin.
Yeah.
So he was the last guy in there, and I got this exclusive interview with him, whatever. And then I was walking out, and Jim Fregosi, shout out Sarah High, the late, great Jim Fregosi from South City. He was the Blue Jays manager, and he was sitting in his office with Mr. T.
Nice.
Mr. T.
Nice.
I stopped dead in my tracks and walked right in there.
Did he drop a fool on you?
And I walked
What
in
are you
and
looking
I
at, fool?
I said, I'm sorry to interrupt, guys, but this is a moment I can't pass up.
Yeah, Mr. T, I got to say hello.
I said, first of all, I'm from San Francisco, so Jim, I'm from your hometown, you know. And I said, Mr. T, I'm going to need you to sign the scorebook here.
Not a problem.
And he did.
Yeah.
He signed the scorebook. So
Did he call you fool at any point?
I don't know. But
By the way, Murph,
that's my Carlos Delgado story.
I'm starting to figure out what's going on here.
Maybe a Hall of Famer, Carlos Delgado.
Delgado?
Look at his numbers.
I'm going to have to do that. I'm starting to wonder, Marcus, maybe Murph is doing all this splash hit tallying and counts and home teams visiting. Is this just an elaborate kind of plan so we're not talking about the weekend of ball at the yard, Murph?
Pretty much.
Kind of disappointing, let's be honest. Yesterday was a big disappointment. I was hoping to maybe...
We went from like the Schmidt and Bailey high.
Last week, this time, we were pretty fired up.
To like, yeah. But Schmidt and Bailey are combined 3 for their last 30.
They have cooled off. Yeah, and you got some arm problems now, too, in the rotation.
Alex Wood to the IL.
I'm still throwing it out there. I don't know. I want to say his name, but you know what I mean. The kid with the K down there.
Mm-hmm.
Who's that?
Something KH, I think they call him down there.
Wait, I'm missing this.
Kyle Harrison.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
I don't want to jinx anything. I'm just trying to be respectful.
Yeah, it was over my head. I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm just saying, I don't know, maybe, no, not the time?
Well, no.
No.
It's not the time. By the way, Delgado, 473 bombs, career 280, career 929 OPS.
Yeah.
Dude, a little respect for the Puerto Rican slugger. All right? All right, guys. Hey, Andy Bagley will talk more Giants baseball with Torbert and Copes today at 4:50.
Look at you. Nice.
And, of course, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. All right, the big story of the day, obviously, is remembering the hum baby, which we will do next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Go get it out of the way. I know.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
Yeah, Paulie Mac, Murphy Mac Morning Show, talking live to my main man and good friend, Steve Moskowitz, tax attorney right here in San Francisco. Steve, good morning. Yesterday, you had some really interesting information on that ERC. I was wondering if we could go a little deeper on that today.
Absolutely. Thanks, Paulie. ERC is where the government is giving away. It's a grant. It's not a loan. Up to $26,000 for every employee that you have that qualifies. So if you had 10 qualified employees, you get up to over $250,000, 20 up to over $500,000, and so on. It's a grant. Again, you don't pay it back. There's two ways to qualify. One way, the easy way, is a certain drop in gross revenue. The other way, the complicated way that a lot of firms are ignoring, is a facts and circumstances test. But we'll take the time, we'll take the energy to go over it with you. And if you qualify, because the law says either way will work, we want to get you every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
And I can tell you from my own experience, Steve will fight for you. Steve will fight for that last dollar. Call Steve Moskowitz today at 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Visit Steve online at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Mac continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
From the very first day of spring training, Roger Craig, hum baby.
I waited a long time for this. 2 years ago, when Roger Craig stepped into spring training in '86, I said, fellas, we're going to be world champs someday. And I believe it. We're going to be world champs. I'm so happy in San Francisco. Enjoy it. And it's only going to get better.
I don't want to keep everybody happy. I want the guys that sit on the bench. I want them to want to play.
What will it take for you to beat St. Louis?
A lot of runs. It's been a hum baby season.
We're more relaxed, and Roger Craig has been a big help for me, and Jose Morales. They're giving me a lot of confidence here, so I feel good every time I go out there.
Well, there's a lot of sounds from 1987 when the Giants won the West, and it's all going back to the life and legacy of Roger Craig, the hum baby himself. And that's pretty, honestly, in terms of nicknames go, that's like top 5 nickname. What's your nickname? My nickname is the hum baby. That's a pretty good nickname, man. And it's a way of life. And,
yeah, it's a culture. It's like an attitude.
We lost him at the age of 93. That happened last night, and it just caused a lot of reactions. Funny. Obviously it affected me when I heard it, but I wasn't like stunned because he's 93.
He was an old guy.
He really, really made it a great, long, impactful life with 4 kids, 7 grandkids, 14 great grandkids, and all
Think
that.
about the changes he saw in the world, like in his life, from the time he was like with the Brooklyn Dodgers to like where the world is today. You know what I mean? Like,
think about this guy. He was a teammate of Jackie Robinson.
That's
in the
insane.
Dodgers, you know what I mean?
That's insane.
So born in North Carolina in 1930. Yeah, all the way to dying. He had a ranch down in San Diego, and that's where he kind of spent many years.
You're going to get a ranch? That seems like the thing to do. Like you retire, you go to live on some ranch.
You ready for this?
Murph's Ranch.
Buddy of mine who's really smart financially, and he's made a lot of right decisions. He's not retired in his early 50s.
We got to get a ranch.
He just bought 166 acres up in Middletown for like a bargain basement price. Now he doesn't know what he's going to do with it.
Right. Well, he's going to retire and he'll ranch.
Well, apparently there's no way to enter the acres. His buddy of mine said he has no variance. I go, what does that mean, variance? He said it means entry. He has no way to get on the land.
Oh, well, that can be a little bit of a problem.
166 acres, he can't get on the land.
It's a lot of space, though.
Very much like Rodney Dangerfield winning 3 nights in Puerto Rico.
No days.
I said, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I said, no days. Just nice. I said, what do I do days? He said, I don't know. Just stay the hell out of Puerto Rico.
That's the only thing. That's the only catch.
So, Anyway, the point is that Roger had a ranch, the Hum Baby Ranch, down there. And all of a sudden started getting texts from buddies about Roger Craig. And it's like, oh, this is really affecting people. So,
well, it should. I mean,
we definitely wanted to remember and teach the kids out there like Marcus and Triple E what a hum baby was. And what it was, and the analogy I've been coming up with, and it's not really apples to apples because the Sacramento Kings, 17-year drought. And maybe Kings fans felt that way. Did they feel that emotional?
Yeah, I'm sure
I feel
they did.
Baseball and basketball are different. Do they hit different parts of your sporting
Yeah,
heart?
I think that's true to say. Fair to say.
I guess everybody's different. You can have your own reaction. You can love, but there's something more about ending a baseball drought.
Well, also Mike Krukow said on the steps at City Hall when he said he said, listen, you have to go home and teach your children and your friends the good book of Giants baseball. And at the center of that whole turnaround, that is Roger Craig.
Yeah.
He was right at the center of the culture shift and the overall thing changing, where suddenly the Giants are hosting playoff games at home at Candlestick. I mean, it was like unthinkable.
So I need to kind of explain to the generation, and you're talking now to this generation, Paulie Mack and me and Mikey Verdue and all my buddies, everybody who was texting yesterday.
Totally.
Like where we come from as Giants fans. So you grow up in the Bay Area. There's not much media. Like, you have games are on KNBR, or initially on KSFO, and then move over to KNBR. You're only getting a handful of TV games a year.
And those would be road games. You wouldn't see games from the stick.
Dodger Stadium with Gary Park.
Nice, dude.
Maybe the Astrodome with Gary Park.
You know what I always think about, too? A lot of games I can recall, like on Channel 2, shout out KTVU, showing Giants Expos. I got Gary Carter.
You guys in Montreal up there.
Gary Carter, yeah.
Gary Park wanted to be up there in Canada.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the Giants are beloved because they came in '58 with McCovey and Mays and Cepeda and Marichal, and then that fades out. They had an owner named Horace Stoneham, who was not a great owner. He just wasn't that good at it, and he didn't have money. That's a big problem. A, he wasn't good at it, and B, he didn't have money. I don't mean to run. I know he has relatives still in the area. I don't mean to speak ill of the past. But, let's be honest. The team was running into the gutter. Bob Lurie buys the team in '76.
Yeah.
Tries to save the team, okay? And Bob Lurie immediately has trouble getting a park. They identify Candlestick Park as the problem. That's what they say. It's not that the team is bad. And meanwhile, players would crop up. You get listen, I mean, even the worst teams in baseball have a player or two. So we had John Montefusco. We had Jack Clark.
Yep.
We had Chili Davis. We had these guys who kind of cropped up.
Right.
Yes. Gave us a little bit of hope.
Yeah.
Ed Halicki.
Yep.
Bob Nepper.
Yeah.
Even when the late, great Vida Blue came over.
It's a nice rotation you're talking about right there.
In '78,
yeah.
too. So, Bob Lurie identifies Candlestick as the problem.
Shout out Gary LaVille as well. He was in the mix.
Yeah, lefty.
You got to give LaVille his love.
And he, don't confuse Derek LaVille with Gary Lavelle.
I won't. One's unsung.
And one's an A and one's an O.
All I know is Derek LaVille had a tattoo that said unsung.
Well,
true story. I know you said we can't even. You can just Google it.
Share a problem.
Just Google it.
Anyway, so Waterboy. So Lurie buys the team and identifies Candlestick as the problem. Now '78 happens, '82 happens, but still '83 and '84 are awful. And he's still trying. Bob Lurie's still trying. Bob Lurie's a great owner.
Save the Giants. Single-handedly save the Giants from going to Toronto.
He hires Al Rosen.
Here we go.
You guys need to look up Al Rosen. Guy was one great American League MVP for the Cleveland Indians. And then he got injured in an auto accident that changed his career forever. But he was a stud, an absolute stud with ripped muscles, dude, like a strong dude. But he also was a smart, and who does he hire? He has Jim Davenport, one of the most beloved Giants of all time, but it's not happening with him as a skipper. Al Rosen says, I'm calling Roger Craig.
Yeah.
Roger Craig had been the pitching coach of the Detroit Tigers in '84, World Series champs. Split finger fastball taught to a guy named Jack Morris, who winds up winning the World Series. Jack Morris in the Hall of Fame. Waterboy, did you throw the splitty when you were a college pitcher?
I was a split changeup guy.
Look at you.
I was highly influenced by Tim Lincecum and the Vulcan change.
So what are we talking here now?
The Vulcan change.
What are we doing
So
here?
basically, it's the same thing, almost similar to a circle changeup, but then you're splitting it. You can go in between the middle finger and the ring finger, or a more traditional splitter between your pointer finger and your middle finger.
Wow.
Yeah.
And you can control that?
Yeah, you can, but going back to what we were saying earlier, it is a big reason for a lot of guys having Tommy John surgery because the splitter with your finger spread puts so much more extra pressure on your forearm.
We got to get some guys out now.
Yeah.
We'll get to worry about the surgery
Might
later.
be worth it to lie on that table.
Seriously.
If you got out of the inning, it was worth it.
I'm trying to get some outs. I'll deal with the elbow
If I get
down
a
the
ground
road.
ball, it works.
Get that double play ground ball.
Yeah, that's why I threw it. Yeah.
So anyway, so he hires. So Roger Craig, '84 champion with the Tigers. Apparently, the way I read is that he asked for a raise, and the Tigers said nah, and they fired him. Yeah, he asked for a raise. So Al Rosen was smart enough to hire Roger Craig at the end September of '85 when they were losing 100, and that's when he had the incident with Hackman Leonard in the front, moving the hat to the front. And then, of course, it's not so much the X's and O's as it is the Jimmies and Joes. Will Clark is drafted that summer, called up. Robbie Thompson is called up. Bob Brenly's around. Mike Kruko's around. Chris Brown is around. They have a little, and then here comes the Hum Baby with his whole attitude.
Yeah. See?
And what is Hum Baby? We have some sound here, too, about what is Hum Baby. So
Okay.
it's funny. So, I have my majors Giants this year. we all said hum baby. We broke every huddle with hum baby. That was it. And I tried to explain to him what a hum baby was. Like, it's a gamer. You want to get dirty. You want to be a great teammate. You want to be always optimistic, positive, upbeat.
Yeah.
Roger Craig, never let your dauber down. They say, what's a dauber? I say, don't ask. Just go with it.
Yeah.
All right? Nobody can identify a dauber. I even Googled what's a dauber, and Lowell Cohn had actually written a column about what is a dauber.
I always think about the Animal House scene, just like walk up to somebody in the grocery store and be like, mine's bigger than that. To be like, what? My dauber.
My dauber.
Yeah. They're holding up a cucumber. My dauber's bigger.
I think one time we went down a dauber road where I confused it with the character from Harry Potter.
See, you're going to lose me there with the spells. I don't know.
Dober.
I think it's Dobby or something like that.
Help me out, Mark.
Triple E, of course.
Triple E knows.
Literally came running in.
Dobby. No, he knows.
In.
That's his contribution.
Dobby.
Yeah.
Dobby the owl
whatever
or
you
something
say,
like that?
Sure.
Is it an owl?
Sure.
What the hell is it?
I don't know.
Where are you?
I don't know.
Clay Thompson, a big Harry Potter guy.
Okay, fair enough. We get some spells going.
Triple E tells me he's an elf, Murph.
Dobby's the elf.
I thought they were wizards, not elves.
Now you got wizards, you got spells, you got magic.
He's a house elf, whatever the hell that means.
Hogwarts.
It's
you know what I mean?
specifically a house elf, he says.
Yeah.
Anyway,
wizard Harry.
Don't get your dauber down or your Dobby down.
No.
Anyway, here's just a great sound of 1987, what fans were saying back in 87 on Roger Craig.
They've got a chance to go again. Did you ever think it'd come to this?
Oh, I do. I did last year. I think Roger was such a wonderful manager last year, and I think these guys really deserve what they're going through right now. They've given us a lot of good baseball, and I love them all.
All right.
There it is, man. Hey, you are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. There's other good sound bites, too, where the fans are like, yeah, Hum Baby is a hustler, a grinder. Here's an ABC 7 reporter just gushing about Roger Craig here.
Nice.
What do I think? I'll tell you, I see no reason to differ with the super optimism of all these fans. I like the Giants' power in pitching, and I think if there's a variable here, it's going to be Roger Craig. He's never managed in a playoff, but I like this guy. He's a sly, wily old fox. I think he'll keep that confidence level up all season long. Do you believe we could be talking about the World Series? First time in 25 years. Right now, it's on to St. Louis.
Well, what an innocent time. See, I'm thinking like this is back in the days where you could call somebody a sly, wily old fox and it was a compliment. You call somebody a sly, wily old fox today, we got a lawsuit going. You know what I mean? Someone would be like, hey, how dare you?
It's very true.
Like, no, it's a compliment.
So
sly, wily old fox.
He arrives in 85, and the biggest thing, and most people know this, is that he told them, hey, guys, Candlestick Park is not your enemy. Candlestick Park is not the problem. It's our home.
Shout out to the stick, man.
And he said it's going to be the other guys who hate playing here. He goes, we're going to love playing here.
Because if you start complaining, you really can't have that in any workplace. You can't have like a handful of guys like rocking the boat in a negative way and complaining, oh, this sucks, that sucks. Because it just brings everybody down. You have to buy into a better mindset.
Yeah. So he changes that. Obviously, they bring in Will, and then 86, they don't win the division, but they win 83, and I got to tell you guys.
That's a start.
You got to like these kids was the slogan. First of all, slogan goes a long way. And he starts saying Hum Baby.
It's so much better than hang in there, too.
What does Hum Baby mean? It means, and we have all these different definitions, it means play hard. I have this stretch of audio. I couldn't find it. I'm sorry, guys. But
what do you need?
Well, the different definitions from the players.
Oh.
Bob Brenly says, well, a hum baby can be a pretty girl or a really nice car. I wonder if he can say that.
No, see, again, I was going to say the times have changed. You better watch yourself.
Kelly Downs says, well, baseball, you have two guys on your shoulders. You have the bad guy whispering negative things. You have the positive guy whistling positive things. He goes, the positive guy, that's the hum baby.
Who's the negative guy?
Yeah, it's
like Tommy Lasorda or something like that.
Tom Holtze figure in Animal House.
Yeah.
On the football
Encourage him to do things.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then young Mike Kruko says, what is hum baby? He goes, basically it's the same thing as saying have a bitch in summer. That's what he says. It's so funny. So anyway, all the Giants players bought in. The fans bought in. It became a slogan, and it was this guy. So he goes from being the slogan hum baby to being called the hum baby himself. And they win the division in 87. You heard Will Clark talk about how he and Whitey Herzog, they didn't like each other.
The greatest. I hope if you missed Will Clark today, got to encourage everybody to go to here, check out the podcast later, because Will Clark spoke about Roger Craig and all those great stories, and so did Mike Kruko. It was really good.
Yeah, you should go to the podcast. And he said, yeah, they did. And so there was an incident where the Giants and Cardinals had a brawl, and Craig and Herzog actually put hands on each other. How about that? The hum baby and Whitey Herzog. There was like a little shove.
There was no love lost out there. That was a real rivalry, man.
I really see these kind of actions.
I found that kind of conflict detrimental to the overall morale of what we're trying to do. I'm just riffing. I shouldn't be doing that. But yeah, it would be a long way from what's going on today. Because when we had Will on.
You said earlier that texters were saying, what is a hum baby? It's the exact opposite of the data analytics movement.
That thought came through at least a dozen times today on the text line. About a dozen different people said it's the polar opposite of analytics.
And that's
hum baby, because it's an attitude, it's an idea.
As opposed
it's not tangible. Like there's no data on hum baby. Can we crunch the numbers on hum baby? Yeah,
as opposed to a number. Well, he said he used to look in the dugout to get to look for Roger would tell him which pitch was coming, so he knew where to position himself. So anyway, then in '87 they win the West, and it's unheard of. You have to imagine it was a 16-year drought for an entire generation, and it was incredible. And then 2 years later they are back in it. So 2 times in 3 years after not going for 16, now it's royalty. Now you're like, now Candlestick is the place to be. And it went from, I'm going to look this up, Paulie. Probably should have looked it up before
I want to know.
I'm going to do Giants attendance by year and see where you were, like, for example, from 1983 to 1989.
I love this.
Okay, so 80, so before, when they were just so terrible, right before Roger got there.
I'm going to guess they couldn't have had much more than $1 million in '83, if that. It was probably close to $1 million, maybe not too much
more.
more.
They were coming off of the big year.
82, that's true. They had a nice finish to 82.
Actually 1.2. Well, 84
1.2,
they drafted.
okay.
84 they drafted. 84, 1.001. 85, 818,000.
There you go.
Then you get to 1987, 1.9 million. So you're talking in 2 years, you went from 800,000 to 1.9 million. Bro, you want to talk about what a hum baby attitude will do.
Yep.
And then in 1989, 2.05 million.
And Will Clark said that too when we talked to him. He goes, guys, you have to understand what it was like having 60,000 at Candlestick Park. We talked about that, like the sound, the volume, the roar that the stick could generate when you had a full house like that. Like Will Clark remembered that, and it was pretty it was unforgettable.
The Giants had never drawn, in 78, they drew 1.74.
That's when the fans came back, yes, in 78.
In 77, they had 700,000, 78, 1.7 million. So they went $1 million up. All you need to do is win.
That's it.
That's all you got to do.
Still true to this day.
And by the way, since Roger Craig took them into the 1-9 era, they never, God, even in their worst year, never dipped below 1.4. Like, he really did change, like, 96, they drew 1.4. That's coming off the strike, and they were bad.
Yeah.
So, dude, really, I mean, you can say that Al Rosen and Roger Craig kind of changed the fan base really forever. And then then Oracle comes along, and you got 3 million. So anyway, what a life, what a legacy. And hey, be a hum baby today. You know what I mean? As Joe Buck would say, go be great today. I'd say go be a hum baby today. Make a hum baby play.
Yeah, go be a hum baby today. I like that.
Make a hum baby play today. All right?
Kind of what Ronnie Lott bases his whole kind of reason for getting out of bed every day. He goes, how can I be great today? How can I make a play today? Another way of saying that would be, how can I be a hum baby today?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Let's do it.
Great call.
And we're calling for a patch of some kind.
You called for the patch. Yeah. I second that, and I third it and fourth it and fifth it. And then I want to see more neighborhood delis and pizza places. Because you go to Giorgio's, for example. They have pizzas named after different things. Like they have the Clement Street. They have the Richmond. They got to get a hum baby pizza over there. Let's develop the hum baby pizza.
They would have done that 30 years ago. By the way, a friend of mine was going to play golf. I played golf with. Was going to Giorgio's after the round.
Another satisfied customer.
Shout out Jimmy. And I said to him, you might want to go calzone.
Yeah. Oh, might want to go calzone. I almost demand it.
Okay.
You can eat a calzone over the course of 2 days, and that's a medium. I'm afraid of the large. I don't even want to buy the large. It's intimidating.
If you get the calzone, you're not getting the pizza.
Well, you do one of each. Is what you do.
That's a lot to eat.
It is now. Okay. It's not for everybody. All right. It's a commitment.
Anyway,
you want to be a hum baby when you walk in there, Murph.
We wanted to pay tribute to the hum baby and remember. And if you missed Mike Krukow and Will Clark, they were on earlier today. And it was really...
It was awesome.
Just what a time. And I would urge everybody to go to YouTube and look up the 87 Giants and look at the shirtless fans on the Sunday afternoons.
Bring them back. Can we have shirtless day at the yard?
Saying, they're not doing it for physique to show off their guns.
No. There's no physique to be seen. It's the exact opposite of physique. It's like blubber with some man boobs, malnourished dudes. See, that was a big thing back in the day, Marcus. Malnourished guys. Like, they've never been to a weight room. They're not eating properly, and they're still going shirtless with no regard. It wasn't like they're trying to show off. They just got hot.
That was a hum baby move by those guys.
Yeah.
All right. Brent Jones. We decided to check in with Brent. Why not? 49er football and anything.
Oh, anything? Yes.
He'll remember the hum baby. Brent Jones, next on The Sports Leader.
You gotta watch these Giants. You gotta like these kids.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Late night Lamont made some history on Friday night as he launched a ball into McCovey Cove for the Giants' 100th splash hit. To read all the highlights and reaction from Lamont Wade's big hit, check out that story and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. This has been the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do you want to pay less taxes this year? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning on KNBR or call 1-866-PROTECT. KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
So our producer, Eric, a.k.a. Triple E, he said, hey, man, I booked you Brent Jones. We said, hey, that's a good idea. He goes, yeah, I just figured it had been too long.
By the way, Murphy, is it a coincidence that he's playing some Texas rock and roll right here? Because this is a Boys and ZZ Top. I know those guys are Texas guys.
Give me all your Brent Jones
Give me all
here.
Yeah, totally.
He usually does his football hits with the afternoon guys, but not today. Brent Jones back home on the Murph and Mac Show. Good morning, Brent.
What's up, fellas? Nice to be on this morning.
It's great to hear your voice, dude.
Yeah, man.
Great to hear. How you keeping, buddy? You good?
I'm doing good for an old guy. Hanging tough.
Still sound that youthful exuberance of a Brent Jones coming through the phone line.
True story.
Oh, man. You know what? You guys are so fantastic. And a couple weeks ago, I'm at the Dwight Clark event, and I see you guys out in the patio, and there's a bunch of Murph and Mac fans. Everybody's cheering, and I thought to myself, I'm going to go in and handle these two knuckleheads big time. I'm going to throw them for a loop. Yeah. And I got distracted. I was talking to some people, and all of a sudden, they're leading us away. I thought, what? Did it go on with my voice? What's up with that?
That was a huge missed opportunity.
It was. Well, we'll do it next time.
A big miss. No, I know you guys were holding court out in the patio, and
you know what I mean.
I don't know what you were talking about. My guess is you probably took a shot at me somewhere along the way.
Yeah, maybe, we can neither confirm nor deny, buddy. You know what I mean? So, hey, I got a wild one for you. We're talking all morning about Roger Craig, the hum baby baseball manager who passed away.
Man.
I'm thinking at some point you got to have a take. I mean, even though you're Mr. 49er,
you guys
that's your
paths.
era.
Yeah.
Right?
That is my era. And I just read it right before I came on. And when I saw he passed, all I could think about was Hum Baby. And, just a classy gentleman. Not only played the game, but was one heck of a manager, too. And just a dear guy. Had only been around him a couple times, but was just a great presence in person, and obviously one of the great skippers of our hometown team, and we'll definitely miss him. Man, it's weird. I saw he was 93, and I thought to myself, how did he get that old? And then I look around and I look at you two guys, and you guys are ancient.
You know what I mean?
Now on the live stream, you can see it in full color, too,
if you
by the
need
way.
it. Yeah, proceed with caution. It's up to you.
All the silver, buddy. All the My barber keeps telling me, I'm like, I should dye my hair. He's like, no, man, this is you. You're the silver fox. I'm like, yeah, you seen me on the live stream lately,
You know what
buddy?
I say, though? I say a lot of character in that hair. That's all. A lot of character.
Paula, you nailed it. I was there when he was a fresh-faced kid, wasn't even shaving yet. He was running around looking for scoops behind the scenes in the locker room, and everyone's like, who's this little kid in here trying to talk to me?
Yeah. Those days are long gone, because now I'm a gray-haired dude, and now we're calling you up on the radio here, buddy. Hey, by the way, the phrase hum baby, it's so awesome. It's such a great baseball phrase. Is there any football equivalent phrase for that? Like, there's no... I don't know. Is there because in baseball you can say hum baby, you're in the infield taking grounders, you're cheering on your pitcher. There's no phrase you guys have, is there? I don't.
There's no phrase. In fact, other than all the fake audibles at the line of scrimmage. I mean, I think of Joe yelling "Black 59 Razor."
Nice.
That's about it.
Yeah, or just somebody go jack that guy up. Maybe that's one of the phrases you guys have.
There's a lot of talk, but nothing as true blue American as Hum Baby. Let me tell you that.
And by the way, speaking of Hum Baby, Paulie, I forgot to bring this up to you. I'm going to bring it up in front of you and Brent. One of the big things that happened this weekend was Brock Purdy went to the Giants game on Friday. Did you see the picture?
That's right. Yes, we didn't mention that.
And he was there with Casey Schmidt.
Yeah.
I told my kid, I said, this is maybe your Joe Montana and your Will Clark. I mean, it's a big statement here, but, hey, so Brock was out at the baseball game, which gives us a perfect chance to transition. So, BJ, where are you at with this whole quarterback hierarchy thing, man? They say when you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no quarterbacks. When you have 3 quarterbacks, what do you have?
It's a little quarterback stew, Murph, and I have to say, it's been interesting to watch it and unfold, and it's like it's like the Kentucky Derby. You never know who's pulling ahead.
True.
Until we finally get to the wire. I think Brock had it going last year, and I was really impressed with the young man. And obviously, it sounds like from everything I hear behind the scenes, he's progressing very well. We all know that publicly he threw last week. Everything's good. He's working on strengthening his arm. All that is great stuff. Just with the fact that he had the opportunity to lead the team last year, I think definitely puts him as the leader in the clubhouse. But I'm going to say this about Trey Lance.
Okay.
I love the way the kid has handled himself. There's been a lot of adversity for him as a young player, and he's kind of kept his mouth closed. He's just worked hard. He's said all the right things when asked, because that's a tough situation for a young competitive guy. He was down the street from me at the local high school, maybe a half a mile away, working out earlier in the summer with the quarterback coach and with Patrick Mahomes. Drove by a few times, never saw Mahomes, but I saw Trey out there. And I didn't want to go be the guy, wander out and go, hey, I used to be a 49er. But everything I know and hear and the few clips I've seen, I know he's really worked on his throwing motion and his release, a lot of his footwork as well. And he has a great quarterback coach, a guy by the name of Jeff Christensen, actually, that played in the league, and he works with Mahomes as well. So I just view those things as being a net positive. He's not just sitting back and saying, hey, I'll just rely on all my athletic ability. He's going to work at getting better. And the better competition that we have at the quarterback spot, I just view that as a positive thing for the Niners and for Niner fans. And Sam Darnold, I don't know. I thought early on in his career he could be something special. I know that he has all the skills in shorts, right? From 7-on-7, Sam Darnold looks like a world beater, but you got to be able to do it when you put on the pads and you're going against live bullets, and he hasn't proven that thus far in his career. So it's certainly a good guy to have on the squad. I mean, I don't think that hurts us in any way, but it'll be interesting to see how it all evolves. Of course, I don't have a crystal ball, but I'm rooting for Brock Purdy to be 100%. And let's just see how these guys compete in training camp. It's going to be a day in and day out scenario. And if only we had Lowell Cone and Ira Miller there to to keep us in the loop and what's really going on.
Right. So you're throwing out a dare to the beat writers, the Mayokos and the Barrowses of the world. Like
Brent's saying, where is it?
Yeah. Friendlies nowadays. You can't have friendlies hanging around.
You know what? This is something to explore, and it's funny. I haven't seen Lowell in forever. I'm gonna go meet him tomorrow. But you're right; it was different. Even us here at KNBR, like Ralph, what happened? I mean, Paulie and I are just too nice. I guess.
We're way too soft, Brent. You know what I mean?
In the morning, you can't get too angry.
No,
you know what I mean?
People would reject it.
Here's the problem: if you're mean and nasty, you don't get guests. And that's
true story.
And that's the lifeblood.
We got to put out the cookies and the snacks for the guests. You know what I mean? So,
we do a little milk,
a little milk and cookies. Yeah.
Exactly.
But hey, I mean, seriously. Well, listen. What is there to like? If we want to be mean about the Niners, like rip the Niners, let's get our Ira hat on right now Is it that they are going with 3 unproven guys? Is it that they don't, what's the negative take on the Niners?
Maybe that's it. There's always going to be an open question about the draft picks we traded for Trey, unless he steps into the role.
Yeah, you could kill them for that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But outside of that, this is a pretty darn well put together team. You look at the rosters around the league, and I don't think that anybody has a better roster than us. And it's usually the one thing that's not hanging out there is your quarterback position. There's a lot of teams with good quarterbacks and crappy players, but usually it's not the unanswered question of a world-class Super Bowl potential team that the quarterback is the big question mark. But that's kind of how this roster has been constructed, and I still think, and maybe I'm in the minority, I still think the 49ers beat the Eagles with a healthy Brock Purdy last year.
I know. I know. Yeah, that was one of the tougher games to sit back and watch. And again, it's kind of speaking to not having the QBs on the roster that you need. So, Brent, so Murph said, what's the negative? Here's my question. Is there any potential, as this thing kind of goes along and the quarterbacks are competing, which is a good thing, but is there any potential for, divides? And how do you prevent that from happening? Like, I'm in this guy's camp. I'm in that guy's camp. I like this QB. How do you keep everybody on the same page?
Yeah, Paulie, that question makes my skin crawl because I remember the old Joe Montana, Steve Young days, and I don't know, the camp thing. Hey, I'm in this guy's camp. I'm in that guy's camp.
Yeah.
Certainly, I don't know if any of these guys have been around long enough or proven enough to have people in their camp. You think back then. Joe Montana had won a couple of Super Bowls, and you look at his offensive line like Randy Cross and Keith Farnhorse, and damn right those guys better be in Joe Montana's camp. And, that guy had brought them to glory. And you look at, Roger Craig and Dwight. You think all of a sudden they're going to jump over to Steve Young's camp? That's not happening. And so that actually was a different scenario where, we've got a handful of young guys that haven't brought the Super Bowl ring home quite yet. And so I think you just got to defer when you're a player on this team. You might have the guy that you like better or that you think maybe gives you some more looks. But in the end, you play with your leader that's named the starter. And I think this is a pretty close-knit 49er team. I'm impressed with the locker room. And nowadays, it's tough to have a great locker room. There's so many distractions, so many things, whether it's contracts, whether it's, the crazy wide receivers that are holding out and lambasting the all-pro quarterback because he doesn't throw them enough passes. Things are a little hectic in this day and age that we didn't see in our day. But by and large, I think that the team is going to rally around whoever the quarterback is.
Well, that is interesting, the whole divided thing. Speaking of quarterbacks, one Niner one, Brent, before I let you go, man, Jimmy G. Now, we came to love him, but, there were detractors. Oh, he's never going to be the guy.
We might even have some detractors.
Then he goes to the Raiders. Yeah. Now, our producer, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, who does the 5 a.m. leadoff spot, and he's on our show, too. He's great. He hated Jimmy G.
But he's an official detractor,
Very upset that the Raiders got Jimmy G. And we're like, you're going to like him. And now, dude, he's got this whole situation with his physical in the foot.
Yeah.
So what are your take? A, were you a Jimmy G guy? B, did you think he was going to be the right pick for the Raiders? And then how about this being an old player, knowing the predicament he's in now with his contract?
Yeah, initially I was a big Jimmy G guy just because I saw him handle the offense with just poise and just stood up, great character, delivered the ball in New England when Brady was out. And so you think back to when we got Jimmy G, we had nobody at the quarterback position. And so I was initially very excited. He came in, he did what I thought he could do. What I didn't see, and I don't know, because unless you're with him all the time, you don't really know. But there's just a slice of Jimmy G perspective, and maybe it's just because he's always smiling, and maybe he's a nice guy. but I just don't know if I see the commitment to his craft, the obsessive commitment that you have to have as a quarterback in this league nowadays. Yeah. And whether it's the extra film time, the off-season thing would bother me. I know that a lot of times he wasn't around and coaches couldn't get a hold of him. He had this big contract. He should be at training camp or in the locker room every single day that he can be there. And I didn't see that. And so there's just a part of me that wonders, is he 100% all in, like obsessed with this thing? And I hear about the foot injury thing, and you think, okay, if your foot's bothering you, it's not getting better. How come you're not having surgery the minute the season's over in January? Or, I don't know. You hang around till March and I don't know. That's just it was kind of a shocker to hear that and to hear that, he's got the Raiders have an out on this deal with him. But it kind of just lines up with the things that I think of, like, are you really all in? Are you just dying to be on the field every step of the way, being with your teammates, spending extra time saying, I really want that Super Bowl ring and I really want to, be the guy. I just don't feel it. And it doesn't mean he's not a good quarterback or a good kid or a good player, but man, there's something there. Okay. And I can't always say because I'm not around him, but I don't know what you guys think, but that's my Jimmy G perspective.
That's why I asked, buddy. You gave it to us, and I think you're not alone.
I don't think you're the only guy saying that.
There was a talk. It was a story about, I think Silver wrote a column about him not responding to texts from the coaches in the offseason, which, by the way, if you have any kids in life, do your daughters respond to your texts, Brent?
Well,
darn right they do, Murph.
Nice. Well, good job.
Great.
Yeah.
That's because you and Dana did it right. You guys raised a couple of gems.
The quick Silver story, I don't know if I've ever told you guys this before, but we used to be bored, and, the older I got, the more secure you are in your job. So we'd go and eat in the defensive meeting room every day, me, Steve Young, Harris Barton, a few other guys. And we put a cup of water over the door just in case somebody walked in and they were going to get nailed with water right on their head.
Yeah.
So it's toward the end of the season, and Silver had just gotten his job with Sports Illustrated, which somehow he thought elevated himself over his previous standing. And so he had a suit on, for God's sakes. I don't know why, but he stuck his head in like with 10 minutes before lunch was about to end, and we were sitting there, bam, nailed him. Okay. And he was outraged. He was furious. Instead of laughing like the old Mike Silver would have, Sports Illustrated Mike Silver threw a tantrum, and we're like, what the heck? So the rule is once somebody walks in and gets it spilled on their head, you fill the cup of water back up and put it back up. And so there was only a few minutes left, and so it's about time for practice. So we all walk out the other door. So the door's there. It's rigged with the water on it. Nobody's in there. And I'm getting ready to head out for practice. And Silver's running around, and this is like 5 minutes after he's already stuck his head in there, and he says, hey, has anybody seen Coach McPherson? And I said, maybe he's in the defensive meeting room.
Nice.
I didn't even think about it.
Awesome.
Silver goes right back over, pops open the door, sticks his head in, bam.
Another. Yeah.
Smacked him. He was incensed.
Yeah.
I thought, whatever happened to easygoing, fun-loving Mike Silver?
That is so damn ironic. I haven't seen him in years, and he and I are actually meeting after the show today in San Francisco to get a little breakfast. And dude, you're telling the story as he's rolling into the city. Perfect. Absolutely
perfect. I can't wait for you to ask him about the double water trick. The only dummy that ever fell for it twice.
A double dip.
And he was definitely a guy who was too cool to have that happen to him.
Not once, but twice.
Absolutely. Yeah. You think Cal guys would be smarter.
No, dude. Santa Clara greater than Cal, dude. Oh, that's too good. Too good. All right, BJ. See, your true home is here, buddy.
Oh, always is, man. Always will be.
You know that. No place better than the Bay Area.
Oh, yeah. Well, I meant the Murph and Max show.
We're talking about ourselves.
I can't do that. I can't have Tom call me, get mad. Tommy, those guys don't even care about me in the off season. They don't even think I have an opinion.
We care.
Our thing goes deep with you, Brent. We got you, buddy.
Yeah.
You know what we are?
Deep.
We're your hum babies.
No
Brent.
question.
We're your hum babies.
Man.
No question.
All right.
Rest in peace, Roger.
You're the best, buddy.
Thanks so much, Brent.
Go
Great
text your
hearing you, man.
daughters and get a text right back, all right?
All right, fellas.
All right,
See you, brother.
Brent Jones, he's the best. We'll finish up NBA Finals on the other side on the Sports Leader.
There's a lot of talk, but nothing as true blue American as Hum Baby. Let me tell you that.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, let's talk about effort. I mean, this is the NBA Finals, and we're talking about effort. That's a huge concern of mine. You know, and you guys probably thought I was just making up some storyline after game one when I said we didn't play well. We didn't play well. And tonight, you know, that the starting lineup to start the game is 10-2 Miami. Start the third quarter. They scored 11 points in 2 minutes and 10 seconds. And we just got, you know, we had guys out there that were just, whether feeling sorry for themselves for not making shots or thinking they can just turn it on or off. This is not the preseason. This is not the regular season. It's not round. This is the NBA Finals.
How about Mike Malone? All of a sudden, the Nuggets are
no, this is what happens.
They went from being handed the Larry O'Brien trophy to like finger pointing and.
Bro, they were swinging from the rafters after game one. Talk about sweeps this and sweep that, and maybe the Heat get one game, maybe. All of a sudden, not so fast on that whole narrative,
and
man.
Not only did they lose, but they're losing with Malone calling them out now. Now, maybe this is a brilliant move, and he'll kick them in the butt, and they'll go win the next two in Miami.
Well, he did say after game one, he was like, I didn't like the way we played tonight. Even though they handled Miami pretty easily, he was very critical after game one, and maybe he saw some stuff that was legit because, listen, I mean, this is what the Heat do, though. They frustrate opponents into the point where they start infighting.
Argument.
Like you got guys lashing out at each other.
The Conrad Dobler effect. This guy says it tastes great. This guy says it's less filling.
Yeah.
Why don't you pause that thought while I remind you that Susan Slusser joins Papa and Lund today at 11:30.
That's what I'm saying.
To discuss the Giants losing homestand. They're off today, by the way, at Colorado on Tuesday, and also remind you that we're sponsored proudly by Marin Health with
Right.
top physicians and surgeons and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care closer than you think. Couple interesting stats from this game.
Hit me.
Jokic scores 41, which is amazing, right?
Unstoppable.
Except when he scores 40 or more points this year, the Nuggets are 0-3.
That's that's such a crazy stat.
Now, the other part is only 4 assists.
Well, there it is.
With 5 turnovers. And when he has 6 or fewer assists, they're 3-7.
See, that could be a Spoelstra thing right there. Like, don't just prevent the Joker from facilitating. Don't worry about his scoring.
So, Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, says to him, hey, you guys prevented Jokic from doing his water polo thing.
Yeah.
Where he just kind of gets it up there, whips it around.
He goes cross court. There's somebody wide open for a 3. I know. Yeah.
Actually, he had a water polo moment. See the one where he just tapped it to Gordon for the dunk?
Every time he does that,
says, oh, that's a water polo move.
Yeah. Little touch.
Little touch pass to Gordon. That was a beautiful one, by the way.
Did you guys see yesterday, I think it was first quarter, he did a hook shot alley-oop to Aaron Gordon.
Wow.
I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, he's just such a big, doughy body out there.
And his shots, all the shots fall. He throws something up, it's going in.
Did you guys see Skip Bayless come after him and George Karl went after him?
No.
Skip Bayless said he's the luckiest shooter. I mean, I'm only saying this.
Why we got to do this? Why you got to lash out at the Joker?
I'm only saying this just for riffs. I mean, believe me, I'm putting zero oxygen in this. Zero. Just because we're just shooting the breeze on a morning talk show. Just for riffs that Bayless is trying so hard to get reactions. He goes, 41 points, the luckiest shooting I've ever seen in my life. He said, when I was growing up, we called guys like that greasers because the ball greased its way into the rim. I'm like,
shout out Danny Zuko.
Yeah. George Karl retweeted it and said, this guy is an embarrassment to sports media. I was like, why are we even wasting time on this? But here I am wasting a minute.
No, but I'm glad you brought it up.
It was kind of funny that he's out there because he's trying so hard. He's trying so hard to come up with a riff. You know what I mean? So,
and that's why takes like that from Skip Bayless is probably the reason why Shannon Sharp is leaving that show.
Look at you. Look at you.
You walking away from that salary? Come on now. Anyway, so Ramona Shelburne of ESPN says to him, well, you turned Jokic into a scorer, not a passer. Was that your design? And that means you guys were successful. It's supposed to just full spo here, yeah.
That's ridiculous. It's that's the untrained eye that says something like that. This guy's an incredible player. Twice in 2 seasons, he's been the best player on this planet. You can't just say, oh, make him a scorer. That's not how they play. They have so many different actions that just get you compromised. We have to focus on what we do. We try to do things the hard way, and he requires you to do many things the hard way. He has our full respect. Okay.
I got 2 takes on that. Number one is I think that he's definitely trying to create a smokescreen there.
He's crazy like a fox. There's no question. Yeah.
No. And then 2, how about the untrained eye bomb?
Yeah.
First of all, telling the reporters how dumb they are.
You guys don't know S about S, right?
Second of all, dude, when in life do you have the trained eye? Like, where's the trained eye? Is your trained eye on Grateful Dead sets? Is that it?
Probably, yeah. You want to talk trained eye? I mean, I can give you like a 5'10", 86.
Where's your trained? I don't even know if I have a trained eye.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I thought I had a trained eye for baseball. That's until the Analyt crowd took over.
Trained eye.
What happened to the eye test, boys?
The only thing I have a trained eye for is that every line of dialogue in the Woody Allen double comedy album.
That's something.
That's
that's something right there. There you go.
That's about what I got.
Good jumping off point. Right.
But anyway, here's the deal. As excited as I was for Miami and excited for the series, I don't know what it is. Part of me, I'm rooting for Denver. I don't know why.
See, this is like a conflict now.
How'd this happen?
Yeah, there's a lot of people.
It happened.
People love the Joker, and Jamal Murray's very likable, and Mike Malone is very likable.
But I also like the Heat.
I love the flipping Heat, bro. I love these guys, and the fact that they just took Game 2 right out of their hands. It says it all. This is kind of what they've been doing the entire postseason. Suddenly, like the fourth quarter comes, you could have a 15-point lead.
Well, they did.
And then all of a sudden, exactly. And then by the time you're late in the fourth, you're like, hey, this is like a 3-point game over here. It just happens, and they force these turnovers.
The other angle, though, is that Miami had an out-of-body fourth quarter.
What was their percent? They were 17?
68.6%
they were lights out. They were lights out.
And some analyst for ESPN, John Schumann was his name, he came up with the most efficient fourth quarter from any team in any game this season.
Well, they needed that. They needed every single one of those shots. No joke.
And Spo's attitude is, Well, we were right. John Wooden, be at your best when your best is
we hit our
needed.
big shots. I mean, what are you going to do? You can't fault them for that. They hit the biggest shot.
Duncan Robinson went from
that kid. He came in hot, man. Fourth quarter, he was hitting everything.
10 in the fourth, and sneering too.
That was huge.
And as somebody else texted into us all this, he said, "Guys, Jimmy told you guys everything's gonna be all right."
He did. Yes, he did. He's got that steady hand, of a Jimmy Butler. Now, Murph, suddenly, let's just say for conversation's sake, let's say the Heat get Game 3. Suddenly, I'm telling you, that changed the amount of pressure that the Denver Nuggets would start to feel if they were to go down 2-1. I think this Game 3 is going to be just a full-scale war. It's going to be a great one. I don't even want to wait. I wish they were teeing it up again tonight.
In the betting world, was there significant money to be made betting the Heat? I mean, the numbers were crazy, weren't they?
Yeah. Well, they were 8.5-point underdogs yesterday. They were 4-1 underdogs before the series even started.
Did you get involved last night, Marcus?
I had them plus 8.5. I should have took a money line. I would have had a bigger profit.
Ooh,
but whatever. I'll take the 8.5.
I wonder what are the numbers now? Like, is it now just like pick them?
Let me check.
Or is it still? Yeah, go check your stuff.
Marcus.
By the way, we're getting a lot of positive feedback on the Brent Jones, Mike Silver story. Some people
double cup of water, a double
buddy
dose.
San Diego Chris saying he's just killing him. He says, I don't know what's so funny, but the double water trick's making him laugh. Somebody else writes in, says, best story ever on 408. There's nothing like kind of physical comedy.
Can you dump somebody at the workplace today, or would that be okay? Was that frowned upon? I don't know. I'd love to dump water on a few people's heads around here. But
Set
I feel
it
like
up where you call them into the room and then...
Hey, could you bring Triple E in here? You know what I mean? Splash. But then I feel like there'd be ramifications, and I don't want to.
I think they're showing us training videos on not doing that.
Totally. I know they make. So you're not kidding, bro. We have to watch videos.
I got some info on me for the punters out there, as they say in the UK.
Okay,
training
so
videos.
Murph, after Game 1, the odds went up in the Nuggets' favor to minus 700. That's a 7-1 favor to win it all. But after last night's loss, it's now down to minus 250.
That's a big drop, baby.
So it cut nearly in half from the preseason.
More in half, though. So you have 7 to 2.5.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, if you got into Miami, listen. I'm not trying to. I don't mean to brag. I don't mean to boast. But I'm like hot butter on your breakfast toast. I am here to tell you that I did say at one point in last week's show, I said, "Why is Denver such a heavy favorite? Am I missing something
It
here?
is pretty crazy.
I didn't understand why there was a stampede. To
Very
crown
little
the
respect.
Nuggets.
Very little respect for Miami.
What
But
was
that's
that?
probably their preference. To be honest, I think they prefer that. I think they'd rather be.
Some of the guys said after the game, the Wilbons and the Smiths and all that were saying, it's still obvious that Denver's the better team.
I'm not
Do you
sure I
agree
disagree with that. I kind of agree with that, actually. They are a better team. Although, if they have one flaw, I would say it's their bench, right? That's the one thing everybody says, like, Denver doesn't have the depth to go like a 7-game series where they really have to start bringing guys into the game. Miami might have a little more depth, but I do think that Denver is clearly the more talented team. I mean, you can just look at it in terms of seeding. You got a 1 going against an 8.
So Malone's
right
either a genius or right now they're falling apart at the seams.
This is, again, courtesy of Spoelstra, just making these guys eat their own.
Oh, man. All right. Well, listen, it was fun, and it is
fun.
Heat culture.
I love it.
Doing his thing. And then, we got to wait till Wednesday.
There's got to be a part of you, though, Murph, that feels that Miami vibe that we had, that vibe going on down in Miami.
I ordered the Miami vibe.
Yeah, just that whole vibe. You Steven Jackson.
I ordered the winner within on tech. I mean, I'm so into it.
Give me some nuggets. What do you got? Update me.
Teamwork is the essence of life. The opening line.
I want morsels every day.
Well, chapter 2 is called The Disease of Me. All right, there, The Disease of Me.
See?
Yeah. And once you
being too self-absorbed, see the disease of me.
And he's telling the whole story about Gordon Gekko and greed being good. He's like, but greed is not good when you're an individual on a team.
By the way, the disease of me. A lot of people don't know this. I've actually been diagnosed with that. I have that. Yes.
All right,
and it's terminal.
Here's the deal. We are going to hand it over to Papa and Lund on the other side. We've remembered the hum baby all day today.
God bless him. God bless
him.
him.
We're calling for a patch.
I'm not even calling for it, demanding it.
I'm
not sure a patch would be appropriate.
No, I'm just riffing.
All right. On the other side, on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Everything's gonna be all right.
Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Murph and Matt continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, Roger, you guys are in the position now of having to repeat as champions because, first of all, the key question is, can this ball club do it this year?
I definitely think so. I think we have a better club this year than we had last year. I'll have the guys that we got in trades last year, the Draveckis, Robinson, Russell, Kevin Mitchell, Lefferts. Also, I've got Brett Butler, Phil Garner, and we've got the experience and maturity we gained from last year going so far. So we should have a better ball club, and I believe we will.
Listen to the hum baby there, talking 88 Giants. They did not wind up having a better ball club. 87 team won 90 games. The 88 team won 83 games. They still were a winning team.
But that 89.
Then they got pissed and came back and won 92 and 90 and won the National League Championship Series over the Cubs. That was what Roger Craig and Al Rosen did. They brought the Giants back to the World Series. So Hank Greenwald said, and 27 years of waiting has come to an end, and Superman has done it again. They got $2 million to Candlestick Park.
That's what I'm talking about.
Which was absolutely
that's unthinkable. Yeah, that's like an unthinkable. Yeah,
and that's just the power of personality. And Mike Krukow told us he was the original Ted Lasso. Great line from Mike. Just a great line.
Mike was great today.
And as somebody else had written in earlier in the morning, said, if the kids need to know what a hum baby is, AFC Richmond is a hum baby. That's Lasso's team. And I finally watched the season finale.
Okay.
Finally. But I had people respected my spoiler alerts.
Well, just say good or bad, satisfying.
I'm going to go ahead and say big thumbs up.
Yeah, good.
Because,
good.
And it kept I'm just going to say, in keeping with kind of what the show was.
And I'm saying there's not another season, right? That's the end of the whole story.
They definitely ended it.
That's it. Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah. Well, that's good. They got out before they stuck around too long. And a lot of times those final episodes are really tough. People are very critical of those shows.
One of my buddies, Jeff, told me the other day, he said, there's no such thing as a good series finale.
They killed Seinfeld. They killed Sopranos. They killed the people didn't like the Ozark one, like all these major shows. So it's a hard maneuver to pull off, like successfully.
Yeah,
where you tie it all up and everybody's happy, and someone's always going to
went for that in spades. And there was a little I don't think it's a spoiler alert per se, but Lasso's whole appeal was the endless pop cultural illusions that any American between the age of sort of 30 and 60 got, he was constant pop cultural illusions. And I don't know how deep you went on Cheers. How deep did you go on Cheers?
Deep, but not to your level, I don't think.
In the final episode, what Sam does right before he leaves?
What he says on the luckiest.
No, when he leaves the bar, do you remember his last gesture before he leaves the bar?
Something the coach?
He straightens out that picture of Geronimo.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
okay.
Which was the coach's was a tribute to Coach.
Yeah.
In the final, second to final scene, as they're wrapping up this montage, May, who runs the Crown and Anchor bar where they all drink, after she does this last thing, she reaches over and slightly straightens out the picture of Geronimo on the wall, which had not been there the entire time. Just Lasso saying, cheers, buddy, for life.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was really neat.
Nice.
Really neat. So anyway, that's not a huge spoiler alert. Okay, Giants off. NBA Finals off.
Enjoy the off day, guys.
Enjoy the off day.
We'll get back into it tomorrow.
Enjoy your Monday, and don't walk into a room and have water spilled on you.
No.
All right?
And be a hum baby today, too.
Be a hum baby
Cheers,
today.
y'all.
Waterboy Triple E, be a hum baby. And when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Y'all have a good one, and thank y'all for remembering Roger. I appreciate it.
There's a lot of talk, but nothing as true blue American as hum baby. Let me tell you that.
Hum baby.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund.
That's right. We're getting it going.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680. 680. The sports leader.
Candlestick Park this year. They are as much a part of this team as the players. Did you ever think it would go this far?
All the way from the very first day of spring training. Roger Craig, hum baby.
Gotta say, baby, when you see these Giants film, baby, when you watch them play, baby, it's gonna be fun. Yeah.
Hum baby. Hum baby. Hum baby. Hum baby.
Hum baby is great baseball, great attitude of a team.
I think it's phenomenal, and I think it's wonderful. Awesome.
Everybody is trying to win for the Giants this year, and they're doing it. They're winning. That's hum baby.
Hum baby, it's gonna be fun. Yeah.
Papa and Lund, that's where we're going to start. We have a lot to get to today, but former Giants manager, really great, Roger Craig, let's not get confused today, of course, led the Giants to the 89 World Series. He was 93 years old, so we'll get into everything from the Giants weekend and 49ers. We got Matt Barrows coming up and Susan Slusser and tons of things to discuss, but that's where we must start. Good morning, my friend.
Good morning, John. We got to pick up our collective Bay Area daubers. I think they're all a little bit down that we lost. Obviously, the hum baby line is the one we remember the most. But one of the classic ones from Roger Craig, the eternal optimist, was, don't let your dauber down. And when I first got to the Bay Area, I moved here in August of 1986. And Monty Poole wrote about it today in a great column because he got to know Roger much better than me. But when I got here, and I'm wearing my Bill Walsh Genius T-shirt today, because when I got to the Bay Area, it was Coach Walsh was already entrenched as a future Hall of Famer in August of '86. He already had a couple of Super Bowl championships. And then Don Nelson came out. And Nelly came out initially. George Karl was the first coach in the Bay Area when I got here. But then, George went wayward a little bit. Nelly took over on the sidelines. And like Coach Walsh, Don Nelson changed basketball, just a revolutionary with the way he saw the game. He wrote the defensive, illegal defensive rule in the NBA, then came up with ways to circumvent it offensively. And then you had Tony La Russa, who I got to know quite well doing the Oakland A's game starting in 1990. And Tony is built the modern-day Major League bullpen by using Rick Honeycutt and Gene Nelson to bridge to Dennis Eckersley and not use him the way the A's used Raleigh Fingers with multiple innings, maybe 3 ups, just pitch the 9th deck. And so these guys were Bill Walsh, Don Nelson, Tony La Russa, and I was around those 3 men, John, a lot more than Roger Craig. But observing Roger Craig, it was a little bit like John Wayne was in the dugout. He just was a forceful presence. But, in other ways that those men didn't touch their athletes that were so demanding, Roger Craig with the hum baby, don't let your dauber down, and the ups and downs of his career, being a 3-time World Series champion and, going to the Mets and losing 20 games, not once but twice, but just a remarkable, regal man in his own way. And I say when I got here in the Bay Area, you think, this is Silicon Valley. It's the nation's think tank. And then in sports, led by the genius himself, Bill Walsh, and Tony and Nelly and Hum Baby, John, you're just like, we're just smarter than everybody else in the world right here in the Bay Area. And I got a chance to spend time with Roger Craig when the Giants would have the reunions of the '87 team and the '89 team, and just being around him. Just a classy man. So big loss at age 93. Seems like we're losing one of our icons, once a month, John. We lost Vida Blue early in May, and now early in June we lose Roger Craig. And I heard Murph talking about it this morning. I mean, the Giants have a lot of patches on that sleeve now with all the remembrances this year, and they got Vida's number 14 there. What do you do with Roger Craig? Do you go, hum baby, don't put your dauber down? Would you put his number on the sleeve? But I think something's got to be done because we lost one of the, obviously Bochy's won 3 World Series championships here, and Dusty had quite a run here. But on the short list of the greatest managers in San Francisco Giant history, Roger's in the top 3.
Oh, there's no doubt. And it's funny you would say that because the first thing I thought of is putting maybe a hum baby on there, because that would symbolize him certainly as much as anything. But again, Roger Craig at 93, started in September of 85, went through 92 NL West titles in 87 and 89. Of course, was a great pitching coach as well, player in his own right. So, yeah, I was thinking some sort of they got to do something. I would think like a hum baby, right?
I don't know. Yeah, that would probably be the way to symbolize it. I mean, they already have a couple of numbers there, and Vida's 14 is on top. They'll do something. They'll figure it out. He passed last night after the homestand closed, and we'll get into not a great homestand. It was last a week ago today. It was Memorial Day when they had the 14 runs against Pittsburgh. And, at the end of the game, it's the age-old baseball axiom, save some runs for tomorrow. We'll save them for the rest of the homestand. They scored 14 combined in losing 4 of the last 5. Did get Alex Cobb pitching the shutout on Saturday, but yesterday was a flat performance. So once they put Vida's 14 on the sleeve, they started to play well. The thing about Roger Craig that was so interesting to me, John, and I often wondered this, he managed the Padres for a couple of years, but he was mainly known in baseball as Sparky's pitching coach for the '84 Tigers and Jack Morris. And I don't want to say he invented the split-finger fastball, but, Dave Stewart across the bay had the fork ball, and Roger taught the split-fingered fastball. Just why? And I was always interested in watching his career because for whatever reason, there have been a couple of outliers. Roger may be the best to make the transformation from pitching coach to manager. And I just wondered, why is that a tough transition? Why aren't more pitching coaches elevated to manager? We've had some of the greatest ones in the Bay Area, Dave Duncan and Dave Righetti. who never even got a chance to be a manager. Maybe they didn't want it. Maybe they did. But I mean, the number one thing you do as a manager is run the bullpen and run your pitching staff. And Roger Craig being a former pitcher and a good one, why? It's always curious to me that there wasn't more of, trying to get into that secret sauce a little bit, because Roger was so successful with the Giants and turned around a 100-loss team immediately and got them to in the playoffs with 90 wins and then in the World Series 2 years later with 92 wins. But it was always curious to me why pitching coaches didn't get a chance to go in the manager office, and when the rare time that they did, John, they invariably or oftentimes were not successful like Roger.
Yeah, it's like catchers. It seems like all the catchers go in there like Boch. But it's funny. You mentioned the split finger fastball. I remember one time, just because I was back in Detroit years ago, and Jack Morris was on that '84 team that started 35-5 and won the World Series. And I remember, because he was on the Tigers broadcast team, and I often talked to him like we do, you do the back and forth thing. And I remember him giving a ton of credit to Roger Craig for teaching him the split finger, and was a lot of his success. So he's got a long lineage of not only, like you said, guys like that, but guys that he taught that pitch to and changed their careers. I know it did for Jack Morris, who was very good anyway.
Without a doubt. There is no doubt. So we got to pick up our daubers around the Bay Area, John. Hum Baby would not want our daubers down on this Monday.
All right, we will get into the Giants, as you said. Kind of an up-and-down roller coaster ride so far. We were feeling so good about things, and we knew this would happen as far as the young guys were concerned. Casey Schmidt is struggling a bit. Patrick Bailey is struggling a bit. We thought that they had enough rotational depth, but that's looking in question as well. We've talked about that all year. It's like, okay, at least they've got the depth. They're struggling that way as well. So we'll get into everything Giants. We got a ton to get to as far as the NBA Finals is concerned and some NFL, because we got Matt Barrows at 12:30 and Susan Slusser will recap the weekend at 11:30, including getting us up to date on all the injuries, which are obviously having an impact on everything. We'll do all that coming up next. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Will the Thrill, the great Will Clark, joined Murph and Mac this morning to remember the Hum Baby, Roger Craig, and describes what he means to him. That's trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
With KNBR on the gram for everything Giants. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
And Wade swings and he hammers one deep to right field down the line. Adios, pelota! That one is wet into San Francisco Bay, and that is the 100th splash hit by a Giants player in the history of this ballpark.
Oh, that was one of two things that went well over the weekend. Lamont Wade Jr., the line drive, so McCovey Cove Dave couldn't get there in time. Line drive, home run, 100 in the history of the ballpark on Friday. Then Saturday, Alex Cobb pitches really, really well, and they get a victory in that one. But outside of that, this weekend, from Anthony Sclafani struggling again to the young guys, Casey Schmidt 2 for his last 19, Patrick Bailey 1 for his last 11 with 6 strikeouts. Not a lot good. And the Orioles are good. So the other team in orange and black pretty much dominated.
All right, so what happened with McCovey Cove Dave, John, on Friday night? was he not ready?
He was not positioned.
It was the first pitch of the inning to Lamont Wade Jr. Didn't he call Lamont Wade Jr. was going to do it? He called everybody.
He did.
Called everybody.
He did say that. It looked to me that it was a liner. It was pretty quick. And he just wasn't in position, and the guy that got
Mark the Shark.
Mark the Shark, the guy with all the accolades, and he got into the park, and he was making a big deal of it. I'm sure Dave was very jealous. Just looked like he didn't have time. Like if it was a majestic blast that was high in the sky, maybe he'd have time to position himself. But that got out quickly. Didn't have a chance.
He has all the spray charts out in the
He should have
cove.
known.
I just texted McCovey Cove Dave. Mark the Shark? Really? How many has Mark the Shark pulled out of the bay?
We do have to get McCovey Cove Dave on.
I want them on together.
I feel bad for him.
I want McCovey Cove Dave and Mark the Shark on together. We're gonna endeavor to do that. But
he was so excited, and then it was like, oh.
That's all we talked about. When we were on the patio May 17th, he called it that day.
He said
it was going to be Blake Sable. He said Blake Sable.
Oh, did he say that day? I thought at one point he did say Lamont Wade, and he explains the angles, and he explains where he goes, and this, that, and the other, and then he hits a liner right in there, and he doesn't have time to react. And I was watching the thing, and I'm like, where's Dave? And he just kind of comes up behind him, and you could tell. I was watching him. You could just tell he was so disappointed that he didn't get it.
Yeah, we'll try to get him on. I want Mark the Shark together with McCovey Cove Dave. But anyway, Baltimore's, they're good. There's no doubt they're good. But, the game came down to one pitch, and Logan Webb threw the ball well. But Gunnar hits the home run, and the Giants lose on Friday night. And then Saturday, Alex Cobb just deals. And then, Wilmer Flores is back in the lineup after, it's not that we can't figure out why he's not playing. There's just so many people around him that are hot, and Wilmer's having difficulty getting into the lineup. But he had a big game on Saturday in the 4th spot and the DH spot, and then yesterday, John, they were just sloppy. First of all, Anthony DeSclafani on a Sinatra Sunday was decidedly off key, just a lack of command, just a sloppy game. Wisely didn't play well defensively, and they wound up losing 2 out of 3. So these are the ups and downs. From the 6-13 start to finally climbing. That's why I got the rally cap back on, John, because they finally were able to get above, the 500 point, got a couple of games over 500, and now they've slipped back down to 29 and 30. So, and what's happening is since Memorial Day, and I was at the game last Monday when they scored 14 runs against Pittsburgh, and Schmidt and Bailey just, on fire. I think they each had 3 hits in that game and some situational hitting, or Bailey went the other way for a knock, as a right-handed hitter, punching one past the first baseman. Just gone a little bit of a tailspin offensively. Bailey yesterday took one right down the middle, and then, one was off the plate that was called a strike, but he had a couple of soldier boys where he took strike 3 called and went back shaking his head. And With Casey, it's the opposite, and Susan Slusher will join us at 11:30, and we'll break it down. But he's in his first slump in the big leagues. It's bound to happen. I was kind of surprised it didn't happen sooner, because we saw the numbers even before he was called up, John. We looked at the lack of walks in the minor leagues and the strikeout total and thought, is that controlling the strike zone? But he was hot when he came up, and he was barreling everything. I mean, the hit he had Friday night, a 97-mile-an-hour pitch in, boring in on him. And, I mean, inner half of the plate he covers. He also covers the outside portion of the plate very well. What he does not cover is the dirt ball away. You know, Hunter Pence is going to be on the broadcast this week in Colorado. We'll get Hunter on at some point. But, you know, Hunter would chase that breaking ball, that slide ball away in the left-handed batter's box as a right-handed hitter. When you watch Casey Schmidt, you think, what if he ever had to face Sergio Romo in his prime? Would he ever get a hit against that guy? I mean, that's the exact kind of pitch you want, where you're, you know, spinning something away from him and making him chase. So, but you can't be, you know, dependent on a couple of rookies that just came up in May to carry your offense. They're not top of the order hitters. They're not middle of the order hitters. Right now, they're bottom of the order hitters, like the Brandons when they came up, and you had, you know, middle of the order contributors. So the offense shouldn't be so dependent on whether Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt are hitting, John. What they do is defense, and they're going to figure out the major leagues, and it gets difficult. But there's no doubt they've gone into their first slump this last, you know, after the Memorial Day game, and the Giants wound up losing 4 of the 5 games.
Yeah, and I agree with you. I mean, look, with Casey Schmidt, it was fun. And I'm not saying, you know, I'm not down on him or anything like that. But in terms of just being as hot as he was, it was fun. But you could tell right when he came up, and he still only has 1 walk, that the fact that it was going to be a real simple fix, or at least an adjustment for pitchers, and then he's going to have to adjust back to that, which is, I don't know, his nature is not to be selective, but at some point you have to be somewhat selective. Not everybody's Pablo. You're not going to hit a bunch of mistakes. He's going to strike out. He's going to go through slumps, and he is right now, if that's the way that he's going to have his approach at the plate. So, you know, Gabe Kapler mentioned, you know, kind of progressing and watching a guy like Lamont Wade Jr., because we've seen the way that he's progressed and been a little bit more selective. Be aggressive. I mean, that's your very nature. Be aggressive. But pitchers are just going to say, okay, if I don't need to throw you a strike, I mean, that's pretty simple, right? If I don't need to throw you a strike, I'm not going to throw you a strike. And he's still swinging at it.
He's got 1 walk and 20 strikeouts.
Yeah.
And, you know, and that's why, you know, his batting average is .295 and his on-base percentage is .299. And the 1 walk he had was a 4-pitch walk last weekend in Milwaukee. And he, you know, he spit in a couple of low balls. But, you know, there were a couple of borderlines that he would chase. I don't know if he's not picking up spin or what it is, or it's just, you know, he's triggering. He's ultra aggressive. He's going to figure it out. But you know, Bud Black's a smart guy, and, you know, Colorado's manager. It's odd we haven't seen the Rockies all year, John. One of this balanced schedule. You're not going to 20th and Blake for the first time, you know, since the start of the year in early June is odd. But Bud will tell his pitchers whether or not they can execute, because they do miss occasionally. But it's just, you know, make him chase. And I think specifically where Hunter Pence was vulnerable is low and away. Throw him a dirt ball. Just throw the ball in the left-handed batter's box.
How many shows did we do about that?
Well, I mean, Hunter couldn't see spin.
No.
But now they've got, you know, all these machines. When Hunter went and played for the Texas Rangers that one year, and I think he was an all-star as a DH.
He was.
He
had a great first half.
And then the Giants got him back in the pandemic year, and I saw him spitting on sliders that he never did before. And I don't know if Casey's not seeing it or it's just he's triggering. And that goes back to, you know, in college and the minor leagues, we talked about it. They, you know, kind of like Kyle Harrison, they want Kyle to control the strike zone more. Less walks, more strikeouts are fine, just less walks. With Casey, it was, you know, the 20 strikeouts is what it is, 95. He barrels the ball. It's just the 1 walk is what the problem is. And he went way into his major league career before he drew that walk. So I don't know. They have slider machines where you can set up the exact, you know, spin and shape that every pitcher throws to, if they, you know, work on him on that, if he's just not tracking the ball as well, or if he's just ultra aggressive. But when you're that way, you don't want to say that's going to be his major league, you know, motto or mantra. When you're an ultra aggressive hitter like that, you will go into prolonged slumps. I mean, Pablo Sandoval was the best from his nose to his toes when his strike zone was his strike zone. But he had just uncommon bat to ball skills. His hand-eye coordination was amazing. He could drive any pitch from his nose to his toes. But he would go into prolonged slumps here and there because he would simply get himself out by chasing. That's what I'm seeing from Casey right now, John. When they don't really get him out, he gets himself out.
Yeah. And look, this is the one thing that, we had a bunch of fun with it. And again, I'm not down on the guy. It's just they brought him up first and foremost because they looked at this team defensively and said, we can't catch the ball. So let's bring this guy up. He's our best guy, and if he hits, fine. That's going to be a bonus for us. But we're going to bring him up primarily for defense. Then he gets off to this hot start. And again, I'm the leading cheerleader on the bus here, but everybody started going, whoa, this is what this kid is going to be. And you could see, you and I talked about this before this slump, you could see that teams were going to say, or pitchers were going to say, okay, we don't need to throw this guy a strike. Frankly, I'm surprised that it took this long. And he's not Pablo in bat to ball skills, so it's I'm sure they're working on it, but they're gonna have to tell him, look, man, I know your inclination is to swing at everything, but the book on you is not only first pitch. Like I would never throw first pitch fastball, and we're going to talk to Susan Susser at 11:30. I mean, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I mean against the fastballs, he's crushing it. Against off speed breaking pitches, anything but a fastball, I think he's hitting something like 256 or maybe even less than that. But so. Look, teams know what to do. It's up to him to adjust. You and I talk about this all the time. It's very tough to adjust at the major league level. This is what he's been doing his whole life. But that's going to be his charge because it's great to have his defense, and I think he's here to stay. But he's got some major adjustments to make. But back to your original point, some of these other guys, and I think on NBC Sports Bay Area after the game, they put this graphic up. Some of these other guys have got to start to hit. It shouldn't be up to Casey Schmidt. It shouldn't be up to Patrick Bailey. They gave you a nice kick. Now these other guys have got to start, swinging the bats, hitting, and I don't care who it is, whether it's getting Wilmer Flores in, who's not getting much time, or whatever the case may be. Other guys have got to step up. These guys are hitting at the back end of the lineup. It's going to take them a minute. They're finding their way. They're going to have to adjust back to pitchers. Where's everybody else?
Yeah, I want to hear from Susan. When she joins us at 11:30, John. As far as Schmidt, he hits breaking balls. I mean, his first major league home run was a 2-0 count, and he got that big looping curveball, and he blasted it. He can square up breaking balls. I think it's very simply what we're talking about is you don't want to throw him a strike, but you better not miss in. If you come into him like we saw Friday night, he handles the inside portion of the plate with hard stuff well. So if you want to make him chase, you're going to throw breaking balls away to him. So typically it's hard stuff in. If you see a catcher set up in, it's going to be something hard. If he sets up away, it could be either one. But when they are trying to get him to chase, it's because he's chasing dirt balls. He can hit breaking balls that are strikes. He's just chasing balls that are way out of the strike zone. So I think that's simply it with him. And then, he should be really, he should be hitting 7, 8, 9. And I think that's where he's been mainly. Maybe he's, crept up to 6. And Patrick Bailey, I'm trying to figure out which side of the plate. He's a natural right-handed hitter. His left-handed swing was better because he had, he's seeing so many right-handed pitchers. Right now, he's just taking pitches right down the middle. But the bottom line, and we'll talk to Susan, is Jack Peterson going to come back from the right hand bruise and be activated for tomorrow's game in Denver? It sounds like it. Tyro Estrada, that was the date they had circled for him to come back. Left wrist sprain. Sounds like Joey Bart's going to need a little more time. But when you get Tyro Estrada, who is your number 2 hitter in the lineup, John, and then you get Jack Peterson, who's going to be a middle-of-the-order hitter, then we're talking about Bailey and Schmidt, should be 7, 8, 9. Wherever you want to put them. Schmidt 7, Bailey 8, or flip it, whatever you want, or 8, 9. I mean, right now, they're not middle-of-the-order or top-of-the-order hitters. They can be, and for a while they were carrying you, and the lineup was showing depth because they were so hot. But let's keep it in perspective here. They haven't even had a full month in the major leagues. Teams are going to adjust to them, and when you start to get some of your hitters back in Fordo, being able to play in the lineup and not just being a pinch hitter, start to get healthy. I mean, those guys are your top of the order and middle of the order hitters, where Bailey and Schmidt are in the bottom.
This is the number that Susan has out: 346 on fastballs, 256 on everything else. Came into the day hitting 545 on first pitch hits. He swings the first pitch 40% of the time. So I mean, those are such crazy numbers that obviously he's going to stop getting some fastballs, and he's not going to get anything to hit on that first pitch. And usually what happens then is he's down in the count. So, but it's just back to your original point. Those guys gave you a kick. Now it's up to, and we'll get into health because health is a big thing on this whole thing. But they got to get Tyro. They got to get Jock Peterson. And the one thing we'll get into, too, is at some point, and with Susan, is Anthony DeSclafani struggled again. So now they have two consistent starters. Cobb's been really great. Webb's had generally bad luck, but has pitched generally well. But for a team that had so much depth going into the season in the starting rotation, it is starting to be tested now. So we're getting into all those things coming up with Susan at about 11:30. NBA Finals get tied up, plus LeBron's talking Kyrie, but not where you think. We'll get into those conversations and how it affects the Warriors next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, it's Greg Papa here with the Giants going on the road. You can't go over to Oracle Park to get a Tony G's slice. So what you do is you go to the original in the North Beach, Tony's Pizza Napolitana, by the one and only Tony Gemignani. Whether you're a fan of New York style, Jersey, Detroit, New Haven, California, or St. Louis pizza, Mr. Gemignani has practically every style of mouth-watering, award-winning pizza. He also makes the traditionals like Neapolitan, Grandma style, and Sicilian pizzas. He's got other restaurants around the North Beach, outside of the North Beach as well, or in the North Beach, Capo's for Detroit style, Chicago deep dish and cracker thin tavern style. He also has a full bar, artisan cocktails, a curated wine list. They also make other things besides pizza pie. Delicious but spicy. Be careful of the peppers. Italian beef sandwiches, fresh house-made pasta, and Italian sausages, and save room for dessert. Tony Gemignani has got them all there. Tiramisu, cannoli, and gelato. So Tony is a 13-time world pizza champion known for making the best pizza in the world. Look for his Slice House locations across the Bay Area.
Leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 104.5 and 680.
Butler, a three-pointer. Off the side of the rim. Brown, the rebound. Could the Heat foul here?
I'm taking a foul. I'm not allowing them to get off a three.
Denver does have a timeout, but they're not using it. 4 seconds. Murray, step back, three-pointer. Won't go. Fight for the rebound. Martin, and it's over. The Miami Heat have tied the NBA Finals. What a comeback here on the road for the Heat, and it's one apiece.
You heard Mark Jackson in there, Mike Breen, who we had on the show on Friday. That great piece that Marcus Thompson did on Mike Breen and the fire at his house. You need to check that out. If you missed that great interview, you can hear it at KNBR.com. Before we get into the NBA Finals, remember, Redwood Credit Union, start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance, and your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started at redwoodcu.org/free checking, federally insured by NCUA. Miami ties this thing up at 1 game apiece, and maybe Tyler Hero's on the way. So we got ourselves a series.
Yeah, and they put him next to Duncan Robinson, John. They got some shooters, and Tyler Hero's been out, but maybe available when the series goes back to South Beach for Game 3 on Wednesday night. So, as you mentioned, we had Mike Breen on Friday, and we all kind of thought that Miami would get back into the series. I didn't know if they'd win in the altitude, but they came out of it a little bit in the fourth quarter in Game 1 and played better. And then this game, they started hot. I mean, right away, Max Strus hits the 4 threes in the opening quarter after going 0 for 10 and 0 for 9 on the 3-ball in Game 1. I do think the altitude and the flight of the ball is just different with lower oxygen levels. I guess the oxygen level is the same as the barometric pressure. Whatever it is, the ball flies more, and it takes a while to get used to it, and also your cardio. And Miami came out and took control of the game, but then Denver took control back. It looked like at the end of the third quarter, going into the fourth quarter, and maybe Denver's going to get both home games. And, playing a mile above sea level is a huge advantage for the Nuggets, I think even more so than the Broncos or the Avalanche, where they do sub out more in hockey. Maybe you have to have a little more of a line change, but you can get fresh bodies. NBA players, you play your best guys. Your starters play heavy minutes, and you may pair the rotation to 8 or 9, and it's just a huge advantage. But, we heard so much about it, and for years we kind of rolled our eyes at the Heat culture. They are an incredibly well-conditioned team. I don't know if that's going to help them get over the altitude, but it did in the fourth quarter, John. Right away, Duncan Robinson comes out and runs 10 quick points on Denver to get back into the game and take the lead. Jimmy Butler had a nice fourth quarter, and Bam Adebayo as well. And, they just took it to him in the fourth quarter, outscoring him 36-25. Whenever they interviewed Michael Malone, at the end of the third quarter on TV going into the fourth quarter, what does he always hit on? We got to play our best defensive quarter right here. And they just didn't do it. And then at the end of the game, people can debate. Going back to Mike Brown, John, and his decision in Game 4 against the Warriors, when they had a chance to go up 3-1 in that series, and Coach Brown did call a timeout when Steph Curry missed the runner in the lane. And I thought it was a bad call because Steph was on the deck, and Sacramento would have had a transition going the other way, and Mike just stopped it. He didn't like the way his team was playing offensively in transition. But in this situation, Michael Malone made the right call not to let Miami set up their defense. The problem is, and whenever Miami's scoring like this, when they have a 36-point quarter, almost invariably they drop back into a zone defense after a make. Mm-hmm. And Denver is still struggling a little bit against the zone. Jokic gets into the middle, in the bottom of the circle against the zone, and you think they just carve it. So in that situation, you don't want Miami setting up their defense. And going over, since the Miami lead was 3, when exactly Miami and Spoelstra should foul intentionally, just play a scattered court. And I just didn't love the Jamal Murray step-back shot. That's a hard one. But these guys make that. Harden makes it. Steph makes it. Damian Lillard makes it. They all make it. But to take that step-back, sidestep, going to your left as a right-handed shooter is a really hard shot. But it skimmed the rim, and now we have a series. I mean, going to Miami, where we're going to go back down to sea level, and it's amazing. New Orleans, I guess, is lower than Miami. I'm not sure, since you're right on the ocean in Miami. How could you get lower than that? But it's a major difference now, and we'll see where it goes. But I think we're looking at a long series here. I think this may go 6 or may go 7.
Well, and a couple of things, and it's interesting if you don't set up, you don't call a timeout and then set something up and you miss, then obviously people are going to second guess you. But I always think that if you're kind of scattered, like Denver was, and they still had about 5 seconds, call a timeout and get set up, because they didn't have anything going offensively. They had about 9 seconds when they got the ball. When Murray started to make a move, there was just under 5 seconds, and it just seemed like they were scattered, and that was the best shot they were going to get. And I didn't think it was a great look at it, but that's what coaches do nowadays. A lot of times they just don't set up, and then afterwards they're asked about it, and they say, "I trust my team," blah 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 blah. So that's one aspect of it. And then I don't know about you, and maybe it's just because I expect such a high level of play in the NBA Finals. But if I'm Joe Lacob and I'm the Warriors and I'm watching this thing, neither of these teams are dominant. They're good, and Miami got on a run, and I give them credit. Denver won 53 games during the regular season, the same amount the Warriors did last year, winning the NBA championship. But I don't see dominance. I don't see a dominant team where if I'm Joe Lacob and I say, and look, I'm not trying to spend his money, but I'm sitting there saying I am going to run it back, because I don't see dominant basketball being played in this series. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I think they're different. I mean, Miami is a completely different team. All the undrafted players they have. And when did Kevin Love get so damn old? I remember him in
no
UCLA.
Play for Mr. Gray.
Now he looks like Bob Love. I mean, what has happened here? Stan Love. I mean, when did he get so old?
You got to go Grecian formula, man. You can't go Gray. That's a young man's game out there, man.
He looks sophisticated.
That's great if you're the coach. I mean, if you're like, Bob Hill had great hair, right? I mean, some of these distinguished, Clooney has great gray hair. Like, I'm not saying you can't pull off gray hair. You can. Yeah, I mean, gray hair is fine. It's just you're playing a young man's game, man. Brush some of that stuff in, and then let it go gray when you're done. Be a coach.
Especially when you're an athlete.
Right. You can't go gray.
And I got gray in my beard badly. That's why I always shave. You're not going to see any gray in gray beard.
No.
So, Miami's different. I mean, Jimmy Butler's an older player. Kevin Love is an older player. Kyle Lowry, I'll be nice, is an older player.
He's not playing
They have some young guys. Miami's just, heat culture, and Riley and Spoelstra. They've had a lot of injuries this year, but they're there. They just persevered. I mean, they lost the play-in game to Atlanta. We thought they were done.
Exactly.
They were losing to Chicago in the fourth quarter. We thought they were done. They get in, and then they just Riley you. Denver's different. Denver's good, John. I know. And again, playing in the altitude is such a big advantage for them. It really hasn't come into play. I mean, for the Denver Broncos to win Super Bowls, they got to go to a neutral site. We got into this when the greatest show on turf and the Rams were playing in their dome in St. Louis, the Edward R. Jones Dome, that they're going to run the table all the way to the Super Bowl and never play outside. It's such a major advantage for the way they run their offense. So sometimes you see it in football, or, conversely, Chicago and how cold it can be there, and you have that 85 defense and Buddy's 46. But this advantage that they have playing a mile above sea level is real, and they're going to be a good regular season team. The Joker is just special, and he's guarding better than ever. Aaron Gordon and Michael Porter Jr. Jamal Murray is a really good player. They're going to have to figure out a way to round out their bench. But I think that Denver's a player. If you're looking at the West, they're not going away. They're going to get better. I don't know if their time is exactly now to win the NBA title, but they were, they got to the conference finals in the bubble a few years ago, as did Miami. And Denver, just with their advantage, they're so well coached. Michael's a good coach with Adelman's son and Flip Saunders' son and Popeye Jones there. They're just a really well-coached team. So I think Denver, going into next year, I'm not sure they're going to be, what's Phoenix going to do in the offseason? Right. I thought hiring Frank Vogel was interesting to me. I wonder how, and they want to get better defensively. You hire Frank Vogel, but I wonder how much they, firing Monty Williams and going to Frank, does that make your team better? How does Durant think about that? And Sacramento clearly is on the rise. We'll see what the Lakers do and what the Clippers do in the offseason, and the Warriors, obviously. But when I watch Denver, I think I'm not sure it's a right now team. Like, can they win the championship right now? We thought Phoenix a couple of years ago was a right now, we're going to win it this year team, and they blew that 2-0 lead to Milwaukee. Are we hoping Denver wins the championship? If they lose in these finals, Michael Malone's going to crack the whip on those guys all year, and that's all he's going to bring up. And then they're going to be, more energized for next year. But I'm not sure they're right now, John, but you look at the, project the next 3, 5, 7 years in the conference. Is Denver not number one with the Warriors getting older and Durant older? Who's got a more, maybe Sacramento, who's got a more promising future in the West than Denver?
No, I like Denver, and I love Jokic and everything. It's just, and again, I'm overreacting on one game. I'll fully admit it. But when Jokic scored the 41 and Spoelstra got mad at Ramona afterwards, but her point was taken, which is if he's not distributing and getting others involved and they're gaining confidence, then they don't have the type of team that they're just going to generate outside of Murray. So as they go to that zone, what they're essentially saying is they've got other flawed players. Aaron Gordon used to be able to shoot it somewhat, and he just can't shoot
When was that?
at all.
He never could shoot. Even in mid-high school, he couldn't shoot.
When he first came in, he was terrible. Then he had like 1 or 2 years where he was in the mid-30s, where it was okay. It wasn't great, but he's completely gone off that. Michael Porter Jr. is nice, but he's streaky and doesn't play any defense. He had some defensive lapses in the game yesterday. I guess what I'm saying is, and nobody is perfect, but you'd think in the NBA Finals, I mean, I'm watching Denver, and I agree with you. I think they're going to be a pain for a while, and they're problematic, and they can add some other guys. But, Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is not a consistent shooter. They just, if Jokic isn't dominating and then kicking to the outside and getting guys wide open looks, they just weren't hitting enough shots. And they do have flaws, and they do have inconsistent players, and they showed it yesterday, well, mostly in the fourth quarter, obviously, when Miami came back. But they needed key hoops, and the only guy that really they could count on, Jokic inside, Murray outside, and everybody else did nothing.
Jokic is going to play the game correctly.
Yeah.
If you put 2 on him, he's going to carve you up and find an open teammate. It's not his job to shoot the ball. It's his job to play the game correctly. If you put 1 on him, especially when you're going in that 2-3 zone and he gets to the bottom of the circle, he's going to score every time on you. So, Nelly had a theory. I remember we were in Minnesota years ago playing Randy Brewer. And Randy Brewer, this, gangly center, I think he went for 46 on the Warriors.
Wow.
And Nelly
Brewer?
would not. Well, and the theory was they had Tony Campbell then. They had Pooh Richardson. We're going years ago. He didn't want anybody else getting off. He said, Brewer, get yours. Like with the famous series against Phoenix, Charles Barkley, when Charles came up to me before Game 3 and said, interview me on the pregame. And I said, why? He said, just interview me. And then he goes, if that old man don't double me, I'm going to go for 50. And he did. He went for 56 that night and 28 in the opening quarter. He was bombing threes. But Nelly's thought was, I don't want anybody else getting off. So, Jokic last night had a dominant game, but how many points did he generate, John? He scored 41 points in the game. The trade-off is he only had 4 assists in the game. Right. And when the Joker is, devouring you, he's going 25, 15, and 12, so. But Michael Porter Jr. is a great shooter. That guy, he's not Durant, but when he takes a jump shot, he's just so tall and long. He gets up and you can't deal with him. He's defending better. There are times I'm like, wow, this guy, remember Mark Jackson called him the most improved defensive player in the league in Game 1. He can guard. Aaron Gordon can guard. The one thing he cannot do is shoot. But he bothered Durant. He bothered LeBron. He can guard. I like Denver. What they got to do here, and Calvin Booster, new GM, with Tim Connolly moving on, leaving Denver and going back to Minnesota, they don't have any depth. They got the 2 Browns. Bruce Brown's a good player. Christian Brown played better last night, but that guy is extremely young. You get a little bit of Jeff Green. Beyond that, John, they got Reggie Jackson and DeAndre Jordan at the end of their bench. I like their starters, but right now, Michael Malone's like playing 6.5 guys. He doesn't trust the other guys.
It's Bob and Lund. Thanks for joining us on a Monday. Susan Slesser at the bottom of the hour to talk about the passing of Roger Craig and, of course, the Giants weekend. We'll get into that. And Matt Barros is going to join us at 12:30. We'll do a recap of OTAs. This is what Kyle did last year, right? Cancels the rest of those, and they're just going to go straight into camp, right?
Well, he's done it in years past. I don't know exactly why. He just did it a couple of weeks ago. And so this was supposed to be a regular OTA this week. And then the following week would be the veteran minicamp. So they flipped that. The veteran minicamp is this week. And then the following week is just going to be a rookie camp. So I think maybe it's get the veterans out a little bit earlier. If you took it all the way to June 15th, I think they get 40 days between the end of camp, the end of the minicamp, and the start of training camp. So maybe he wanted to elongate that a little bit. There have been years where they had him taken away because they went after it in practice a little bit too hard, and the Players Association did that. There were years. That's why we did the State of the Franchise last Thursday. Is I kind of felt like he's going to alter the schedule, and he did actually a couple of weeks ago. But my question when Matt Barrows joins us at 12:30, did the veteran, when you tell a veteran he's got to be here 13th, 14th, and 15th, they make plans. to be here then. If you tell them we're going to change that and you got to be here June the 6th, and these are not voluntary anymore. You get fined if you don't show up. So did they give them enough heads up to the veteran guys? And mainly, you're thinking of Nick Bosa. Is he going to show up? Especially with the contract lingering. Trent Williams, is he going to show up? And honestly, since I don't know if he's been to the single OTA this entire offseason, maybe early when I wasn't there, but I've got to ask Matt Barrows, has Javon Hargrave been to Santa Clara at all since the OTA started?
Good question. By the way, I just turned the cameras on.
The stream
I like the gold-blooded.
You like the gold-blooded?
Yeah.
It goes well with the hat.
I do like it.
The blue and gold is popping, John. It's popping.
It's very much popping. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
All right, we'll continue the conversation. Some interesting things came out of the Steve Kerr, Draymond Green podcast. Steve Kerr, is this the first time
was on Draymond's podcast?
Yeah,
Steve doesn't have one.
No, Steve does not have one, but his would be, if he had one, it would be great. He's been on some. I know he was on the McVay podcast, Sean McVay's podcast one time, and they were talking coaches.
Yeah.
He's been on a few different ones, but I don't believe, I'm with you, I don't think he's been on the Draymond one, so a couple of interesting things there. So we'll continue that conversation. We'll go back to some Giants as well into the 11 o'clock hour, then the guests will hit. So it's Pop and Lund on your Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
A huge three in the fourth quarter tonight, and it's like none of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
All right, that is Steve Kerr on the Draymond Green podcast. And I don't know if that's a not-so-veiled shot at Kuminga, Poole, whomever was saying, I wasn't playing enough or I want to play more. He basically said that the Heat have been selfless. The Heat players have been selfless. And I think he's mostly talking about Duncan Robinson, who hasn't played a whole lot. And when Duncan Robinson has played, he's hit big shots like he did yesterday. So is that Steve talking about Kuminga and Poole there?
No, I don't know. I mean, what he's talking about is the Miami Heat and their culture, and you got to remember where these guys are from. Duncan Robinson, like Max Strus, Gabe Vincent, Caleb Martin, Hayward Highsmith, a few others were undrafted players into the NFL. To the NBA. I think of the 49ers with Matt Breida and Jeff Wilson Jr. and all these undrafted running backs that became stars in the NFL and are getting paid. That's kind of what Miami's done throughout their roster. So he was just kind of looking at Duncan Robinson and what he was able to do specifically in the fourth quarter. As far as Steve going on Draymond's podcast, it's interesting. One thing I wonder, and I know Draymond has the tie to TNT, so I'm not even sure contractually if he is allowed to do this, since the ABC and Disney and ESPN has the finals. I would think they would have invited. Maybe Steve didn't want to go, or Steph, and maybe now the series is going to South Beach and not the Rocky Mountains. You may be more inclined, but I kind of thought we'd have a Warrior presence as far as analysis, John. If you're ABC, Disney, wouldn't you reach out to Steve Kerr to get him on the pregame show or halftime or postgame or something? Or maybe Draymond can't do it, but wouldn't you reach out to Steph Curry as well, or is that bill too high? How much would it cost to get Steph Curry to go watch the finals he's not playing in?
That's a great question. I first of all, I'd pay whatever, because you and I talk about pregame, halftime, postgames all the time, and maybe at a higher level than anybody else. I just don't get it. I mean, people may not like the TNT show, but it's got chemistry. The ESPN kept trying, and they just can't do it. Steph Curry would be a great addition to it. Steve Kerr would be a great addition to it. So I don't know why they wouldn't. But I did see, and I want one of these hats, what was Steph Curry doing in San Jose at a churros game? He was at they were doing the churros over the weekend.
San Jose churros?
Yeah, and the hat is unbelievable. And they had a picture of Steph with the great churros hat on. It was a black version of it. And then he was speaking to the Class A players. And they all, of course, had their phones out taking pictures of him. But, I mean, I don't know what that was. I'm sure it was some sort of charity or some sort of, I don't know, maybe it was mental health awareness. I have no idea. But Steph couldn't do ABC because he was down in San Jose at a churros game, A-ball game. I don't know how they got him there. I mean, they couldn't pay for it. I mean, Was
Jack Peterson playing in that same game? He's gone heavy on the churros himself.
Yeah, I do know he was hitting third, I think, on Friday night. And they had him with one of those sweet churro hats on. But anyway, so I know Steph was there. Yeah, you would think Draymond would be on TNT, but I would like anybody on the worst. Think about this. Andre Iguodala would be great. Steph would obviously be great. Draymond would be great. Steve would be great. Like, are these guys? Even Clay would be great. Like, are they just choosing not to do it? Because I can't believe these networks would not want to have these guys who have won multiple championships, and they need help on those shows. I can't believe they wouldn't put these guys on it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you go back to years past, and I remember, Super Bowl 19 when it was the 49ers and the Cowboys, and they brought in Tom Landry as a guest analyst to analyze Don Shula.
I don't remember that. How bad was that?
Bill Walsh. And he was great. Actually, he was understated. Yeah, he was He took a couple of plays. Actually, very interesting in what he had to say. Is Tom Landry. He revolutionized the sport both offensively and defensively. But they would always make the show bigger in the finals by bringing somebody else in. And I don't know if they've done it. Have they done it in years past when the Warriors were playing finals? I'm trying to remember. But when you got a big show, the finals is different. It's different than even the conference finals. You think you would reach out. And my first thought was, if I'm a Disney executive, hey, Steph Curry's not playing the finals one damn year. Why don't we get him to at least have a Zoom or some kind of presence about the finals? I mean, he was the finals MVP. He got the Bill Russell Trophy last year. And then likewise, Steve Kerr, a great analyst for years, maybe the best out there. Rather than having Draymond maybe paying more for his Zoom, John, but I have thought, some of these Warriors are going to show up on these broadcasts, aren't they?
Well, and it's funny because we were obviously end of the last week. There was talk that ESPN was talking to Bob Myers. I mean, that's great for next year or whatever. But I mean, Steve is an accomplished broadcaster. Steph. I mean, again, especially when the finals, and I haven't really thought this, but you and I aren't the regular people watching these things. We're going to watch the Nuggets in the Heat and the finals. Some people could take it or leave it, but I would imagine that if Steph Curry in particular was on your TV screen, wouldn't you stay around to see what he had to say?
Yeah, without a doubt.
So
maybe the price tag is just too high.
It probably
maybe the San Jose Churros just simply played more for Stephen to wear the lid. Speaking of which, you're not a big beer drinker. But today you are going PBR. You're going Pabst Blue Ribbon. Hat?
I have an interesting hat collection. I wouldn't say I collect them. I've just kind of over the years gotten a bunch of
Do they all involve alcohol in some form?
Yeah, I was just trying to think. I have a Tito's. I do have a lot of trucker hats that involve alcohol.
Rubbing alcohol? Do you have rubbing alcohol at all?
Yeah, those kind of things.
Any alcohol in a hat, you got it.
Let me see what I got. I got to run back.
I love PBR. I love a Pabst Blue Ribbon. That would go great with a churro, by the way.
Well, it would, and everybody in college I think can relate to it. I think in college a 12-pack. Now this will age me which I hate to do, but
you really do.
A 12-pack.
You really do.
Of beer of PBR in college, I think ran about $3.29, $3.49, maybe something in that range. I mean, you could
a gallon.
I mean, seriously, you could scrap together change and go to because I one time I think you and I have talked about this. I took the Texaco gas card that my dad explicitly told me was just for gas, and that's how I would make my money. I would buy beer for people, and I'd be like, "Okay, you owe me money." And then when he got one bill, I think in a month that was like $1,000 for gas, he went, "Okay, that's the end of that." So we would have to scrap together change, and I think like $3.29 maybe for a 12-pack. Yeah, it was good.
See, you were all bougie in college. You went PBR.
No, I went PBR before it was cool.
I went Green Grenades. Rolling Rock. That's all we ever got.
Latrobe, PA. Yeah. The Steelers had training camp up there.
Is it Arnold Palmer?
Yeah. That's the...
Do the Steelers still go? No, they have their facility now.
Yeah, they have their facility now. No, they don't anymore. But when I was working up there, where my son was born and I covered the Steelers, they were in Latrobe, PA.
And
I couldn't find a Rolling Rock. I would go up there and ask people, isn't that beer from here? They're like, yeah, we don't drink it.
Really?
Yeah, they were not real down on it. And that was, it might have been passed, because for about a hot minute there, Rolling Rock was kind of a big deal. For like a minute. Maybe like when you were in college.
That was big on Day Hall, floor 6, John. Believe me, we liked our Green Grenades. We didn't know better. We couldn't afford your pricey PBRs.
No, that was cheap. We do.
But Rolling Rock.
Yeah.
You could roll through a few dozen of those.
Yeah, that's true. Those were cheap too. The biggest, the one that was cheap. You and I have talked about this. They did 30 packs of Strohs, and 30 beer. You could get 30 beers for less than $5. Less than $5, and that's what we would do. And they had this big slogan.
Strohs. I can't remember the last time I had a Strohs.
And they said it's fire brewed or something like that. And later on in life, I thought to myself, would you want your beer fire brewed? I mean, wouldn't you want it kept cold? Like, what are you doing? Anyway, Sorry, going in a tangent.
All right.
Like that,
just like your PBR hat.
Yeah, I do. I need because we're getting great feedback.
What else do you
on
have?
The stream.
You have any? What hard? I got my Jägermeister one. I've got.
The other day when you wore that, it was amazing because I thought I'm like, why does he have a Bucks hat on?
I thought so too. I think I stole that. I stole that out of Derek's closet.
But then,
you think I would have a Jägermeister hat?
I guess not.
Speaking of Dag Hall's 6th floor, we went Rolling Rock right after we went Jägermeister. Terrible hangover.
Yeah,
terrible.
that's a brutal one.
Those are a bad one. Those are a bad one.
Anyway, yeah, so I have to start pulling some of those out because with the feedback we're getting about the wardrobe changes they're epic.
Are people sending in caps and T-shirts?
Oh yeah, we got to do that. So they can just send them to the station, right? 750 Battery Street, San Francisco.
Right.
And if you got like a hat or a T-shirt or something like that, it makes sense. Throw it.
I'm like a race car driver. Just send the money and I'll wear the hat on the air.
Right.
Whatever you need.
And that's the one thing is some classic stuff. You got any classic, hats, T-shirts? Because people always, I'm not much of a pack rat, but there's a lot of people I know that just like look at this shirt I have from this or look at this hat I have from that, and that would be good. Because people are really liking the wardrobe changes. So we've got to spice it up.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah, that's a nice comfy one. I did shower this morning, but I was...
we don't have smell-o-vision on the live stream,
I did.
John,
I showered.
You do. I didn't say you didn't.
I rode the bike this morning, then I showered, and I looked down at my watch. It was 9:56, and I thought, well... it's not like I'm having a good hair day anyway, so it's not real damaging, but I put on the hat.
You got done working on at 9:56?
Yeah.
Wow. And you showered before 10 o'clock?
I lost a little track of time. So.
Boy, normally my cutoff's 9:46 and then into the shower. You went to 9:56?
I looked in there and I said, I got 2 minutes, and I hustled and had the camera set up.
And you showered?
Oh, yeah.
I'm impressed.
I had to do that. Because I'm one of those people. I like to actually shower before and after the workout. I don't know. That's a weird deal, but
Chris Mullen.
Just rinse off and then. And by the way, not to go off on these tangents, but my son works at the same gym that Mully's at. He's there every day. I said, just walk up and say hi to him. He's like, I don't want to bug Mully. Says everyone leaves Mully alone. That's the kind of place you like to go to. You're
the spot
celeb.
where he works out. Yeah,
and, he's
very respectful of George, not to bother him.
Yeah,
but Mully is the most approachable Hall of Famer of all time.
Oh, he's very nice, very nice, and he's on a strict regimen in terms of like he comes at the same time, leaves at the same. Like he says, he's got it down.
He is a creature of habit. There's nobody more of a creature of habit than Mully.
Yeah. He does. He's got it. He's got this whole thing down. All right, we're going to get into baseball coming up next, 11:30. So we'll get you ready for Susan Slusser. If you missed the beginning of the show, Roger Craig has passed away at the age of 93. So we'll get into that conversation with Susan Slusser. Also over the weekend, some of the things that are going on. And by the way, and I guess this is just because you got to get clicks and people to read it and everything, but everybody's going hardcore into trade deadline mode already. And Farhan has said that he said over the weekend on, I think it was MLB Radio on Sirius, that he expects the Giants to be aggressive at the deadline. What does that mean?
They were aggressive in the offseason. The problem is with the expanded playoffs, and we've had this since the pandemic, where you have 3 wild cards on top of the 3 division winners. And but on the other side of it, I mean, the Oakland A's are historically bad. When I look at their one-loss record, I can't even compute this. Now, this is like when the Warriors were on their way to 73-9. At one point, they were 55-5, and you're like, what? What's their record?
That's a good point.
I mean, the A's are 12-49. But outside of the A's, I mean, the last-place team in the American League East, the Red Sox, is a 500 team. I mean, Kansas City's bad. There's no doubt they're going to be a seller. The White Sox look like they're a bad Detroit. The point I'm making is, and we got to, the deadline is August the 1st now, not July 31st, John. And it's June the 5th. And normally a month from now, when you get into the 4th of July, remember when Billy made the trade to get Samardzija? That was right 4th, around the 4th of July. Yeah. So that deadline could be earlier. But, I think a lot of teams, first of all, they're going to be buyers for sure. But how many teams are flat-out sellers? Like, is anybody, the Cubs are going to be a seller? 4 games under 500, probably. Cincinnati, probably. Well, Pittsburgh's not going to be this year. They may add. St. Louis is not going to give up on the year. I mean, Colorado may be a seller. The Padres aren't. Giants. I mean, it's just right now, you have far more buyers than sellers. And I think where the Giants are going to be looking is frontline starting pitching, right?
Yep.
I mean, that's going to be
crazy?
in short supply and going to be high demand this year.
Well, like you said, I'm looking at the wild card race right now, and between the Mets right now and the teams of the wild card teams, Arizona and the Dodgers are tied. The Pirates and the Marlins, those are your wild card teams. But then the chase starts at 500. So if you're anywhere around 500, the Mets at exactly 500 are 2 back. Obviously, the Giants are 2 back in the loss column, which is what we look at. But even St. Louis down at the bottom, who people still expect to make
They have
a run,
the worst record in the league.
right?
John.
And they're at 35, so they're only 7 back of a wild card, and we're
they're not going to
60.
sell.
They're not going to sell. So Washington will sell. Colorado will probably sell. Cincinnati and Chicago. Those are the teams. San Diego's got too much on the line. Philly does. The Giants aren't going to be sellers. Neither are the Mets. So in the National League, you're probably looking at 4 teams certainly that are sellers. And then you looked over and you talked about the American League. Oakland, Kansas City. After that, I mean, the White Sox should probably be sellers, but after that, nobody else is. Cleveland,
Detroit,
Seattle,
maybe,
the Angels.
maybe Detroit.
Yeah,
can win.
Detroit, maybe. But
And
I
I
mean,
believe their GM, the Giants know him well, right?
Yeah, they
Scott
kind of
Harris?
do know that guy pretty
know
well.
that guy.
So,
Yeah.
but your point is taken. There might be at this point 6 or 7 teams that are going to sell. And to be honest, who would you want off the A's? So don't count them. I don't think there's one player on the A's that anybody would even want. So, I mean, it's tough because you always think, who are we going to go get? Well, it's who's going to be available, and you've pointed this out before. When you have an extra wild card like they do, teams aren't going to want to sell. They don't want to give up on the season and tell their fans that to quit coming out to the park before.
And what do the
school's
Giants
even out.
need? The Giants need starting pitching.
Absolutely.
Well,
in
you
a
think
good
the
one.
You think the St. Louis Cardinals, Mozeliak's not going to be in the market for starting pitching? Even
Almost
the
everybody
Dodgers
is.
with all their injuries. When's Walker Buehler coming back? When's
Haven't even
Urias
heard.
coming back? When's Dustin May coming back? Are they coming back this year? I mean, so what you're looking for is frontline starting pitching. The Cardinals have the worst record in the National League. Is that amazing?
Yeah, even behind
They're
Washington.
25 and 35, but they're not giving up, and they could easily win their division. And what their obvious need, they're screaming for starting pitching. San Diego needs starting pitching. The Dodgers need starting pitching. So I think that's the one area when you look at it, John, you're going to be in a lot of competition for these other teams to get starters. And we'll talk to Susan at 11:30 about it. The Giants had so much depth in the starting rotation going into the year. It's all gone now.
It's amazing that they've gotten all this starting depth, and it was the number one thing we talked about is, well, at least they'll have depth in their starting pitching, and even that is a problem right now. So we'll talk more about it with Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour. If you missed the start of the show, Roger Craig has passed away. We'll get into that conversation, too. There's a Monday edition of the show, Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Lamont Wade Jr., he hit the Giants' 100th splash hit into McCovey Cove. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
And, it's funny because when I used to come in to play the Giants as a Cub, I used to listen to my teammates. They used to bitch and moan about Candlestick, and they did. And then with the Phillies, same thing. Guys just didn't want to play. I mean, it was a tough environment. But when I got traded to the Giants in '82 and I got to spring training, I started hearing the Giants players talk about it. And then when we got to San Francisco, the Giants players bitched more about it than anybody. And when Roger took over in '85, it was obvious as to what he observed in the month of September. He observed a lot of negativity. There was a lot of excuse making because of the environment. And at the end of the month of September, he got us all together and he goes, well, I'm going to tell you how it is. He says, this is the greatest home field advantage in the history of the game. And you guys are all missing the point. By the way, any of you guys want out of here, let us know. We'll get you out of here. Because we don't want anybody here that doesn't want to be here.
That was Mike Krukow telling some great stories about Roger Craig, who passed at the age of 93 over the weekend. We're going to get some thoughts from Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour, but good stuff. Will Clark had said some things too. There's a great picture. I think the Giants actually were the ones who published it, with Kruk and Roger Craig in the middle, and Will Clark on the other side. Just some really cool members of the Hum Baby, of course.
He had some mics on, Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 7:35, and he got emotional. And then Will hung around in the 8 o'clock hour with Murph and Mac today. I listened to the whole hour, and different sides of it. Mike being a pitcher and Roger Craig a pitching coach, and encouraged Mike to go out in the '87 year to pitch on short rest to get his 20th win that year. And then Will, where it all flipped, and Will was the number 2 overall pick in the draft in '85. And, Roger and Al Rosen came in at the end of that year, and they lost 100 games that year. And Roger Craig came in September. He went 6-12 as the Giants manager. And he's thinking, this is my one chance. He had the Padre job in the late 70s, and then he went back being a pitching coach for Sparky Anderson in Detroit, and they had that great staff and the splitter with Jack Morris. We opened the year 35-5 and wound up winning the World Series against the Padres. To Roger's own team. And then to come back and be with the Giants. And what Mike was talking about was the directive of not just Roger, but Al Rosen, who was one of the most underrated players in the history of baseball. What a great hitter he was with the great Indians teams of the 1950s. And he was there with George and that team the Yankees built, in the 70s, late 70s, to win championships. And then he came out to the Bay Area, and a few times you had a chance to be around him. Boy, he was tough, John. I mean, he looked a little like Bill Walsh with the gray hair, the white hair, but like Bill, he can be ruthless with making trades and moving people around. And that '86 team, what Mike was talking about, is don't bitch and moan about Candlestick. It's going to be our home field advantage is the weather here. The teams don't want to play here, and if you don't want to be here, we'll get rid of you. And if those don't want to be here, we're going to make it ours, and don't dare complain about it. And they won 83 games that year, 90 the next year. Won the National League West, and I just arrived. I got here in August of '86, and I remember '87. Steve Fisiak was on the TV call, and it was in San Diego, and Steve went, "Little looper," and you thought it's going to be caught on the infield or maybe in shallow left. It went all the way to the wall. And I think it was Kevin Mitchell that made the catch. And, Will, remember Will in the post-game interview? Was it with Gary Park or a young Mark Ibanez? One of them. Will Clark was a rookie in 1986. This is '87. They just won the National League West, and Will, I waited my whole damn life for this. I'm like, what are you talking about? You just got here. You were at Mississippi State like a month ago. What are you talking about?
Will Clark is underrated, by the way.
He's so good. No, I went high there. That's kind of my Willie Mays rolled into Vida Blue at once.
Yeah.
And then they came back in '89. I mean, how good was that club? And, obviously the All-Bay Area World Series, the Earthquake, and Giants and A's, but it was just so exciting. And Roger Craig was a part of it. Think about that, John. They had a 100-loss season in '85. They have, and it was Robbie Thompson, it was Will, and later Matt Williams. They had some young players on that team. You got to like these kids. And they did not have a losing record again. And by '89, after losing 100 at '85, at '89, they win their first pennant since 1962, and Hank Greenwald has the great call on the ground ball to Robbie Thompson to wrap it up, and they wound up playing the A's, and it all Bay Area World Series. Meteoric rise led by Al Rosen and the guy we're saluting today, obviously, the hum baby.
Yeah, 93, Roger Craig. So we'll talk more about that with Susan Slusser at the bottom of the hour. Another thing that we're going to talk about, and we seem to talk about this every single year with the Giants' injuries. On the good part, Jock Peterson, that right hand bruise that he got on May 12th trying to bunt. He did play Friday night in San Jose. He's eligible to come back, and hopefully on Tuesday he'll do that. Thairo Estrada with the left wrist sprain. He's been doing baseball activities with the team. He's expected to come back as well on Tuesday against Colorado. Joey Bart is down at AAA, started 2 for 11 in his first 3 games of his rehab. We'll see with that. I would imagine that he's going to be pretty lengthy down there. And then, of course, Ross Stripling, he's got a lower back strain. And then Alex Wood, the latest, he's eligible to return on June 16th. So, as always seems to be the case, some are coming and some are going.
And for Jock, he's been hurt, and I don't want to say all year, but, he's been hurt and, squaring to bunt and the hand injury. So great to get his bat back in the lineup, especially when you're going to Coors Field. And then Thairo Estrada, I mean, when you look at the top 3 hitters in your lineup, it was Lamont Wade Jr., it was Thairo Estrada, and then it was Michael Conforto. And then Jock would, mix in somewhere in the middle there, depending on if it's a left-handed arm, he's not in the lineup. If it's a right-handed arm, he's hitting, 4th or 5th. But just losing Estrada for a long period of time, and then, losing Conforto now to the heel injury on top of Jock Peterson. We'll find out about Joey, and it sounds like they may just slow play that. But if Bailey does go into a long slump, John, and he's 1 for 11 his last few games, and yesterday in particular, he just was not picking the ball up. He took one right down the middle for a called strike 3, and then later the pitch was outside. But when you get to 2 strikes like that, but I think he was surprised. But you wonder, if they're going to slow play Joey, because Sable's not going anywhere. They've made that clear. And we were talking to Dave Fleming with this Rule 5 rule. We weren't sure how it would work. Could you make a trade with his old team to keep him? And Dave said no.
You're right.
He has to go through waivers, and there's no way. The very first team, who would that be? The A's? Do we revert to their terrible record of currently?
They'd take him in a second.
Without a doubt, they'd take him. They'd love to poach him off the Giants. So there's no way he's going to clear. So you're going to have to keep Sable on the 26th man all year. Otherwise, you're going to lose him to somebody. Probably the team he'd have to go back to. Who was that? Pittsburgh?
Was it
or
Pittsburgh
Cincinnati?
or the Reds? I think it's the Reds.
The Reds, yeah. He was with Pittsburgh before. So then, if Bailey does, and he's starting day games after night games, and I know you had an off day on Thursday, but he caught all 3 against Baltimore. You like his defense there's no doubt, especially at Coors Field. But the point I'm making is you are going to get Estrada back, you are going to get Peterson back, and then do you let Belt, kind of marinate down there a little bit and then just feel out, where Bailey is offensively?
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, I have never heard the type of praise that is being just for his defense, which is what a catcher is mainly here to do. I've never heard that about Joey Bart. It just Bailey. The pitchers are saying it. The organization's saying it. So look, they're going to give Patrick Bailey every chance to succeed, and they're going to, like you said, they're going to buy time with Joey Bart and see what happens. Maybe even around trade deadline time to just say, okay, does anybody, you're selling Joey Bart low. I understand that, but it seems to me that they're going to give Patrick Bailey every chance to fail, and if he even hits marginally, then he's going to be here because it seems like the pitchers love throwing to him.
Without a doubt. But Joey's gotten better. I mean, there's no doubt. And Joey Bart is a better defensive catcher than Blake Sable.
Oh, for sure.
And it's not even close. So you're not going to run Joey into the ground here, or pardon me, Bailey into the ground here. And he is starting to, we're going to see where he is as a hitter. They all go into slumps, except for Bonds, I guess. They all go into slumps. But this is an off day today. And then this is a weird kind of trip because you go to Colorado for just 3 games. Then you come back home and play the Cubs for 3 games. Then you go to St. Louis. And it's a day game on Thursday. The 3 games against the Cubs are a night game, a late afternoon game, and a day game. You got 1 day game in St. Louis. So the bottom line is, especially at catcher, you can't play day games after night games. You can't run these guys into the ground. So, when Joey's ready, would you bring him up or let him stay down there a little bit longer? I'd like to see him use Sable more as a 3rd catcher, a 2.5 catcher, where he's DHing some and he's playing in left field some and maybe catching some, where you use him situationally to allow you to pinch run for someone or pinch hit for someone to have the third catcher. But and this is like you just finished up a homestand and you go on a road trip, John, that's only 3 games. And I know it's in the National League West, but it's a long flight to Denver. A 2-hour flight there. They went after the game yesterday. And then you come right back and play the Cubs without an off day. And then you go to St. Louis and you get the Dodgers as well. So, like they were saying, as Susan she'll outline, the schedule early in the year was wacky. I mean, this is you do have a homestand there, but really the way you look at this week is it's a 4-city road trip. 3 in Colorado, 3 in San Francisco, and then next week 3 in St. Louis, an off day, and then 3 at the LA Dodgers. But to come home for just a 3-game homestand after a 3-game road trip, that's a weird week.
No doubt. Let's get into it with Susan Slusser, not only talking about Roger Craig, but the pitching situation, the injuries, who's coming back, who's leaving, who's coming, all those kind of things, the rookies and the slumps. We'll do all of it with Susan Slusser next on the air on the Sports Leader.
To talk ball with the Chronicles Giants beat writer Susan Slusser on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
Lighting up the sky above Oracle Park. Now there's a high drive out to Death Valley, the deepest part of the yard, still going way back there. Adios! Pelota! Blake Sable with a long home run. That one welcomed itself to the 415 section. beyond the corner of the visiting bullpen. The Giants' first 2 runs of the day.
John Miller on the call. Thanks for joining us. The Giants lose 2 of 3 to the Orioles, 2-4 homestand. Got a lot of things to discuss from the young guys struggling, and we knew they would at some point. Anthony DeSclafani, too. They did get their 100th splash hit. Alex Cobb was very good over the weekend. We got injuries, a ton to get to with Susan Slusser. Make sure that you're following for all your Giants news at Susan Slusser and reading her in the Chronicle, and she joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. How are you?
I'm great. How are you guys?
We're good. I love when you say you're great on a Monday. That's good to hear. I like it. Like a lot.
Fake it till you make it.
Exactly. Yeah,
we're trying to have the eternal optimistic spirit of the hum baby Roger Craig and not having our daubers down. Obviously, he was a Giant manager long before you were covering baseball in the Bay Area, Suze, but you've been covering ball for a long, long time. Just give me your thoughts on the Giants losing the hum baby last night.
Yeah, I mean, I was around the fringes a little bit when I was just out of college when Roger Craig was still around, and he would pop up around also, in later years to say hi and for events. And one of those people in baseball, anyone you talk to said, lovely man, never in a bad mood. And those teams were so important in the Bay Area. And he came in, he brought some energy. Some of those, obviously, the players like Will Clark, they've kind of rejuvenated the team at a time where, the attendance was down at Candlestick. Like there were problems, overall with where are they going to play. And it was kind of a little bit of a downer period for the team. And he really, I think, partly with his attitude, certainly with his baseball acumen, and then his ability to deal with some of those, he had some volatile personalities and some fun personalities. Those were, I think we all remember those teams. Those were fun times.
Absolutely. Roger Craig passes away, former Giants manager at the age of 93. As far as the Giants over the weekend, 2 of 3. First of all, the Orioles are good, and I'm not making excuses. The Orioles are a really good team, especially the back end of their bullpen. But because so much buzz has been created by Casey Schmidt, and you pointed out the numbers in terms of fastballs versus other pitchers, and then Andrew Bailey, 2 for 19 is Schmidt, 1 for 11 with 6 strikeouts is Bailey. Is this just as simple as the league is adjusting to them? It's time for them to adjust back?
It's funny. It seemed like the game really was kind of all about adjustments overall. First of all, you got DeSclafani saying like, man, I need to adjust back to, not basically just throwing the one pitch. And he's like, it's hard not to go to your go-to pitch when you're in trouble because it was really just that one inning, which counts for a lot of that usage. But he's like, I have to mix it up more. And then with the kids, yeah, they're definitely going to have to start adjusting to being pitched differently. There's a very clear scouting report on Casey Schmidt after basically 3 weeks in the big leagues. He swings at the first pitch a lot. He can hit the fastball. We saw him get some first pitch fastballs yesterday. They were way up in the zone. He was not in the strike zone. They were balls. First pitch fastballs, balls. So that's an adjustment. Pat Bailey, that as Gabe Kapler pointed out, the sample size for both these guys is very small. And I'm going to say that the Bailey sample size is probably too small to draw any conclusions from. But Blake Sable, I was chit-chatting with afterwards, and during spring training, he went through all of this. He established during the spring when he was playing every day, he could hit the fastball. And when the season started, we immediately saw opposing teams taking different tactics against him. And he, kind of over the course of a week or two figured out each of them. And now he's like, they are going hard with me with a changeup. And he hits a changeup out. So he's learning to make those adjustments. And when he shows that he really can kind of adjust to any way he's being pitched, we're going to see him walking more. We're going to see him on base more. And we're going to see him hitting even more home runs. He definitely has an idea of what he's doing. So do Schmidt and Bailey, absolutely. It's just a little bit of a, when you're at AAA, especially in the Hitters League, you're seeing a lot of fastballs in the middle of the plate.
All right, so when you look at the Giants season, Suze, the first 3 weeks, and a lot of it was, crazy travel and injuries to Slater and Haniger. But they got off to a 6-13 start. And then they flipped the whole year around. They got up to 28-26 a week ago on Memorial Day Monday. by going 22-13. So 6-13 to start, then 22 to 13. And then they hit this funk where, after 14 runs last Monday on the holiday, 1 run, 4 runs, 2 runs, 4 runs, good enough to win because they pitched a shutout behind Alex Cobb on Saturday. And yesterday, just 3 runs. So they've lost 4 of their last 5, scoring 14 runs combined after 14 in one game. And you mentioned the young guys, but to me, they're down in the order, bottom 3 in the order hitters, where it's your top and your bottom. So what do we expect Thairo Estrada to be activated as early as tomorrow, and likewise for Jock Peterson and Michael Conforto, Suze? Because right now you're looking at your 2, 3, 4 hitters in some combination with those 3 guys coming back. Do we expect them to get to nearly full health by tomorrow?
Absolutely. I wouldn't be stunned to see all of them in the lineup. It's possible, we'll get 2 of the 3. I think all of them will play in Denver. Conforto yesterday basically said he was available. I think they just wanted to give him through the off day today, which totally makes sense. It's just a matter of pain management for him, as we've discussed. And I think that you're exactly right. You can't count on these guys who have been in the big leagues for 2 weeks to carry the load when you're missing established veteran players like this. And, Estrada, who's been so valuable throughout the whole season. Conforto leads the team in home runs. And clearly we know what Jock Peterson can do. The interesting thing is going to be, what do they do roster-wise? And they had been kind of signaling for a while, 3 catchers. Sure, that's great. We'll bring up Bart. Sable will be in left. Sable's playing time dips considerably if Peterson is back and they don't have that DH spot to run everybody else through. I think now they're probably more likely to leave Joey Bart at Sacramento for the near future. When there's a need, he will be back. But I think that we will see Sable back as the backup catcher. Obviously, he is. That is not the best role for him right now. I'm not saying it won't be, but he is not as good, behind the plate as either Bart or certainly Bailey. So, but that's the only way I think to keep him on the roster. They have to keep him on the roster, not just because he's a Rule 5 guy now, but because he's one of their better hitters, especially against right-handed pitching. So I suspect we'll see that. I feel like all I ever do is talk about the catching, but yeah.
It's kind of important around here. It's kind of big.
Yeah, I think Bart is the odd man out for now. That won't always be the case.
Joey Bart 2 for 11 for his first 3 games down there in Sacramento. So you talked about Jock, talked about Thairo, pitching wise, and you mentioned Anthony DeSclafani, and he calls his own games, and he said he's got to throw more fastballs. He's fallen in love with the slider a little bit, so he blamed himself. But from an injury standpoint, lower back strain for Alex Wood. He's out at least until June 16th. Ross Stripling's dealing with a lower back strain. So at the beginning of the season, it was like, okay, they don't have maybe the quality of pitcher, but they certainly have the quantity of pitcher. They have a deep staff. All of a sudden, they find themselves short. So how do they handle this?
Well, I think that Wood will be back right away. He seems to, as Kapler said yesterday, seems to know himself better than most guys, and he thinks it's just a short stay. So that won't be too long. They still have Minaya available. They have Junis, even though he worked last night. They are still deep for a team that's like, we're not as deep as we were. Well, they can run basically 8 starters deep. You throw Beck into that mix. Stripling will be back at some point. These are all guys that, it's not like somebody's blown out an elbow or 2 guys have blown out elbows or anything like that. This is not an area of concern, at least in my mind. I am fascinated, though, we've heard in the last couple of days, both Webb and DeSclafani mentioning that their own game calling is sometimes not where they want it to be. And Webb said the other day he's relying more on Bailey rather than, earlier in the season when he was calling everything. And I think we might see more of that because Bailey is really so good at calling games. But beyond that, knowing what's working for a guy on the night and what he's seen from the hitters throughout the course of the game. So I think we might see more of that. And I think that's going to have an impact on all the pitchers if they start maybe going a little bit more with Bailey. Because this has been a little unusual with guys just plowing ahead and calling their own games. They always kind of could because they could shake, but this is a different beast when you're calling every pitch.
Giants have the off day in Denver. A little odd rolling into 20th and Blake in Coors Field to see Bud Black's team on June the 6th for the first time, Suze. But you love the more balanced schedule now. You're just not seeing the division opponents. But kind of a weird week as far as travel. I mean, we can't even call it a road trip. It's just a road series. 2 night games in Denver, Tuesday, Wednesday, a day game Thursday, come back home, play a 3-game homestand again, 1 series, then go back on the road for St. Louis and the Dodgers. So this is a weird couple of weeks here where they're looking at this as kind of a 4-city road trip, and one of those cities is San Francisco.
Yeah, those are always not ideal. And you throw in a little bit of altitude, that and the weirdness in Denver where you might, wind up having to use a lot of pitching. I think the Giants had so much bad travel early on, especially when you throw in the Mexico City at the end of April. They're kind of like, well, this isn't great, but we've had a lot worse this year. So I don't think it's going to throw them too much. I think, like Kapler said yesterday, basically this isn't uncomfortable. It's not great, but it's not uncomfortable. So they've got that. But you know what, to me, I know that there are a lot of different ins and outs with the schedule. But when you're looking at these 4 games, could you not have just started in San Francisco or ended in San Francisco and gone Denver, St. Louis, L.A.? I mean, that just makes so much more sense. I don't know, whatever.
Have the Cubs be here tonight, right? Have the Cubs be here. Then go to Colorado, St. Louis, and L.A.
Yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah, that would be. It was a disappointing weekend, but let's call one guy out. I mean, Alex Cobb, absolutely great, down to 271 with the ERA. And obviously Logan Webb has just ran into some bad luck. Anthony DeSclafani's got to get it back going. But Alex Cobb so far, man, was he had maybe one bad outing? He's been amazing.
Yeah, I continue to hope that he is under serious consideration for the All-Star team. That would be so fun. He's old, kind of in the later stages of his career, and he's pitching as well as he ever has. And he still says he's not all that comfortable with his delivery. It's not as good as it was early in his career. He is constantly searching, trying to get better. He's got such a great idea what works for him. A savvy pitcher. I love. Who doesn't love watching Alex Cobb pitch? And I'm not, DeSclafani gets off to that super hot start. Webb's the opening day starter. This is the guy. Alex Cobb, he has really been the guy throughout the year, consistent and just excellent. He's kind of holding things together for them when it comes to the rotation.
Yeah, he's been great. Absolutely. Susan, thanks as always. Great information. We'll talk to you next Monday.
Phenomenal. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Phenomenal.
She is kind of like she's the Roger Craig of beat writers, I think. She's always in a good mood. She's
always has her dauber up and never down.
Yeah, she doesn't ever dauber down.
Baby? No.
Yeah. She's
been doing this a long time, John. It's perspective.
I got a ton of respect for baseball beat writers because it's every day. It is.
It's a grind.
My gosh, every day, man, crazy. All right, we got a little bit of football news for you. I don't think this is breaking news. I don't think this is even big news. I think we thought we knew this, but I will run it past you, and I'll ask you what you think. And the Bills did something. Your Bills did something that maybe the 49ers could be looking at. One off the board. We'll explain what that is. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader. John Lund here from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. It was a rough winter for many of us, the heavy rains and dangerous driving conditions. And unfortunately, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm, they saw a sharp increase in accident and injury cases as a result. Now, bad weather wasn't the only thing that made this winter difficult. We all saw people affected by the mass layoffs, especially in the tech industry. The Dolan Law Firm's Employment Practices Group also saw an uptick in unlawful terminations, discrimination, sexual harassment cases. But now that the bad weather is behind us, our friends at the Dolan Law Firm want to remind everyone to please be aware that good weather brings out pedestrians, motorcyclists, scooters, bicyclists, and children playing. So let's work together to make sure the Bay Area is a safer place. And for your employees, go to DolanLawFirm.com. That's DolanLawFirm.com to learn more about your rights. The award-winning firm has secured over, get this, $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. It's $1 billion. And they're headquartered right here in the Bay Area. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, there's certain markers that you hit. He was 12 weeks out, and that meant it was time to throw. He did so and responded really well. He's just had one session thus far, but, we're incredibly encouraged by that. We'll take it as it comes, as we're doing. He's working incredibly hard, and the early returns are really good. So, hitting all the timelines.
It is your daily Rooster update. You can't go a show without updating something on Brock Purdy. Matt Mayoka, who joined us last week, and I think he said this, but maybe I'm wrong, It says the 49ers believe Brock Purdy will be fully cleared to play around August 21st and expected to start week 1 after making a full recovery. That is still a long ways away, but I think that Matt, when he was with us on Friday, termed it if I was a betting man, and we determined he was, that he would bet on Brock Purdy. So is this breaking news in any way, shape, or form?
You're saying he'll be fully cleared August the 21st?
Yes.
So 1 week, 2 week, 3 week, 4 week, 5 week, 6 week, 7 week, 8 week, 9 week, 10 week, 11 week. So that would be 11 weeks after the 12 weeks when he had the initial surgery, somewhere in that time frame. So, I think we're projecting on where they're at, and that would have to be, his rehab people, Dr. McAdams from the 49ers, their orthopedic surgeon, and Dr. Meester, who performed the surgery on March the 10th. So he's progressing. That may be earlier. And then fully cleared so if it's August 21st, where, they're going to check into training camp the last week in July. So essentially he would not be involved in training camp as far as a fully operable quarterback. And the 49ers have training camp at Levi's anyway. So it's not like some teams, and most teams have it, about half the league. But by that point, you would have already played, gone to Vegas to scrimmage the Raiders. They're going to scrimmage with them on August 10 and 11, and then play them on a Sunday afternoon, the 13th. Come back and play your second preseason game against the Broncos, and then play the Chargers. So if that's the case, he almost assuredly would not play in any preseason games. But if it's August 21st, that gives him almost 3 full weeks before the start of the season to be able to grip it and rip it fully. So, but again, I can remember last year when Jimmy Garoppolo was quote unquote fully cleared to practice, and I didn't think he was fully back. He could execute the throw, but could he do it again and again and again and again without getting tired? And that kind of got to a process. So everybody wants news and updates. They really are in the we don't know stage. Hopefully one thing he does not do, and I think Jimmy did this last year trying to come back from the foot injury, and he had a little bit of a setback, and why is he having surgery at the end of the year when we were hopefully come back and play, if not championship Sunday, Super Bowl Sunday. So he pushed it a little bit too much, and he wound up something going on where he had to have surgery, and I hope it's not Liz Frank for Jimmy, because that could be a problem, and the Raiders had to add all that language to Addendum G and cover themselves financially if Jimmy can't play because of that specific injury. So, everybody wants a timeline. There is no timeline, but the big thing is for Brock to communicate to everybody involved, and every day just get better and better and better, and then see where he is. But, hopefully some point in late July or that August 21st timeline, John, he'll be a fully operable quarterback.
Yeah. So, again, that's the timeline as far as Matt Mayoko is concerned, maybe August 21st. Which may be a little bit early as far as Brock is concerned. And again, this is what's going to be interesting to me is what you just pointed out is, so, fully cleared by that point, and then what do you have left? And then is that enough time to get ready? And if not, are you going to push your young quarterback? Are you just going to have – because if they have the confidence that they say in these other two quarterbacks and they've run a lot of the offseason, then what's the harm in letting the guy fully heal and play a couple of weeks without him is what I would think.
He's going to fully heal anyway.
Yeah.
And again, it's just how does he feel every day? And if you overdo it on any day and you feel something, then adjust. Just don't be a hero here. And, Brock's a smart guy. His dad, Sean Purdy was a major league, not major league, but a minor league professional baseball pitcher who has had Tommy John surgeries, and they know. So if you feel anything at all in your recovery process, let them know. And don't push it. Sit out a day. And then we'll see. You got Sam Darnold and you got Trey, who's improved, and we'll talk to Matt Barrows about it. When I was at the state of the franchise after being around the team a lot last week, John, and that's all they want to know. Who's the quarterback going to be? It's all they talk about.
How many times do you get asked that?
I'm like, do you get John Lund's rundown every day? That's all we're going to talk about is the quarterback? I'm here to tell you, this is a great football team. They are a great football team. They are solid. Offensive line, I know there's a lot of question marks, at right tackle, McKivitz for McGlinchey, but we said the same things last year with the interior three of Banks, Brendel, and Burford, and look at how well they played. They're going to figure it out. And then when you break the huddle, take the quarterback position out of it, you've got Christian McCaffrey at running back. If he's not the best running back in football, he's in the top 2 with Saquon. He's an all-pro. And then you've got the best fullback, the most versatile and useful and intelligent fullback in football, Kyle Juszczyk, if you want to go with 2 backs. You've got George Kittle, the most complete tight end in football, an inline Y or detach, whatever you want to do. And then you got a guy who's ready to, take off there this year, and Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel, who had a quiet year last year after what he did the previous year and got paid. The offense is loaded. I could go through position by position with a defense and make the same point. I just don't see any glaring weaknesses on this team. So no matter who plays quarterback, this football team can win. They can win, obviously, with Brock Purdy at quarterback. I said that last year in training camp. If Brock Purdy has to play, this team can win the Super Bowl. I just didn't think we'd have to prove it. Sam Darnold, without question, if Sam Darnold plays, and they got to coach the ghost out of his game, but with the Kubiaks and Brian Griese and Kyle John, you got the highest level coaching he could have. At some point, he's going to stop turning the ball over like he did last year with Steve Wilkes as the interim coach in Carolina. And then with Trey, you can win with Trey Lance now. I feel differently about him after seeing him last week, and the mechanics are different, and the base is different. You can finally grip and rip a football. The finger's no longer a problem on the right index finger, infecting the middle finger and all that. So, yeah, obviously this is the 49ers. So whether it's Frankie Albert or Y.A. Tittle or John Brody or Joe versus Steve or Alex versus Cap, it goes on and on. They've kind of invented the quarterback controversy with this franchise. Any one of these 3 quarterbacks, the 49ers can win and win at the highest level because this is a great football team around the quarterback.
All right, and then as far as a couple of other things are concerned around the NFL are concerned, it's Pop in London on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. And you had to figure at some point, and look, we're not to training camp, so I thought he would even be pushed to this point, but Leonard Floyd gets signed by the Bills. I didn't see the number. I know it's a 1-year deal, but Von Miller probably pushed for him. Von Miller was with the Rams when, obviously, they were teammates with Leonard Floyd. But, again, it gets me back. And we'll see in training camp. Look, if a guy like Jackson or a couple of guys, whoever, we've talked about the guys who are going to be opposite Nick Bosa. If somebody like that flashes and plays well, then they're not going to need to do this. But I'll keep saying it till these guys start signing, whether it's Frank Clark or Robert Quinn or Yannick Ngakoue, or I don't think they'd go after Clowney. But, even guys like Melvin Ingram or Justin Houston, guys you could get on a third down, Carlos Dunlap. There's guys out there that are out there, but the first one to go is Leonard Floyd, and I think that's a great signing by the Bills.
Well, obviously, big news in Buffalo. They actually broke ground on their new stadium today, which is really interesting. I was there for the first ever play, and it was then known as Rich Stadium in Orchard Park when they moved there in '73. Herb Mulkey, remember him, the kickoff returner of the Washington team. First play in the stadium's history, ran back a kickoff all the way for a touchdown, and that was the year O.J. ran for 2003 in 14 games. So it's over 40 years of age now, so Buffalo's going to move into a new stadium in Orchard Park, which is really interesting. And then they signed Leonard Floyd, who we've watched throughout his career, obviously most recently with the Rams. Von Miller, we didn't know exactly what he did to that knee, John, but he wound up tearing his anterior cruciate ligament. And that was the big move last offseason when he left the Rams to go to Buffalo, then played against the Rams in that Thursday night opener. So obviously when they look around the AFC now, they've got to get pressure on the quarterback. And they've got to get it not only in the AFC and Mahomes, but they got to do it in their own division. They got to do it against the New York Jets. And, what they're going to do as far as moving Dwayne Brown to right tackle, he's not happy there. And, with Tua and Joe Burrow in Cincinnati, and just look at the division in the AFC North and the quarterback play, they've got there. Deshaun Watson, I think, is going to be better this year. Lamar got paid. He'll settle in. You got Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh and Trubisky behind. The AFC is just loaded. And then, obviously what the Chargers have and Justin Herbert. So Buffalo needs pass rush. There's no doubt when they look at their division. Rousseau, the young guy that they drafted, they just gave a lot of money to Ed Oliver, but he's more of an interior guy. But he can collapse the pocket. You're not paying that guy that kind of money just to be a run stuffer. He's a 3 technique and an upfield penetrator. But for Buffalo, it was more of an obvious need. And Vaughn's saying he's going to make this the beginning of the year, but what's his rep count going to be Von Miller got to be a really good complete lineman when he was younger and got so strong with those legs. Remember, he used to have his pass rushing summit on the beach in San Francisco, and his legs just got huge, where when he was a younger player, you could run at him. That's no longer the case. But now he spent the whole year, rehabbing from an ACL. Where is he at? So for Buffalo, it was more of an obvious need there. They don't have a lot of money, so how does that impact if they are going to go after DeAndre Hopkins? They don't have a lot of money there. The 49ers have some, but I wouldn't say I would be surprised if they went out and got a veteran guy, but I don't think they're going to do it right now. I think they're just taking inventory. You mentioned Drake Jackson, but Cleveland Ferrell looks like the part. He's a good run player, just exceedingly long. You got Kerry Hyder Jr., and I'm not even talking about the interior guys behind Hargrave and Eric Armstead. You got, Javon Kinlaw and Kevin Givens, Kalia Davis, T.Y. McGill. But they also brought in Austin Bryant in the offseason, Marlon Davidson in the offseason. They drafted a couple of guys they could look at. So I know you brought this up all the time, and I would not be shocked if they went and got one of those veteran guys, but I don't think they are thinking that way right now. I think they're more trying to get their group in, and Matt Barrows will join us at 12:30. I'd like to see Javon Hargrave and Santa Clara on the field here for this mandatory off-season minicamp and see what he's got next to Armstead. And if, Bosa shows up for this, will he, with the contract being in limbo? These are mandatory now. I don't think they'll fine him, but by league rules, you kind of have to until he does show up. So I hear what you're saying when you go out and get a bigger name. But I think right now they may save those dollars for, maybe training camp and get a chance to assess a little more. But I would hope, everybody stays healthy and get into the year, John, and you get into the trade deadline. You need money if you want to go out and make a Christian McCaffrey kind of trade on the defensive side of the ball or wherever your needs are. So just being around the team last week, and we'll get Matt Barrow's thoughts on it, I think they're going to do it as far as the D-line internally and teach them the Kaseric way, the GTFO way. Get the F off, and then if they do need to tap into one of these veteran guys, that would be something they would do in August, September, or maybe more when October turns to November and the deadline's on us.
Yeah, I just look at some of those guys, and look, I think Ngakoue at 28 might be too expensive, but I wouldn't mind, even though he had one sack last year, Robert Quinn at 33 coming in pretty cheap, if they can do something like that, because they got to have somebody opposite Bosa. It was glaring at times last year in the playoffs, and I don't think it was Nick's fault. He just demanded so much attention. Didn't get a sack, and so I think that's something they look at. By the way, speaking of Bosa, I don't know why people write these things. I guess that's just a boring time in the NFL season. There were some articles over the weekend about how the 49ers are going to sign Nick and this and that, and it's like, look, it's a foregone conclusion. They're not letting him out of here. I mean, I don't even think about Nick's contract because to me it's done. And if he doesn't get done, then they're franchising. Like, it's not. I don't even know if it's a topic. Because it's just like, yeah, he's signing. They're signing him. He's not going anywhere. Next,
Well, but you don't want a franchise tag.
No, you don't want to.
But you don't want to get in that business.
They're going to get it done, man.
Well, that's but it'll get done at the proper appropriate time. Typically, they do this in July and August. They'll get it done. Would he not come to training camp if you don't get it done by July? Is he going to come to the mini camp tomorrow? I don't know.
I don't think he does. I don't think they worry about him, do they? They just let him do what he does.
Well, I'd like to be him at the mini camps. That's different. No, he trains in Florida with his brother and his dad, and they're insane. No, Nick's going to show up as Quadzilla, the Godzilla, whatever you want to call him. He's in great shape, but it would be nice for him to be here and set the tone. And as far as, who the opposite guy is, that's an important guy. But you got Javon Hargrave, not opposite of him, right damn next to him. That's where Hargrave lines up a lot. And Nick likes to flip sides a lot. But typically, Javon Hargrave, just going back to the NFC Championship game, he lines up at right 3 technique over your left guard. You put Nick Bosa right next to him at right end over your left tackle, and then you've got Eric Armstead next to Javon Hargrave. So, whoever plays the other end is going to get single-teamed every single time. There's no doubt. But who do you double? Javon Hargrave, the 49ers doubled him a lot, John. Whether it was Banks or Burford helping with Jake Brendel, they put 2 over Hargrave a lot of snaps on Championship Sunday. He's used to getting double-teamed. And you double-team him right next to double-teaming Nick Bosa? How do you slide your line? You going to put 4 over 2? How are you going to do that? and then you're going to have to single-team Armstead. You're going to leave the whole other side of the line with one-on-ones, and then Wilkes is talking about, we're going to bring the linebackers. We're going to bring not only big play Fred, we're going to bring big play Dre, all-pro Fred and Dre. And now we come in behind them. If they're doubling both Hargrave and Bosa together, then what are you going to do if you get a linebacker comes in the A and B gap? He's going to have he's going to be untouched all the way to the quarterback. So obviously, yeah, that outside end looks like it, and last year it was more an obvious need. But you didn't have Javon Hargrave next year, and on top of that, a fully healthy Eric Armstead. Eric had some severe injuries he had to battle through last year, but with Bosa, Hargrave, and Armstead, John, I mean, you'd like to double team all three of them. So what are you going to do, block 6 over 3? What are you going to do with the rest of the front? So it's going to be a different world for Nick Bosa. I just want 19 all over again. I want 19 all over again, except I want a healthy guy. Obviously he didn't get Dee Ford, but that line led them to the Super Bowl. That's what I want again. I want all those guys in that line to be a pass rushing threat, every one of them. And I think they can find that. You're talking about DeForest Buckner, Eric Armstead. Javon Hargrave's a better player than DeForest Buckner.
I understand, but I want all 4 of them to be threats because I think that it would be, and I get what you're saying because you want to save money for later in the season if you have an injury. Last year they get McCaffrey. I mean, if you're in the window that they're in, if you have an intricate need late in the season, you want to be able to save that money. But I think they can get one of those guys cheap, and especially if let's say I'm Robert Quinn and I'm 33 and maybe this is my last hurrah, this is the best place for me to go because of what you just mentioned. And if you can get him for, I don't know, $4 or $5 million, come down on third down, and I think that's money well spent. But who knows?
Well, I'd rather reassess and see. I mean, look at what Howie Roseman did last year because he had injuries on his D-line.
Those 2 guys inside,
and Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph. Then he had Robert Quinn as well. They traded for the mighty Quinn, didn't they?
Yeah, and he didn't do anything.
Well, he was still on the roster, even though he didn't have stats. You got to count for the guy. I'm still looking at him like
that's what I mean.
Is that the mighty Quinn? I mean, you can't just think the guy's a joker and you don't block him. So he knows what he's doing. So I think that what Philadelphia did, they brought in Sue and they brought in Linval Joseph in the middle of the year. Better. And then I saw Ndamukong Suh. I don't know if you saw him on Total Access about a month ago. He's really good on TV. I don't know if he's going to make the transition, but they had Eric Armstead on a Zoom. And remember we were talking about Ndamukong Suh last year? He flat out said, remember when I almost joined your D-line?
I saw that.
Eric Armstead? So they almost had a boy named Sue last year.
What would that have flipped? That might have been nice. But I don't know. He wasn't playing at that level, but he's still pretty darn good. It would have helped. Certainly wouldn't have hurt. All right, bottom of the hour. We'll get more into it with Matty Barrows from The Athletic, not only what he saw OTA-wise, and, of course, we'll bring up quarterbacks, but looking ahead to the mandatory camp. We're going to do that conversation at the bottom of the hour. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
What's trending now? On KNBR.com.
Former Giants manager Roger Craig passes away at the age of 93. That story and more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. To the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Hello, friends. Thanks for joining us on a Monday edition of the show. Matt Barrows will join us from The Athletic to talk 49ers. Among the topics, Nick Sorensen's the ball meetings. Trey Lance's feet, not his arm. So we'll change topics there. Kalia Davis, the defensive lineman they got in the sixth round last year, who was out all year, although he practiced with the team at the end of the year, and as Matty says in his piece, and more takeaways. So lots of things to discuss with Matt Barrows in regards to the Niners coming up the bottom of the hour. Have not asked you, and I feel embarrassed at this point. 12:17 on a Monday. How was the weekend? I haven't asked you.
Weekend was good. How was your weekend? I know you're
outstanding.
gearing up for a big week this week.
Yeah, I'm back on that fun liquid stuff tonight, and I unfortunately will be out of the show.
Greatest diet
the rest
ever.
of the week. But yeah,
Are you mixing Cheetos with the?
Yeah, I thought I would go to
the
liquor
Jet
now.
Fuel?
It's past noon, so I went with my Tito's hat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that stuff starts like right after the end of the show, and then I'll be going through a procedure, but I'll be just fine. And but yeah, in fact, I was talking to my doctor Friday. And we were talking about a bunch of different things, and she said, and you'll lose about 15 pounds. I go, this is the greatest diet ever. And she almost choked. She was drinking something. She almost choked laughing. I'm like, yeah, it's a good diet. 15 pounds. That'd be great.
It's water weight, though. You lose it, and then you gain it right back.
I know, it sucks.
Usually when you get back on the PBR/Cheetos diet.
Yeah.
So
I can't
we'll
eat the whole
all
week.
And
Yeah.
we'll check in with you. Yeah, you're going to be a lean and mean
I'll be on
fight
the
machine.
liquid diet. Yeah, I'll be through Friday. So, yeah, I'll get the pool body one way or the other. I haven't been doing it in the traditional way, so it'll be
We're
good.
going to miss you. Marcus is going to be in for the balance of the week, but we'll miss you all week. So.
Yeah.
As far as the 49ers, and you were talking about, the finger with Trey and the feet, it's all tied together. The reason he's improved his footwork is because he's got the use of all 10 of his digits, and on the right hand in particular, after breaking the hairline fracture in the right index finger going back to the final preseason game. And he was just all over the place with his mechanics, with not being able to grip the ball. I told you the finger would come off the ball, and he couldn't straighten it all the way out. And just going out there last week, and Matt Barrows was there, and we'll join him. He'll join us at 12:30. It's a different guy. He's gripping the ball well. I did speak to him at length after the workout on Wednesday. He's one of those quarterbacks that does not put the index finger on the point of the ball. He just doesn't. His fingers aren't quite big enough. If he slid them up the laces, he could, but he doesn't feel the need. And where he's gripping the ball now is he's ripping it. This is the best I've seen him throw going back to his rookie year. And Kyle Shanahan and Brian Griese say, and John Lynch talking to them, and Adam Peters, they think it's the best version of Trey ever. Even any guy at North Dakota State, John, with 318 attempts. So his fingers are healthy. He's over the ankle injury and the footwork now, just the wider base and his mobility. I told you yesterday, or last week when I was out there Wednesday, just how they ran that one action over and over and over again, where it's the fake stretch going right, the keep boot coming left, and they have the 3 levels of eligibles off of that action, whether it's a tight end short, receiver to second level, another receiver behind that. They didn't run that action. That was all boot coming left, a throwback going right outside the numbers, and he has to flip his feet around and get to the other side. He did it over and over and over and again when he was working with Brian Griese and the Kubiaks. Just perfect. Just boom, flipped his feet. The John Elway play, the fake roll going one way, throw out the numbers the other way to the backside. You get the safety off that hash mark, and then the arm goes over the top. How'd the quarterback get it there? And Trey got it there over and over and over again. And then the first time in 11 on 11, he ran that same action, and he bounced the ball in the ground. And so it's now applying all the work, the gripping of the ball, the footwork to get lined up. Like any sport, you can hear Bill Walsh, footwork. You got to line it up to the target. So now as he, progresses on, is he going to be able to make those throws more consistently? So we'll hear from Matt Barrows, and he's the one that talked to Jeff Christensen, his QB coach this offseason. And remember, he had Quincy Avery getting ready for the combine. And then, because John Beck was with Kyle in a few other stops, I think in Washington in training camp, John Beck runs 3D QB with Tom House and Adam Dado, Rod Dado, the Hall of Fame baseball coach at USC, his grandson. He went there. And then this year, there was some kind of a commonality with Jeff Christensen, John, and that's Mahomes' guy. But Barrows wrote about it initially that he has changed his mechanics. And there's no doubt. Trey's finger is healthy. He's gripping it and ripping it, and his feet are lined up. But Matt's the guy who talked to Jeff Christensen. I think Christensen. And I'll be wondering if I'll go to him when these mini camps are over. And the 49ers have changed the schedule now. The veteran mini camp, the mandatory one, was going to be next week. It now starts tomorrow. And they changed the schedule a couple of weeks ago. So after that, and Trey could hang around with the rookies and stay one more week, but in theory, by the end of the week, he'll be completely done. So that'll give him more than 40 days, like maybe 47 before training camp starts. So will he go back down and work with Jeff Christensen? But anxious to catch up with Matt Barrows, John, because he's the one that spoke to Jeff Christensen directly.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it too because, like he was saying, and you and I have had these conversations before, and I guess that's just what you have to do because they've negotiated this time off, so you got to work with this different coach. And I think developing a quarterback is one of the toughest things to do because you can only coach them so much, and then they go out off with somebody, and hopefully you're in concert with that person and you're staying with or teaching the same mechanics that guy is teaching, and it's tough because when you come in, and I'm not talking about a guy who's he started like Trevor Lawrence, played all these games, started all these games, whatever, but you come in and you got to try to develop a quarterback at the NFL level, and there's all these different guys that he's worked with, and you want to keep it with the 49ers, and then he's had injuries. It's a tough thing to do.
Well, I know, but they do it, and Jalen Hurts made tremendous advancements in his accuracy in the pocket. Josh Allen of the Bills has made these guys get better, and with Jalen Hurts, he went to 3D QB a couple of off seasons in a row, and those folks, made it much better for him in the pocket and the accuracy. So one thing with Barrows we may get into, Trey's kind of hopped around a little bit, with Quincy Avery getting him ready for the combine, and then he went to Dado and Tom House and John Beck at 3D QB, and now he gets aligned with Christensen and via Patrick Mahomes going to Texas. Will he go back to Texas when mini camps are over and he's got like 7 weeks before training camp? I think Trey, he's just a pleaser. He wants to make everybody happy. He was aligned with Avery going back to pre-draft. They had a relationship together. I don't know why he switched from Dado, and I know the Niners talking to them. They don't care. John Beck knows a lot of the philosophies of what Kyle wants, but when he went down with Christensen to Texas, obviously Kyle and Brian Griese and the Kubiaks, Clint and Clay, had a directive on what they want their quarterback to work on. So it's one of those weird things in the offseason, John, because they're not allowed in by the CBA. Trey was more than others because he was rehabbing from the ankle injury. But I want to hear, maybe Matt has more on, the connection between Trey and Jeff Christensen, how that came to be working with Mahomes' guy. And Christensen's worked with other guys, Jimmy Garoppolo, and they all have. And then the other thing is, what kind of attendance do we expect tomorrow? This is a mandatory minicamp. This is not an organized team activity. We're just going to organize an activity for you guys. We'll play, pin the tail on the donkey or have a water balloon fight or something. Now you got to be here. You got to be in the room more. You got to be on the field more. And most importantly, if you don't come, are they obligated to fine them if they don't come? Do they have to by the CBA?
I don't think they have
to.
But
so will Bosa show up with a contract in limbo? Will Trent Williams show up? I mean, Trent's got enough money. I think typically for a minicamp like this, he'll show up. And then I haven't seen Javon Hargrave around. I know he was there earlier. Matt would say, so since it's a new team and a new front, and you'd like to piece together, because there is teamwork on how Bosa and Hargrave run those stunts up front, who loops and who's the rapper, and whether it's a ET or a TE or, however you're going to do it. So the fact that they have moved the minicamp up, the players knew for a couple of weeks. So are we expecting 100% participation this week, since this is a mandatory minicamp?
Let's ask Matt Barrows all those questions. Obviously, we'll get into the quarterbacks and more. He's got a great piece out right now in The Athletic that you need to check out. We'll ask him all those questions. Matt Barrows from The Athletic, as we talk about the 49ers as they get ready for their final camp. Then we get training camp and all those things going. We'll talk to Matty about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The time of the year has finally arrived when some people enjoy working outside, more John than me. Greg Papa here for Golden State. How can they help you with your next home project? Are you in need of a new fence around your property because of maybe it got weather beaten throughout the winter, or looking to rebuild that deck you've been dreaming about? With assistance from your professional contractor or builder, and Golden State, your gratification is just a short time away. For businesses looking to upgrade your outdoor space, Golden State realizes time is money. So with their large inventory and quick delivery, businesses can complete projects with little interruption. For those of you outside the city areas, you may want to consider fire protection. Golden State works with a variety of vendors who can protect their home or business with fire-resistant and flame-reducing siding, trim, shingles, and decking from the very best in the business. James Hardy, Timber Tech, I hear FP's ads for Timber Tech, Fiberon, and others. So visit GoldenStateLumber.com to see how you can upgrade your home or business, family-owned since 1954. Golden State, when you succeed, we succeed.
It's always great to talk to our friend Steve Moskowitz, of course, Moskowitz LLP. They'll take care of all your tax issues. And Steve, today we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, Employee Retention Credit. This is where the federal government writes employers a check for up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21. It qualifies. Two different ways to qualify. The easy way, a certain drop in gross revenue. But a lot of CPAs, and I'm not bad-mouthing CPAs because, I was a CPA before I was a tax attorney, are stopping there. And if you didn't have the drop in gross revenue, they're saying no ERC for you. Wrong. The law says either or, that method or another method. It's a facts and circumstances method. Why aren't the CPAs doing it? It's a lot more complex. It requires analysis. It's a lot more time-consuming. We're happy to spend the time and do the analysis. Multiple professionals, licensed professionals in our office review this. We all have to agree somebody qualifies. The bottom line is, if a doctor told you something, you could get a second opinion. If you've been turned down for ERC because you were told your gross revenue could go down, talk to us for a second opinion. And if you qualify, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled.
You got to call Steve Moskowitz today and Moskowitz LLP. They'll take care of your ERC or any of your tax questions. 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
I think that he has a lot of experiences that he hasn't had, and he had a lot of them last year, and some that he dealt with unbelievably well. Pressure situations, playoffs. I mean, I remember my position as a rookie. I didn't know where the restroom was. It was, and then to step into a huddle with guys like George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey and Trent Williams, and to be able to handle that emotionally, to be able to handle the offense mentally in a high-pressure situation, in a playoff situation, was not normal for a quarterback his age.
That is Brian Gracie. He doesn't talk a whole heck of a lot, but that's he used to talk for a living, so he knows. Matt Barrows. We love talking to Matt Barrows. At Matt Barrows, make sure you follow him on Twitter. Of course, writes about the 49ers for The Athletic, and the whole crew at The Athletic does a great job covering the 49ers, and just had OTAs, now the mandatories and camps. We're getting this thing going pretty quickly, and Matt joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good, man. This thing is just kind of moving along. It felt like it just got over, and now it's like, boom, all of a sudden they're at mandatory camps.
Yeah, and then the next step will be training camp, and then preseason, and we'll start seeing games, and then it's on to Pittsburgh.
September the 10th, Coach Belichick. We're on to Pittsburgh. Nice line there. So they did adjust the schedule, and Kyle actually did this a couple of weeks ago, Matt, where the mandatory veteran, and this is not an OTA, this is a mandatory minicamp, was going to be next week. Now it's right now. In fact, the guys are traveling and having physicals. They're feeding them their 3 squares today, and then tomorrow they're on the field. Activation at 10:30 and stretching at 10:40. They'll practice until noon, and likewise on Wednesday, and give them the day off. So as far as this one, this is a mandatory, subject to fine if you don't show up. So do we think Nick Bosa is going to be at this one starting today and tomorrow and Wednesday, and likewise for Trent Williams? And I haven't seen Javon Hargrave a lot there. I think he was there early in the OTAs, but I think he would show up. But this is different to have this week be the mandatory minicamp. So what do you expect as far as the star players showing up for this one?
Yeah, I expect everybody to be there. I mean, Bosa would be the biggest question mark, given that he, spends all of his time in the South Florida area, and because they are working on his contract extension right now. But it doesn't. It would be off-brand for him not to do it. He showed up at last year's mandatory minicamp. I just don't foresee any sort of strife and any sort of issue right now. I mean, training camp could be another question, but he's supposed to be there. He's under contract. I would imagine that he shows up. I mean, we saw Joey Bosa even showed up for some of the voluntary stuff that the Chargers are doing in Southern California. So, like I said, it doesn't seem to kind of fit the behavior pattern. He wants to be a good teammate. So I'm expecting him to be there. If he doesn't, obviously, it's a bit of a story. But I think all those guys that you mentioned, Trent Williams, it was the same last year for him. He didn't do all of the voluntary stuff, but he was there for the mandatory camp, and that's when he saw Jason Poe for the first time and Spencer Burford, and then kind of took those guys under his wing in the Houston area during that mid-June, early July period when these guys are away. So I expect full attendance tomorrow with the first mandatory practice.
Matt Barrows is joining us. So 49ers, again, they get on the field tomorrow after finishing OTAs, and then we won't see them again until training camp. You got a lot of good notes here. One of the things, while everybody else has kind of been focusing on Trey's arm, you talk about his feet there, which is the basis for everything that you do. So talk a little bit about that. That's maybe where the improvements come from.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's obsessed with his throwing motion and sort of the long, elongated motion that he had at some point during the 21 season. And every time you ask a coach, whether it's Shanahan or Greasy or Clint Kubiak, who's the passing game coordinator these days, taking over for Bobby Slowick, they all kind of turn their attention to the guy's feet. And I think that's a really big deal and something that's sort of underplayed with Shanahan This is why he wants those guys to kind of spend their off seasons with the John Beck group and Adam Dedeaux down in Southern California, because those guys understand this, but it's all tied to the feet and how the feet are aligned and the movement and keeping everything in sync. The tempo is a word that you hear a lot from them. And then every throw, every play has its own sort of tempo, and you have to get the feet aligned accordingly. So that's where their attention is when it comes to Trey Lance and Sam Darnold and later on with Brock Purdy is getting all of that in sync. And I can only imagine that clip that you played of Greasy before I came on is sort of speaking to that those types of things you expect to see a rookie behind him. And with Purdy, all of that was really good right from that Miami game, which is why the ball was coming out on time, which was why, Garoppolo, 10-year veteran, goes out of the game. Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, comes in, and the offense didn't skip a beat. All the tempo, all the timing was really good, better than expected with Brock Purdy.
Going back to Trey in the offseason, and he worked with 3D QB, John Beck, Adam Dedeaux, who's Rod Dedeaux's grandson. Tom House kind of runs that. And with John Beck, obviously, going to Kyle's time in Washington, and we had John on the air, there's a commonality in how he wants to run the offense. Going back to when Trey was getting ready for the combine and to be drafted, it was Quincy Avery that oversaw it. You mentioned now it's Jeff Christensen. And you spoke to Jeff, weeks ago, Friday, May 19th, about the substantial jump that he made. And, Jeff Christensen works with Patrick Mahomes. He's worked with Jimmy Garoppolo and others. But I'm just interested, was that something Trey did on his own to go from Quincy Avery to 3D QB? And now why is he working with Jeff Christensen? Do you know?
I asked that question. I didn't get an answer. I don't want to hazard a guess, but you're right. He's jumped around to a few guys. And I think he started working with 3D QB because he realized that the 49ers were in the mix, when he's coming out in the draft, and that would be a smart thing to do. I'm sure John Beck is a guitarist.
the greatest ever, John Lund.
Exactly.
That's right. Great Jeff
exactly.
Beck.
Well, if he was playing with Jeff Beck, that'd be another story into itself. But I got the impression back then that Beck was sort of kind of giving Shanahan some notes. Shanahan and Adam Peters some notes on this kid that he was working with, and that all kind of helped the 49ers decision to draft him number 3 overall. So. My sense that he's kind of, he's a young quarterback. He's sort of exploring his options, and he's seeing what works best for him. A guy who works with Patrick Mahomes, that's sort of an attractive process. So that may be part of it. And, from all accounts, they hit it off, that it was a very productive month that Lance spent with Christensen in the Dallas, Texas area. So I think he's going to go back after this mini camp at some point in June and continue that work there, and then he'll do some other things, hang out with George Kittle and that group in Tennessee for tight end things like that. Throw with Brandon Ayuk and some of the other receivers at some point. So I think he's going to have another sort of busy period this 5 or 6 weeks that they have until training camp begins.
Matt Barrows to join us. I would imagine that if you were working with Patrick Mahomes and you're working on your feet and you're working on a lot of these concepts, that you'd say, go get some water while Patrick works. Because it's like you're just going to watch him and be like, well, he could do it that way. And it's like, no, do what I say, don't do what he does. You know what I mean? It's like you don't want to do – I mean, he's amazing, but you don't want to necessarily teach a guy to do the things he can because you can't.
Right. I mean, there's an arm talent there that's unteachable. But I do think that there are some mechanical things that Mahomes is doing that, once Lance kind of saw that happening on the field, things kind of clicked. Christensen was kind of describing that awkward period when you're switching things up. You've done things this way for a while, and you have to do them better. And there's a sort of a trust factor that you have to have. And seeing Patrick Mahomes do it sort of creates that, you know what, if it's good enough for him, maybe it's good enough for me.
Right. That's a good point.
Now on to Brock Purdy. So we got the news last week, and I think it was last Monday at this time on Memorial Day, no holiday when you're coming back from injury, that Brock actually threw a football and came back and threw one on Wednesday as well. We've heard some reports from the other Matt Mayoko that he may be fully cleared by August the 21st. Just any more on the timeline? Because now we're about 12 and a half weeks post-surgery. Training camp is about 7.5 weeks away, and then another month after that to that August 21 deadline, and then obviously, as you mentioned, on to Pittsburgh in September the 10th. So any further updates on the timeline of Brock this offseason, Matt?
No, they've been very careful not to provide any timelines, and I'm sure Shanahan will be asked that tomorrow, and I'm sure he'll say that, the hope is that he's back at some point in training camp. But I think end of training camp, which is, around that August 21 date. I don't know if they're quite done with the preseason yet, but that seems right as far as what the timeline was from surgery and the 6 months from there. And then that would provide, 20 days or so to get ready for the Steelers. And I think that's about right. I mean, what we've been talking about from jump is that, this guy was a fast learner, and that he didn't need a whole lot of run-up to be ready in that Miami game where he came in. So, it'll be a huge story. What are we going to see from Brock Purdy? I mean, it could be that we never see him in the preseason, and it's just sort of some tail end of training camp practices where we observe him, and that'll be it until he has to go into Heinz Field and face the Steelers defense. So it'll be there'll be some drama there with week one. There always is.
As far as the rookies are concerned, before we bring everybody back in here, can you tell? I mean, you're running around in shells and shorts and everything like that, so I'm not talking necessarily about linemen, but Jair Brown apparently was picking off a bunch of passes. Jake Moody made a nice impression. You wrote about Braden Willis, the linebacker, or excuse me, the tight end out of Oklahoma. Anybody kind of jump out at you among that group or any of the other rookies?
I mean, they all have in a way. I mean, I think this is a really kind of smart group. So they've been picking things up quickly. No Greg Greenlaw. He's been dealing with a hand injury, and Fred Warner hasn't been playing at middle linebacker. He's been on hand, sort of coaching from the sideline. So it's been three youngsters at those linebacker spots, and it's been Marcelino McCrary-Ball at middle linebacker. It's been D. Winters at that will linebacker spot that Greenlaw usually plays, and it's been Jalen Graham at the other spot. And those guys have all looked good. I mean, they're sort of duplicates of one another. They're, most of them are smaller guys. Graham's a little bit bigger, but they move really well. And you can tell that they know what they're doing, too, because they're moving around with pace, which means that they're getting this defense. So those guys have looked good. Ronnie Bell had a couple of drops at the most recent OTA, but he's looked very good at other points this spring as well. They all seem like kind of fast learners, and that's a good thing to have. The overall point is that I think the 49ers have really kind of figured out, I don't want to call it a formula, but the longer a front office is working with a coaching staff, the easier it gets to draft. You know what the defense, what the offense needs, and I think you're seeing that this spring.
And this is year 7 now of John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan together. So as we say, they're checking in today for a mandatory minicamp starting tomorrow. They'll be on the field at 10:40. You'll be able to watch it tomorrow. Then Kyle's going to go to the auditorium, and we'll take that live for you here on KNBR at 12 o'clock. So we haven't heard from Kyle for a while. Outside of the quarterback questions, Matt, do you have anything else you want to ask him, or is it all Brock, Trey, and Sam I Am?
Well, I mean, that's the big thing. I mean, a question for him is, what he's seen from these guys. I mean, we're reaching the end of the spring. So I don't think there's going to be any big conclusions. I think it went as well as they hoped, giving Sam Darnold, giving Trey Lance a lot of reps. I think the other guy, the guy that we never talk about, Brandon Allen, has looked good as well. So, I mean, that was sort of the goal this offseason, is to, bulk up the quarterback numbers, so that what happened in 22 doesn't happen again. And I think to that point, they have to like where they are right now. I mean, a training camp will be a different beast. It'll be much more competitive. You'll have your Bosa's out there, your Cleveland Farrells kind of harassing Trey Lance, harassing Sam Darnold. So it'll be a different animal, but I have to imagine that that Shanahan likes what he sees. I mean, the mere fact that he's canceling 2 or 3 OTAs sort of speaks to that they've accomplished what they wanted to set out to do.
Great stuff, Matt Barrows of The Athletic, at Matt Barrows. Thanks as always, man. We'll see you soon.
All right, talk to you guys later.
All right, see you, man.
Thank you, Manny.
Well, this is a great Matt Barrows. Good stuff, good information. Read his latest. He's got the takeaways from OTAs, and he'll be all over stuff once everybody gets there. So he answered some questions there. He thinks that Nick will be back and we'll have full attendance. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think. Bosa does typically show up. This is a little bit of a different year because he's in the middle of a major negotiation for. Where's he going to be? Is he going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL? Is he going to pass Aaron Donald with that kind of money? I mean, Aaron Donald is the yardstick, certainly, and he's got a handful of Defensive Player of the Year awards, not just one, but 3. But Nick is coming off one. Nick's an edge guy versus an interior guy. I mean, will he pass Aaron Donald and be the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL this offseason? That's the kind of contract we're looking at.
You don't have to be the best, you have to be the latest, right? And Nick's pretty damn good. So I got to imagine that, whatever is the highest, he's going to make $1 more or whatever. He's got to, right? I mean, that's what I mean.
My argument would be, he's a great player.
Yeah.
But Aaron Donald won 3 of those.
Yeah.
There's only been 3 guys to win 3 of those, J.J. Watt, Lawrence Taylor, and him. So Aaron Donald. So he's a little bit different, but I mean, whatever it is, and whether it's greater, Nick's competitive. He's got great agents working on his side and Parag on the 49ers side. But according to Matt, Nick will be here tomorrow. That'll be a story if he's not. And I don't know if they have to find him or not, because you want him to come here and just work with the line. And since he's a new teammate of Javon Hargrave, and in theory they're going to be next to each other a lot in that gold rush. But we'll see. And if anybody else does not make it for other reasons, and the fact that they did switch the schedule about 2 weeks ago, it was supposed to be the mandatory minicamp next week, not this week. I mean, what if guys made plans to go somewhere and then couldn't adjust back, or there's family issues, or significant other expecting a child or something? There's always things that come up.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, we will keep you updated on all that stuff in about 10 minutes. We will give you the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear from a long weekend with the Giants, the NBA Finals, the Niners, all the different stuff going on. We'll give you a great edition of that into the 1 o'clock hour. We'll do that in about 10, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Lamont Wade Jr., he hit the Giants' 100th splash hit into Maccabi Cove. That story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
The following is a test of the emergency alert system.
This has been a test of the emergency alert system. We now return to our regular programming.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
1 o'clock hour on the way. We'll give you the foreplay. By the way, another player expected to get busted for gambling. Listen to this. It says a Colts player is being investigated for gambling on games, and there's evidence the player placed hundreds of wagers, including bets on the Colts. The player is not considered a star, but the average fan has heard of him. Hundreds of bets, including bets on the Colts. A player who plays for the Colts. They have not said who it's going to be, but they said it's not a star.
Jr.?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to think of. It's like, my goodness, man.
Well, that was, in the 80s, and Art Schlichter, as far as Ohio State quarterbacks, before, Justin Fields and C.J. Stroud came out, Art Schlichter was the best. And I was in Indianapolis then doing the Pacer games, John. And Art Schlichter was the quarterback of the Colts. It was Mike Pagel. It was Art Schlichter. It was before Peyton Manning got there, obviously. And he had a terrible gambling addiction. And his career and his life went, sideways. Hundreds of bets on NFL games, and including the Colts. So, the one thing you're looking at, and John Morant in the NBA, and Adam Silver was saying, once the finals are over, John, he's going to get a stiff suspension. And people are bracing for maybe a year for him. And they're thinking, that may be excessive. Really? Calvin Ridley, when he was an Atlanta Falcon, now he's a Jacksonville Jaguar. He got suspended for an entire season, missed the entire year. And what did he bet? $1,500 on one game. And as far as we know, he was a Falcon then. It wasn't on the Falcons. What's this player going to get for hundreds of bets on NFL games, including his own team? Now you're dealing with, Martha Stewart kind of insider trading information. The one thing is you can't bet on the league, but you most assuredly cannot bet on your own team because you know who's going to play on Sunday, who's not going to play because of injury. And you may be looking at, whoever this player is, John, you may be looking at multiple years or maybe a permanent suspension with the ability to apply for reinstatement. Now you're getting into, Paul Hornung and Alex Karras going back years and years ago, the Hall of Fame Packer and the great lineman of the Detroit Lions. Alex Karras was a Detroit Lion as well. I think they just got a year, but they had to apply to come back in. Hundreds of bets on NFL games, including your own team. What's the penalty for that?
Oh, that's got to be lifetime, right? Now you're in Pete Rose territory. He was betting on the Reds, right, as the manager. Betting's bad, but you start betting on your own team, and like you said, now you're insider trading. And for those who are, driving around going, wait a minute, it's not that big of a deal. It's just that what happens with these leagues is now you're starting to tear at the fabric. Now this isn't wrestling. They're trying to have credibility here. And if you've got guys betting, it's just like the Tim Donaghy situation. You cannot have the whole basis of what you do then be put into question, and that's what that would do. You got guys betting on their own
integrity of the sport.
Integrity, you said
not a big deal. It is the highest level of deal.
Yeah.
And we wondered, I remember, when we were talking about the concept of an NBA, NFL, NHL, or Major League Baseball team ever being located in Las Vegas, Nevada, you thought that's impossible. That'll never happen. Now, are there not only teams there, you may have a team there winning the Stanley Cup this year, and they got game 2 tonight after going up 1-0 on Florida. The Raiders are already there. We know about the A's situation. And I remember Adam Silver with the op-ed piece he wrote in the Times years ago. This was after Donaghy and what David Stern had to go through. He strongly advocated gambling, legalizing gambling and the money it would generate. But if you're going to do that, you've got to keep integrity. And the first thing you thought of, with Donaghy, he got involved in, gambling and paying back debts. And, that's where he went sideways. But, he was the one rogue official at the time. But now you've got, you don't have to go to the sports book in Vegas or Tahoe or Atlantic City to make a bet. You can do it on your phone. So what the problem is, John, is you got NFL players that can access, and I don't even know how to do this on the phone, but it's easy, where you can make a bet on your own phone. So the league is getting in combination and talking to all these different betting services, and some of them do business with the NFL and other sports leagues. It's a huge, profitability, but there's a contradiction on how you're going to deal with it. But you cannot allow NFL players. I believe they're allowed to bet on other sports as long as the bet does not come from the facility or on a team plane or a bus or something. But to bet on the league itself over 100 times, and then the big thing is you can't bet on your own team.
No.
Because that's where the insider trading and the knowledge, you're at practice every day. Whether or not you're on the team or practice squad or whatever you are, that's the kind of knowledge they don't want people taking advantage of.
No, and just to kind of put it in perspective it's not the Vegas that scares me because they have so many things in place for Vegas. There's legalized sports gambling in 21 states in our country, and in 15 of those states there's an NFL city. So how it works for people who don't know is, like, you can't sit here in California because it's not legalized, and you can through certainly bravadas or whatever. But I'm talking about legalized betting in the United States. So if we crossed into Arizona or any of these other states that you can then start, obviously, Nevada, but I'm saying these ones that haven't been traditional places, if you're in one of those states and you're a visiting player, you can have an app, you can belong to it. Now, here's where they're catching these guys and where they're stupid. Is that you can't have it under your name. So let's say it's under a buddy's name, but you're funding it. They're going to find that out. These apps aren't stupid. They're trying to help the leagues. And what's happened with some of these guys, and Jamison Williams was one of those guys, the receiver, the first-round pick out of Alabama, he was using his own name on an app. Well, that's pretty easy for those guys to be like, hey, that's Jamison Williams of the Lions. Duh. So, like you said, you have it in your hand. You're sitting in a hotel room. You're bored. And you're within a certain state. You're in a state that has, and again, there's 15 of those that have.
So you
NFL
actually
cities.
have to physically be in the state.
Yeah, you
so
have.
if you're in
knows,
California and it's not legal here,
you can't unless you're going to do right. Unless you're going to do an international offshore sports book like a Bovada or something like that. But let's say that the 49ers are going down to play the Cardinals, it's legal in Arizona. So if you're smart enough to, or dumb enough, whatever, if you're dumb enough to do it in the first place. But what I'm saying is, let's say it's under your buddy's name, or you fund the account and he does it for you, whatever the case may be. If you're in that state, you can do it. You can gamble. So
by the laws of the land, but not by the laws of Goodell.
Absolutely. So that's where I think these guys find themselves in trouble, and then some of them aren't even smart enough to not put their name on the account that they're using, because that's how they've caught some of these guys. These apps, they're in conjunction with the NFL, and if they see a name, that name's going to get flagged, and they're going to go, this guy's gambling. I mean, it's not that hard to catch them unless they, be a little bit smarter.
And it's easy to say, just don't do it.
Right.
But it's like drugs and alcohol. Gambling is addictive to people. And when you make it so easy where you just hit a couple of, buttons on your phone and you're able to do it, you have people, walking down that street. I mean, Art Schleister's situation, John, was he couldn't stop himself. He got in deep where he had to pay a lot of people off, and he just could not stop himself. Now, I don't know if he ever intentionally, impacted his play on the field in the NFL. I don't know if he was changing the outcome of games when you're indebted that much. So it's an integrity of the game issue. What I think they've got to make clear, and you're hearing some players say they didn't know about it. Really? You don't know about it? But you got to make it crystal clear.
Yeah.
Rookie symposiums, even veteran symposiums. This is where the Players Association has got to go on site and tell everybody. And enough of this is getting around now with what's happened to the Lions, and now more with them and what happened to Calvin Ridley. But you got to make it crystal clear to NFL players the punishment they're facing if they do this.
There's a piece in The Athletic today where they interview guys about the policy, what they know, what it's like in the locker room in regards to that. It's a good piece in The Athletic you need to check out. All right, let's get to it. It is foreplay time.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We lost the hum baby over the weekend. Roger Craig, the former Giants manager, at age 93. Here is Mike Krukow on Murph and Mac this morning, calling Roger Craig the original Ted Lasso. Take a listen to this.
What Roger Craig did for all of us was the one thing that it was so incredibly special, because he stank off the fishing trip. He removed the negative in the clubhouse, and he taught us all to win. And I'm getting a little long-winded on this whole thing, but I do have to tell you that the one thing that he stressed and he believed in and he preached was every day. And this is, I talk about it on the air all the time. From a pitcher's perspective, you had 3 modes when you're pitching. You're pitching for a strikeout, given the situation, or you're pitching for a ground ball, given the situation, or you're picking to pick up your teammate that made an error behind you. And that was it. No longer would you show emotion if there was a sun-aided double or a booted ball or a bad call by an umpire. You just looked right past it, and you got back in the mode to pick up your teammate. And it just carried us. It just carried us through his whole tenure, because we trusted each other. There were no heroes. He didn't want baseball heroes going up and down that lineup trying to absorb all the responsibility. He wanted guys that believed in each other, that if the at bat got past a guy, the next guy would pick him up. And that was the mode that we played in. And that was the difference. It was a winning attitude. And it was something that we all took with us as we all left that clubhouse. And wherever we went, whether it be to another team or onto a different business and vocation in life, we took that whole attitude. And that was Roger Craig. That was the original Ted Lasso. And he was our home baby, and by God, we believed in him.
What a great story, huh? That was cool.
Yeah, he went on. I listened to the whole thing this morning, and Mike's called him the best manager that he's ever played for, and obviously being a pitching coach. And, I mean, obviously Bochy's the yardstick out here, John, when he was able to accomplish, and Dusty and Felipe and, Alvin Dark years ago, Charlie Fox, Altabelli, they all had a handle. But, I mean, after Boch, and Dusty's got the wins, and Dusty was Roger's hitting coach for all but 1 year. And then, Dusty took over when Roger had that one down year in 92. But, I mean, we look at it as far as the greatest managers in San Francisco Giant history. I think after Boch, because of the 3 World Series, most people would say Dusty, but I think Humbaby would be right there, number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Here is this is pretty cool because I remember this. Roger Craig, of course. This is Will Clark's jersey retirement. A little bit of riffing from Roger Craig. Take a listen.
From the hum baby himself, on the video board, Roger Craig.
Will, this is a hum baby. Remember me? Yeah, I got on your butt a lot of times. I want to congratulate you. You were a great ball player. But you'd have been a lot better if you'd have listened to me.
Oh, man.
That southern drawl there, that's pretty cool. Oh, man.
And Will was on Murph and Mac right after Mike this morning and went on and on about him. So how do they honor? And Murph and Mac were talking about it this morning. Do you just go hum baby? I mean, when the Raiders lost Al, there's no number for an owner. There is for Roger. But they just put Al on the helmets. Do you put hum baby on the side, right above Vita's number 14? Go hum baby.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I mean, I heard the guys talk about that this morning too. I mean, that's how you remember them, right? I mean, you don't remember them necessarily by his number, but with Baby. So, I mean, I think that's what it would do, right? Yeah, with him and
without a doubt,
yeah.
Baby.
I think that's the way to go.
And we got 2 great Roger Craigs in this town.
Yeah, you got to differentiate.
When you got the alert there for a minute, you're like, whoa.
Exactly.
One's 93 and high knees is a young man, but we had two of the greatest Roger Craigs ever.
That's wild. Yeah, I had to make sure to differentiate that today for sure. NBA Finals, the Heat tie up the series 1 game apiece, and our good friend Ramona Shelburne, and I understand her point here, but Eric Spoelstra, I think, is trying to make a point too, so here's how it went.
No question on the left.
Hey, Coach. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. This is probably oversimplifying things, but sometimes when teams play against Jokic, you turn him into a scorer, you turn him into a passer, and he controls the game. He only had 4 assists tonight.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. It's just, that's the untrained eye that says something like that. This guy's an incredible player. Twice in 2 seasons, he's been the best player on this planet. You can't just say, oh, make him a scorer. That's not how they play. They have so many different actions that just get you compromised. We have to focus on what we do. We try to do things the hard way, and he requires you to do many things the hard way. He has our full respect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Coach.
Wow, he cut her off and then he exit stage right even.
He was not happy.
Well, the untray eye that he's talking about, and Jeff Van Gundy was an assistant coach with Pat Riley in New York. He was the one who was bringing it up, whether or not you double him or how do you double him, and he's such a great passer. The bottom line is, John, when he had the triple-double and he had double-digit assists, Denver won. Last night he dropped 41 on you, but they only had 4 assists. So what's his total, production as far as of their total point total? And they were down to 108 last night. It was different than whether he's scoring 30 and also has 10 assists. So I think it is interesting. And you see the note, Jokic has scored 40 or more points 3 times in these NBA playoffs. Denver has lost all 3 games. Mm-hmm. So I think, it's not like you just want him to score. And he was efficient. He had 41 points on 28 shots, and he was 7 of 8 from the line and 2 of 5 on the 3-ball. But would you rather have him, it's like, would you rather be a 330 hitter with 3 home runs or be a 280 hitter with 30 home runs? It's the old debate. Would you rather have him having a 41-point game and 4 assists or a 30-point game and 13 assists? Do the math. You'd rather have the assist total be lower.
Well, and plus, it gives confidence to those players, and we've had a discussion point about it. It's absolutely true of getting guys involved versus doing it yourself. I mean, look at the great scores. Kobe Bryant had a similar record like that. They know they could get theirs at any point, but their job a lot of times is to get other guys involved, and that is definitely part of it. I think part of the fun of NBA Finals, and you and I have both seen this a lot of times, is there's an agenda between games. He didn't want anything to disrespect Jokic. He didn't want anything to be conceived of anything that he said or any question that was asked that they were in any way, shape, or form in control of what he was doing. So that's why I think he cut her off and just basically said, look, he's the greatest. He's great. He forces problems, all that kind of stuff. And because I think what Ramona asked is absolutely a thing. If you look through the history of time, it not only is about the numbers and the math and how you put assists and points and everything else, and then you see what the bottom line is with that player, but it's getting the confidence of his players around him, and those guys never really gained that last night, and he scored 41. So I think it's a legitimate question, but I understand why Spoelstra did what he did.
I mean, with a guy like him, you don't want to double him.
Right.
You don't want to double him early. You don't want to double him on catch. Maybe late in the shot clock when he's starting to crab dribble you and walking you down, you bring a second defender over. But he's a great all-around offensive player. I mean, his offensive skill is just insane. There's no one quite like him. Defensively, he's getting better, but his real genius is offensive, right? What's the best thing he does? If you had to, quantify or scout.
Pass.
No
question, right?
Don't make him a passer. Now, he could drop 41 on you, but when he's carving you up and throwing over the top and getting his teammates easy, uncontested shots, that's his genius.
All right, finally, one more. Keith Hernandez. I think it was the guys at Awful Announcing that I saw this, so I want to give them credit. But Keith Hernandez. Well, we may have to. Let's just put it this way: we may have to add this to our Friday poll, the open to the Friday poll, because we say that we're going to wreck the poll on Friday.
Right.
Here's a little Keith Hernandez with some hitting tips.
Forward, you want to always be erect when you make contact, like a telephone pole.
No, that's not the poll I was thinking of, John.
No play.
Was that Gary Cohen, the new Mets Hall of Famer? Howie Rose went in as well, and
like a
you always want to be
pole.
erect whenever you make contact, John.
That is true.
You don't want to be flashy.
Yeah.
You don't want to be flashy.
You do want to be erect.
Or no one's
going to
know you make contact. It's going to be.
Yeah.
It's going to be like Tim Lincecum used to call it, crappy contact. No one's going to know you're there.
I used to love that term.
So you always want to be.
Crappy
what is he saying?
contact.
Standing tall in the box? You want to be erect? Stand tall in the box?
Yeah.
Always be erect, like a telephone pole.
No. Yeah. Sorry, Sam Drucker. That's not the.
Like a
that's not what we're thinking
telephone
about.
pole.
Yeah,
Erect when you make contact.
Was that Gary Cohen trying to save him there? The whole thing.
He did. He tried. It's classic.
Congratulations to Gary in the Mets Hall of
done.
Fame with Howie Rose.
That is nice. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. So,
Keith Hernandez.
anyway, yeah. Keith Hernandez. There you go. He is.
That's why he was back every week on Seinfeld. They love him.
He's famous.
They because he can deliver a line. That guy.
He can.
He could deliver a line.
There he is, delivering a line. So, all right, we got more for you, and of course, a sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose. We also got some remnants for you still this hour. Stay right here. It's Pop and Lund on your Monday on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Former Giants manager Roger Craig passes away at the age of 93. That story and more trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you roam throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Thanks for joining us, Papa Lund, on a Monday edition of the program. Hang on, I got to look at something. I got to see something here. Okay. Make sure the live stream's
You all
live.
good?
Yeah, I'm good. I don't mean to. I don't want to screw you up because I know that you're in character for these for the segments, and so Danny during the break was saying, "What do you want to get into?" And there was a number of different things I was contemplating. I was looking at caboose stories.
It's all right. We can go either way.
The one thing I wanted to bring up to you is, and this is going to be the entire offseason. Where's LeBron going to go and everything? We've talked about. Look, he's owed basically $50 million this year, about $50 million the next year in a player option, and it's always been Kyrie going potentially to the Lakers. According to our friend Chris Haynes, who it's not hard to see who the source is on this because Chris Haynes is close with LeBron James, that Kyrie Irving is trying to recruit LeBron James to Dallas. And one of the things that the piece mentions, and this is relevant to all teams in the NBA because they built these super teams, is that they're, especially for teams that are over the luxury tax, it's becoming increasingly difficult to fit 3-star players, superstar type players, under your cap or under your luxury tax. And so they would obviously have Luka, they would have Kyrie, and they would have LeBron. And as far as I see it, and I could be 100% wrong because I'm no cap expert, either Kyrie or LeBron would basically have to play for next to nothing. They have to play for a minimum, and that would be LeBron getting bought out by the Lakers, and I just don't see it. But anyway, that's being brought up today.
And why would Kyrie rather stay in Dallas than go to the Lakers? Because he could get a lot more money there by staying. It's the way the CBA
and no state income tax, right?
And also, but he could make a lot more money if he stays with the Lakers. They can give him with Dallas, because that's his existing team, even though it was only his team for half of a year after he got traded by Brooklyn. So, he would make a lot more money staying in Dallas. But if he does that, then LeBron is going to have to give up a lot more money by staying with the Lakers. So I just don't see that as a fit. The other issue would be Kyrie, and a lot of what generates him, and he is a world citizen, even though he thinks the world is flat, is to generate as much money as he can.
All right.
So if he wants to play for LeBron James, he's got to come to L.A. and take less than James would. This is King James. He's not going to leave. You think he's going to go play for the Dallas Mavericks? And then
when he's playing
from a
for
basketball
the Lakers?
standpoint, and LeBron has gotten off the ball a lot, but the whole thing with Luka and Kyrie is how do they coexist? And Greg St. Jean, Gary St. Jean's son, kind of runs the offense there for Dallas, and we had him on late in the year when the Warriors beat Dallas on that Wednesday night, and they protested the game. How do you make it work with Kyrie and Luka being so ball dominant? You want to bring LeBron James into that mix, and LeBron can play without the ball, but he's better with the ball maybe that'll help Luka. I just don't see enough basketballs to make it work. Some, when you bring Kevin Durant here with Steph and Clay, the way they play, you can make it work. I just don't see that as a fit where you have LeBron, Luka, and Kyrie all demanding the ball and all on the same team. So I think this is Kyrie trying to improve Dallas but get a big payday. And the other aspect of it, would Kyrie go to the Lakers and rejoin LeBron? And then I keep bringing it up to every Laker guest we have. How about Michael Thompson Robert Horry? We had Robert Horry on last week. And I thought about, Draymond going to the Lakers because of Rich Paul and Clutch Sports and James being, tight with him and AD and everything. And he said they wouldn't want him in the locker room. And that may just be Horry's own opinion, but that'll be part of it here. But I think the interesting thing with Kyrie and LeBron, whether or not they reunite, and then you've got, Rui Hachimura, and also, Adam Reeves. What's the young guy's
Austin
name?
Reeves, yeah.
Austin Reeves. Those guys are both RFAs, John. I'm always looking at it from a Warrior perspective. If Kyrie does not go to the Lakers, would they have enough room with Rui's deal up and Austin Reeves' deal? Probably not. But, how does that impact Draymond Green? Because he does have Rich Paul and Clutch Sports.
Yeah. I understand what Robert Horry's saying to a certain point, but, I think Draymond Green, this is what I think is funny about people. Just because he's on the Warriors, people don't like him. And if he's on your team, you'd love him. I think that Draymond Green improves just about any team he goes to because as long as you have the scoring around him, because he's not going to give you that, obviously, but he defends. He doesn't need the ball. He can initiate your offense. He can defend, especially on the interior. Look, he's going to ruffle some feathers, but generally speaking, outside of he's had two major transgressions with the Warriors, right? The teabag and the punching of Jordan Poole. Outside of that, I think Durant was leaving anyway. So maybe, you could call me on that and say, Durant might not have left. I think Durant was going to leave anyway. So if you win all these championships.
Still not a good look. And
no, not a good look.
Steve Kerr,
absolutely not. So let's add that.
He's had many we don't even know about.
But what I guess I'm saying is that all these things that he does, still the positives outweigh the negatives with him, and especially with a team like the Kings who are on the verge, or maybe the Pistons now that they have Monty Williams and they're trying to have somebody. Again, I respect Robert Horry, won a bunch of championships, but to say that Draymond Green, what he would add to a team like the Lakers, get LeBron off the ball. They got plenty of scorers around him, championship mentality. I think he helps a ton of teams, and if the Warriors lose him, I think, as Steve Kerr said after, I don't know that they're a championship team without him. So for teams to say, or somebody to say that he's not going to add to a certain team and we wouldn't want him in our locker room, I think that's crazy talk.
Yeah, it's silly. Robert Horry had something, he's looking at it from a Laker perspective, working on their games. I don't know why he said that. I think it was misguided. But the fact that Steve Kerr was on Draymond's podcast, how does that bode to re-signing Draymond?
I would think, again, just on the surface, you would think that's good, right?
Nah.
Because
the business hasn't started yet. We're 3 weeks away.
True. Yeah, that's true. I think they wanted to, and I did listen to some of it. I know there's a part where they talk about Bob, and I didn't get to that, so I want to take a listen to that. But anyway, that's the latest. One quick one, just because we don't talk about them a ton, but out of Las Vegas today, this deal for the A's has gone from, it's going to happen, to now a councilman in Las Vegas saying that he thinks it's less than 50-50. If they don't get this Vegas deal, the hell do the A's do?
Stay in Oakland.
My God.
Go to Portland. I don't know.
That's crazy. Anyway.
The deal in Vegas is not a done deal.
Doesn't sound like it at all.
So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. All right, we got the sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol coming up. And then we still have some remnants before we get out of here. And then, of course, Adam and Tolbert and Cope's coming up at 2 o'clock. Only here on the Sports Leader.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We got to start with this one. So, you remember when that guy called up? I don't know if we still have it in the system. And you said something about, hey, Siri, and it was questionable. And then the guy called in and said, hey, Greg Papa just said.
Something about Pornhub?
Yeah. So, visit Pornhub or something like that.
Yeah.
Joe Castiglione, who is the radio announcer for the Red Sox.
Listen to him this weekend with Dave Fleming's brother.
Did you happen to hear when Rays outfielder Jose Siri was stepping to the plate? Jose Siri.
I want to hear it, Jim.
Yeah. So his iPhone, I guess, was on next to him, and his phone thought he was calling. So he says, first and second still only went out for Jose Siri, and all of a sudden you heard his phone say something back to him, and then he's having this conversation on the air. I'm not asking you, Siri.
How hilarious is this?
Because his phone's next to him, and he says Jose Siri, and then
don't you think of that every time when Siri comes up?
Yeah. So, do we have the Papa one? So this was I don't know, a couple years ago, right? Guy called in.
When I said
listener.
it?
Yeah, this is when you said it.
All right, I didn't ask Siri. I asked Alexa.
Yeah, it was Alexa.
Way sexier if you're going to Pornhub as Alexa than Siri. But I want to hear Castiglione. How did he
We got to find it. We'll find it by the end of the show. But anyway, Jose Siri was up to the plate. He had his phone right there. It started talking back to him. He started talking back to the phone. Anyway, so again, just a word of warning. And there's nobody. I don't think there's an NFL guy named Siri, but the Rays have an outfielder named Jose Siri.
And he's a good player. He makes all kinds of play. I thought about that.
Yeah, so you got to be careful.
So Joe's phone went off in the middle of it? Now, what would be to put the two stories together? What if he mentioned Siri's name and all of a sudden it came up Pornhub on Joe's phone?
That would not be good.
That would not be good.
No, that's what I said. That is not good. That's why anytime you broadcast, you got to turn your phone off. You got to turn your phone off, man, because you don't know what that thing is going to say back to you at times.
Terrible.
Oh, man. You ever been in your phone and plug that thing in, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, geez, how did that get there? It's just crazy. Anyway, I have a quick personal story I want to tell you, and I swear to you, I was not sleeping. This is not a dream, and I've never been a believer in ghosts. But it was about 3:30 in the morning on, I don't know, Saturday night or whatever it was, and I go to get a glass of water, and of course I sleep on the couch on occasion, and I'm on the couch per normal, And we've got these little metal things on this one of our lamps, and you pull those down, and that's what turns the lamp on. All of a sudden, they start clinging together like there was wind blowing in my front room, and I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And I started looking around like, "Is there a window?"
What was going on?
All the windows were shut. These things were clinging together like crazy, and I'm like, and I had to sit there for about a minute to go, like, am I sleeping and am I awake? So I guess my question: do you believe in any kind of ghosts or anything? Because I swear there was no windows open, nothing, and these two metal things that you pull down to turn this lamp on, they start clanging together, and I'm like, I'm by myself out there. I'm like, what's going on? It tripped me out.
Why are you asking me? It sounds like you now believe in ghosts.
I hadn't been drinking.
So what was it?
I know this is hard to believe. I had not been drinking.
It's Bentley. Something's going on with the dog.
He doesn't like this. If I go out to the couch, he's fiercely loyal to his mom. So if I'm the only one around, if I'm second place,
open spot in the bed.
Yeah, I'm second place. Like if I'm ahead of the kids, but I'm behind the wife, and so wherever she sleeps, he's sleeping. So he wasn't out there.
Save that drop. I'm behind the wife. Okay.
Anyway, it tripped me. I sat there.
So
for
what do you
like
think
5
it was?
minutes. I don't know. I'm asking you. I honestly, no windows open. I promise you, no windows open. I double checked them. I sat there for a minute. Like, am I really awake? I hadn't been drinking that night. Hard as it is to believe. Like, it just nothing. And so I don't know. I don't know what to make of it.
The only ghost I believe in is the great Dave Casper.
Good answer.
That's
a great answer. All right, just thought I'd run it by you.
So what's going on with the weather in the Bay Area this weekend?
Oh, it's terrible again. It's
Thunderstorms and heavy rain.
Yeah, what is this?
Back this weekend.
Yeah.
Now we're into mid-June by the weekend. What the hell?
I mean,
what?
I don't get it.
It's the last time it rained here in June.
It's like it's an extension of what happened all winter. Like I can't.
El Nino's back already. Is the Pineapple Express? What is this? What is this? El Nino.
Which
we're supposed to have it on. That's supposed to be in the fall. It's going to rain this weekend.
I don't get it.
When the Chicago Cubs come to town, it's going to be rain. What?
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to be able to go, but I'd love to go see the Cubs this weekend. I mean, let's get some weather. I mean,
not that kind of weather. We don't want Chicago weather. We don't want the Hawk. What's going on here?
Well, you brought up a great point, which is I can deal with it when it's supposed to be like I felt this way in winter. Like if it's supposed to be cold, I get it. Like I can deal with it. Once it's outside of that window and you're stealing away my summer weather, that's when you start getting angry.
This is the wrong J month, John. It's not January.
Exactly.
It's June.
I don't like it.
We going bomb cyclone again?
Yeah.
So if you're bracing for seeing ghosts, that may be what you're going to hear this weekend.
Maybe that's what it is. I don't know what happened.
And heavy rain. What's going on here?
Yeah, I don't like it.
I do not believe in ghosts.
Okay. No, neither do I. But it was. I don't know how to explain it.
To think maybe you're just hallucinating.
Maybe
it's hallucinating. Maybe that's what's happening.
How long do those? I mean,
maybe it was a dream. Maybe he stepped out of a dream.
I could have been. See, that's what I mean. It was about 3:30 in the morning. But I remember getting up, getting water, coming back to the couch. I got that fancy new fridge. So it was very nice to do that. And I sat
the
sat
one with
down
the
for a
single
second.
rock. This is the big cube glass you make.
Yeah, beautiful.
I thought about this more. So do you have to put that in trays, or it dispenses the big single rock?
Yeah, you plug your water into it and everything, and it just kicks out the ice cubes. Like there's 3 different kinds of ice cubes it makes. It makes tiny little ones, and then it makes the normal sized ones, and then it makes the big spheres. So yeah,
I like that.
It's very nice. Yeah, it's very nice. And finally, one more. Speaking of drugs, a German court says it's giving an 82-year-old man a quote-unquote last warning to avoid jail after he was found guilty of drug dealing despite 24 previous convictions.
Years of age. He's been doing this his whole life.
Well, and maybe this is what it is, because that they're thinking, hey, he's 82, what the heck. The best part of this story is, and I'm just reading this word for word, again, he's a drug dealer, he's 82, he's been busted 24 previous times. This is what the article says. The retired seaman who says he wanted to improve his meager €800 monthly pension by selling marijuana was handed a suspended sentence by a court in the northern town of Aurich. This is in Germany on Monday.
He's a retired seaman,
He's
John?
a retired seaman.
Aren't we all when we get to that age? We're all kind of retired. So he was drug trafficking on the open waters? Is that was the kind of seaman he was doing?
I just think he only makes €800, which equals $855 a month, and he needs to augment his supplement his.
So he should
his
justify his behavior.
He's 82.
24. Well, what are you going to do? I'd say send him to jail for life, which would be like 82
That's
days.
not very nice.
No. He could live another 8.
Nice.
He could live to be 100.
Yeah, I know he could.
He's a retired seaman. He could live forever.
I'm looking at the picture of the guy, too. I mean, he looks all of 82. I mean, it's certainly a seaman has got to be that's a tough
high
job.
Seas for a while, John.
Yeah, I'd imagine. Yeah, being a seaman was probably not the easiest job ever.
Jerry or Jeff?
Damp, dark. I mean, it's
NFL middle linebacker for the Vikings.
Oh, very nice.
The great Jerry
Seaman.
That was
very
a tough
nice.
day when Jeff Seaman was playing linebacker.
Yeah.
And Jerry Seaman was the referee that day, John. There was semen all over the field.
Very nice. Very nice. I think that's all I have. Let me see here. Did I have another one? I guess that's it. All right, that's all I have for today. I'm trying to see if I have any. Nothing's good for today in history. Not a great day. So
nothing
fun.
June the 5th has got nothing at all.
Nothing interesting. Nothing overly interesting on that. So I think that's about it. All right, let me just double check. Yeah, I guess that's it. That's our stuff. So anyway, I'm not saying I believe in ghosts. I'm just simply saying that
something was happening.
Yeah,
you checked into the Hotel Pfister.
Well, you could have been
Saturday night. You're like, sir, welcome to the Hotel Pfister.
Nope.
Your room is ready. You're like, what?
That's what I was thinking. I did. I turned on all the lights. I looked for the dog because, like I said, dogs run into things. You can't see them. I looked back. I walked back to
maybe
the
it was
bedroom.
wind chimes. Do you have wind chimes?
No, I don't know.
You don't have wind chimes?
No, I should get some of those. But yeah, those are very nice.
That would explain
nice.
what you're.
Exactly. I don't
it's
know
like
what
you
to
and
make
Sam
of it.
Darnold. You're seeing ghosts.
So I thought maybe, you know what I thought it was for a second, because especially when you're like half asleep, I thought it might have been an earthquake or something, because stuff starts clanging and stuff like that, and you're in California, because, we've all been through them, and so you're thinking, okay. But nothing else was moving. Like, I don't know. Maybe I was asleep.
I think it's just a pregame for your procedure this week, John, where you have to go off alcohol.
Oh, I just can't wait.
So now you're putting it on your head and not in your mouth.
Maybe,
you're wearing PBR hats and Tito's.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just that you didn't have any alcohol intake. It works, it's like the opposite for you.
That's a good point. Start getting that's very possible. Yeah, I've been talking to the doctors the last couple of days. It sounds like it's going to be a ball.
You got to drain yourself.
Exactly. Papa and Lunch sponsored by our good friends at Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back on your everyday spending with the Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started today at redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. We have a few things to tell you before we get out of here. Then Tolbert and Copes at the top on the Sports Leader. Your old friend John Lund from my good friends at the Dolan Law Firm. And you hear ads for personal injury and employment attorneys all the time, but did you know that many of them aren't even based here? Many times you'll never even see the attorney you thought you were hiring. That's not Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm. Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm have been headquartered in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. The award-winning attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm, they are dedicated to relentlessly representing their clients in the pursuit of justice. Chris Dolan and the attorneys at the Dolan Law Firm have been repeatedly recognized as the best attorneys in the San Francisco Bay Area and in the entire state of California. Dolan Law Firm has recovered more than, get this, $1 billion. That's $1 billion. And if I didn't make it clear, that's a B. $1 billion back in verdicts and settlements for the clients. Now, they know that a serious injury, harassment, or active discrimination, it can be devastating. They'll evaluate your case for free, confidentially, with no obligation on your part, never charging you an hourly fee. They get paid when you get paid. The Dolan Law Firm. They live here. They work here. They win here. Online at dolanlawfirm.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Bob and Lund, thanks for joining us. By the way, we told you that story about a player on the Colts that has gambled or has put bets over 100 times and was even betting on the Colts. So there was a fake Adam Schefter account that was out there and identified Michael Pittman as that player, and that is not true. So if you're seeing that go around,
USC wide receiver.
Yeah. So they're saying that that is not accurate. It was the story itself is accurate. The story that it is Michael Pittman is not accurate. That was a fake Adam Schefter account, and somebody ran with it. And now that everybody can have check marks if they just pay, what is it, $8 or $10 or whatever it is a month. So anyway, people got fooled by that. So the story is true. Michael Pittman's
it's not Michael Pittman.
Is not
it's
true.
a Colt.
Right, it's a Colt,
Yeah.
but it's not Michael Pittman. Or well, we don't know.
How quickly did Michael Pittman get to Twitter to say it's not me?
Imagine his agent.
Imagine
like,
that?
what happened? So, fun stuff. Pop and Lund, sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Start earning cash back in your everyday spending with a Redwood Credit Union free checking account. No monthly fees, no minimum balance. Your debit card earns cash back, travel, and more. Get started today. redwoodcu.org/free checking. Federally insured by NCUA. Yeah, that would be pretty scary if you were online and you're like, what? So be careful.
So what is this player looking at as far as a length of suspension? 100 times he bet on the NFL? And this is all from his phone, John?
Yeah.
So you have to wonder if that's in the facility in Anderson or how that's going to be handled. But it's an ongoing. We did have some rumblings that there was an ongoing investigation, and I think involving more Lions. But now it's coming to light that it's going to be a member of the Colts. So, I mean, if you're looking at if he's betting on Colts games, which is the report, Calvin Ridley got a full year for betting on NFL games What are we looking at here? A lifetime suspension, and then maybe eligible to apply for reinstatement at some point? I mean, if one guy bets one time on NFL games for $1,500, and you have another player a year later betting 100+ times and his own team, I mean, what are you looking at here as far as a suspension?
I gotta think that if you were betting on your own team, that's probably lifetime. I would think. And Pete Rose got it. This is a totally different sport, but you can't bet on your own team. And then as far as these Lions players saying they didn't know, I don't buy that for a second. Like you said, I think the league is too thorough. I think especially with this hot button topic for those guys to come out and say they didn't know, I can't buy that.
Well, ignorance of the law is no defense. I mean,
right.
I didn't know it was a crime to murder someone. You never told me that.
Exactly.
So that's not a defense. But I can see where guys are just not fully aware. They're not fully aware, in meetings and plays and, just things slip by them and they may not know. Or you just have a addiction to gambling and you just can't help yourself. So, I mean, people do unwise things, which, it's a different sport, different punishment and crime. But what is the NBA going to do with John Morant, John? Ooh. After what he did and the commissioner, what his state of the league address before the finals began, he flat out said, I'm not going to interrupt the finals and, take the attention away from these two great teams. But
by doing that, didn't he do that anyway? Didn't he kind of do that by
but he hadn't come out and levied it.
Yeah.
He was asked about it, and he said, we don't know. Now it's, he got 8 games before, which we all think was light. He didn't think so. But now what are you looking at? The entire year? And then how do you suspend him for half a year and have him come back and play in the playoffs? Don't you pretty much have to give Ja the entire year?
Yeah, I'd like to know what are the other details, because he did say some other things had come to light. So, maybe the second video after, everything that he said after the first, and then, or maybe there's things that are going to, like he said, come to light, and that's what's going to be interesting if there's more of that. So, yeah, that's the latest on that. I wanted to fit this in here because I know you're a Namath guy. This is kind of funny. I read this over the weekend. On this day in 1969, Jets quarterback Joe Namath, and it's kind of what we're talking about here, retired from the NFL after Commissioner Pete Rozelle told him he must sell his stake in a bar. He was a part-time owner in a bar in New York called Bachelor's 3, a nightclub. It says the bar attracted members of organized crime. So they were going back and forth, and eventually he sold it, and then, of course, he came back and played for the Rams, faithfully. But anyway, yeah.
I remember it well.
Bachelor's 3.
Joe just had his 80th birthday last week.
He did.
And they, the NFL Network, replayed a lot of great Namath, the America's Game and Super Bowl III. And yesterday they played the entire game, which I've seen a few times, Colts against the Jets, and how Joe Willie just orchestrated that game, expertly to win Super Bowl III. But, yeah, it's a different time. I mean, before Joe Namath and the Bachelor's 3, and that was, Pete Rozelle, a young Rozelle. Paul Hornung got kicked out of the league for a year. Alex Karras as well, for betting on NFL games or betting in general. And remember in baseball when Bowie Kuhn, suspended 2 of the greatest players in history of baseball. After they retired, Willie Mays and Mickey Mantle just went to work as front guys for casinos in Vegas. And they got taken out. Look at where we are now.
It's amazing. Isn't
the
it?
Las Vegas Golden Knights could go up 2-0 in the Stanley Cup Finals. The Raiders are already there. Which leads to, we're gonna have a Super Bowl in Las Vegas next year. A Super Bowl will be played in Vegas, and you're suspending NFL players for betting on the NFL, and then you're gonna have a Super Bowl. So what if you're an NFL player and you make a bet at win game, the sports book at win on the Super Bowl? Is that a violation as well? How are you going to handle this?
No, that's good.
What are you doing here?
And look, eventually they're just going to get caught. I mean, even if they're not using the app themselves or having a friend do it, or it's just not worth it.
Is the app different from going to a sports book?
No, well, it is in that, and I don't know if this is the way it is everywhere, but in Las Vegas, so you would go, let's just say for the sake of conversation, you're at the MGM Grand. You go down, because this is the way that they kind of prevent you from trying to at least, outspend what you have, you go down there, you throw cash down at a sports book, and then you can play that as long as you're in Nevada. So you can use your app once you've put money in there, because they don't want you to just sit on a credit card and.
But what about
rack it
NFL
up.
players? NFL players can't do that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, is that they have to actually see you. You go into the casino, you put your money down, then you can if you're there for the week or weekend or whatever, you can do whatever you want at that point. So I don't, like you said, they could have somebody do it for them. Now, in some of these other states, you don't have to do that. You can use a credit card and you can put money on an account and they can never see it. But again, where some of these guys aren't the brightest is that they're using their credit card in their name. Well, you're not making it very hard on these gambling companies to say, hey, Jameson Williams just put $1,000 in his account with his credit card. And these guys are like, how did I get caught? Like, dude, what are you doing?
Right.
Shouldn't do it, but you should at least be smart enough to not do it under your own name with your own credit card, which is how some of these guys have gotten caught. So anyway.
Wild.
Yeah. So there is a piece in The Athletic today that I would encourage you to read if you're interested in that kind of stuff. It is kind of cool. All right, just to recap things, Roger Craig passes away at the age of 93. I know the guys will talk about it. Murph and Mack had a bunch of guests on today, including Mike Krukow and Will Clark, that you should listen to as well. We played some in the foreplay, but again, just want to make sure that we pay our respects to Roger Craig and his family before the end of the day. So
the hum baby. Don't let your dauber get down, John.
Yes.
And the Giants have made it official as far as the series in Colorado. They're going bullpen game tomorrow with John Brebbia. Mm-hmm. Logan Webb will pitch on Wednesday, and then they're going TBA. Could be Alex Cobb. That could come back and pitch on Thursday after pitching on Saturday.
Right.
Yeah, they were off today. They could just ride that rotation. So.
Plus, hopefully they should get on things going again. Tyro Estrada is going to help. Jock Peterson is going to help. And I'm not going to scream for Luis Matos, but he is hitting 397 in 78.
Either way, pretty good.
Yeah, he's crushing it.
And Kyle Harrison again had just a so-so start.
Yeah, I saw that. Out. Yeah, it's not his time yet.
Too many walks.
Yeah, it's not his time yet. All right, Pop. I will be missing you the rest of the week. I will be.
Have a good week, my friend.
Yeah, I'll be getting well.
Keep me up to date with how you're doing.
I will for sure. I appreciate it.
Marcus is coming in.
Yeah, I'm excited. He's great, man. Is he still doing 5 to 6 a.m. then taking a break and then?
Well, I don't know. I know he did this morning. I don't know if he's going to do it tomorrow.
Man, that's going to be a long day.
Well, 5 a.m. to 2 in the afternoon.
2 p.m. That's kind of a long day. I mean, again, I get it. People are digging ditches, but my goodness, man, that's gonna be a.
What are they going to get to do 5 a.m. then?
That's a great question. Who wants to come in and do that? That's crazy early, man. All right,
and then you'll be back. You'll take the rest of the week off, right? We'll see you next week.
Yeah, I'll be back and healthy on Monday, so I'll be all good. All right, Pop. We'll see you then. Have a great rest of your week.
You too, man. Good luck to you.
Thanks, man. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We appreciate it, as always. Appreciate Danny and Walter. Walter back healthy as well. Appreciate that this week. Thanks to all the guys. If you missed anything, Matt Barrows was tremendous, as always. Susan Slusser, great insight into the Giants as well. If you missed any of those, just go to KNBR.com. Tolbert and Cope's coming up right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, a Cumulus Media station.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert. Tolbert is really feeling it.
While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
We're going to get after it today, man. Gotta come with swagger.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. We are going to be joined today by PJ Carlesimo. We're going to talk a little finals. Get his thoughts on the Heat evening up the series 1-1 before they head back to Miami. We're going to talk to Bob Brenly, passing of Roger Craig. We'll get his memories on Roger Craig. I know a lot of people have been on today talking about him, so Bob Brenly will give us the insides on Roger Craig and what it was like to be a player under him. And then Bags will join us a little later on as we get you ready for not the Giants.
Yeah, I was sort of surprised to look at the schedule and see they were off today.
Yeah, it was weird. I was like, Monday off? Like, what the hell's going on?
And they were off
here?
Thursday, weren't they? 2 off days in the last 5 days. Interesting.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so no excuse to lose 2 or 3 and head on out to Colorado. You got plenty of rest now for that pitching
what's that
staff
all about?
and that
Crap.
pen. The first of 3 of the first 3 of 13 against the Rockies this year. So kind of a I thought
Halloween resides in Baltimore.
Halloween resides in Baltimore.
Sorry.
No Halloween.
Well, San Francisco have another chance next year, but sorry, this year it's in Baltimore.
The only way you're getting Halloween this year is if you ring and you get another parade like on Halloween. That's the only way that
well,
goes.
I'm going to tell you something. San Francisco's really, really going to miss Halloween. I don't know another major city that does Halloween quite like San Francisco does. So they'll really miss that holiday.
It is a good Halloween because it's kind of Halloween in San Francisco year round. You know what I mean? That's why they're just kind of like nice. Now it flares up and we got a big celebration for it. But pretty fun weekend, I thought, in the city and in the East Bay. We had the Union Street Fair in San Francisco. We all got together on Saturday at Pines for Paws, which was a blast out there. A great event, a lot of fun getting to see the dogs and a lot of good beer and food and music. That was a heck of an event, dude. That was a lot of fun. So
good time, good fundraising money for Berkeley Humane, and nice hanging out with everybody. Get a chance to see everybody all at once, hanging out there having beers. So and a great day. So that was a fun event. Always is.
Yeah, first weekend of June kind of felt like the kickoff of summer. And stay tuned because we'll be giving away a Call, and we'll be letting you know. I'll give you the details in a few minutes about where you can win some tickets to the Alameda County Fair. We do this every year on Tolbert and Cope. So
that's right.
We'll be giving away tickets throughout the show today, and I believe throughout the week, right, Derek? Is that right? So we'll be giving away tickets to the Alameda County Fair. I'll tell you how you can win in just a couple of minutes here, but just a little reaction from you on the sports news from the weekend. We'll talk more about it, of course, but how about that game last night, man? I mean, I left here on Friday. We were joking with Marcus Thompson saying this feels like it's a 5-game series that when it ends, we may go, man, could have gone 6 or 7. Like there might have been a couple of games that got away from the Heat. Last night would have been one of those opportunities where you think, man, Heat were close, had a chance to steal one, except they stole one, and now they're tied going back to Miami. This now has the makings of something pretty interesting. This is one that you needed to give you hope that this would be an exciting series heading back to Miami.
Yeah, I mean, look, it didn't surprise me really that they won. They hit shots.
It shocked me, no.
I mean, Vincent hit shots. Struess came out and hit 4 3-pointers in the first quarter. Love hit a couple shots. Lowry hit a couple shots. I think even Butler even might have had. I think he had a couple. I mean, everybody was hitting threes. They had 18, 17 threes. When you shoot that type of percentage and hit that many threes, there's going to be a really, really good chance of you winning the game. And I thought they played harder. Throughout the course of the game. They came out playing harder. They were coming off screens harder. They were closing out on shooters harder. I thought they played harder. I mean, the one tactical adjustment they made, which was a pretty big one, was starting Kevin Love, because that allowed you to put Butler on Murray, and that was huge because Butler is just a much better defender than what they have, and it allows Love to guard Gordon, so you don't have somebody that's going to bully one of your defenders out there, and you don't have to put Butler on Gordon, because then if you do that, then Murray's going to get loose. Although Murray missed some shots that he can make, and he's normally going to make. So they did blitz him a little bit. They doubled him a little bit, maybe more so in the second half. Didn't come off of as many shooters and let Jokic shoot the ball a little bit more, because I think that's ideally what you'd like, is to turn him into a scorer and not let it get everyone else involved. I mean, that's always the question, how are you going to play defense on the stars? You're just going to let them go off and score, or are you going to try to double them, make it tough on them, and let everybody else have a chance to get going? When I played for Nelly, we used to do it both ways in the same game. you would double or you'd single them up throughout the course of the game, and then toward the end you'd double and make guys hit shots and maybe hadn't hit shots for the first 3.5 quarters and make them hit high-pressure shots. So, look, Denver's going to play much better. They haven't even played. They're 1-1, and I don't think they've played a great game yet. They played an okay game. Game 1 was okay for them. Last game was not a very good game for him, just from execution and effort standpoint. They missed some shots. Porter's got to find a way to get going. He just does. Although I did enjoy last night in the first quarter when he took about a 15-footer, and I've never seen this before. There were 3 guys open underneath the bucket. 3! I've never seen somebody take a jump shot and miss 3 wide open teammates. Jokic, wide open. Murray, wide open. Gordon, wide open. Nobody was further than like 10 feet from the bucket. I'm like, wow, okay. Go ahead. You better make it. He didn't. And I don't even think they got the rebound on it. But he's got to get going somehow. Murray will get going. But the point about Jokic is, look, it doesn't matter what you do, really. You double him. He's going to score. He's going to get his. You just don't want him to get everybody else going. And he got everybody else going in the first game. And it was just enough. They only scored 104, so it wasn't like their offense was really clicking. And other than the second quarter, their offense wasn't really clicking last night. There were spurts where they looked okay. Second quarter, mostly because Miami's offense was turning the ball over, taking quick shots, and they were getting the ball up and scoring in the open court. So I still think Denver's going to win, but I'm not counting out Miami. I mean, look what Miami's done. Why would I count out a team that's beat the 1 seed, the 2 seed in the East, believes in themselves, and just finds a way? They just find a way. So I still think Denver wins, but I can't. How could you count out that team?
I don't think you can because of what we said. They play with a chip on their shoulder. They've done it already. It's not like they've proven. It's not like that somebody got hurt or Tyler Hero went down and they've got to figure out how to win this series without some of the assets that they've had throughout the postseason. They've been winning this way since basically game 1 of the first round of the playoffs. So it's just that after the way they played game 1, I think we all sort of thought, I don't know if they have enough firepower to score enough. They did it yesterday, and now they get to go home. So we'll see what happens. Got to let you know, though, tune in between 2 and 6 all week long, especially today. We're going to give you the cue to call, be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR. Again, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win some tickets furnished by the Alameda County Fair. Grab the official rules at KNBR.com. 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair plus reserved horse racing seats. The Alameda County Fair, June 16th to July 9th, is happening at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. Live horse racing returns with one of the biggest stakes. One of the biggest stakes, the Pleasanton Mile. What's the Pleasanton Mile, Tom? You know what that is?
It's a horse race.
It's just it's a special horse race. Don't want to miss it. Alameda County Fairgrounds, plus delicious fair food favorites and nightly Big O Tires concert series, and much, much more. Purchase tickets now at AlamidaCountyFair.com. When you hear this cue to call, you be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR when you hear that sounder, and you'll win 4 tickets to the Alameda County Fair. All right, on the other side, we got to talk about something sad that happened. We found out about it this morning. Yesterday, we lost the hum baby himself. Former Giants manager Roger Craig died yesterday at the age of 93. We'll talk a little bit about his life and the importance to the Giants franchise. That's coming up next. Plenty to get to today. It's a Monday afternoon. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. The hum baby himself, former Giants manager Roger Craig, passed away yesterday at the age of 93. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Play KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
For the Giants, it now means on against the Oakland A's in the World Series, and the Bay Area Series will become the 12th Metropolitan Series in baseball history.
Second time, Roger Craig, your ball club in the last 3 years has won the division. Now you're not turned away. 87 was frustrating. This time you went out and you got the trophy. You must feel very proud for your ball club.
You know, Tom, a lot of things have happened in my life, a lot of great things, but I think this is one of the happiest moments, you know, to be managing in the World Series and to be the manager of this great ball club and the way they come back and the way they play. You know, I take my hat off to them. They're an outstanding ball club. There's a lot of people out there listening and watching that we want to thank you for all the support and everything, and it's great to be the champions. Now we got to go to see what we can do with Oakland.
93 years old, the hum baby, Roger Craig, passed away. Former Giants manager, longtime pitching coach across baseball. And I think to understand Roger Craig is to understand what his impact was on the game of baseball. Not just as a player, it's one of these guys who had a great impact on the game beyond his playing career as a pitching coach, and really what his impact was, I think, in a lot of different high-level pitchers, a lot of teams, a lot of managers would tell you it was the split-finger fastball. It's what he did to sort of implement that into, and really, I think first you go back to the '84 Tigers and what he did with Jack Morris and Sparky Anderson, the manager there, and Anderson needing to turn that pitching staff around and helping create one of the greatest runs we've ever seen in the American League and in Major League Baseball. And then for him to come over to the Giants and do virtually the exact same thing. Mike Krukow talks all the time about the implementation of that split-finger fastball, what it did for that pitching staff. 87, they were competitive. 89, they win the pennant. And had it not been for a natural disaster, they probably would have not been swept. I don't know if they would have won that World Series against that A's team. They were pretty stacked, but I don't know that it would have been 4-0 with the 10 days off between games 2 and game 3 once they finally end up playing it after the earthquake. Anyway, the hum baby to me, and again, I wasn't a fan really alive in the era that he turned things around for the Giants, but I think there's a whole generation of Giants fans that would tell you he started what became a great run of San Francisco baseball.
Yeah, I don't really know, much about him. I didn't follow. I followed baseball back then. I just didn't follow the Giants like as closely as I do now. I watched them all the time, but I just didn't. I mean, the one thing I will say about that team is they were hard-nosed, and usually a team takes on the reflection of its manager. and that those guys got after it. And Will Clark was just kind of the tip of the iceberg with those guys. They had a bunch of guys like that, a bunch of guys that got in, a bunch of guys that were grinders, a bunch of guys that fought, those type of guys. So, I'm assuming that's what kind of guy he was. But I mean, good teams, fun teams, and you're right. That was kind of the start of, it's been a good run. There have been some down years, no doubt about it. But, that kind of led into the Barry Bonds years and the Dusty Baker years. And then you had Felipe Alou for a little bit, and then Bruce Bochy, and then the championships. And here we are.
Well, it coincides with the modern era of the superstar, which I think really starts with Will Clark, right? I mean, he was the sort of born-again giant post Willie McCovey, Willie Mays. Like, Willie Mays, again, wasn't – a lot of people would say he's a New York Giant, right? Of course he's a Giant. But Willie McCovey was the one who came up here, and Cepeda comes up here, right? And it was sort of a different run of Hall of Famers. But from those Hall of Famers that were here in the 60s, jump forward to where you get with Will Clark and where it goes beyond that. He was sort of the start of that generation. And so I always associate Roger Craig with that sort of Craig to Dusty to where we are today.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So that's why it'll be fun to have Bob Brenly on, because played for him, and I'm sure he'll have some great stories about that team and Roger Craig, and it'll be good for a lot of the listeners. It'll be good for us just to kind of find out a little bit more about him and what it was like to play for him, because I know Kruko speaks really, really highly of him. Will Clark speaks really highly of him. So, I mean, you have those type of guys who are really, really good guys speak highly of someone. You can go ahead and take that to the bank.
Well, and so what'll be fun to talk to Brenly about is he was a catcher, right? So he was, I think, instrumental and probably crucial into what implementation of these pitching strategies and styles and game plans were for Roger Craig, what he was trying to do with the pitching staff. And so I wonder, like, Jack Morris calls him the modern day, or for his era, he said he was like a modern day Johnny Saint. And for those who know old school baseball, he used to say Spahn and Saint and pray for rain. For Warren Spahn and Johnny Saint, you'd have those two guys go, and then you'd hope it would rain because you could only throw them back to back, and then you'd run them back out there again. I used to say the same thing, by the way, Lincecum Kane and pray for rain. There was an era of that for the Giants too in 2008 and 9. But for Jack Morris, you figure there's guys like that who develop a pitch or figure something out with a pitching coach, and he rode that to the Hall of Fame. I mean, he rode it to a World Series, but he rode that pitch to a Hall of Fame career. Did Jack Morris. And I want to say Bruce Shooter's another guy who threw the split finger, like an early on split finger fastball guy. What do you remember about Jack Morris? And, I think about for my era, I think of Leo Mazzone. With the Atlanta Braves. Him being that same type of guy again, Maddox and Glavine and Smoltz had to have it. They had to develop it. They had to be there anyway. Nobody does it without having the ability, but somebody had to harness that and had to get the game plan right and had to get them throwing pitches in certain counts and build that sort of mindset and strategy. And I wonder, when you build a guy like that or a guy comes up and you develop that player, what kind of player was Jack Morris? Do you remember early on what he became? I mean, he was always sort of a hard dude.
Yeah, just a grinder. Again, kind of like those Giant teams a little bit. Like, he was just, he did not give in. Didn't throw really hard. Of course, it was a different era, so 91 back then was actually decent speed. 91 today is like, please, get out of here with that.
You're soft tosser.
Yeah, exactly. You're Jamie Moyer. You throw 91 now. Big mustache. Great mustache, by the way. I remember the 10-inning game against the Braves when Smoltz pitched.
Of course.
That was an epic
legendary game.
Yeah, I don't really remember the evolution of Jack Morris from early Tigers to Twins and that. I just remember ultimate big game pitcher. Some guys are just big game pitchers. That was a big game pitcher. No matter how he'd been pitching in the past or what he'd been doing, it doesn't matter. If it's a big game, you want that guy pitching every single time. That was the type of guy that he was. I guess that's the biggest compliment I could pay Jack Morris. When I think of Jack Morris, I think of a guy when the stakes are the highest, that's the guy you want to give the ball to, and you feel really good doing so. But I don't really remember the specifics of that. I remember the splitter, but I don't remember it in that great a detail.
Yeah, do you remember the splitter? Did people talk pitching implementation like that? Was that a big you hear now? I was talking to somebody in the bullpen here at KNBR last week, because you hear now everybody's talking the sweeper, And they're doing it big on Ohtani.
The sweeper's a new thing now, yes.
Dude, it's not a new thing. It's just, it used to be called a slurve.
The new name
and now they're calling it something new, and they're like, well, he's got this new pitch, the sweeper. I'm like, Ohtani didn't. Look, he's incredible enough as it is. He's not inventing pitches.
No.
It's a slurve. It just has more horizontal movement. It's not a gyro.
No,
yeah, get me outs with a gyro, and we'll talk about if Shohei starts getting outs with the dice game outs, he's like a gyro ball. He legitimately is the greatest baseball player we've ever seen.
Oh, man.
There's no doubt. But like the split finger, it was cool last week. We talked a lot about it with Jeremy Affeld on Friday. You were talking difference in the fork ball, where a fork is legit. You're like putting the ball squeezed between your fingers like it's a fork, and it's got more tumbling or even knuckling motion, whereas a split finger, it's kind of got a dive and a dip. It comes in low, and Lincecum had that disappearing split finger. I mean, those are tough pitches to hit. It's not a bowling ball sinker. It's a heavy split finger is what they would say.
It's not the Scott Munter bowling ball sinker. It's a split change, as they like to call it.
I don't know if anybody's ever thrown a bowling ball sinker like Scott Munter in that 1 year.
No, nobody has.
1 year Scott Munter had it, like 08 or something. I don't know, but he was heavy.
Obviously wasn't heavy enough.
Unhittable, dude. But
the things they used to throw back, like when I was growing up, that I remember was the Fernando screwball.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Nobody throws a screwball anymore. Mm-hmm. And the other big one, I'm sure guys still throw it occasionally, was a knuckle curve. And that was Bert Hooten.
You still see that one, I think, every once in a while. Yeah, it's like a knuckle on the ball, and it's you get the finger over the top. You get that stuff.
I think so. I think it's kind of like the one hand, and they kind of dig it in there. I don't know. That used to be a big pitch, though. But back then, you didn't even know the difference between four-seam and two-seam. I'm not even sure there was. Maybe there was, maybe there wasn't, but no one ever talked about it. No one ever talked about two-seam, four-seam. No one ever talked about a sinker, and no one ever talked about a cutter. Like, I don't know if a cutter existed. I think the first time maybe people heard cutter was Rivera. But I mean,
fastball maybe.
I've always
got
thought
running movement.
Yeah, changeup. Changeup wasn't a huge pitch back then either. I don't remember changeup being a massive pitch. Like the first changeup I remember seeing, and not seeing, but like really people making a big deal out of it, was Trevor Hoffman's changeup.
Yeah,
that was a huge deal with the changeup. But it was like fastball, curveball, slider. Those were your pitches, and occasionally someone would have a screwball. Occasionally someone would have a split. I don't remember making a huge deal out of it back then, but I mean, I've always thought if you could, I don't know if the arm could take this, but the best way to pitch would be give me your four types of fastballs and a changeup. You can throw the four. Give me a four-seamer, two-seamer, and then give me a cutter and a sinker. I get the two-seamer and the cutter that go opposite directions. Mm-hmm. I get the sinker that sinks and the four-seamer that rises. And give me a changeup to go along with it.
You don't want a breaking ball?
Yeah, I don't need an out. And what do I need a breaking ball for? If I have four fastballs to do four different things, well, I mean, what the hell do I need a breaking ball for? I'm good.
I read
now, as with anything, placement's the key. I mean, you're going to start middling those things.
It's location, dude. It's all location and pitching.
Especially when you throw in the same neighborhood. By neighborhood, I mean, like,
velocity.
Let's say you throw 90, 94, then you better, the changeup's there for that, but you still better be able to, but if you can locate those four pitches, forget about it. It's over. I mean, can you imagine throwing a cutter? I don't know many guys that throw cutters and two-seamers, but can you imagine throwing like a cutter on the inside corner like Rivera used to that runs off the plate and then throw a two-seamer back on the plate? Forget, you wouldn't stand a chance.
Because you have one that starts in and moves in, and then you have one that starts in and moves away. Right.
Exactly. And then you'd have one that wouldn't, but I mean, these guys, I mean, they throw sinkers. Like, sinker used to be Derek Lowe, pitcher for the Red Sox.
That was it, yeah.
It's like 91. 90, 91, maybe 92, but 90, 91. Now you got Camilo Naval throwing 100-mile-an-hour sinkers. That's not the sinker I remember. Like that's more like a sinking, like fast, like a sinking four-seamer. It's not. They grip it differently, but in my mind, it seems like, how could a sinker be 100?
Well, that's how Logan Webb is
now.
And really, sometimes what they'll say is they'll call it a sinker, and sometimes it is like a two-seamer. It's like he's throwing a heavy, hard two-seamer, but it's got so much movement and it's coming so hard. Because really, that's the same movement. Some guys dip it a little harder or deeper into their hand, and they'll dip deeper on the seam so that you get a more loop that way. Derek Lowe had a nasty one. Derek Lowe had a big it almost looked like it was a left-handed curveball coming in and breaking down and away from you. Whereas Logan Webb's will come in kind of more flat, and it has more plane movement down and away. Mm-hmm. But you'll hammer it into the ground all the same. It's still none of them None of them as good as Scotty Munter.
No, no one had the bowling ball that Munter had.
Johnny Doskow was just calling me, voice of the Oakland A's. He was just calling me. Maybe he wanted to talk pitching or pitching movement. I'm not sure what the call was coming in. He said, I didn't, bro, but I will. No, you just did, Johnny. It just came. I said, did you try to call me? He's like, no, I didn't. I was like, no. You definitely did, brother.
It shows right here.
No, see, I've got the missed call. All right. We are going to catch up with PJ Carlissimo in about 20 minutes here. Talk a little bit about the NBA Finals. The Nuggets lose their first home game of the postseason. Feels like we got ourselves a series, man. After game one, I was like, oh, man, I don't know. We got to see something from Miami. Yet again, Miami unreasonably just turning things around, sending it home tied 1-1. We'll talk about that and whether or not they've got I think they've kind of flipped this series a little bit. I think they've now proven to not just themselves but to the league yet again and to the Nuggets that they're capable of making this a series. We'll talk to Carlissimo about it at 2:50. We'll talk more about that game yesterday. On the other side, it's Tolbert and Copes right here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller number 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your San Francisco Giants take on the Padres Tuesday, June 20th. First pitch, 6:45. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Listen to the Sports Leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pope chasing with 5 fouls. Inside, and a bio, and a foul. What a pass and finish. The lead is 10 and a chance for a three-point play. Up top, Caldwell Pope, three-pointer. That won't go. Jokic trying to grab the rebound. Back out to Murray. His three-pointer. Three-point game with just over a minute to play. Butler, a three-pointer. Off the side of the rim. Brown, the rebound. Could the Heat foul here?
I'm taking a foul. I'm not allowing them to get off a three.
Denver does have a timeout, but they're not using it. 4 seconds. Murray, step back, three-pointer. Won't go. Fight for the rebound, Martin, and it's over. The Miami Heat have tied the NBA Finals. What a comeback here on the road for the Heat, and it's one apiece.
Miami 111, Denver 108. Miami outscores Denver by 11 in the fourth quarter, 36-25, as they come roaring back to even the series at 1 game apiece. And I guess the most questionable decision there, and I don't really blame Malone either way. What was your thought on not taking a timeout there on that final possession there? They've got a foul to give.
I didn't
they
mind
can
it
take
at
a
all.
timeout. I thought it was okay. Murray got a shot there, didn't fall there 4 seconds.
It wasn't a great shot.
Wasn't the
I mean,
best
it's
look,
all you
but-
can always play after poker and go, oh, they should have taken a timeout.
I was
Well, yeah,
okay
had
with
you-
letting it run there. I liked it.
Had you known that was the shot they were going to get, and you thought you could get a better one, of course.
probably
but
would've
you
called
can't,
it, yeah.
You can't do that. If you called the timeout there, that gives them a chance to set up how they want to commit the timeout or how they want to commit a foul. Because they're like, hey, let's not give them a 3, but you're trying to get it up quickly and try to get maybe a cross match or just try to get them thinking. Do we foul now? Is it too early to foul now? Should we? And no, they didn't foul, and then he ended up missing it. So if you call a timeout with like 5-6 seconds left, that's automatic. As soon as you put the ball on the ground, you should foul in that situation. Now, I don't know. I haven't seen Miami enough to know how they play those situations. I'm assuming they'd foul, but I don't know. But if they do, then that gives them a chance to, like, get everybody over there. This is what we're doing. Like, that's what you want. Because, again, we talked about it last week, how players are going to make mistakes eventually if you give them enough chances to make mistakes. Well, in that situation, you don't practice it that much. You may go over it, but it's not something you do every day for half an hour. You may do it like a couple times a week so you know what you want to do. But still, when it's going, there could be a little confusion. If you call a timeout, that confusion should be alleviated. I'm not going to say it is. There have been players that I've known that you tell them exactly what to do before they go out there, and they still screw it up. It's like, why'd we just have a timeout? Like, seriously, we just told you exactly what the play was. Like, I've had teammates have a play called for them in a timeout and then go out and forget the play. It's like, bro, it's your play. You don't have many of them.
Was
Are
the
you
play
kidding
again?
me?
Yeah.
You just forgot your play. We'll run it again in April. I'm sure Coach will get back to it in April. How'd you forget your play? So look, it could happen, but you feel better about it as a coach saying during a timeout, kid, this is what we want to do: put the ball on the ground, dive in on them, foul them, send them to the free throw line. Don't let them get up a 3-point shot. We're going to switch everything in this situation. So I didn't mind that at all. I didn't mind that they let you trust your guys. You trust Jamal Murray and Jokic to make the right decisions. Great shot, no, but good enough. He could definitely make that one. There's no doubt about that. I mean, he likes that shot going left anyway. So, hey, you live with that one, and you feel like we lost by 3 in a game we didn't play well at all, and they shot the lights out. Like, I still think Denver is clearly the better team. Doesn't mean they're going to win, because I've been thinking that before, and they have a lot of guts, the Heat. But they haven't played a good game yet, and they're 1-1. They didn't play good at all in Game 2, and they had a chance to win that game. So
They only put up 104 in Game 1.
Yeah,
Denver.
I like them.
They
I
can
like them
score
a lot to come out strong in Game 3. I really do.
Yeah, so do I. Let me ask you about Denver's three-point shooting, because Game 1, they were much better. I got their Game 1 numbers up here. I'll get it to you in a sec. 104-93 was the final in Game 1. Denver shot, they were better yesterday. They were worse in Game 1. 8 of 27 in Game 1. Yesterday's still just 11 of 28.
Yeah, they haven't been good.
Is that the sort of the hinge point that you're looking at for maybe what has made them not so successful? Because they're a good shooting team. They're a good scoring team, and that's not been their bread and butter through the first 2. Now, yesterday, what was a huge difference, 20 attempts from the free throw line for Miami, and they made 18 of them. They got to the charity stripe twice in Game 1. That was a huge story. But Denver's three-point shooting improved slightly, and yet still only lost by 3.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you kind of expect that to happen too. Was such an anomaly.
That was weird, right?
And I'm not going to say it was wrong, because they weren't that aggressive. They weren't going to the rim. Look, I've listened to that for 10 years. people bitching about the Warriors not going to the free throw line. And I keep trying to tell them that's not who they are. They don't go to the rim as much as other teams. They're not as aggressive as other teams. They don't. They don't have the personnel, so they're not going to get as many foul calls. This year was the most extreme version of that, where they led the league in opponent free throws attempted, and also led the league in fewest free throws attempted. Not a great combo. You don't want that. You don't want that 2-team parlay on your ticket. That's not a good one, and it really played itself out in the Lakers series, but. That was an anomaly that the Heat only went twice. So I don't know if it was a little bit of the officials thinking that, if it was just, normal math. Sometimes normal math happens. Like, something like that happens. Like if a team goes, 2 for 20 from 3 in one game, you expect them to maybe not go 12 for 20 or 8 for 20, but you expect them to kind of get back to where they were, because that's sports. You kind of get back to the
average, the mean.
Exactly,
it's what
wherever it is. So that's 20's not a lot. 20 is like probably bottom of the league, close to bottom of the league in terms of like free throw attempts per game. But, it's better than 2, obviously. So, yeah, I guess that was to be expected a little bit. Maybe they, in their mind, they're like, we got to be more aggressive. Yeah. We got to push it a little bit. And maybe it helped them that from the beginning, Strus got off from 3, Vincent got off from 3. Look, when those guys are shooting that well, and they hit some tough, now they had some wide open shots. Problem was, when you let guys get wide open shots early, they can start hitting tougher shots late. And Vincent's been incredible. He's been really, really good for him. And then look, even when he wasn't, it's like, okay, he's not doing it. Strus isn't doing it. And damn, Duncan Robinson comes in the fourth quarter and he does it. So, Martin didn't. Martin hasn't been great for 2 games on offense. But 3 out of 4 of them. So you get 3 out of 4 of them. And then you kind of get everybody pitching in, and Bam's doing his thing, and Butler's doing his thing. Like I said, Love even pitched in with a few threes. So they're a three-point shooting team. You don't think them as a three-point shooting team because they weren't. You almost have to recalibrate who they are in your head, because they're different than they were during the regular season. They really are. So that's how they're going to win games. And that's probably how they're going to lose games. I'm going to go back tonight, or maybe even during one of these breaks, and just look and see if they've shot if they've lost a game and they've shot over 40% from 3, because they've had a lot of those.
Who has? Where Denver has?
No.
If Miami is
how many games Miami has lost?
Where they shot over 40%,
shooting over 40% from 3, because they've had a lot of those games this year in the playoffs. They didn't have a lot of those during the regular season. But they've just been nails during the postseason.
They were 5 for 9 in the fourth quarter from 3 yesterday.
I know.
What'd
they miss? What'd they make their first 8 shots of the quarter?
Yeah.
I mean, they caught fire early on. Like Duncan Robinson 3, Duncan Robinson 2, Duncan Robinson 3, Kevin Love 3. I was like, good night. These guys, they just blew right by him. Like Denver was standing still. So, and a lot of that is faulty defense. A lot of it is bad rotations and bad closeouts. Now, if you go back and watch that game a little bit, watch how hard Miami came off when Murray was coming off screens. I mean, they dug in. They tried to get as low to the ground as possible. They got skinny so they could get around the pick. You can get lazy. You can watch guys that are lazy try to come off picks. They'll bump into it. They'll run into it. And then the really awful defenders will just lay on it. They'll just go up to it and lay on it and act like they're trying to fight over it. But these guys were getting small, getting in there and cutting right off of it. I mean, that takes effort to get down that low and then come off of it and then fire right into his stomach. They just were not giving him a lot of time and space to get those shots off. So you watch, the team that plays harder usually wins. It's not that much about adjustments, although that was a significant one, Love starting that game.
Yeah.
Because of the defensive adjustments I talked about, it allowed them to do. But they played harder. They were the more desperate team. I don't know how they're going to feel going home, but usually what happens is the other team. And then at some point, usually talent wins over. But they were clearly the more desperate team. It looked like, other than that stretch in the second quarter, Denver thought, Kind of like you did. Oh, we got this.
Yeah, that's kind of like an asshole.
These guys aren't going to win. Come on, we got this.
Yeah.
And they found out, no, you don't. No, we don't. Like, you got to play hard every single game, every quarter, every minute. Might be pushing it, but
Jimmy Butler's not coming for my throat. I can say it.
Yeah,
they can't.
You can say it.
Nobody's defending me. You know,
he's not coming to the city. But that's what it looked like. Like some of the.
That's true.
Just some of the lackadaisical plays that Miami was like tight. They were swarming. They were all over him. They made it tough on him. They made him earn stuff. They got way more open looks than Denver did. Like, the quality of their shots was much higher than the quality of the Nugget shot. So I would expect that to change a little bit. And if I'm Michael Malone, I try to figure out the first 2, 3, 4 minutes of that game, ways to get Michael Porter Jr. shots. They got to get him going. If they don't get him going, they can still win, but it becomes tougher when he's going. When he's drilling threes and scoring like 15, 16, 17 points, then everything just kind of works. Because you don't need 30 from Murray. You can get the 20. You don't need 40 from Jokic. You can get the 27, 28. Then Caldwell Pope's a little more open because Porter's hitting shot. But they got to get him going somewhat. Because that's the one thing they don't have other than him. They got guys that can pitch in. Like KCP can pitch in a little bit. Brown can pitch in a little bit and score for you. So the other Brown, the rookie, he's not much of a scorer. He's more of a hustle defensive guy right now. I mean, Gordon occasionally will pitch in and score for you a little bit. But when you get Porter, that means you got three guys, like three legit scores, like that you got to worry about.
He's been awful through 2 games. He's 3 of 17 from 3.
Terrible,
through 2 games, and he's
awful.
Overall 7 of 24.
I know.
Terrible.
I know. It's like brutal. And so then this is a guy that is probably one of the better shooters in the league when he's open. Like, he's just money. Like, he can stripe it.
Yeah.
He's a 6'10" sniper. But not in this series, he's not. He hasn't been doing anything. And, they're obviously they are paying attention to him, as you have to. But I don't know if there's anything special that I'm seeing. I know they're trying not to let him go left. He loves bouncing the ball once left and like rising up over people, and they're trying to get into him before he can get that bounce. But a lot of it's just all about KYP. Know your personnel. Know what they like to do. Try and take that away. And Porter is a catch and shoot guy or a one dribble left guy, and those are the shots he loves to hit, and those are the shots he can hit. But they're not letting him get comfortable right now. And if you can keep a guy from getting comfortable, you got a great shot at stopping him. Now, it only goes to a point. At some point, you're like, okay, what the hell's going on here? Because he's a much better shooter than he's shown. At some point, he's going to start hitting jump shots. And when he starts hitting jump shots, you're going to see that offense clicking, and that offense look like we expect the Denver Nugget offense to look like. Because, again, they're 1-1. I can make the case, not they're lucky they're 1-1, but you know what? They're a lot closer to 0-2 than they are 1-1 because of the way they've played. If they play like they can, then
they should be blowing these games out.
Yeah,
they should be up. They could win double digits.
Yeah, I don't know that Miami can't win if Denver plays like they can play, but Miami has a lot to do with not letting you play like you can play. So that's why this is a fun series. It's good. It's intriguing from a matchup standpoint. It's intriguing stylistically. It's intriguing from the fact you get so many undrafted players that are contributing to the Heat's success, and then you got one of the greatest players in the world. Like, some of the stuff Jokic does is just dumb. Like, he's coming down 100 miles an hour, catches it, goes woo, and shoots it, and it's like, oh, bucket. Like, every time he throws it up, you expect it to go in, and no matter what angle he's at, how fast he's going, it seems to land super soft. Like, it just goes poop and just
rolls. It's the softest touch of anybody I've ever seen. It just doesn't matter where he's throwing it. It's like he shoots it just with the fingertips. It's like his fingertips have the little, like, the gooseneck on their own. You know what I mean? Like it's like his fingertips can just can put its hand in the cookie jar.
Just pouring butter, man. Just pouring butter.
It's incredible. Series tied 1-1. Game 3 Wednesday night from Miami is going to be Game 3 in the NBA Finals. On the other side, we'll catch up with PJ Carlissimo, friend of the program. Talk to him a little bit about what's going on throughout the NBA Finals. What shot does Miami have, and can they get Michael Porter Jr. to turn it around? Again, 3 of 17 from 3 in the first 2 games of this series. PJ Carlissimo next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Anxiety told Jim Bowden on MLB Network Radio that he envisions the Giants being aggressive at this year's trade deadline. Check out more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Corn dogs, Jackie. Corn dogs for all these people.
KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Always fun talking to our next guest who had, let's just say, much better seats than the last time I saw him for a game. PJ Carlesimo. PJ, what's up?
What's up, T? How are you, man?
I'm good.
They take good care of us in Denver. I'm back in the moon here, though, in Miami, so I'll be...
Are you?
Get the binoculars out.
Oh, living the good life for a couple games.
Exactly. It was we got spoiled. Marv sent me a text. I get a text. I don't look at my phone during the game, but after the game I looked, and Marv goes, he was turning the game off. He was so disgusted because every time they showed Spo on the sideline, he could see me in the background. He said it ruined his viewing of the game. So
it enhanced mine. So there you go. Just going to let you know that. So how much do we make of... Because the big adjustment, obviously, was starting Kevin Love, so Butler could guard. Not only could he guard Gordon, Butler could guard Murray. How much of it was that, and how much of it was game two, the more desperate, hungrier team won the game?
I think a little bit of that. I just think that the teams are I still like Denver more. But I think the teams are close. I think we might just have a good series here. I mean, It's funny how things go upside down with one game. I think moving Kevin in was a very good move. They got the other guys did not step up, and I'm actually anxious to. We flew in, and Mike Green and I drove down together from Fort Lauderdale and checked in. I'm anxious to watch it again to see if they really did good things. I guess Spo got very defensive in the interview when Ramona or somebody said to him,
yes,
you guys just decided to let Jokic get whatever he wanted, and Spo said, no, we didn't. That's not what happened. So I don't know the hell. I didn't pick up on anything specific. I thought it was literally the way it started, and Doris and I both said the same thing. They said he's like such an unselfish player, and yet when the team all of a sudden dries up and there's nothing happening, he takes it upon himself to go start trying to score. So I don't know whether it was like super clever Spo or just a couple of his guys didn't show up, which is what I thought it was for a while. But then, they came back after a rough start again. They came back. I thought they were in really good shape. And Miami just played a hell of a fourth quarter. I mean, they made every shot they took, but they shut in the first half. Denver was out running good. They were scoring in transition. They were doing good things. I think they had something like 16 or 18 points in the first half. They were calling it fast break points. I still don't know how the league does fast break points. That always baffles me when I look at the finals.
It's dumb. They make no sense.
It was 16 or 18 in the first half and 2 in the second half. So they did a much better job getting back. Miami's bench woke up. It was like 20-2 at halftime. And all of a sudden, Duncan Robinson got them going early in the fourth. And then Kyle Lowry comes in. He's been playing very well. Lowry came in, and Keller Martin even gave him good minutes. So they just outplayed him. It looked like it was over. I mean, the game flipped like 5 times during the game. Then it looked like they were completely in control. And then, almost got it into overtime. Denver almost got it into overtime with their run when they finally got some stops. It felt like Miami scored or got fouled and scored like 15 times in a row. It was like, have they got one stop yet this quarter? And then they finally got a couple down the stretch and made some big threes. And Jamal got a halfway decent look. I'm anxious to see it again. It was right in front of us, and I wasn't sure. You thought it was a pretty good shot? How good a shot did he get?
Yeah, not great, but a good shot. I thought. I mean, you could always go back and Monday morning quarterback that thing. Go, I wish we'd have called a timeout. I could have got a better shot than that. But if you do that, I was saying that you give Spoelstra a chance to remind his team, look, if they put the ball on the ground, you're close, foul them. So you don't give them a shot.
No,
so
agreed. And I don't know. He had in. I don't know that he had any horrible defenders in, but you just kind of like it. And I don't know who was guarding Jamal. Was it the guy he wanted? It all happened out of a miss, so you don't know. So I didn't have a problem with it. Jamal's funny, the shots he gets. Like, he's good. He'll dribble in. He does that step back, and sometimes he looks like he's off balance, but he makes the damn thing enough. Like, I'm saying, man, Jamal Murray got the shot. I don't know that it was necessarily the defender that Spo wanted on him, and it certainly had a chance. So I'm saying, like, you start inbounding the ball, who knows what the hell is going to happen. You'll have a Celtic Derek White getting the tip in at the last thing when they couldn't get the ball to who they wanted to. I mean, it ended up working out for them, but it was luck. So I didn't have a problem with it. Jamal sometimes takes those off-balance shots, but he makes the damn thing. And I'm saying, if I'm Michael Malone, that would have been the guy I wanted to take the shot, and it wasn't that bad a shot.
No, I had no problem with that shot at all. It would surprise me a little bit if Michael Malone didn't figure out a way in the first couple minutes of Game 3, try to figure out a way to get Porter Jr. going and get him some shots, because their offense doesn't look, even though they won Game 1, it didn't look great, and I think that's something that they need to get going, is kind of unlock him a little bit. Yeah, he shot the ball. I mean, the one thing, we were bragging on him, and I was not always a big fan, because I thought he was like just a sieve, and like I'm saying, man, this kid should get rebounds and block shots. Look at how big and long he is. And he's actually doing those things better. Like, he's not, first team all defense, but he's night and day compared to what he was. But I mean, he has looks. I think he's like 3 for 17 or something like that. I haven't added up to 2-game stats yet, but it's terrible. And that's the one thing. He had one big one I think it was in the fourth quarter, that I thought A, was going to bail them out, and B, maybe get him going again, but it didn't go. And, I still think as much improvement as he's made, he's still basically a young guy. And you know how, young guys are, their shot's not going. All of a sudden, they don't quite play as well on the other end of the floor as they used to, or, they don't have maybe the confidence to overcome that. Now he's got to come back. Now he's got to play well here in Miami, which will probably be a tougher situation. But yeah, I also I thought Kentavious had a tough game. Other than fouling a couple of 3-point shooters, I thought a couple times I don't know whether he was mad at who was covering him or what, but I thought he hunted shots once or twice, which I'm not used to seeing him doing. I'm saying, like, what is he doing that for? They need a bucket, and he's, like, looking to do that. So, I mean, the 2 starters came up really, really short, I thought, for them, and they've been so good offensively. I mean, I was really impressed with how they were playing offensively. So it's going to be interesting to see these 2 games. I mean, you talk about the dynamic change, and these 2 games are going to be a lot more interesting than we might have thought they were going to be.
Talking to PJ Carlissimo on the Uma guest line. What do you think of the Kevin Love start? I thought that was an interesting play. Tom was saying, the team that plays harder is going to win, but that was an interesting move.
Well, I liked it myself for exactly what Tom said. I said early in Game 1 when Aaron Gordon was lighting them up, I said, hey, this may get Kevin Love back in the mix. Yeah. I mean, they need somebody to, be more physical or guard him, or somebody that they can take off the big guy and put him on him, because it looked like Aaron Gordon was going to get like 100 points the way the game started. I thought Kevin, I mean, for a guy that was hardly playing at all in Cleveland, he really helped them. He's played well. Now, again, maybe not big dose of it, but it was a good move. I mean, he rebounded. He does as always. He gets a couple of outlet passes. And I said to Doris and Kesty at one time during the game, I said, do I have this right? I said, Kevin Love is in this game for defense. Are you kidding me? Like, what are we talking about here? But I thought it was a good move. I was actually surprised, although Caleb Martin, and again, Spo never tells you what's going on. So I don't know if Caleb Martin was still sick, and that was why he chose him. Like, I thought he might put him in and take Strus out of the lineup, but it's why I'm, hanging out with you guys, and he's coaching the damn team. But Strus makes the 4 shots and stuff. But I was surprised because Caleb Martin, damn, I was kidding Doris and Dave Pash. I thought Caleb Martin should have been the MVP of the Eastern Conference Finals. He was great, but he must have been a little sick. And then same thing, we're talking at a timeout late in the game. I said, boy, he's playing Caleb a lot. He made a big shot. He made a big shot in the fourth quarter. So evidently he's okay. I mean, they were concerned. They thought he was really sick, but then he felt better the night before the game and he played. But Kevin went from not playing. They put him in the lineup, take Caleb out way back when he first came on board, and then he had a couple of good games, and it was funny. And he's over. I guess they played it up on TV, but he's standing. We're like right at their bench, so he's standing in front of us, and he's going, "Can somebody explain to these guys what a clear path call is?" And I'm saying, "Jesus." But it was, hey, I mean, he's a vet. He and Kyle Lowry, there's something to be said for that. They're certainly not afraid of the moment, and they're, at times play better than they really are, because they just go, "Hey, I've been here before. It's not a big deal." I mean, I think it's Kevin's fifth final. He missed one when he was hurt, but I think it's the fifth time he's been in the finals, and I guess he said it was his 16th game. So, there's something to be said for that, and the move certainly worked last night. I'm going to be anxious to see when Caleb Martin is back 100% health-wise, which I'm assuming he's going to be by Wednesday. What Spo does, how much significance he attaches to Kevin being in there and being able to match him up. The other thing, and I don't know if you guys agree, Tommy, I said all through game one, they're not scoring, so he can't mess around with defenses the way he likes to. Press sometimes, sometimes go zone, sometimes go man. They took two free throws in game one. Yeah. So I didn't think Spo was able to do that much. In the second half last night, they got to the free throw line and they shot like 60% or something like that. So they were able to set their defense and change their defense. I thought in game one they weren't able to do that simply because they couldn't score, couldn't get their free throw line. So he didn't have enough chances to, not be playing. It wasn't necessarily downhill. They were still back in transition, but he couldn't play around with the defenses the way he did last night, which I thought was effective.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's a funky zone. It's like a 1-3-1 that morphs into a 2-3 somehow.
It's like when you can't explain what it is, everybody always goes, "It's an amoeba." We got to get Gerg on and have Gerg come in and talk to us and explain what the hell he was.
The old Vegas amoeba defense.
Yeah, exactly.
Love the Vegas amoeba defense.
Keeping it away from Nikola for a while. I thought they had a couple of tough calls. I don't think they decided the game, but the one charge call on him and Gabe Vincent. Gabe Vincent looks like he was doing like a soccer tackle when they jump in.
Oh, yeah.
From the side. I go, how in the hell is that an offensive foul? And then the goaltending, we didn't get a good look at it. Breen said they looked at it 2 or 3 times. He thought it was close. I watching it live, I thought it was blatant. I said, that's definitely goaltending. He thought it was close. He thought it could have gone either way. They must have replayed it, but we didn't get a good look at it. But those were 2 big calls that went against them, but they didn't win the game because of the refs. I mean, they deserved it. They played better than Denver did.
I thought it was clearly goaltending. I think if they would have been able to look at it, they would have seen it was
big call at that time.
Huge.
I'm saying, man.
Yeah, that's rough. You got it's it's almost like you should make the call so you can go review it instead of not making the call.
At least if you do that, then thank you. But you're right. But
it's like the NFL, PJ. It's like the NFL when they fumble. The good officials just let the play out because you can always go back and overturn it. Right. Yeah, but the bad ones, they could blow it dead, and they go back and look, and you're like, oh, damn, we would have got a touchdown out of that, but we don't get anything because you blew it dead already. Yeah. Like, what are we doing here?
Exactly. And again, obviously, that's a pretty good crew. I actually thought Courtney Kirkland had a good game. I thought Courtney had a good game, so it was,
It's 50-50 with him. I like him, but it's 50-50. Zarba's the best. Zarba is just flat out the best. He's really, really good.
John Gold was usually very good. He was, unfortunately, he had a couple of calls right in front of us, so I'm second. Like that block charge with Vincent and Nikola was in front of us. The goaltending was in front of us. And there was another one, I forget what it was, but it was like he blew the whistle. And not always true, but when 8 or 9 guys on the floor turn around, look at you like, what's the call? That's usually not a good sign when nobody knows what the hell the call is. Yeah. But who knows?
Let me ask you this, because it's funny. I go over all this stuff. We break it down. We talk about it. And, I mean, sometimes it's just really, really simple. Game 1, Miami didn't hit threes. Game 2, Miami did hit threes. And they become such a three-point shooting team since the playoffs have started. I was telling Copes I had to recalibrate my brain because Miami isn't what Miami was during the regular season. They're like a totally different team.
They were 27th out of 30 teams in the regular season.
It's taken me a long time.
They're number one in the playoffs.
It's crazy. So can it be that simple? I know there's a lot of things, but look, if Strus and Robinson and Vincent are going to hit 60-65% of their threes, then you're going to have a hard time winning that game, which leads me to believe that's got to be the focus for Denver, getting out on the shooters and not if they hit some twos, they hit some twos, but they cannot beat us. If I'm Malone, they can't beat us from three. We can't let those guys beat us from three. Basically, Martin, Vincent, Strus, and Robinson, I can't let those guys combined hit 12, 13 three-pointers.
No, and that's what they do. Different people, some people just want to pressure. Other people are just obsessed with taking you off the line, which is what Denver usually does a good job with. Michael Malone made a great point in the post-game one. He said, I got news for you. He said, Max Strus ain't going to go 0 for 10 again or kill him on you. He named the guys that had rough shooting nights. He said, we gave up too many open shots.
Yep.
And he was right. And they did it again last night. I mean, Miami right now has become a good it's like 8 guys are shooting significantly better than they shot in a regular season from the three-point line. But Denver's got to make some of their own too, because they're number 2 in the playoffs in three-point shooting. They got to make theirs, which they did not do last night. But I guarantee you that's got to be the first thing he's screaming about. Their three-point defense back-to-back now has been very bad. They got away with it in game one, and it cost them. It cost them last night.
Talking to PJ Carlissimo here on the UMA guest line. Just want to ask you about the situation with the Warriors and Bob Myers stepping away. What does the future hold for a coach who loses his GM and his president? I mean, obviously this is a unique situation for the Warriors and Steve Kerr. They still believe they've got time left in this championship window, but things are going to change. The landscape looks a little bit different going forward. What do you make of this? What is a coach looking at going forward?
Well, I'd say 2 things. First of all, Steve's different because he's an Arizona guy, so you got to take everything with a grain of salt when you're dealing.
Easy.
We're not dealing with Norm. That right away.
I hear you.
Difference.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
There was a lot of GMs that I worked for that I would have loved to have left before they fired me. So it would have been a plus for me. I can think of a whole bunch of guys I wish they'd left when I was working for them. But, no, I think it's a disaster, to be honest with you, because I think Bob did not a good job. I thought he did a great job. B, I thought his relationship with Steve and just, I mean, it was one of the reasons the Spurs have been so successful over the years is the relationship between R.C. Buford and Bob. And there are so many, as you guys know, I'm not going to say necessarily toxic, but not great working relationships. So, I'm kind of making fun of it, but I'm not, because I was with some guys where it's just set up. It's not like college. College, you're the king. You bring the guys in. If it's your fault, you screwed up. You're the one that recruited them, and so you're the GM and the coach. You can get caught in situations in the league where, he spent a lot of money for trading or a free agent or drafting a guy, and you're not playing him. And I mean, you just get sideways, and then the GM's worried about being closer with the owner than you are. I mean, honest to God, some of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes, makes your head hurt.
Yeah.
That stuff was not happening on a regular basis at Golden State, and I think because of Bob and his relationship with Steve and the way he handled some of the players who needed handling and the way he related with ownership, which is an interesting group also. So I think it's a disaster, frankly. Now, end of the franchise no, of course not. But I think they had a guy who wasn't good, who was great. And I'm imagining Steve is significantly less than thrilled with this development. I don't know that. I didn't talk to him about it. So I don't really have any insider intel. I know Tom knows everything about it. Maybe he's sworn to secrecy, but I think it's not
I
good.
know nothing?
No, I think it's bad for the Warriors because I thought he was exceptionally good at what he did, and I think his relationship with Steve and with the players was ideal. I'm actually surprised it happened. But again, Bob felt that it was the time or whatever, and okay, let's move on. But who are the names? Tom, you got to be at the top of the list for sure. Other than Tom Colts, who are you here for this job?
They don't have enough beer to pay me, PJ. I'm telling you.
That's a good point. That's a very good point. Yeah, I was hoping if you got the job, you'd at least move visiting radio or national radio down a little closer than where we are. So,
you know what? I would ask Steve that question about what he's. I think they're probably looking at Dunleavy, but what they're looking at. But I think he's too busy smiling at Monty Williams' new contract.
Yeah, that's probably it.
This is how dumb I was when I got the Portland job, which is my first job in the NBA. It was Paul Allen. At the time it averaged $1.5 million for 5 years. It was $7.5 million. It was like 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I thought the coaches were going to resent. I mean, the fact that they didn't like me to begin with, but I said they're going to resent like this little snot college guy has never coached a game and he's got $1.5 million. I think Riles was the only guy at the time maybe making more money.
Really?
And instead, they're like high-fiving me and hugging me.
Yeah. If this guy got it, yeah.
So I learned what economics and the pros and how important it is. And they were like, yeah, you're our hero. We love this. Monty, all the guys went to church the next day. It's unbelievable. They're sending cars. It's unbelievable. Food,
hell yeah.
Anything. It's the greatest. So, yeah, the bar's been set. It's pretty interesting now.
You throwing your name back in the hat, Peach?
Well, I tell you what, I would feel more secure. Now it is, if you win a lot of games, you get fired. It used to be the opposite.
Right,
when you
yes,
lost.
exactly. Right.
I had that down to a science. Like, I'm not worried about winning 55 and getting fired, which is what that's the rule of thumb now in the league. That one thing you don't want to do is have the best year in the team's history, or
exactly.
get to the finals or win a championship. Then you're out. You're out on the street.
Perfect.
By the way.
It's perfect.
Hey, PJ, as always, it's great catching up with you. Enjoy South Beach. Safe travels, and maybe we'll talk to you as the series winds down.
I appreciate it. Thanks, T. See you, Coach.
See you, man.
Thanks, PJ. Appreciate it, man. Always fun talking to you.
Dude, I love it. Love having him on,
Yeah, it's
man.
funny because, there's no jealousy. Everybody's happy. They're like, yeah,
Exactly.
baby.
Yeah.
Good to go. Well
and he's
done.
right. When he gets the job as a rookie head coach in the league or whatever, everybody else is going, dude, if that rookie's getting 1.5, I cannot wait to see what happens when I'm a free agent. But we joked about that, about Doc Rivers getting the axe. It was like 3 great years in Philadelphia. We see Nick Nurse gets fired. You get
Budenholzer,
Monty Williams, get your ass out of here. Wait, first place, get out. No way. I don't think so. You got to win an NBA title, dude. So with Peach going, I was never a risk of winning 55. That was never a problem for me. That was never going to happen. Switch gears a little bit here. Giants off today, but things getting a little bit funky. They've hit a little bit of a roadblock, the Giants have. This weekend losing 2 of 3. As Tom said, Halloween resides in Baltimore this year. No Halloween for us Giants fans after you lose 2 of 3 to the O's. They've been slipping a little bit lately. Now have Alex Wood on the injured list. Kyle Harrison pitching better and better and better. Is it time for the Giants to start considering maybe bringing Harrison up for a start? They're missing that 5th starter. We'll talk about that a little bit next. And the Giants weekend of ball. And Luis Matos could be banging on the door soon as well. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Mayoko reports that Brock Purdy should be cleared to resume football activities near August 21st. That's 21 days before the start of the regular season. That story and more is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Bases loaded, 2 down. A 3-ball, no strike count. Here's the pitch. It is ball 4. He missed well low. Oh, those pitches just weren't close. So Rutschman comes in to score. Hayes goes to third, Hicks to second. Mountcastle gets the run batted in on the bases loaded walk. It's 3-0 Orioles, and now the count is full. Got to be a strike here. 3-2 is lined into right center field. That's going to be a hit, and it's probably going to score 3. Hayes is in, Hicks right behind him. He'll score, and now late breaking for the plate from third. Mountcastle, he'll come in to score. The throw from Slater got away from Wisely. So 3 runs do come in. 6-0 Orioles.
No! Tough deal. Giants end up losing the game 8-3. And by the way, I know that not a fun game yesterday. Ugly game. Good crowd out there, by the way, out in the sun enjoying some black and orange baseball against some black and orange baseball. Did you see Blake Sable's home run yesterday?
I did not.
Dude, Triples Alley tank shot. Like an absolute, like on its way up still when it goes over the center fielder and right fielder's head. So if you can find that home run, give yourself
I can find it.
That. Make sure you find that because the game was ugly, and so I just had it on in the background kind of session. I'd been up to the Union Street Fair, and we're just kind of hanging out. And Sunday afternoon, you get the sun beaming in. I was kind of dozing on the couch, and then I see Sable hit this tank. He was kind of he was battling in the at bat. I want to say he was down in the count as well. Anyway, that was sort of the lone silver lining is that some of the young guys continue to swing the bats well. The issue,
what inning was it?
I want to say could have been the 7th or the 8th. Might have been the 7th.
I got all the I usually keep the games for about a week before I delete them. So
bottom 6 is where it was. A little bit earlier than that. Bottom of the 6 was the
bottom 6
was the Sable home run.
Nice shirt by Kruk.
Kruk had a sweet shirt on yesterday.
Yeah, a little print.
There was a funny moment at one point on one of the pregame. Was it the pregame or the postgame when that happened with Carlos Ramirez talking to Kruk and Kipe, and he shot him a question about which Oriole you would have liked to have been a Giant at some point or something, and I think Kipe just didn't even answer the question, and Kruk named some guy who wasn't ever an Oriole. He did. Can't remember who it was, but such a funny interaction. We might have the sound for it or something, but we'll get it to you later. We were talking at the end of May. We're like, hey man, Giants have corrected a lot of the issues they were having. You kept saying what's the most sustainable? What's the most likely to be one that is a long-term correction? And one that I had not really anticipated because it wasn't an issue at the beginning of the year was the starting pitching. Your eyes, I just saw wide open. Did you see the home run?
He smashed that thing.
I just saw Tom's eyes on the video stream go, oh. That was kind of my reaction too. I was like, is that thing still going?
Yeah,
he's got some power to say.
My God. Yeah, that was like that. The majestic is a good word for that home run.
Kind of makes me wonder. It makes me wonder at some point if they'd be better off with Sable at first and Lamont in the outfield.
So that's pretty much a highlight for the game, right?
That was the Giants' highlight for the day. Really, that was all you got. You got it in and out. You don't need to run through that thing. I got you, Tom. Everything you need was in that Sable home run. You heard all the Oriole highlights coming in and all the walks and the gifted batters. Desclafani, man, he's kind of reverted. He was like one of the best pitchers in baseball for the first month, and now it doesn't feel like they've got that big three. Alex Woodland's on the injured list. Sean Manaea's had some spurts, but now you head into Colorado where I don't know where they're going with the rotation. It's Alex Cobb and Logan Webb you feel really, really good about whenever both guys are on the hill. Feels like you've got a legit 1-2 punch. I don't know. I mean, we start talking, and we'll get into some of the deadline stuff that was mentioned about Farhan on the other side here, but it's, if you're missing two guys who you anticipated were going to be lefty starting pitchers between Stripling, Wood, and Manaea, they got to figure something out there for the back end of this bullpen. Or the back end of this rotation, I should say.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you mentioned Harrison. I don't know if that's something that it sounded like last time we talked to Farhan, he was mentioning 4 and 60, which is 4 innings, 60 pitches, that he wanted to get him to 575 and then 690. So I can't imagine that's taking place by now. So that's probably at least another month away.
Yeah,
you would think
he's still going just 4 innings. So in his last start, he did just go 4 again. Now he is in his last. He's been fantastic though. Like in his last 3 starts, 11 and a third. I got his numbers for you right here.
Yeah.
In his last,
I guess it doesn't mean you have to do all of that before you can come up. I mean, you could do 575 in the big leagues if they need you.
I mean, that's the thing is they're already using openers for those guys anyway. So if you're using an opener for shot, like right now, the rotation for this week is set up to be Brebbia tomorrow, which means it's an opener, right? So you're probably going to go Brebbia and then Manaea, somebody like that, right? Then you're going to go Webb. They're going to go on Wednesday. Thursday, they may move Cobb up to pitch on Thursday, but if they don't move him up, then you're probably going bullpen day in Colorado or a spot starter or an opener, and then hopefully getting a chunk out of a guy like Sean Jelly or something like that. So this is just the part of the season or the part of the, we're going to get into the summertime here. Arms start to get miles on them, and this is where you're going to need some help from a guy like Kyle Harrison, which is probably why, to your point, they continue to just have him go 4 and 60 is what they've been saying. So in his last outing, in his last 3 starts, he went 4 innings, 3 2/3, 3 2/3.
Okay.
Does that help you more than what you're getting right now out of Sean Manaea or out of Ross Stripling? So that's kind of where I'm at is if he doesn't help you with a bigger chunk of innings is it worth bringing him up to have him throw 3 1/3 behind an opener? Because I'm with you. Like he doesn't have to have all that completed, but if he's just giving you what you're already getting at this level, then what's the use?
That's true.
That's kind of where I'm at. So I think they've got to go all in on somebody soon. You know what I mean? I think you got to start being like, all right, when Stripling comes back or when Manaea's ready to go, he's throwing the ball okay in his last few outings, just not throwing enough strikes. But that's been Harrison's issue too. Last 3 starts, 60% strikes he's thrown. And he's gone 4, 3 2/3, 3 2/3. His total innings pitched have been 11 and change, but he's been pretty good. 19 strikeouts in the 11-plus innings pitched. So he's thrown well. It's just that I don't know that there's a glaring hole right now that they need filled, is what I'm pointing to. There's guys where you need more out of them, but I don't know if there's anything you can point to and say, boy, that guy, you got to move on from him and get somebody else up here.
Yeah. Well, hey, the one thing I will say is they are not as deep in the starting rotation as I thought they would be because I didn't know that they were going to do the Brebbia starter thing as a normal 5th starter.
We thought they had 8 starters.
Yeah, well, at some point, either Manaea or Stripling will be pitching in that 5th spot. Well, I'm not. That doesn't really get my juices flowing. Brebbia starting in the 5th spot, like it just.
For one, he's giving you one inning every time out.
You got 8 pitchers. You should be able to have one that can give you 4 or 5 innings, or you just start one of them and then bring the other one in. So that one to me doesn't. I don't know. Whatever.
Jelly, Manaea, Junis, Stripling, Wood.
Yeah.
One of those guys has got to be a 4. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can't get one of those guys. Got to give you 5 innings out.
Exactly. Give me 4. Give me 5. Put 2 of them together. Not let's start Brebbia and then just start building blocks, putting blocks on top of one another.
Exactly.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just kind of I thought they would have Webb, He's been a stud, no doubt about it. Cobb's been a stud. Wood's hurt. Wood's kind of...
He's been okay at times. He's been fine,
yeah, I think DeSclafani's about... And this isn't exact. I was just kind of adding it up on the fly. I think it's like 33 innings, last 33 innings, 22 earned runs, something like that. But it's an ERA of over 5.
My God.
So you're right. It's been a while.
Good. Yeah.
It hasn't been like 3. It's been like 5-6 starts where he's scuffled a little bit. So, okay, so he's, that's okay. You get a 4th or 5th starter. The other, I thought you'd have 3. Like 3 guys at the top. You figured Webb, Cobb would be 2 of them, and then somebody'd be the other one. DeSclafani he's not. Who knows if he'll get back rolling again. Wood... he's always kind of a 5-inning guy max anyway. And then you got Brebbia. Like, it's like, what? Brebbia? Like, I thought there was like tons of starters here. No, not really. They got like 4, and then we're just going to like throw it all together because Stripling's not great. And Manaea has looked great, but he throws a lot of pitches, so we don't want him starting the game, and we're going to have to bring in somebody anyway. It's just not like it looked. If you just look at it at a glance, it's like, hey, deep staff. Nice staff you got going there.
Yeah.
And then you see how they're using it, and actually what the guys are able to do, you're like, not really that deep. Not as deep as I thought it was going to be.
Well, there's a lot of pitchers that are out there that are available too, like veteran-type starters that are out there. Like, this could be a trade deadline season where it's a lot of the sort of like Marcus Stroman's entering the final year of I think he's got an opt-out after this year with the Cubs. Drew Smiley's in the final year. Kyle Hendricks is a guy who's out there. There's a lot of like 3 and 4 and 5 veteran guys. What's his name? Eduardo... what's the lefty with the Rodriguez, the former Red Sox?
Oh yeah, for the Tigers.
He's with the Tigers. They're not pitching well and they're not playing well at all, and they're kind of in a rebuild. They're looking for prospects, and you've got a president over there who's familiar with this organization as well. So I think if the Giants are to be aggressive, and that was the report yesterday, was that Jim Bowden tweeted out that Farhan was on MLB Network Radio and said that the Giants plan to be aggressive this trade deadline season to get them into the playoffs. The only issue is, I look at this team. I was talking to Marty about this yesterday on the pregame show. They look like they've got 30 guys for 26 spots. Where is it that they need help? Is there an outfielder that you'd go get?
Yeah.
Is it purely starting pitching? And what are you willing to part ways with? And can you do it before you've taken inventory on what you have in your minor league cupboard? We'll talk about that because Luis Matos continues to look like he is a big league player. Over his last 6 games, dude's hitting over 516 for his last 30. Unbelievable what he's doing in 17 games in the minor leagues. Got an OPS of up near 1,000. We'll tell you about what he's doing.
Holy crap.
And where could the Giants be aggressive come trade deadline time? We'll tell you about what Farhan said yesterday. It's Tolbert and Copes. We are going to catch up, by the way, with Bob Brenly, former San Francisco Giant, current broadcaster for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and played for the Hum Baby, who passed away yesterday at the age of 93. That's coming up at 3:50. But first, a look at what's going on in the Giants system and where they could go at deadline time on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
As we get to the All-Star break in the last couple weeks of July, I think we're still very focused on improving internally. A key area is defense. I mean, I think we feel like if we played the kind of defense that we were capable of, we'd be right in the middle of the playoff picture and not on the outside looking in. So I think primarily right now our focus is still on executing better and playing at a higher level. And, the trade deadline is still weeks away. There's a lot of baseball to be played between now and then. So that really honestly has been a focus of ours.
Voice of Giants president of baseball operations, Farhan Zaidi. That was last year, come trade deadline time, talking about being aggressive. I don't know that the Giants are in the same position they were in 2021 where they would give up some prospects to go get a guy like Chris Bryant to make a run. That seemed, as Tom said before, more like a lightning in a bottle season just because you didn't have as many pieces that looked like they were seeded pieces that were going to be here for 6, 7, 8, 9 years or could be a part of a core going forward. When you have a team like this team, this is a different type of potential for a postseason run because it's not with an aging Posey, an aging Crawford, an aging Bells, and a core of guys who may have been from the last run. You'd be doing it with a bunch of young guys here and some free agent pieces that you brought in who maybe you'd say like a Conforto, if he's healthy, maybe you bring him back. Obviously, Haniger will be here for a couple of more years. But I think going in on a team like this and being aggressive would mean something different than it meant in 2021. So the question is where they would need help. And a lot of the questions you'd have now about being aggressive will not be the same questions or needs they have come end of July. Because these things in baseball especially have ways of working themselves out. Will Brett Wisely be playing daily for the Giants? Maybe not. Not if Tyro's healthy. Not if Schmidt's healthy. Not if your outfield is playing well and healthy. If Austin Slater's here, you maybe don't need the right-handed bat. The question I have is, if you're going to go out and look for help, do you want to see what you have in your inventory already before you start to say, maybe we need to give something up to go add another right-handed outfield bat would be an example. So like Luis Matos right now in AAA was moved up there from AA May 17th. In 17 games in AAA, Luis Matos is hitting .397, 31 for 78. That's not a small sample size.
No.
78 plate at bats, 31 for 78. He's got a .985 OPS, 5 doubles, 2 triples, a homer, 10 ribs. He's got 5 walks to 6 strikeouts. I mean, again,
that's old school.
This is what he was doing in single A before this and double A before this. So this is on par for what he's been doing all season, right? And he's playing a plus Gold Glove caliber like center field. This guy's another dude who can go out and win you some Gold Gloves or has that availability or that tool in his bag. In his last 6 games over the last week, ready, 16 for 31, hitting .533 with a 1248 OPS. He's had 4 of his last 5 games gone for 3+ hits or 3 hits or more. So they've got a player here that is clearly, one, he's already on the 40-man. They've protected him on the 40-man. He's like 23 years old. He could end up being, of these 3 players that have come up already, or 2 players in Bailey and Schmidt, he may project as the best of the 3 players for what he can do 5 tool-wise. Now, do they have a spot for him? Do they have a need for him? Some guys force their way into lineups, and if he continues to hit the way he's hitting, playing center field the way he's playing center field, this may be that kind of player we've been waiting for to come out and roam center field at Oracle Park. Then you've got some versatility with Conforto and Haniger and Yaz, and it feels to me like Slater would be the one that would maybe have to give a little bit. But we'll see. I don't think this is pressing right now, but if you get to a spot where you get the availability to put him in there, if he's already on the 40-man, I don't know why you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see him, just reading about him and what he's been doing and his speed and his bat-to-ball skills. Who would you – oh, real quick, as an aside, something else I always let kind of slide, but and I never – because Farhan said we haven't been playing the defense we're capable of. And I always wondered, like, what do you mean by capable of? Like, I'm capable of hitting a 5-iron 240 yards and putting it on the green. How often? Not very. But I'm capable of it.
Yeah.
Like to me is like capable, like instead of capable, is it expected? Like, are they much worse than you could expect them to be? Because again, capable, all these guys are capable of making certain plays, but Brandon Crawford's capable of making the same play that another shortstop is, except he's expected to make it way more often than not because, well, he's a great shortstop and maybe the other guy isn't. So I don't know how good they expected this team to be defensively. It hasn't been great. It's been better, I thought. Again, I haven't really watched it as closely the last 3-4 games. I watched the games, but I wasn't like grinding them except for yesterday. But I think, you put Matos, you put Schmidt and Bailey in there, boom, you're better defensively. They already are better defensively. But the question I was going to ask you is, who are the three guys, maybe more, maybe less, that you want to be on this team in 3 years that aren't pitchers or aren't rookies? So who are the vets you're like, those are the guys that we want, I want on this team in 3 years?
Not pitchers and not rookies, meaning you can't
rookies,
you can't
no
go
pitchers.
Schmidt and Bailey because that's obvious. Okay,
nope.
I'll give you I think you asked me this question at the start of this year, and I'll give you the guy I gave you then, and that was Tyro. That's the number one. So Tyro's an obvious one for me. With the way he's played this year, and again, I think you have more versatility with him because you can go infield, outfield, and it can DH for you. Lamont Wade Jr. is a guy who I'd be pretty confident in 3 years being at the top of the lineup.
Okay.
But I think he's got the third best OBP in baseball right now.
Okay.
dude is wild. He's at like 270 or something. So he's playing well. Let's see. So up and down the lineup, like 3 years. Yaz is aging at that point. I don't know. Haniger, he'll be at the end of that deal. Don't feel great about that. Wilmer, he'd be an aging vet too. There's not many of them.
Conforto?
Yeah, I'd be okay if Conforto was here. If he continues to be the player that we've seen, again, the heel injury is that's a baseball injury. That's going to happen over the course of 6 months. He'd probably be the third. I'd be okay if he wasn't, but he'd probably be the third if he's playing
JD
the way
Davis?
he is. Yeah, he's the one I forgot. I'll put JD above Conforto. Those are my three. I'll go Wade, Tyro, and JD Davis as my three.
So here's the thing about JD Davis, that do you want Schmidt to play third? Because that's where JD Davis plays. Now, is Schmidt a third baseman or is he a shortstop?
He may be your shortstop sooner than, it probably depends on what happens. And here's the thing. If you have JD when Crawford, let's say this is it for Crawford. I wouldn't be shocked if Crawford came back on another short deal after this year because I don't know if he feels like he's done. And I don't want to bring myself to Brendan Crawford being in another uniform yet. But if he wanted to come back and the Giants felt like that was a good piece for them to have and a good vet to have and he would accept whatever role it was going forward, I don't know. My point is, if Crawford came back and you put Schmidt at shortstop to start and you put J.D. Davis at third to be your starting third baseman, I don't think you're at a terrible loss defensively there, especially if Davis continues to play the way he has. And then maybe VR is a bench player for you, but he's got to hit better. He's got to start putting it together a little bit better. But I'm not bummed about that infield. An infield of Wade, Schmidt, Tyro, and J.D. Davis going into next year potentially.
How much would it hurt you if this was Crawford's last year and he played with the Dodgers next year?
It would hurt me. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that I can't even pretend to be upset about it because I can't fathom that Brandon Crawford would be like,
it's not going to be a
that's
thing.
my only offer.
I'm just wondering.
Okay, I'll do it. I didn't. No way.
No, they're not going to. They wouldn't happen.
I think he'd do the Jackie Robinson thing, hang it up instead of putting on the Giants.
Yeah, Robinson just said, screw it. I ain't playing for the Giants.
I'm not putting on that uni. You kidding me?
What kind of leads me into because I don't know who is the Giant who turned Dodger that upset most people. Butler, maybe? I'm not sure.
Because he ran his mouth, too. Remember he said, I felt like God always wanted me in Dodger blue, and I was like, Jesus Christ. Didn't you bring in the big fella into it? Come on.
What uniform hurt you the most as a fan seeing a local team guy go somewhere else?
I know mine. I can tell you mine.
Was it Montana and the Chiefs? I mean, it could be, but I mean, Chiefs is kind of like, they're AFC. It's the Chiefs. I don't know. Ronnie Lott in a Raider uniform, Jerry Rice in a Raider uniform. That one was kind of, you had to swallow hard.
How about Ronnie in a Jet uni? How about that one?
Yeah, but the Jets, who cared about the Jets, right?
He's out there in gangrene, and you're like, what's going on?
Yeah, I was like, whatever, it's the Jets. Who cares
like Bumgarner on the D-backs. I'm like, it's kind of hard. It doesn't really hurt.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't sting me, you know?
Yeah, it's like Mully going to the Pacers. Like, that's the Pacers,
Come on.
whatever. They're actually good.
They love their hoops out there. Yeah, let them play with Reggie.
It makes sense, right? He's playing with Bird, and that kind of makes
Reggie,
sense.
yeah, he's got it going on. Yeah,
Mully and Bird kind of makes sense. But, yeah, I haven't really thought of that. Like, who... Because it has to be someone who was with your team for a long period of time.
Rice in a Raider uniform was super weird to me. As a kid,
bizarre.
that was really weird. I was like, what is this?
Yeah.
Jeff Kent putting on the Dodger uni was weird, but that was also
Jeff
after he went to
Kent.
the Astros.
Correct.
So the Astro couple-year buffer changed it. But I didn't like Jeff Kent running his mouth saying I never felt white in those cream-colored unis or whatever the hell he said. I was like, really? You felt right claiming that MVP in 2000, bro. You weren't bitching then. How about Tom Tolbert putting on a Clips uni?
That had to hurt many people.
That probably hurt a lot of
destroyed him.
A lot of Laker fans back home.
Absolutely destroyed him.
Brian Wilson in the Giants uniform is what a lot of people have said, and I'm with
Brian
you.
Wilson
in
in
the Dodger uni. I mean, yeah.
Okay, did he go straight from here to the Dodgers?
I think he did.
He did.
I think he went Giants to Dodgers. Yeah, and then he was running his mouth. Remember, he started like barking at Larry. He's like, "Where's my ring?"
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Yeah, in hindsight, it's kind of a it's kind of sort of a comedic thing now that we've settled it all. But yeah, that did crack me up. Oh man, Jay Rich in a Bobcats uni hurts me. Says Rockin' Era, New Era '84.
That's hilarious.
That's pretty good. Yeah, and then John says, "Hey, at least Brian Wilson went as a knuckleballer." No, I think he was still throwing overhand then, but then he tried to reinvent himself as a knuckleballer.
He did. Yep.
Yeah, you can keep checking in. 808 KNBR, the
That's
local
when he went
athlete.
hobo mode.
Yeah,
Remember
hobo
went
mode.
to the hobo mode? It's just like a dirty Brent Burns beard and the dreads kind of, and the macrame beanies.
He legitimately was carrying around root vegetables like in a sack. Like,
Yes,
he came to Oracle Park. I saw him in the press box, and he was like holding. He had like bag. He had like a carrot, had a root on it. I was like, bro, what do you? I was like, they're serving food. He was like, no, I brought my own, bro. I brought my own food.
I mean, that's taking the bit a little bit too far.
Brought my own root vegetables. You're good.
Your root vegetable bit.
Wash your beard, Brian. All right, on the other side, we're going to catch up with Bob Brenly. The hum baby, Roger Craig, passed away yesterday at the age of 93. Helped define a generation of San Francisco Giants baseball. Maybe helped change the game. We'll talk to one of his former catchers, Bob Brenly, about the hum baby himself. He joins us on the other side. It's Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Will Clark and Mike Krukow joined Murph and Mac this morning to react to the passing of former Giants manager Roger Craig. Those podcasts are trending on the all-new KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz hanging out on the line. Steve, people always have questions, and maybe they don't have the answers. That's why they come to you for things like the ERC. Tell the people about the ERC today.
ERC is where the federal government is rewarding employers by paying them up to $26,000 for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You say, terrific, how do I qualify? There's two ways. There's the easy way, a certain drop in gross revenue. But it's been my experience that so many CPAs, so many firms have told clients if your gross revenue didn't drop by a certain amount, that's it, no ERC for you. Wrong. The law says there's another way, and the law says either or. The other way is far more complex. It involves analysis. We're willing to do that analysis for you. Multiple members of the firm, multiple licensed professionals will review your case, and if we all agree you qualify, we can get you just as much money as the other method when your gross revenue did drop. So if you've been told you don't qualify for ERC because your gross revenue didn't go down enough, contact us for that vital second opinion.
Thanks so much, Steve. Let Steve take care of it for you. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
Follow KNBR on Facebook. Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Monday afternoon. Yesterday, the passing of a Giants legend, the hum baby Roger Craig. We lost him at the age of 93, and we've been celebrating him and talking about him all afternoon and morning long on KNBR. If you missed any of it, Will Clark, of course, and Mike Krukow stopped by the morning show. That's all available on KNBR.com and the app. And we are going to catch up with former Giants catcher, Arizona Diamondbacks manager, and a broadcaster out in Arizona with the D-backs. Bob Brentley joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's going on, Bob? How are you, man?
I'm doing well. It's a sad time for all of us that knew Roger, but he didn't get cheated. He led a great life.
Yeah, man. I mean, 93 years old. It's cool for me as a kid born in the 80s to be able to have gone to so many Giants celebrations. And I was at opening day in 2008 for the Dodgers, and they celebrated Roger Craig. He got to walk out on the field in his Dodger uni there. It's cool for me that we've gotten so many legends and Hall of Famers tied to this organization that have lived for so long. But what does it mean for somebody my age or for somebody younger than me? What did it mean for this organization? What did it mean for you as a player to have him as a manager and the impact he had on Giants baseball?
Well, just to back up a little bit, Adam, he was a good player. I mean, he got stuck on some really bad Mets teams, and I think he won 10 of their 40 games one season. He started, 33 games and pitched in relief another 15, and he was a lot better pitcher than people gave him credit for, and he brought all that knowledge into that manager seat, and obviously pitching was his forte, but more than anything else, having a positive attitude, learning quickly from mistakes and moving on from mistakes. And, for me personally as a catcher, he really prided himself on shutting down the running game. And it led to a few brawls with the Cardinals over the years and Whitey Herzog and his Jackrabbits over there. But, being a catcher, I learned so much about the game and the running game and the pitching game that I had no idea about. I mean, I was really young and dumb at that time, and Roger came in there and it really taught me that you need to be smart to be successful at the big league level.
Give us an example of that, Bob. Like, what is something you didn't consider that after he got done talking to you, or maybe his tutelage, you looked at it a little bit differently, or you were more observant about certain things to help you shut down a running game?
Well, a perfect example. Roger had a very complex set of signs to his catcher. He could call individual pitches. He could call throws to first. He could call pitch outs. He could call step offs. all from the same set of signs that were around his face. And at one game, I was behind the plate, and the ball was fouled off. And, like some guys will do, I turned to watch the flight of the foul ball up into the stands. And when I came off the field at the end of the inning, he aired my ass out. Hey, listen, what are you looking up there for? Nobody up there is going to help you. I'm trying to give you a sign before the other team looks over here so that when the pitch is thrown, I won't give any sign, and they'll think we're not doing anything. Just little things. Focus. Pay attention to the game. There's nothing up there in the seats with a foul ball that's going to help you be any better as a player. But if you pay attention to your teammates and your bench and your managers and your coaches, you can see so many things about the game that I never noticed before I played for Roger Craig.
Wow, that I would have never considered. That's awesome, because I would have never ever considered something like that, because everybody always watches the ball that goes into the stands.
Oh, sure. You want to see a kid catch it, or a big fat guy reach up there and catch it in his beer cup or something, but
not Roger.
Not our job.
Not the hum baby.
Not our job.
He's
got a pitch out to call or something. You know what I mean?
So here's one thing. I'm curious to see if I had a good read on this, because I didn't know Roger all that great. I was here when you guys were playing over there for a little bit of that era. You guys always played tough. I would say tough, gamers, smart, not going to back down. I don't know if that was his personality, if he gave it to the team, but that's certainly the impression I got when I was watching kind of that era of the Giants.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Roger was a tough guy. He was a cowboy. He spent most of his life on the back of a horse, and he expected us to be tough and play hurt if necessary and do whatever it took to win a ball game. Put a catcher at third base. He did all kinds of crazy things. And, we kind of responded to that. We had that kind of a team that, hey, if you challenge us to do something and you're going to lead us into this fight, we're right there with you. And we were. I mean, I joked a little bit about brawling with the Cardinals, but I had to separate Roger and Whitey Herzog at home plate one day. They were going to go at it right there at home plate. So, when your manager sticks up for you like that, you can't help but go out and play hard for him.
Yeah. I gotta ask you real quick. I don't know if you have talked to him recently, but how'd that catcher like playing third base?
Well, at least I was in the lineup. That was the most important thing for me. Just find a way to get in there, And Chris Brown came down with some kind of an injury right before game time. I was sitting on the bench with my catcher's gear on, and Bob Lillis, another great baseball mind that we had at that time, came over and said, "Hey, you're going to have to play third today." And fine by me. I'd played a lot of third base. Didn't really bug me. But that particular day, every Brave in the lineup hit the ball down there. And I had some issues catching the ball and throwing the ball.
All's well that ends well, Bob.
Did you watch that one land in the stands, though? Because we watched that one land in the stands. I think we could watch that one.
Yeah, I think that's out there somewhere on YouTube or something. Yeah, but and I think that was a perfect Roger Craig example. It would have been very easy to take me out of the game after 4 errors and go lick my wounds and come back tomorrow and try to do better. But I think Roger realized we can do something with this. We can make this a lesson, for our team that hey, when things go bad, there's always a redeemer. Kruk likes to talk about redeemers in the game of baseball, and sure enough, the baseball god shined on me that day, and I had a chance to redeem myself in the ninth, and the storybook ending. But I give a lot of the credit to Roger. It would have been easy to bury me on that bench.
Talking to Bob Brentley on the UMA guest lines. We've heard Kruk for years tell the stories about the implementation of the split finger fastball and coming in and teaching the staff. And we always hear it from a pitcher standpoint. Tell us about how that goes down, how a guy shows up. We were talking about Roger being a great pitching coach with the Detroit Tigers and how Jack Morris rode that split finger to a Hall of Fame career, man. I mean, how does that work for you guys? He shows up and he's like, hey, we're throwing this now, and you better get on your knees and block this thing, Brentley, because we're throwing a bunch of them. Tell us about how that worked out.
Well, I don't think there was too much concern for the catchers blocking the ball. They just wanted to make sure the hitters didn't hit it.
Exactly.
They hoped we would catch some of them and block them. But it was the way Roger went about teaching that pitch. He didn't come in and say, okay, everybody has to throw a split finger. The guys that had the big hands, the guys that had the proper kind of a delivery and a release point, he would kind of introduce it to him a little bit at a time. Okay, now just split your fingers a little bit more, now a little bit more, and each day you'd split your fingers a little bit farther until eventually you saw the movement on the ball that you were looking for. And at that point, you had a very usable off-speed pitch, and it was amazing how many guys' careers were either extended or went from good to great, and because of that split-fingered fastball, it was amazing. That for a catcher, it wasn't a trip to the beach when Scott Garrelts would unleash a 93-mile-an-hour splitter in the dirt. Let me tell you that.
I bet those were tough to get behind. How quickly?
Oh, man.
How quickly? Because you're talking like, I like the idea of a little bit wider, a little bit wider, a little bit wider. How quickly from learning to game implementation would that pitch go?
Well, obviously it varied from pitcher to pitcher and how quickly they adapted to it. Some guys never really felt totally comfortable with it. It was a very quick process. It was just a matter of each day when you'd go out to play catch, just a little bit, millimeters. Separate your fingers a little bit more and a little bit more and a little bit more. And, eventually it became an extremely usable pitch for a lot of guys.
Very cool.
So we're wondering, Bob, what the pitch du jour was back in the 80s, because now it's a sweeper. Like, they're just, making up stuff now. They're coming up with names for pitches that already exist.
It was a slurve.
Let's call it
a sweeper.
Slurve,
Yeah.
sweeper. Let's somebody wants to be important, so they're like, hey, let's call it this. But I was telling Copes, I don't really remember. There was a split back then. There was a knuckle curve. Bert Hooten had that. There was a screwball.
Mm-hmm.
Fernando had that one. Not a lot of screwballs, but was there any other pitches back then that they either named differently or was kind of a pitch that everybody threw for 5-10 years?
The scuff ball.
Mike Scuff?
Yeah, the scuff ball.
Mike Scott and many others. Back you used to keep a ball in play for 2 or 3 or 4 innings at a time. It would be banged around the infield and hit off the outfield fence, and it stayed in play. And occasionally, you'd get a big scuff on the ball, and the pitcher would realize, oh, geez, this is like a wiffle ball. Yep. So then guys started intentionally scuffing the ball, and that was a tough time for hitters at that particular period.
I tell one of my favorite highlights is watching the I forget what All-Star game it was, Bob. Must have been late 70s, early 80s. Johnny Bench was catching, and I forget who was on the mound, but anyway, he threw a pass ball to the backstop. Johnny Bench gets out of his crouch, goes and picks up the ball, turns around, jogs it to the home plate, and throws it back out to the catcher or to the pitcher. And I was laughing so hard because now, if the ball gets a little nick on it, then they just throw it out of play. And here's a Hall of Fame catcher Johnny Bench running back to the backstop to get the ball and pick it up. It was like he was at a sandlot somewhere.
I can even top that, guys. I got a picture of the World Series when the Red Sox played the Reds. And Johnny Bench was catching. Luis Tiant was hitting for the Red Sox and struck out to end the inning. And Johnny Bench flipped him the ball. He was going to go back out to the mound to pitch the next half inning. And Tiant had on batting gloves with pine tar on them. And I thought to myself, man, has the game changed?
Oh, boy. Oh, it's crazy. I don't know how you see it. I mean, I look at basketball. Look, all sports have changed, and a lot of it's for the better. But, boy, I do miss – I told Steve Kerr, I go, when you retire, give me one Tommy Lasorda rant before you go. Just air somebody out and – curse. And I was showing my son who, he's 27, so he didn't see any of this stuff, or Haller and Weaver going at it. Like, that would never happen today, ever. I mean, it was not only obscene, Haller basically told Weaver, what are you famous for, screwing up World Series? You would never say that to a manager. I mean, Lee Elia, there's part of me, Bob, that misses the way it used to be.
Yeah, well, you can get in a lot of trouble nowadays doing stuff like that.
Oh, no doubt about that.
Obviously, it's not what Major League Baseball wants right now. So
not what any sport wants.
On YouTube, yeah, really. Hey, one more point on Roger Craig. I know we're rambling on here, but to tell you how much respect I had for this guy, and I don't even know how old he was at the time. I would have to look it up. But when I got the manager's job here in Arizona, I sat down with Joe Garagiola Jr., our general manager, and we started to put together a coaching staff. And the first name that came to my mind was Roger Craig. I said, listen, I know he's probably a little too old to bring on as a pitching coach, but please, can we bring him into spring training and have him talk to our guys? Not only a couple guys I thought would benefit from the split finger, but just that hum baby positive attitude. Everything's good and we're working forward and things are going to get better. And I wanted that kind of emotion and that kind of experience around the ball club, because quite honestly, I didn't know what the hell I was doing first year as a manager, and I knew Roger knew every nuance of the game as a pitcher and as a manager. So I wanted him around, and Joe Garagiola was 100% on board with it, and our entire coaching staff really, really benefited from having him down there in Tucson with us in 2001.
So he was only 71 years old then?
No, he was just a pup. I probably should have hired him as a pitching coach.
It's funny though, because I remember even as a kid seeing photos of him managing the Giants way back when. You look at photos of guys, and usually it's baseball guys too, back in like the 70s and the 80s, and they kind of just look the same for like 20 years. You know what I mean? They kind of they got the bald head or the white hair, but Roger Craig kind of looked the same for the entirety of my life. I felt like he was just kind of the same dude out there.
Well, I'll always remember him the same way, that's for sure.
That's fantastic. It's a great insight and a cool element that he came and helped out with in spring with the 0-1 Diamondbacks. Bob, it's great catching up with you, man. D-backs are playing good ball, huh?
Yeah, they're doing good. A lot of young kids, a couple of Rookie of the Year potential candidates.
Corbin Carroll's is a blast to watch.
Oh, he's a stud, man. He's going to be an outstanding player because he's really smart. Roger Craig would have loved him.
You know, one thing, I'm wondering if you're noticing this around baseball, Bob. The one thing I noticed about the Diamondbacks last year was their athleticism, and baseball seems to be getting more athletic, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely. I mean, taking away the shift, whether you agree with that or not, it forces guys to be more athletic at their position to cover the ground that last year and years before were covered by another defender. Well, so now the guys that do have athleticism, it's going to show up big time. And I'm sure you guys have watched a lot of baseball. You've seen a lot of highlights. It's been fun to watch this year. Watch these guys, do what they do. Show me what you can do. And boy, they're getting after it.
It's been a lot of fun athleticism and talent out there. Bob, thanks so much again, man. We'll catch up with you when the Diamondbacks and the Giants go head-to-head again.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Bob. Great stuff from Bob Brenly, former hum baby himself and former manager of the Arizona Diamondbacks. I always forget that they won the World Series his first year that he took the gig down there.
Yep.
By the way, pretty good gig for Roger Craig, rolling down, and he's like, what do I need to tell Kurt Schilling and Randy Johnson what to do?
Yeah, exactly.
How about you guys go win 20 apiece and strike out 300 each, and then we'll call it a year. And that's exactly what they did en route to a World Series. All right, if you missed any of that, great hit with Bob Brenly. It's all up on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. If you thought that we were into the American Gladiators 30 for 30 last year, wait till we tell you what debuts on ESPN in the 30 for 30 series tomorrow. We'll tell you about that next. Tolbert and Copes hanging out with you on a Monday afternoon right here on the Sports Leader. The hum baby himself, former Giants manager Roger Craig, passed away yesterday at the age of 93. More on that story is trending on the all-new KNBR app.
yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
They liked Bill as a basketball player. They just didn't agree with his views off the court.
They would blame it on the length of my hair. They would blame it on who I voted for. I vote in every election. I express my feelings. I'm an engaged citizen. I'm part of a team. What is more mainstream than that?
Tom, are you there? Hello?
Bill Walton finally has his own 30 for 30. We talked about it when they'd announced it about a year ago. It premieres tomorrow, part 1 and 2. Parts 3 and 4. God, this is beautiful. We get 4 parts of. They probably planned it as
4 parts. It's
probably,
like The Last Dance.
They probably planned it as like a 1 hour, one-off, and he was like, "We're not going to be able to get it done in one." He just kept going.
Whoa, where are we going? Where are you going?
Where does it end?
Done.
Where does it finish? Where does it start?
We won't know about the saguaro cactus.
Tiger Campbell, who looks more like a lion than he looks like a tiger. So, I love roaring.
He loves arr.
Bill Walton's 30 for 30, luckiest guy in the world. Parts 1 and 2 premiere tomorrow. Parts 3 and 4 will air next week on the 13th, so a week from tomorrow. So you'll get them. All 4 parts will be done by next Tuesday. What exactly are you hoping to see in a 4-part Bill Walton series, Tom? I don't know if I need anything. I just
need Bill.
I just went one. I hope they're all 2 hours long. Do we know?
Yep. No, there's no way, but I hope.
American Gladiators, that was only 2 parts, so they were each 2 hours long. Yeah, Derek's given us they're each 4 1-hour parts.
Yeah.
I think it's a little light, honestly. We're getting all my Bill content in. Is there anything specific you're hoping to see? I mean, anything you're wanting to get out of it? I love
We will survive. We will survive. We are alive.
I just want Bill.
Tom Holbert.
That's all I want is Bill. That's it. He's like the one, maybe 30 for 30 I could go into and not need to know anything.
I
don't need to know that. I think we know a lot about Bill. We know a lot about Bill's Portland days. We know a lot about Bill's foot injuries. Recently, he's had back injuries that, thank goodness, he's able to get back, get around, ride his bike, travel, do the games and stuff. Because I know that was really debilitating for a couple years there. So, no, just Bill, just more Bill, more TP, more what it was like to be Bill's dad, what he was like with the boys growing up, what he was like, maybe some more UCLA stories, stuff like that, like more Wooden stories.
Yeah,
with Bill Walton. More, was he there with the Kareem? I want to say he was there just after, like, Kareem left and he came in. If I'm not, I could be wrong on that too. I kind of get my whole UCLA thing all mixed up, but I don't think they were there together. I know they weren't on the same team.
Is there any rivals? Or is there anybody who to this day is like, man, get that guy away from? Like, is there anybody who from the game where there's any carried over animosity or anybody that you were like, oh man, okay, but when he went head to head with that guy, that was a different Bill. Like, is there any of that? I mean, the guy was a ferocious competitor. You know what I mean?
I don't think so.
Like, it's so funny that there's that kind of. It's sort of like, and he's a different guy, obviously.
He's totally different, yeah.
But does anybody have that feeling about Tim Duncan? You know? Like, it's sort of the same type of, again, different personalities. But I'm wondering, like, is there anybody who is that type of ferocious competitor, another guy who just never had that kind of head-to-head with somebody or never had that kind of
fire?
That kind of fire. That fire on the mountain. You'd say Kawhi, but Kawhi's just weird. It's different. I mean, I don't know. Bill is such a fun-loving, outgoing guy, which is what makes that so funny or so interesting. You know,
we're going to ask him that tomorrow.
His character is so.
For those that don't know, we're going to have him on tomorrow.
We are tomorrow, 3:50. Anybody wants to hear Bill Walton, 3:50. He's going to join us tomorrow to talk about this luckiest man in the world, the premiere of his new 30 for 30. And again, I don't know that we'll ask him anything or talk to him about this documentary at all.
I love Tom Holder.
What do you mean? It's going to be nothing about the documentary and all about the documentary.
It's going to be high,
it's
and then
all Bill.
But you won't be able to distinguish like where any of it starts.
Well,
or
that's
ends.
for the listener.
That's for you.
That's their job. You have to try to figure out where it stops, where it ends, what's happening. Where are we in the ethos?
He might be talking before we call him, and then we just pot it up, and he's just in the middle of something, you know?
Where are we in the universe today? I don't know.
Kareem left 2 years before Bill got to UC.
2 years, okay.
So 2 years difference. You called games with Bill, didn't you?
I did.
What was that like?
We called finals together.
So who was the play-by-play on with you guys?
Brad Nessler.
So you had dude. Yeah. So it was Nessler, you, and Walton.
Correct.
How was that? What were the games you had, and what was the
Put it this way, it was interesting. Bill was interesting to work with because Bill would just kind of go and do and like he had a list of notes he was going to get in the game. Like he wrote them down, and those things were going to get in, and. It was funny one time. I still remember this one. Minnesota was on a run. They were like down 10, and they went on like a 13-2 run to take the lead over the Lakers in Minnesota. And somebody from Minnesota actually scored a bucket. And Bill said something like, Robert Horry is the greatest clutch shooter in NBA postseason history. And I remember looking at him like, what? Why? He didn't even shoot the shot. Like, but it was on the piece of paper. So it was going to get in the game somehow. It was getting in the game somehow. So I'll be honest. He could be a little frustrating sometimes because you just didn't know. But I mean, I still loved him. I mean, how could you not love a guy that loves basketball and loves life as much as that guy loves life? And like Dave Pasch handles him as well as anybody has ever handled him. Like you have fun, keep the game moving. You can kind of, dip your toe in the but you can't stay in the pond too long because if you stay too long, then you're gonna drown. He's gonna drag you right down into the pond, and then you may never get back to the game. But the beautiful thing about Bill is it's a visual medium, so you can watch the game. Like Bill wouldn't work on radio because radio you got to be in, you got to be out, have a little bit of a point, mostly, and then that's it. Because that's for the play-by-play guy, radio. TV's for the color guy. So TV, you can kind of have more personality, talk about stuff, be a little goofy, and nobody really cares because they're watching. They're watching the game. So sometimes he could test that theory.
There are basically 3 million species of mushrooms.
See? But that's why we love Bill.
It's a basketball game, by the way. Yeah.
Exactly. We get that kind of knowledge. We get 3 million types
conference
of species,
tourney,
mushrooms. So
fungus is singular, fungi is plural.
Fungi is plural.
Fungi.
He absolutely cracks me up. But the thing about him is, though, I know a lot of people, I don't know how you could dislike Bill. Like, maybe you just don't like his style, but I don't know how you don't like Bill. It's impossible to like, I don't like that guy. He is, and this is hard to say in broadcasting, he's unique. There's a lot of people that have set themselves apart, but they're not unique. Everybody in broadcasting's fairly similar.
Yep.
And you have your outliers, and outliers this way, one way or the other. He's unto himself. He is. There's nobody like him.
This is a foam roller with a vibrator inside, so it's fantastic.
What? What? What's going on?
I mean, can you name anybody that's even remotely close to what he does?
No.
I can't.
And also, what we talk about all the time is how quick do people turn on you now? You know what I mean? Like everybody turned on Tony Romo.
They did.
It's like it's not cool anymore to be calling the place. Like they all got sick of it fast. People turn on the broadcasters and on things that are different quickly. It's run its course. It's not cool anymore. It's not funny anymore. It's not unique anymore. Bill Walton, for all of his wackiness, is just always. And I think maybe it's because we don't feel like it's a bit. It just seems like it's who he is. He never seems like he's pretending to be something that he's not. And it's sort of what intrigues me about this documentary, in that I kind of hope or think, and I mean, I feel like to go in with a premise of doing a documentary on this and to call it Luckiest Man Alive, or Luckiest Man, I'm trying to get the exact title for you here, Luckiest Guy in the World is what it's called.
You've lost your mind. You need to set your standards higher.
There's got to be some sort of basis for this mentality, this positivity. What brought you to this point? How is it that living your life this way is so fulfilling to you, and why is it? Why did this become the vehicle or the lifeblood for you every day? And I think it's an interesting, to your point about how different he is and the ferocious and vicious competitor that he was in the NBA and in college to a Hall of Fame career, and to be this guy all the time is just, it's fascinating. There's nobody like him, which is why this is such an intriguing documentary. And again, he'll be on with us tomorrow, I imagine, for some undisclosed period of time, starting at 3:50. 3:50 tomorrow. We'll talk to Bill.
3:50?
3:50 tomorrow. And the 30 for 30 premieres tomorrow night. The Luckiest Guy in the World, parts 1 and 2.
Can I give you something I haven't seen before?
Because I used to be one of them.
Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm going to give you something I have never seen before in baseball. And I don't know if you've seen it, because I'd be curious to get your...
You just saw it right now?
By the way, in case nobody notices, and I know they don't because he plays for Miami, Luis Arias hitting about 400 this year. We're like 60 games into the season, close to 50. Like, he's hitting 390 something. This guy, I don't know if he's going to hit 400, but...
You ready for this note?
This is pretty amazing.
Through 444 career games entering today, Luis Arias has 524 hits. Tony Gwynn had 526 hits.
Wow.
Pete Rose had 506 hits.
Wow.
Now, again, age is a factor,
Yes.
but he's hitting 324 through 444 career games. Pete Rose was hitting 286. He's got the exact same batting average, a better OBP, and a better slugging percentage than Tony Gwynn did.
Wow.
Through this
Well, he
many
just
games.
doubled in two. But that's not what I wanted to say. It just happened when I was talking, because I've never seen this before in baseball. So Marlins had first and third. No outs. They had a ground ball to short. Tried to turn two. They called it a double play. Challenged it. He was safe at first, so he came back to first. But because, I guess, they challenged it, and before they challenged it, the guy from third didn't score, he had to go back to third. So you got the guy at first, but the guy didn't score from third. He had to go back to third base. Have you ever seen that before?
So wait. The double play would have ended the inning, right?
No. It would have been 2 outs, nobody on.
Okay, so
the runner would have scored.
So it was first and third with no outs.
Correct.
Ground ball, force out at second, runner safe at first base. But the runner came in from third and he didn't, and then they made him go back to third after they challenged it and he was safe at first?
Correct. Which I thought was odd because he didn't score.
So I wonder what the rule is. So he didn't cross the plate before the out was called at first base?
That's what I'm assuming. Now,
that has to be the rule.
Yeah, I didn't see that angle. But I'm assuming that's what happened because I was like, well, I'd never seen that before.
Should be inconsequential. Like if the runner came in to score, whether the guy's safe or out at first anyway shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Because now you're making me hit another sac fly to get that run in. I've now got to put the ball in play another time to get that run in from third when I already did it.
That's what I would have
that.
thought, but I'd never seen that before.
You're telling me
no one was arguing.
You're telling me that there's questionable rules in baseball now that we've added replay and clocks and all this stuff. It's become more convoluted.
I just wondered if anybody had seen that before.
Maybe
we'll
not
ask
seen
Dave
it.
or John next time we talk to him.
We'll have to do that tomorrow, or we can talk to Bags.
That was weird. It was weird because I was like, maybe because they challenged the play, he hadn't scored before he got to first base, so they. I don't know.
Maybe, but that wouldn't change anything. Like, if it were, is it the thought that? I mean, it's not like the guy at first turned around and threw the ball home to try to get the out at home anyway.
No.
So if that never even, I don't know. That's bizarre to retroactively replace where a guy should go.
That's why I'm asking.
Wasn't a force. I don't know. I've never heard of or seen that.
Maybe the play's dead when they challenge it. Like from that point, the play's dead. Like nothing can go on ahead of the play. Right?
I get what you're saying. So if the play is overturned, if the call is overturned, anything that would have occurred after that moment has to be stopped. That's the only thing
I could guess.
I'm with you there because it's like in a football game. Okay. It's like you talked about with the fumble, right? So if I pick up a fumble and I start running it towards the end zone and I do score, but you blew it dead, you were like, no, you were down when you recovered, you can't pick up and say, well, he did go and score that touchdown. Correct. Even though we know now for sure after review that it was an overturned call.
That must be it has to be it, right?
That's got to be.
Has to be it. I just never seen that before. That's why I was asking.
We'll try to confirm with Bags. We're going to catch up with Andy Baggerly in like 20 minutes.
I don't know if anybody else has ever seen that before either.
Yeah, I mean, this is like, I used to love Sports Illustrated for kids. They always did the, like, what's the call on, like, one of the last few pages. You get to run through a scenario like this. But I don't know that I'd ever seen a replayed review scenario in baseball where nothing afterwards could have happened. I'm pretty sure that you can review a shift play as well. Like if I hit a line drive behind second base and I think Brandon Crawford was standing there and I call for a challenge and it turns out he actually had his feet on the grass or something, anything like I think you can review and anything from that point is moot anyway.
Do they have the line like they do in offside for soccer?
It'd be great if we had an umpire out there with a flag holding it up.
I mean you want to talk about technical. Like if you have a pinky offside in soccer,
it's a fingernail, a hangnail is offside. You're off.
They have a computer. It's like, now we got you.
You better tuck your shoelaces in because the shoelace will get you.
Yeah, he's serious.
Yeah, it's incredible. But we still got it. But we can't get a pylon cam in every damn pylon in the NFL. Just FYI.
No, can't have that.
God forbid. There's plays that are not reviewable in that Vegas and the Raiders and Patriots game on that Raider touchdown catch. Remember that right before the pickoff and take
Chandler Jones.
The Chandler Jones play the other way because they didn't have an angle in the end zone on that play. Unbelievable that they couldn't overturn that.
Why don't they have a chip in the football?
That's what I'm saying. Why don't we have the technology? Yeah. And again, in tennis, we just take the VAR as it is. We're like, I guess that graphic is correct. It's a cartoon, and we just live with it. Anyway, instant replay, making sports better. On the other side, how about this? Draymond Green had a guest I think we'd all be intrigued to hear from. Steve Kerr joined the Draymond Green podcast. What did they discuss? We'll tell you next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know whether you're paying too much in fees or taking too much risk, or even if you're going to be able to live the lifestyle you've always envisioned in retirement? Well, for more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell has been helping people just like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. If you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give them a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. There's no cost or no obligation. All you got to do is pick up the phone and call them today. 866-496-1290. 866-2300 or visit o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300 because planning is a process, not a product. Investment advice offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representatives, offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
If Draymond's not back, we're not a championship contender. We know that. I mean, he's that important to winning and to who we are. So I absolutely want him back.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr there. I mean, just a general statement on wanting Draymond Green back. Says they're not a championship contender without Draymond. I don't think that was from the Draymond pod, right?
No, I don't think it was.
Would have been funny if he was just talking about Draymond. He's like, Steve, pretend I'm not here. What do you think about me? Just go ahead. Just
talk about me.
Pretend I'm not sitting right here with you. Anyway, Steve, we all agree with that they're not a championship contender without Draymond, and maybe means even more now without Bob Myers there to sort of keep things pleasant, contained. I mean, you don't want to have to recreate and reinvent a whole new culture. Having these three guys there, Steph, Clay, Draymond, and, of course, Steve Kerr being the fourth is going to be crucial to trying to keep this thing moving. Anyway, Steve was on the Draymond podcast. I thought this was cool because he was pretty open about a lot of the stuff that did not go well this year and stuff that they sort of openly discussed. And he didn't name names, but there was some stuff you could read into, I think, about players and situations he was talking about. Anyway, here's Steve Kerr on the Draymond podcast talking about how players have to be bought in playoff time. Here we go.
Caleb Martin was the star of the Boston series.
Yeah.
You know, he's hardly been a factor in this series offensively. Didn't play much, but he hit a huge three in the fourth quarter tonight. None of those guys on Miami are sitting there saying, well, I didn't play, or man, they put in so and so. Like, they're just all about winning. And you know this from our groups that we've had. When you have that championship mentality, every guy's bought in, every guy's just trying to win. Nobody cares about any of that stuff. You don't go into the locker room, saying, well, I should have played more. You just want to win. And that's the beauty of finding that magic when you have a championship team, is that everybody's bought in, and it makes the decisions for the coach really simple. You just go with your gut and go with whoever's playing well.
So Steve kind of got treated like an NFL head coach here. Where everyone's like, ooh, what's he talking about? Who does he mean? They didn't bring up Bob Myers specifically or any Warrior players specifically like that, but I think a lot of people think Steve is insinuating when referencing some of the other role players on other teams that have performed well. What was our question, I think, throughout the postseason was, where's Kuminga? Kuminga's play and Jordan Poole's play were probably two of the, top 3 to 5 topics surrounding the Warriors in the playoffs, were Jordan Poole's inconsistent play and whether or not Kuminga could play a role that was going to make him a factor and maybe change a series. I don't know that he was hitting specifically on those two guys, but I do, he doesn't have to be talking about them specifically there for everything he's saying to be true and make sense about this Warrior run and maybe what he didn't say that's not why we didn't work out this year, but that is a crucial element that has to be, I think, in a player's mind. And he says, Draymond, you know that about what's made us successful.
I don't think there's any doubt that's who he was talking about. That's who he was referencing. I don't know who else. It couldn't be anybody else.
Why bring up the topic otherwise?
Yeah, I mean that's who they're talking about. And look, you also have, and I agree with him, but you also have to look at it from Kuminga's standpoint. In that Kuminga's 20, Kuminga was a 7th overall pick. Expectations are greater for him than they are for any of those 4 Heat players. I mean, those 4 Heat players are happy to be grinding and contributing in any way they can. So, and it's a different, I hate to say culture because I'm getting sick of that word, but Heat, it's been different forever, ever since Riley was a coach there. I talked about the 2-hour shoot-arounds where guys would get taped and be sweating. That wasn't shoot-arounds back in the day, but they do things differently. The expectations are different for players when they play for Miami. And it sounds like Spoelstra's same thing, same way. You're going to work your ass off, and you're going to work harder than their teams. But you get guys who are non-drafted players, they just want to play. I mean, they're trying to make a living. They don't have expectations, at least externally. Internally, I'm sure they all do, but they just want to find what's my niche here, and let me go do it. Instead of just Kuminga just think, hey, I'm talented enough, I should be going playing, and I can kick ass if you just get me out there and play. Those guys are like, okay, what can I do to help the team? What can I do to help the team? And look, all of them have made themselves money. Vincent has made himself money. I'm not sure when Strus is a free agent, but if he keeps playing this way, he'll have made himself money. Martin has made himself money. Robinson already made himself a boatload of money. So, and what did Robinson do? Robinson just stretched the court and shot threes. Basically, that's what he does. And that made him a ton of money, just finding a small niche. Like, I don't got to be the guy. When you're drafted number 7 overall, I think you want to be the guy. You want to feel like you know you should be playing, and you want to do more when you go out there. I can do more. I want to do more. Give me the opportunity to do more, and I'll show you I can do more. And coaches are saying, Steve in this case in particular, but he's not the only one who's saying, look, we don't need you to do that. Just do this. That's part of winning. This is what we need you to do to win basketball games. We're not here to help you get a big contract. And I think a lot of times young players want to prove themselves, want to get a big contract, want to make the money, and their priorities aren't maybe where their priorities should be. And it's understandable when you're 20. I mean, you want to look out for the team, but you're kind of looking out for yourself too. It is a job. So you come at it from a different mindset, I think, than the guys who are undrafted, who just feel thankful to be there, grateful for the opportunity, and are going to make the most of every opportunity. What do you need me to do? That's what I'll do. You need me to do that? That's what I'm going to do. Period. And your talent, let's be honest, none of those guys that I mentioned, their talent level is on the same level, even close to the same level as Kuminga. Not even close. But they all do very specific things, and they do them well. And they've elevated their game somehow. I don't know how. I mean, it's a credit to the organization, a credit to them working their ass off, and a credit to them believing in themselves and having an organization and a coaching staff behind them that believes in them. You could very easily have a situation where some of those guys play poorly for a couple games, and look what they did with Strus. 0 for 10 in game 1. This dude couldn't buy a bucket. He couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat, according to Tom Lasorda. Speaking of Kurt Bavacqua, still a great line. We hear it all the time now. I don't remember hearing it before then. I go, that's an incrable line.
I think I first heard it in Major League before I even heard the rant.
Yeah,
so I don't know
I first heard Lasorda
that might have been Lasorda saying it, yeah.
Couldn't hear water if he fell out of a... Well, he said bleeping boat.
Bleeping boat,
because that was Tom Lasorda. You know, he had to put the creative bleeps in there. But, so what does he do? He draws up a play for him. Like an out-of-bounds play right off the bat. Boom. Drop a play for Strus. and gets him going on his way to 4 threes in the first quarter. That's a coaching. That's belief. That's like, hey, we believe in you.
Right.
You're open, shoot it. Well, in fact, we're going to drop a play so we can get you open so you can shoot it. I don't care that you came off an 0 for 10. This is how you help the team. We believe in you. Struz told a story about Jimmy Butler saying, hey, I don't care if you're 0 for 10 again. If you're open, I'm passing it to you, and I expect you to shoot it. That's what you need from your star player, belief. And when you have that type of belief, it makes you a better player. I've told the story many times about Shaq telling me that we were playing Boston, and Robert Parrish was playing off me. They were guarding him with McHale and sitting in his lap with Parrish, and I wasn't taking shots. He goes, start taking those bleeping shots. You can make the shots. Start taking the damn shots. Then I took the shots, made 3 or 4 in a row, and then they came out on me, and then I gave it to Shaq, and he did his thing.
When they come out at you, just dump it back to me.
Yeah,
big
thank
fella.
you. But to have your star tell you that, tell role players, we believe in you. Go do your thing. We got you. Don't worry about it. All the pressure is off at that point. You're not wondering, should I be shooting it? Should I be giving it to somebody else? Should he be getting the ball? No. You just go ball, and that's all you're concerned with. And when you have specific things they're asking you to do, and you feel like that's of value to the team, because that's the thing. Every player wants to feel like they add value to the team one way or the other. How am I adding value? Rebounding, defense, extra possessions, hitting open shots, ball handling, maybe running the plays, whatever the case may be. What I do has value to the team. I'm helping the team win basketball games. That's all you want as a player. I mean, some players are obviously going to have more of a role than other players. That's just skill level, and that's fine. But Butler and Adebayo don't do it by themselves. Murray and Jokic don't do it by themselves. I mean, everyone has to do it. KCP has to pitch in, do his thing. Bruce Brown has to do it and pitch in and do his thing. It's just the way it is. But everyone's got to buy into it. Everyone's got to feel like what I'm doing adds value, and the team needs what I do to win a basketball game. That's the type of buy-in you want. That's the type of belief you want. And, Kuminga's just not there yet because he wants to do more. He thinks he can do more. They're not asking him to do more, and I think he gets frustrated with that. Look, we all get frustrated watching him sometimes. Sometimes he goes out there and he just runs the court and plays defense, and you're like, okay, that's what we want. Still want some more rebounding. But just do those things and then expand your game. But you know how you are when you're young. You always feel like, hey, I can do more. And let me do more. Give me more minutes. Yeah. Give me more of a role. Let me do a few things. Like I always said with him, like, stop shooting the above-the-break threes with, 13 seconds left on the shot clock. Don't do it. Especially when Steph's on the court with you. Why would you take that when Steph's out there? If you're going to shoot a corner three, fine. Or if you're going to shoot an above-the-break three with 5 seconds left on the shot clock after the ball's moved, fine. But you're trying. The goal of the offense, every time, should be: can we get Steph or Clay a shot? That's what we're trying to do. Get those two guys shots, and if we don't get them shots, we're going to let them draw the defense and then create open opportunities for us. We don't need to be the ones that create. We don't need to shoot the ball quickly. We got two of the greatest shooters of all time. Let's let them shoot the ball quickly. So I think he'll get there. Most guys do get there, but he hasn't gotten there yet. So I think that's what they're talking about.
I always wondered, too, if it's with young guys, if it's like, Steph, Clay, Draymond, those guys had to go through the ringer a little bit. They had to play in the playoffs, get eliminated. They had to lose. They play with vets. They had different head coaches. They had to sort of establish themselves. And all three of those guys, at some point in their careers, have played with a chip on their shoulder. They didn't jump into the league and win titles and then be asked to play a role. They had to sort of figure out what that role was, earn it. And again, I'm not saying these guys just walked in and they were sleeping in silk sheets, but didn't take Jordan Poole a whole long time before he won an NBA title. Jonathan Kuminga got here, won an NBA title with some of the greatest players in the world. So I don't know. Sometimes it's like you got to learn again. You got to go back to Rocky II. you got to learn how to be a. I don't know. I'm taking him out to train with Apollo Creed is what I'm doing for Kuminga and Jordan
Rocky
Poole.
2 or 3?
I'm saying 3, but I'm saying you got to have the mentality of 2
or 8.
And you got civilized. That's what he tells him in Rocky 3.
You got civilized.
Let's go back to the old gym.
Let's go chase chickens.
Yeah, right, exactly, dude. And then you got Paulie out there. Can't train him like a colored fighter. He's getting no rhythm. You remember? He's all in the gym in like East LA. It ain't working. He's like trying to get Rocky out of the pool. There is no tomorrow. On the other side, we'll catch up with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. We'll pick his brain about the that force play at first base, the review we're talking about. We'll see just how close Kyle Harrison is and where the Giants are going to go with this rotation. John Brebbia is going to get the start tomorrow. Then Logan Webb. Will they move up Alex Cobb for the Wednesday game, or the Thursday game, I should say? We'll talk to Bags about it next. Tolbert and Copes on the Sports Leader. Zaidi told Jim Bouton on MLB Network Radio that he envisions the Giants being aggressive at this year's trade deadline. Check out more on that story trending on the all-new KNBR app.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Summer is here, which means a house full of kids. Or it is a house full of people. School is out, so you may still be working from home. Yeah, maybe going to summer school from home. But if you have kids, you have a house full. And then that means you have a house full of devices. You need all the speed, all the power, all the reliability you can get. No one wants a house full of angry kids because the Wi-Fi is lagging and their Call of Duty game is crashed. I mean, you don't want that. Stay in your room. Leave me alone. Let me watch my, I don't know, Housewives of Omaha. Go back in the room. With Xfinity 10G, everyone's taken care of. I'm going to worry. How many devices? How many kids? Now, devices aren't going to eat like a ton of fruit roll-ups. So you're going to have those available for everybody. And the juice boxes. Maybe they're a little older than that. I guess if they're drinking juice boxes, maybe they're not playing Call of Duty. Or maybe they are. Who knows? All I know is you need speed and reliability, and Xfinity can give it to you in spades. Now, through June 21st, new customers can get 200-bit Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract. All you have to do is go to Xfinity.com/10G or call 1-800-XFINITY today. Or if you're out and about, visit an Xfinity store. Requires paperless billing with autopay and stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, fees, extra after promo regular rates apply. To internet services, actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def. It's summer, so you gotta love speed, a lot of it, and reliability and power. And if you need all those things, what you need is Xfinity.
you.